Welcome to the Dragon Ball world. A beep, the system is loading 123. 99. A beep, the system has finished loading, about to distribute the newcomer gift pack. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical electronic voice echoed in his mind. Lin Dong, who had been asleep, sat up abruptly with a whoosh. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he was stunned. Where is this shabby place? Wasn't he at the lavish banquet? How did he end up here? The room was less than 5 square meters, containing only a simple bed and a worn-out desk, nothing else extremely shabby. Lin Dong couldn't help but feel angry. How could he, the young master of the Lin family, live in such a place? This was an insult. Not to mention anything else, this shabby environment was worse than his doghouse. To think his doghouse back home was made of 24K gold and studded with diamonds worth tens of millions. However, at that moment, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding dong, the newcomer gift pack is being distributed. Please check it, host. Lin Dong was stunned, muttering to himself, newcomer gift pack. System. Although he was a rich young master, as a well-read rich second generation, he knew about systems. But the problem was, what did he need a system for? Isn't that what losers need? System host, please wake up. You have now traveled to the Dragon Ball world, and in this world your parents are at the bottom of society. Damn, it's forcing me to become a loser. Just to bind me with a system? That's not the point. The point is I've traveled to the Dragon Ball world. Is this real? For a moment Lin Dong became excited. After all, he had already enjoyed all the luxuries of the world. To put it bluntly, he was bored. He had tried everything that could be tried, and now even life felt boring. There was no novelty at all. So being transported wasn't such a bad thing. System, yes host, you have crossed over. This is absolutely true. And I need to remind you that the great demon king Piccolo has just been reborn and is now wreaking havoc in the city. System, you're not asking me to fight Piccolo, are you? Although I'm handsome, I have no other skills. Whether to challenge Piccolo is up to you. Now officially distributing the newcomer gift pack. Ding dong, granting initial combat power 200. Ding dong, granting chi comprehension. Ding dong, granting the sky dance technique. Ding dong, granting the combat skill Kamehameha. The system prompt just fell, and Lin Dong immediately felt different. A powerful force instantly filled his body, as if it could destroy the heavens and the earth. Is this the combat power of 200? Terrifying. Lin Dong tried to poke the wall with his finger, and it went through like tofu. That was reinforced concrete. Amazing. This feeling was fantastic. A sense of invincible confidence arose. Host, please don't get too cocky. Although you are now very strong, even the strongest earthling, the rejuvenated Demon King Piccolo, has a combat power of 260, so you are still no match for him. Lin Dong was stunned. Can't beat him. So he asked, what should I do then? Although he never thought about saving the world, at least he needed self-preservation power. Host, don't worry. You only need to complete system tasks to get rewards. Then you can not only increase combat power, but also obtain more combat skills. What task? System, go fall in love. Lin Dong, please explain. Successfully falling in love with any girl counts as completing the task, and you will get rewards. Lin Dong was stunned, that's it. But the prerequisite is you cannot use force, nor can you use money power, and the girl must be sincerely willing. Otherwise the system will reclaim all rewards. Tisk, that means I have to be a nice guy? But I don't know how. Lin Dong was troubled, because before, whenever he had a need, countless girls would throw themselves at him, and he never had to care about their feelings. No way money power is just that strong. At this moment the door suddenly opened, and a middle-aged woman walked in. Son, it's just a graduation party, why drink so much? Also, that Xiang Feier is a young lady, so it's understandable that she didn't accept you. It's because our family is so poor. After seeing this woman, Lin Dong was dumbfounded. Because this person was clearly his own mother. He originally thought that after crossing over he would have no parents, as novels usually write. But unexpectedly he not only had a mother, but it was his own mother. In his original world his mother had passed away many years ago. Mom, are you really my mom? Li Qiuju, Lin Dong asked incredulously, his eyes full of emotion. But Li Qiuju frowned upon hearing this, and said displeasedly, you child, you're getting more and more out of line, calling me by my name. Do you need a spanking? Lin Dong grinned and scratched his head. Although he knew his mother had passed away, this middle-aged woman in front of him was exactly the same in tone and appearance as his mother. He immediately hugged Li Qiuju, tightly sobbing, Mom, you know what? I've missed you so much. You brat, let go. Drinking a little makes you crazy, just like your father. If you keep this up, I'll hit you. Li Qiuju threatened. But Lin Dong wouldn't let go. After years without seeing his mother, his longing gushed out like a spring. He didn't care about the Dragon Ball world anymore. He just clung to his mother and acted spoiled. Li Qiuju was furious. So she picked up the broom and gave him a random beating, not holding back at all, whacking him 7 or 8 times. But after being beaten, Lin Dong was all smiles, not angry at all, because he hadn't enjoyed his mother's beating for a long time. He really missed this feeling. Of course, more importantly, with his increased combat power, this level of beating didn't hurt at all. However, at that moment Li Qiuju's phone suddenly rang. She glared at Lin Dong, then answered, and casually turned on the speakerphone. However, a panicked voice came from the phone. Wife, something terrible. The Demon King Piccolo is causing chaos in the city. I got my leg crushed in the chaos. You pack up and run away quickly. Lin Dong. Dad's leg is crushed. Outrageous. Piccolo, you're asking for it. Although Lin Dong has no interest in saving the world, if anyone dares to harm his family, he will fight them to the death. Even if the opponent is Bike Damawang. Of course, if he could avoid risking his life, he would prefer not to. After all, as a divine tycoon, why would he constantly talk about death? Isn't that scary? Therefore, Lin Dong immediately decided to start his first love in life. Because only by succeeding in love could he become stronger. But before that, Lin Dong still had to rescue his father first. He wondered if his father in this world looked the same as his father in the original world. If so, their family would be reunited in the Dragon Ball world. At that moment, the system suddenly reminded him, host, your parents in this world are actually your biological parents. They also traveled with you from the original world, but their original memories were erased. Lin Dong exclaimed, holy crap. Is it true? With this thought, he immediately couldn't sit still. He quickly said to Li Qiuju, Mom, don't worry. I'll go bring Dad back right now. Oh, during this time, don't go out and run around. It must be chaos outside, very dangerous. Li Qiuju said panically. But do you know where your father is? Let me go with you. I'll be worried if you go alone. Lin Dong felt moved in his heart. It felt so good to have a mother. Before the transmigration, because his mother had passed away, no one took care of him. Although his father was alive, he was busy with company affairs all day. Of course, it wasn't his father's fault. After all, as the CEO of a trillion-dollar listed company, how could he have free time? But perhaps it was fate's arrangement. It actually made their whole family transmigrate to the Dragon Ball world, and they all became ordinary people. This way they could live together for a long time. And honestly, this warm feeling was really great. But now was not the time for nostalgia. So Lin Dong, disregarding the shock it would cause, directly rose into the air in front of his mother and explained, Mom, I can't hide it anymore. Actually, your son has always been a martial arts master. I just didn't dare to tell you before, because I was afraid you wouldn't be happy. Li Qiuju was shocked. Her son could actually fly. Lin Dong smiled and said, Mom, I can not only fly, but I'm also very strong in combat. But I'll explain later. The urgent thing now is to rescue Dad. Li Qiuju then came to her senses and said, all right. Be sure to be safe on the road. Lin Dong nodded, then directly flew out the window using the sky dance technique. He sensed his father's chi and then sped off. Meanwhile, in a hospital, Lin Chong, trembling all over, looked at the doctor and asked, is amputation necessary? The doctor nodded and said, Sir, both of your legs are completely necrotic. If not amputated in time, it could even endanger your life. So please decide as soon as possible. Lin Chong sighed and reluctantly nodded, but his eyes revealed despair. Without legs, how could he support his family? His son Lin Dong had just graduated from high school, hadn't gone to college yet, and hadn't married. After agreeing to the surgery, Lin Chong was quickly pushed into the operating room, and the anesthesiologist prepared to anesthetize him. But at that moment, the operating room door was suddenly burst open, and Lin Dong rushed in shouting, Dad, are you okay? The anesthesiologist said angrily, family member, please leave immediately. The patient urgently needs surgery. Please don't cause trouble. But Lin Dong, without a word, picked up his father and ran to the corridor, then jumped straight out of the window. The anesthesiologist exclaimed, holy shit. Lin Chong was also terrified, shouting, son, are you crazy? Although King Piccolo has come, the world hasn't ended yet. Why are you jumping off a building? Lin Dong smiled and said, Dad, haven't you noticed? We're flying. Lin Chong. He looked sideways and almost dropped his jaw. They were really flying. However, Lin Chong was still relatively calm. After catching his breath, he said, son, even if you can fly, you can't take me away. The doctor said if I don't get the amputation soon, my life could be in danger. Lin Dong smiled and said, they're just quacks. Dad, don't worry. I have a way to cure you. As for what method? Of course it was the Senza Bean. However, to get the Senza Bean, he would have to go to the Karen Tower. And the Karen Tower was over 500 kilometers away from the city, so Lin Dong naturally couldn't take his father with him. So after sending his father home, he gave a few instructions to his mother, saying he was going to get the Senza Bean and telling them not to go out, then he left. The reason he could leave with peace of mind was that he had already checked. King Piccolo's chi did not appear in S-City. The previous chaos was just caused by some criminals using missiles. Of course, this was also related to Piccolo, because this guy had released all the prisoners and encouraged crime. After leaving home again, Lin Dong turned on his phone, activated smart navigation, and flew towards the Karen Tower at top speed. The system display showed that his speed had reached an astonishing 600 kilometers per hour. That meant it would take less than an hour to reach the Karen Tower. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yakaluabai also brought the severely injured Sun Wukong to the foot of the Karen Tower. After arriving, Yakaluabai looked at Sun Wukong and said, I've brought you here. Where's the big meal you promised? Sun Wukong said weakly, don't worry, I didn't lie to you. On the Karen Tower, there is a food that gods eat. It's called Senza Bean. It's very filling. Food that gods eat. Yakaluabai immediately imagined all kinds of delicious food in his mind. But then he looked up at the towering Karen Tower and asked nervously, You're not telling me to climb this tower, are you? Sun Wukong nodded and said, I originally wanted you to carry me up, because I'm too badly injured and can't move at all. You're kidding me. Yakaluobai sneered and said, I knew you were a liar. You tricked me with the promise of a big meal, and now you change your story. However, at that moment a figure suddenly stopped in midair. Lin Dong looked down at Sun Wukong with a complicated expression, thinking, isn't this the savior of the Dragon Ball world? Seeing him like this, it seemed he was also going to the Karen Tower. If he remembered correctly, after Sun Wukong climbed the Karen Tower this time, he would drink the ultra-divine water, stimulate his potential, boost his combat power to around 280, and then defeat the arrogant King Piccolo. In that case, I might as well help him, and we can get to know each other. So Lin Dong landed directly in front of the two, smiling gently, and said, hello, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong looked up curiously, a puzzled expression on his face. Who are you? It seems I don't know you. Lin Dong shrugged and said, does it matter whether I know you or not? Oh right, I don't have time to chat here. You're heading to Karen Tower, aren't you? Want me to give you a lift? Sun Wukong became even more curious. He didn't say much, but asked with concern, can you climb it? Lin Dong sneered, climb? Don't be ridiculous. I'm a divine tycoon, or do you think I would climb? Without another word, he picked up Sun Wukong as easily as lifting a monkey, then performed Bukujutsu, and with a whoosh vanished from the spot. Yajirobe was stunned. No way. Wukong has been taken away. What about my feast? Damn, that guy didn't come to steal my feast, did he? At this thought, Yajirobe couldn't sit still anymore. Gritting his teeth, he stopped thinking and began climbing. In truth, Karen Tower wasn't that high. Only 20,000 meters. But climbing it, humans suffered greatly from altitude sickness and oxygen deprivation. However, for Lin Dong, whose combat power had reached 220,000 meters, was no problem. In just a few breaths, he reached the top of the tower. After dropping Wukong, he looked at the bewildered Karen and said, Fat cat, give me some senzu beans. Karen was speechless. He wondered who this person was daring to be so rude to him, and calling him Fat Cat. He was Karen the god. But being able to fly up to Karen Tower so effortlessly and quickly, he must be a formidable master. Probably one not to be messed with. At that thought, Karen asked cautiously, what do you need the senzu beans for? Lin Dong frowned displeased. Why do you, Fat Cat, have so many questions? Just give them to me when I ask. Do I need to do it myself? As a divine tycoon, Lin Dong was never good-tempered unless the person was a cute girl. Sun Wukong was also dumbfounded. He thought, this guy is amazing. But Karen's heart was deeply wounded. Having lived on Karen Tower for so long, when had he ever been so disrespected? However, the next second, Yajirobe climbed up panting heavily. He immediately started shouting, where's the feast? Where's my feast? Give me the senzu beans. Karen was utterly speechless. What was wrong with this world? Couldn't they show him some respect? But seeing how powerful they were, Karen silently brought out the container, holding the senzu beans. Yajirobe snatched it without a word. However, when he opened it, he found the senzu beans looked exactly like ordinary beans. He flew into a rage. Is this it? Is this it? I climbed all the way up here and you're feeding me this. While ranting, he frantically stuffed senzu beans into his mouth, as if venting his dissatisfaction. But soon Yajirobe's body stiffened. The container in his hand fell to the ground, and his belly was nearly bursting. One senzu bean could sustain 10 days of food, but he had eaten at least 100. I'm dying of fullness. What's going on? Yajirobe wailed. Sun Wukong laughed and said, Yajirobe, one senzu bean is enough to fill you up, ha. With that, he picked up one and put it into his mouth. His strength rapidly recovered and his injuries vanished instantly, making him full of energy. Lin Dong was shocked inside. Though he had known about the senzu beans' effects, hearing about it was nothing compared to seeing it. And perhaps the beans had other uses. For instance, they could replace some longevity elixir or be taken as a Viagra substitute. After a night of passion, one could be rejuvenated again. Of course, Lin Dong didn't need such things. He was already as stalwart as a rod, so he didn't require any enhancement. Thus, he casually took out a gum box, filled it with 20 or 30 senzu beans, thinking it was enough, and said, since I've got the beans, I won't stay longer. I'll come back to play when I have time. Karen immediately said, wait. Lin Dong, Fat Cat, something else. Karen coughed, since you're so powerful, why not go defeat Piccolo Daimao? Lin Dong thought for a moment, and said, Piccolo did offend me, and I should teach him a lesson. But for now I can't beat him yet. Never mind, you wouldn't understand. I'm off. With that, he rose and flew out of Karen Tower. His father's legs were severely injured, he had to go back to heal him. As for Piccolo, although Piccolo didn't directly cause his father's injuries, if not for Piccolo's chaos plunging the world into disorder, those criminals wouldn't have become so rampant. So that score also had to be settled with him. However, a gentleman takes his revenge even after 10 years are too late. So he didn't need to rush, at least he should wait until he had some romance. Otherwise, what would be the point of running over to get beaten up? Master Lin wasn't that thick-headed. But at that moment, Sun Wukong shouted after him, hey, what's your name? Will we meet again? Lin Dong laughed heartily, my name is Lin. Oh no, from now on call me Dongxian. Farewell. With that, he suddenly accelerated and vanished from everyone's sight in an instant. Why did he give himself such a nickname? Of course it was to show off. And he chose Dong Xian rather than Dong God because the gods in this world were too weak, while Xian represented the myth of his original world. After Lin Dong left, Karen muttered to himself, Wukong, that man is very strong. Sun Wukong nodded. Yes, I hope I can surpass him. Alright, Karen. I came to ask you to train me. I want to become stronger and defeat the great demon king. But to his surprise, Karen sighed after hearing this. Wukong, there's nothing more I can teach you. And if you want to defeat the great demon king in a short time, the only way is to drink the super divine water. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Super divine water. But didn't you say that was just ordinary water? Karen shook his head. I said super divine water, not that fake super holy water that tricks kids. This water can unlock the power hidden within you. However, to obtain it, you must undergo a difficult trial. Sun Wukong clenched his fists resolute. Karen, let's start the trial. I must become stronger and avenge Kuririn. Karen nodded, then sighed again. It's not just Kuririn. Master Roshi and Chaozu also fell in battle. What? Master Roshi is dead, and Chaozu was killed too. Meanwhile, Lin Dong, who had obtained the immortal bean, was rushing to S City. Just then the system's prompt suddenly sounded ding dong. Detected that Piccolo, the great demon king's combat power has changed, breaking through 300. Lin Dong was startled and complained, no way man, what's going on? If Piccolo, the great demon king's combat power had broken through 300, then the problem was serious, because after Sun Wukong drank the super divine water, his combat power was only 280. System, perhaps a butterfly effect has occurred. Lin Dong was dumbfounded. Butterfly effect? Was it all because he had helped Sun Wukong? This is too ridiculous. System, yes host, because you helped Sun Wukong arrive at Kalen Tower ahead of schedule. This indirectly caused Piccolo, the great demon king, to become stronger. Lin Dong, damn. If this is considered a butterfly effect, then how can it be avoided? System host, please calm down. If you don't want the world to fall into chaos, you should stay away from the Z fighters as much as possible, because you originally do not belong to this world, and once you come into contact with these people, many things will change. Lin Dong sighed helplessly. This wasn't telling him to avoid the Z fighters at all. It was clearly forcing him to get involved. Because if Sun Wukong failed to defeat Piccolo, the great demon king, then this world would fall into dark rule, and his parents would also be affected. So how could he possibly refuse to help? What a damn mess. Forget it, thinking too much is useless. I need to make myself stronger as soon as possible. As long as I am strong enough, everything will be fine. As the saying goes, let him be strong, the breeze still caresses the hill. Let him be arrogant, the bright moon still shines over the great river. As long as Lin Dong's strength was formidable enough, who cared who it was? If all else failed, a single punch would take them down. So upon returning home, after giving his father an immortal bean, Lin Dong immediately locked himself in his room, ready to delve deeply into the matter of romance. The system had said that he could not use force or coercion, nor could he use the power of money to lure. He could only rely on his own charm to attract the opposite sex, otherwise all rewards would be taken back. Lin Dong looked in the mirror and thought, why am I so handsome, yet no one is throwing themselves at me? Could it be that without the power of money, I'm not attractive anymore? Well, take it slow. He opened his phone and scrolled through the contacts, finding many classmates' phone numbers, including many female classmates. The first one that caught his eye was Xiang Feier. If Lin Dong remembered correctly, this girl seemed to be a rich heiress, and in the original setting, he had a crush on her. However, Xiang Feier looked down on his crush, completely dismissing him. Lin Dong thought for a moment, then, without hesitation, added her to his blacklist and deleted her phone number. As a dignified man, even if he needed romance to become stronger, he would never be a simp, not even if the world were to end. So who else was suitable? Yin Xiaobo. This female classmate was quite nice, but as her name suggested, she was quite flat-chested. Lin Dong didn't mind that, because this girl's face was quite good, at least a 9 out of 10. But the problem was that this girl wasn't very familiar with him. If he wanted to win her over, it would take a long time, and the decisive battle between Wukong and Piccolo was about to begin. So to avoid wasting time, he had to give up. Then Teacher Lu. She was a teacher in black stockings and a uniform. During class, she always had a pointer, a white shirt, a black miniskirt, and high heels with her tall figure. It was quite a uniform to lure. But she only saw him as a little kid. The success rate was almost 0. He had to give up again. For a moment, Lin Dong felt a bit melancholy. He then went through every female in his contacts one by one, only to find that there was simply no one suitable. Any girl who could be called a beauty was not achievable in the short term, and the ones he could quickly get were either violent dinosaurs or lion dogs. But girls like that, just thinking about them was nauseating. For a whole day and night, Lin Dong couldn't find a suitable girl. What a tragedy. However, at this moment, Piccolo, the great demon king, had occupied the capital city, and taken the king hostage. Moreover, to create chaos, he decided to use a live lottery to destroy a city. It was truly malicious. At that moment, a violent knocking came from the door. Lin Dong stood up dejectedly and opened the door. Standing outside was none other than his mother. Li Qiuju said with a panicked face, "Son, turn on the TV quickly. Piccolo the Great Demon King actually drew our city. What should we do now?" Lin Dong, wasn't it West City in the original plot? How did it become S City? Damn, could it be the butterfly effect again? This is totally messing with things. He immediately turned on the TV, and the screen showed Piccolo the Great Demon King's arrogant appearance sneering, "Citizens of S City, hurry and flee. I will arrive at your city in half an hour. If you haven't escaped by then, prepare to enjoy the fear of death." Ha ha ha. At this moment his father also ran over and said, "Son, how about we pack our bags and go to the countryside? What do you think?" Lin Dong thought for a moment and said, "Dad, Mom, don't worry. The roads must be very congested now. If we get stuck on the way it would be troublesome. Besides, I just got word that a friend of mine is heading to the capital A city. Maybe he can defeat the Great Demon King." "How is that possible? The Great Demon King is so powerful that even the king's army couldn't handle him. There's no way he can be defeated. You'd better tell your friend to run away quickly, or it won't be worth losing his life." Lin Dong sighed and didn't explain further because he knew no matter what he said it would be in vain. After all, his parents were just ordinary people. Some things were simply beyond their understanding. So he said, "Dad, Mom, no matter what, you need to stay calm. Don't go anywhere. Trust me this once, okay?" His parents had no choice but to agree. After all, their son was right. Too many people were trying to leave the city, and if they got stuck on the road, things might get worse. At that moment, Piccolo the Great Demon King on TV suddenly laughed loudly and said, "A challenger has come among you humans. What a reckless fool. Let me kill him with my own hands." With that, the scene changed and Tianjin Fan appeared on the TV screen. It seemed Piccolo wanted to kill Tianjin Fan via live broadcast to create more fear. His intentions were despicable, but just then, Lin Dong's phone suddenly vibrated. He quickly picked it up and saw that it was a text message, a text from a female classmate. "Dear Lin Dong, hello. The world is about to end. I think our lives are also coming to an end. Poor us, we haven't even entered society yet. How unwilling we are. Well, after saying all this, I just don't want to leave any regrets. Before I die, I want to tell you that I've always admired you, blush. So would you be willing to go out with me? This is my first time confessing to a boy. My heart is so excited it even overshadows the fear of death. I eagerly await your reply. Writer, Yen Xiaobo." Lin Dong carefully read the message. After reading it, he even felt a bit immersed in this world. Yen Xiaobo, a young beautiful girl. Facing the fear of death, yet still yearning for love. How could it not move people? So he immediately replied, "Dear Xiaobo, hello. I am very happy to receive your letter. In fact, you have always been a goddess in my heart. To me, you are so lofty and unattainable, so to have your affection is truly the honor of my life. Therefore, I am very willing to go out with you." After editing the message, Lin Dong carefully reviewed it. He had to admit he really had some potential as a playboy. Look at these words full of deep affection. How sincere they were. TSK, TSK, TSK. It could only be called a natural talent. However, just as he pressed the send button, the system immediately emitted a prompt, ding dong. Detected that the host has agreed to a relationship. Awarding 1,000 combat power. Ding dong. Host combat power has reached 1,200. Keep up the good work. Deeper interactions will bring more rewards. As the system's prompt faded, a surge of energy instantly flooded into Lin Dong's body, causing him to float involuntarily. For a moment, Lin Dong was shocked. Just agreeing to a relationship rewarded 1,000 combat power. This system was too generous. No, it must be the power of love. "Son, what's wrong with you?" At that moment, the mother's concerned voice suddenly reached Lin Dong's ears, snapping him back to reality. His parents were still in his room. He quickly suppressed his aura, descended to the ground, and said with a smile, "Mom, don't worry. Not only am I fine, but I'm actually doing great. Well, since you've decided to stay, I'll head out for a bit. But remember, don't go outside. It's very dangerous out there." With that, he shot straight into the sky, leaving his parents standing there staring at each other in bewilderment. "Li Qiuju, Dad, has our son become an immortal? He can fly and even burrow into the earth." Lin Chonghum, an immortal is probably out of the question, but he'll definitely find a job easily. Just look, he flies so fast. If he became a courier, he'd make a fortune. Lin Dong hurried away because he was worried about Tianjin Fan and Sun Wukong. After all, Bike, the Great Demon King's combat power was no longer the previous 260, but 300. That was a full 40-point increase. So the two of them might be in danger. Although Lin Dong had never been overflowing with a sense of justice, the fact remained that Bike's increased combat power was due to him. And he had never liked others cleaning up his mess. But just as he was rushing to the capital city, in a panic, his phone rang again. He pulled it out and saw it was from the cute girl Yen Xiaobo, so he quickly answered. "A Xiaobo, hello." Lin Dong's voice carried a hint of shyness, even a touch of embarrassment. To be honest, it was his first time in a relationship, so he was a little nervous. But to his surprise, sobbing came from the other end. "Lin Dong, I'm so scared, boo-hoo." Lin Dong froze, stopped immediately, and asked Xiaobo, "What's wrong? What happened? There was chaos here just now." Criminals caused a terrible car accident. My parents. They didn't make it. My legs are trapped too, and I might die too, boo-hoo. A terrible car accident. Lin Dong couldn't stay still. He quickly asked, where are you now? I'll come find you. It's too dangerous here. Don't come. I just wanted to tell you. Thank you for your love, but I'm not fortunate enough to keep it. Lin Dong. Farewell. With that she hung up. Lin Dong listened to the busy tone, feeling both lost and stunned. But the next second, he nearly lost his temper. He had finally found a girlfriend, and they hadn't even held hands yet. How could she die? Moreover, she had contributed to his combat power increase. If she died, wouldn't he never be able to repay that kindness? No, she absolutely cannot die. So Lin Dong in a panic dialed her number again, but no one answered for a long time. With no other choice, he called the fire department for help. However, at that moment the emergency lines were already jammed. How could he get through? This time Lin Dong truly panicked, because he had no idea where Yin Xiaobo was. And perhaps due to the accident her qi had become too faint, so he couldn't even locate her through qi. To possess such great abilities yet be forced to wait helplessly for the news of his first love's death, what a painful situation. In desperation he flew high into the sky and followed the main roads of the city searching. But by then the city had already fallen into massive chaos. Looting and arson were everywhere. Crime rates had skyrocketed. And with that the number of car accidents on the main roads was in the hundreds. Like I curse you. Fortunately at that moment the system's prompt suddenly sounded. Ding dong, the system can provide a search function. Do you wish to use it? There's such a function. Lin Dong was stunned, then immediately said without hesitation, please search for Yin Xiaobo. Ding dong, the search function is ready for use. Please note, host, every time you use a system function you must take in a girl within 10 days, or half of your combat power will be deducted. Lin Dong must take in a girl within 10 days, or else combat power will be deducted. Wasn't that forcing him to speed up his love life? In his urgency, Lin Dong had no time to think further. He immediately agreed, please search now. Ding dong, Yin Xiaobo has been located. Do you wish to use the system's built-in navigation? If you use it you must take in 2 girls within the next 20 days, or you will also be punished. Lin Dong was nearly furious. Damn it. You gave me the location, but I can't even see it. So you're forcing me to be a playboy. System, how could you stoop so low? In extreme urgency Lin Dong had no choice but to accept the system's demands. Only then did Yin Xiaobo's location appear in his mind. Without another word he flew toward that direction at top speed. On the other side at the accident scene, Yin Xiaobo glanced at her parents lying beside her, and amid the clamor, she closed her eyes peacefully, ready to embrace death. But at that moment, she suddenly felt a lightness, as if the car pressing down on her had been moved. How was that possible? Then she opened her eyes in astonishment, and saw a figure she had longed for. And at that moment, that figure seemed to radiate intense light, as he effortlessly lifted the car away. This must be a dream. Yes. Otherwise why wouldn't she feel any pain? She never expected to be so lovesick that even in her dying moments she would hallucinate his arrival. On the other side Lin Dong's heart was breaking. Though he had arrived in time, Yin Xiaobo was already on the brink of death, her thoughts even muddled. He moved the car, set it straight, carefully placed the bodies of Yin Xiaobo's parents aside, and then scooped up the poor girl. Gently, in the softest voice he could muster, he asked, Xiaobo, can you open your mouth? But unfortunately Yin Xiaobo's eyes were already glazing over. Left with no choice, Lin Dong popped the xiando into his mouth, chewed it, then gently parted her red lips, and fed it to her bit by bit. Moments later the glazed eyes suddenly focused. Yin Xiaobo blinked playfully, looked at Lin Dong in disbelief, and asked, am I in heaven? Hey Lin Dong, did you die too? Oh, how am I lying in your arms? With that she jumped up immediately. Then blushing furiously she looked around, and was stunned to find herself still at the accident scene, a wave of confusion washing over her. She murmured to herself, what's going on? Am I not dead yet? Lin Dong patted her shoulder and teased, of course you're not dead. If you were, who would I date? Then he pointed at the car and added, I know your parents passed away, but don't be too sad. I'll find a way to revive them. Hearing this, Yin Xiaobo's eyes filled with tears again. She didn't even catch the word revive, as she just cried out in pain, Dad, Mom. Boo-hoo. Lin Dong sighed and didn't explain further because time was pressing. He didn't know how things were with Wukong and Tianjin Fan, so he had to rush over. Without another word, he scooped Yin Xiaobo up into his arms. Yin Xiaobo was shocked. Her pretty face flushed crimson, and even her neck turned pink. But she didn't scream or struggle. Instead, she shyly wrapped her arms around Lin Dong's head and buried her face completely in his chest. Then she whispered, Lin Dong, thank you. But there are so many people here. Don't do this. However, Lin Dong didn't care about that at all. He held Yin Xiaobo with one arm and grabbed the car with the other, then flew straight toward a safe area nearby. Witnessing this scene, the crowd below was utterly stunned. Yin Xiaobo, who had been burying her head in Lin Dong's embrace, finally sensed something amiss and lifted her head for a stealthy peek. But what she saw sent a chill down her spine, nearly scaring the wits out of her. The girl, who had always maintained a demure and elegant facade, could no longer contain herself and let out a piercing shriek. Her forelimbs clung to Lin Dong, like an octopus's tentacles refusing to let go even an inch. Oh my god! Help! Lin Dong, what are you doing? Boo-hoo. Lin Dong chuckled and patted her shoulders saying, Xiaobo, don't be afraid. I'm flying. With that he landed in a safe, open area. But alas, he was still too late. By then his pant legs were already soaked through. Why were they wet? Because Yin Xiaobo had wet her pants. Sensing the anomaly, Lin Dong felt a strange stir in his heart. What the hell? Though it was embarrassing, why did it feel so thrilling? Could he be a pervert? However, adhering to the principle of being a caring gentleman, he maintained his composure and asked with a smile, Xiaobo, don't be scared. We've landed. Would you like me to find you a change of clothes? At that moment, Yin Xiaobo wished she could dig a hole and crawl into it. Who would have thought she'd wet her pants? And on top of that, she'd wet Lin Dong's clothes. The sheer embarrassment was overwhelming. She refused to come down and face the situation, burying her head firmly against Lin Dong's chest, shaking her head desperately. Seeing her bashful look, Lin Dong was deeply moved. This was what true love felt like. Unlike the girls he had encountered in his past life who were all like players in the sea of love. Where was the shyness? They were all wild and carefree. But now wasn't the time for romance. Sun Wukong and Tian Xinhan were still waiting for him to save the day. So Lin Dong patted Yin Xiaobo's shoulder again and said as gently as possible, Xiaobo, I have some urgent matters to attend to. Could you get down first? I promise I'll come back to you as soon as I'm done, okay? Hearing this, Yin Xiaobo could only hop down with her hands covering her flushed cheeks. However, she turned her back to Lin Dong, as if unwilling to let him see her at her most humiliated. Lin Dong didn't say much. He was about to soar into the sky and leave when Yin Xiaobo suddenly spoke up. Dongzi, could you stop calling me Xiaobo from now on? Lin Dong was taken aback for a moment. Not call you Xiaobo? Then what should I call you? Yin Xiaobo stomped her foot in irritation. Call me whatever you like, just not Xiaobo. Seriously, I'm not that small, you know. Zzz. Like a jolt of electric current surging through his body, Lin Dong went numb. Holy crap. Xiaobo, you're driving way too fast. If it were an ordinary girl joking around, he might have been able to handle it. But when such a pure and adorable little girl suddenly threw a line like that, who could resist? He could barely stay steady in the air. He was tempted to give her a thorough checkup right then and there. After bidding farewell to Xiaobo, well, to be precise, after bidding farewell to Xiao Yin, Lin Dong wasted no more time. He shot off at top speed toward the capital city A. The journey was a blur of wind and lightning. His speed reached 1000 kilometers per hour. This was the result of his enhanced strength. Moreover, with his battle power now at 120, Lin Dong was the strongest being on Earth. The distance between the capital city A and city S was only about 1400 kilometers. So an hour and a half later, Lin Dong arrived at the outskirts of city A. But upon reaching the edge of city A, all he could see was a vast expanse of ruins. There wasn't a single intact building, let alone a living soul. It seemed the decisive battle between Sun Wukong and Piccolo had already begun. Lin Dong quickly sensed their auras and found that Sun Wukong's was flickering and weak, while Piccolo's remained steady. Damn, was he too late. A wave of panic hit Lin Dong. If Sun Wukong died, that would be disastrous. He was Earth's savior. Although Lin Dong was fully capable of taking over the mantle, the problem was that he had zero interest in saving the world. As a seasoned, rich, second-generation heir, enjoying the fruits of others' labor was his forte, who wanted to fight all day long. Meanwhile, on the other side, Piccolo Daimao was gripping Sun Wukong by the neck, holding him high in the air. He sneered, "You little brat, I never expected you to push me this far. But unfortunately, your fate ends here." With that he roared, "Die!" A blazing light erupted from his fingertips, and a demon light wave shot towards Sun Wukong's heart with incredible speed. But just then a figure descended from the sky. A whip kick swift as lightning struck Piccolo right on the head. Ouch! Piccolo let out a pained cry and staggered backward. Sun Wukong fell to the side. Lin Dong kicked him lightly. "Hey, still alive?" Sun Wukong struggled to open his eyes and saw a tall, strikingly handsome figure. "Dong Xian, it's you," he exclaimed, excitement in his voice. Lin Dong chuckled. "Good, you're still alive. Here, take a senza bean and eat it." He tossed a senza bean each to Sun Wukong and Tian Xinhan. After taking the bean, Sun Wukong sighed. "Corinne said earlier that if you showed up you might be able to defeat Piccolo. But I still feel so frustrated. I couldn't avenge Master Roshi and Krillin with my own hands." Lin Dong smiled. "Eat this bean, and maybe Piccolo won't be able to match you anymore." "But," Wukong asked, "but what?" Lin Dong's eyes turned icy. "But Piccolo is mine to deal with." "Don't ask why. The reason is that he pissed me off." Sun Wukong fell silent. After a long moment, he said bitterly, "All right, as long as Piccolo is killed. I've done my best. But Shenlong is dead, so they can never be revived." His eyes were filled with melancholy. Clearly Sun Wukong was a man of deep loyalty. Lin Dong smiled, but didn't explain. After all, Sun Wukong would eventually learn that Shenlong could be revived, so there was no need to go into detail. He said coldly, "Wukong, are you recovered?" If you are, then step aside and watch. It's my turn to put on a show. I really didn't expect someone else to come and die. Whom few earthlings are truly ignorant. But that's fine, let me kill you all at once, then it will be quieter in the future. At that moment Piccolo Daimao finally stood up, enduring the pain as he spoke. However, despite his words, he was actually quite uneasy because that kick just now nearly gave him a concussion. Of course, Piccolo didn't know what a concussion was, he only knew that after that kick his head was dizzy for a long time, before he slowly regained clarity. At this time Tianjin Fan, who had eaten the xiando, also walked over. He glanced coldly at Lin Dong, and said, I don't care who you are, but I want to tell you that you must not be careless in the slightest. Piccolo is extremely strong, even beyond the limits of imagination. So I still hope that we can join forces to defeat him, although I know I can't even beat his little finger. Lin Dong heard the voice, and turned to look, feeling a bit amused. Oh, a handsome guy. Tall, long legs, 8-pack abs. TSK tisk, plus those 3 eyes. No matter where he goes, he's a head-turner. If he hadn't time-traveled, Lin Dong would definitely have introduced Tianjin Fan to those wealthy female friends of his. He could guarantee that such a high-quality fresh meat would be adored. But, even if you're handsome, you can't stop me from showing off. So Lin Dong chuckled and said, Kid, although I'd like to lower my level to cooperate with you and defeat Piccolo in a very difficult way, the problem is that my girlfriend is still waiting for me to go on a date. Tianjin Fan. Is this even human speech? He's even more of a show-off than Cha-shan, but after all his showing off, doesn't he still get beaten up? But who would have thought that at that moment Sun Wukong suddenly shouted, Watch out. Lin Dong turned to see that Piccolo had suddenly launched a sneak attack, with several demon light waves shooting toward them. Tianjin Fan immediately dodged. Unfortunately, his speed was still too slow, he only managed to get a few meters away. It's over. It seems this time he really was going to die. Tianjin Fan thought in despair. But at that moment he realized that Lin Dong, who had been standing in front of him, hadn't even had time to dodge. This bastard. Why is he throwing his life away? Tianjin Fan wanted to save him, but he couldn't even save himself. How could he spare the effort to help Lin Dong? Then the next second the demon light wave directly engulfed Lin Dong. A violent explosion sounded and countless dust and smoke shrouded the entire sky. Tianjin Fan forced his eyes open and murmured sadly, Has that person been killed? Damn it. I told him not to be careless. As he spoke he clenched his fist, his face full of pain. However, at that moment a mocking laugh suddenly came from the dust, accompanied by a taunt. Is this the legendary smoke with no damage? As he spoke a dashing figure walked out leisurely, a hint of sarcasm on his lips. That figure was clearly Lin Dong. He was completely unharmed. Even his hairstyle wasn't messed up. It was utterly terrifying. Tianjin Fan was shocked. Is this guy even human? Then Lin Dong frowned slightly with displeasure and said coldly, Piccolo, originally, I only wanted to kill you, but you've dirted my clothes. What do you think should be done about it? Piccolo Daimao was stunned for a moment, even feeling a bit of fear, because that was his full power attack. He stepped back in disbelief, stammering, This is impossible. Lin Dong calmly took out a huazi, lit it. Then he walked toward Piccolo, fixing his hair as he walked, and said disdainfully, Piccolo, you're an idiot, you know. You're strong, that's fine, but I haven't offended you, have I? Why do you always want to make me unhappy? Don't you know the consequences of crossing me? Piccolo was terrified. Who are you? Lin Dong took a drag of his huazi, then slapped him across the face, sending him tumbling. His fighting style was brutally crude. There was no choice. With a combat power of 1200 against 300, it was almost a complete stomp, so there was no need for any extra battle techniques. Piccolo's head was ringing from the beating, and he turned to flee, but would Lin Dong give him that chance? Almost instantly he followed and delivered another slap. I said you crossed me and still want to run. Dream on. Piccolo was terrified, almost screaming, What exactly do you want? Lin Dong smiled and said, I'm going to kill you, of course. But killing you in one go wouldn't be satisfying enough. On the other side of the battlefield, Sun Wukong silently gave a thumbs up and couldn't help but utter 2 words, awesome. As for Tianjin Fan, he was completely blown away. How could he be this strong? But why did this master feel a bit weird? He had no demeanor of a master at all. While he was lost in thought, Lin Dong threw away the cigarette butt and said with a cold laugh, Piccolo, the warm-up is over. Now let me have some real fun. With that he grabbed Piccolo's neck with one hand and started slapping him left and right. 1 slap, 2 slaps, 3 slaps. Lin Dong with lightning speed delivered hundreds of slaps in an instant, then grabbed Piccolo's head and smashed it against his knee. With a thump, Piccolo was sent flying into the clouds. Lin Dong immediately flew to the same height, and then delivered an aerial axe kick directly onto Piccolo's head. The next moment Piccolo crashed into the ground dozens of meters deep. Did you think it was over? No, drag him out and beat him again. Half an hour later, Piccolo, on the verge of death, knelt on the ground in utter disarray, crying out in despair, Kill me. Please kill me. Wah. But unexpectedly Lin Dong grabbed the 2 antennas on his forehead and sneered, I wanna die. It's not that easy. Killing you would just be death. but you nearly made me lose my love, you know. This is my first time in love. Meanwhile on Karen Tower, Karen God was trembling as he said, why does this guy seem more brutal than the great demon king? On the other side, the heavenly god silently closed his eyes. In reality, Lin Dong had no intention of killing Piccolo, for Piccolo and the Guardian were one and the same. If Piccolo perished, the Guardian would vanish as well. It wasn't that Lin Dong held any fondness for the Guardian, but rather that if the Guardian died, Yan Xiaobo's parents could never be revived. So after his moment of catharsis, or rather after venting his frustrations, Lin Dong grabbed Piccolo by the neck and said coldly, very well, since you've allowed me such satisfaction, I am willing to spare your lineage. Now lay an egg. Piccolo weakly opened his eyes and sneered, I won't let you have your way. Someone as insidious as you surely wants to kill my child before my eyes, am I right? Lin Dong chuckled softly, then hurled Piccolo into the clouds above. However, he did not follow, instead shouting from below, when you land I will kill you outright. Decide for yourself whether to lay an egg. For a moment, Piccolo hesitated. He longed to leave behind a legacy, a chance for the demon race to rise again. Yet he feared Lin Dong would break his word. Given the power Lin Dong had displayed, even if he did lay an egg, Lin Dong could easily catch up. But why would Lin Dong do this? It was utterly unnecessary. Why not just kill him outright? Could it be this man truly intended to spare his lineage? With this thought, Piccolo turned slightly to look below, only to find that Lin Dong wasn't even looking up. That meant if he ejected the egg now, Lin Dong might never notice. Ha, arrogant human. You will pay for this. As he spoke, Piccolo gathered all his strength, forming an egg that contained all his combat experience and memories. Then pushing beyond his limits, he hurled it away with all his might. Gasping for breath, Piccolo panted heavily, but a sinister smile curled at his lips. He roared into the distance, son, you must avenge your father. With that, he chose to self-destruct. Better to die with dignity than be slain. Thus, in a violent explosion, Piccolo was obliterated, leaving only a scarred land and an egg carrying the demon race's hope for revival. Piccolo was dead. Tien Shinhan and Son Goku stared in disbelief at the sky, marveling that such a formidable demon lord had met such an ignoble end. It all seemed too surreal. Indeed, the turn of events was far too dramatic. Yet regardless of the process, the shadow of the great demon king had finally lifted. Overall, the outcome was favorable. But when they looked toward Lin Dong, the mysterious figure had already vanished as if he had never existed. Tien asked, Goku, do you know who that was? Goku nodded, then shook his head. Perplexed, Tien pressed, do you know him or not? Goku explained with a wry smile, when I was gravely wounded, he took me to Karen Tower. I only know he's incredibly strong and goes by the name Dong Xian, but nothing else. Karen said he's mysterious beyond even his gaze from the heavens. Tien was at a loss for words, having no idea who Karen was, leaving the conversation dead in the water. Elsewhere, after dispatching Piccolo, Lin Dong was speeding back to S City when he suddenly halted, his eyes sharp as torches fixed on the southwestern sky. Meanwhile, in the sacred land, 2 droplets of cold sweat trickled down the Guardian's brow. It was utterly baffling that mortal had detected his observation. Yet the Guardian did not waver, continuing to watch. Then Lin Dong snorted, Guardian, is it so pleasant to spy? The Guardian ignored the affront and asked coldly, who are you? Lin Dong laughed, what business is it of yours? Do you think being the Guardian entitles you to look down on everything? How ridiculous. Do you dare to offend me? The Guardian demanded. Lin Dong stood proud, then retorted, you couldn't even clean up your own mess, and you brought disaster upon the world. Why shouldn't I offend you? At these words, the Guardian fell silent. After a long pause, he asked, how do you know these things? Lin Dong grinned, pointing toward the heavens, and said arrogantly, what's it to you? Just shout awesome and be done with it. The Guardian was so furious his mouth twisted. This human was insufferably arrogant. He nearly descended to confront him himself. But considering Lin Dong had spared his life, he refrained. So the Guardian asked again, I merely wish to know, since you possess such power, why didn't you simply seal the Demon King? Wouldn't that have been far simpler? Lin Dong scoffed, are you interrogating me? The Guardian's fists clenched instantly. But the next moment he reined in his temper, explaining, it's not an interrogation, I'm seeking your wisdom. That's better. Lin Dong nodded, then said, like you, I want no involvement in mortal affairs. This matter must be resolved by humans themselves. Or you could come down and clean up your own mess. In short, I can only help temporarily, not indefinitely. And when the next demon child awakens, unless it affects my life, I will not intervene. So take care of yourself. If you annoy me again, I'll storm the sacred land and tear apart your sanctuary. With that, Lin Dong turned and flew toward S City without looking back. But then a thought struck him. He added, oh, and I warn you, never spy on me again, or I'll rip those 2 antennae off your head. Lin Dong wasn't an exhibitionist. What if the old man peeked when he was being intimate with Yan Xiaobo? Wouldn't that be a form of cuckolding? Though Namekians reproduced asexually and understood nothing of such pleasures, that wasn't the point. The point was he didn't like it. But then again, if he could master that technique, he could spy on the entire world from home. Hell, he could even do some rather perverse things. The thought was exhilarating. He'd have to make a trip to the sacred land and persuade the guardian to teach him that skill. Life would certainly become far more interesting. In the celestial realm within the divine hall, the god of heaven furrowed his brow. Beside him, Bobo asked, "God of heaven, what troubles you?" The god of heaven sighed and said, "I have always looked down upon the mortal world from this hall, but only today did I realize that among humans there is such an extraordinary man. Alas, I know not whether this is a blessing or a curse." Bobo stared at him blankly, then said, "But God of heaven, did you not say that all beings have their own paths? As long as we refrain from interfering in human affairs, they will naturally reap their own karma." Yet upon hearing this, the god of heaven fell silent. Indeed, never before had he meddled in mortal matters. No matter what upheavals occurred in the human world, he had always maintained a heart as still as water. But when Piccolo was on the brink of death, he distinctly felt fear within his own heart, and even a fleeting impulse to descend to the mortal realm. Could it be that only when calamity does not concern him can he truly remain indifferent? If that were the case, how hypocritical would he as the god of heaven be? From Lin Dong's perspective, the god of heaven's previous actions were indeed unbecoming, which was precisely why he showed no reverence for the deity. Consider this: what contributions has the god of heaven made to humanity? None whatsoever. He has always adhered to the divine oath, following the so-called principle of non-interference in worldly affairs, preserving the original order of the mortal realm. Even when the calamity originated from him, even when the great demon king wreaked havoc upon the world, and he, the god of heaven, never once thought to descend to the mortal plane. After all, the great demon king was originally separated from himself because of his pursuit of perfection and the divine throne. Yet after he became the god of heaven, the great demon king Piccolo established the demon clan in the mortal world, even turning Earth into a hell on Earth. He never inquired about it. Not until Master Mateto, the teacher of Master Roshi, created the technique Mafuba and sacrificed his own life, did the first disaster finally end. And 300 years later, when the great demon king Piccolo was released once more, he still did nothing. Had it not been for Sun Wukong risking his life to drink the ultra-divine water, and then defeating the Demon King, perhaps the world would once again have become a hell on earth. Of course, the plot had already changed due to Lin Dong's arrival, and his constant torment and sparing of the Demon King's life was in fact a test for the god of heaven, to see whether he would choose to descend to the mortal world to save Piccolo's life. However, it was evident that the god of heaven remained steadfast in his oath, even at the cost of his own life, refusing to descend. Thus, Lin Dong did not hold much affection for him, but neither did he harbor strong resentment. After all, the god of heaven had remained consistent, never breaking his vow even for his own safety. In short, in this matter, he earned at least Lin Dong's basic respect. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Dong had originally intended to return directly to S City, but halfway through his flight, he remembered Yin Xiaobo's parents. Although the dragon would be resurrected in a year and Bulma and the others would wish upon the dragon to revive all who died, because of the great demon king Piccolo, the problem was that they had to wait a whole year. So he needed to find a way to preserve the bodies of Yin Xiaobo's parents. Lin Dong recalled the plot from the anime. There seemed to be a special small container that Bulma had developed specifically to preserve the bodies of Krillin, Master Roshi, and others, which could also be transformed into a capsule. Therefore, he changed his course halfway and headed to Karen Tower. The reason for going to Karen Tower was to learn the exact location of Bulma and the others from the Fat Cat. Thus, several tens of minutes later, Lin Dong appeared once again atop Karen Tower. Karen looked at him nervously and stammered, "Hey, what are you here for again?" His nervousness was understandable. After all, this guy was the one who had pinned the great demon king Piccolo to the ground, so how could he not be intimidated? Lin Dong smiled and patted the Fat Cat on the head before saying, "Don't worry, this time I'm here to ask for your help." Karen was somewhat surprised. "You're already this strong, what help can I offer?" "Lin Dong, help me find Bulma's location. I need to borrow something from her." Karen looked at him suspiciously and after a moment said, "You're not planning to do something to Bulma, are you?" "Huh." Lin Dong was taken aback. "Do something to Bulma?" Then he realized, damn, your Fat Cat's mind is filthy. But then again, Bulma was undeniably the absolute heroine of Dragon Ball's early days. Whether it was her face or figure, she was top-notch, and her intelligence was also extraordinary. And with that said, he really did want to give it a try. But then he thought of Yin Xiaobo waiting for him pitifully, and Lin Dong dismissed the idea. After all, Xiaobo's parents had just passed away, and she must be feeling very scared and lonely right now. Karen said, "All right, it seems you're not up to no good. I'll help you find her." With that, he lifted the lid of a water jar, chanted a spell, and the image shifted to reveal Bulma and the others. Karen watched for a moment and said, "It seems she's on a plane heading to the capital A city." Lin Dong nodded, knowing roughly what was happening, and without a word turned and flew toward the capital A city. Karen watched his departing figure and murmured to himself, "He really is a strange human. But With such power, is he truly just an ordinary human? Half an hour later in the capital A city, Bulma and the others rushed excitedly off the plane, for they had already seen Wukong and Tien Shinhan. What did that mean? It meant the Demon King had been defeated. They had originally braced themselves for the worst, to collect their bodies. The group gathered together joyful and harmonious. However, from the conversation, they learned that it was actually someone else who had defeated the Demon King. Bulma murmured to herself, "Who could it be? But I don't recall anyone that powerful." For a moment, everyone was curious. Just then a dashing figure descended swiftly. Upon seeing him, son Wukong exclaimed excitedly, "Dong Xian, why are you back?" A group immediately surrounded him, including Pu'er Oolong, the old turtle Lunchamucha. And of course Bulma was also there. Bulma exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, I never expected him to be so young and handsome." Everyone else face-bombed. Oolong muttered, "Bulma, can you control yourself a bit? Green tea is still here." Yamucha coughed. Bulma snorted lightly, "Come on, I'm just stating the facts. I'm not being a fangirl." Lin Dong enjoyed the feeling of being praised, so with a smile that bloomed like 100 flowers, he earned a string of compliments from Bulma. Lin Dong, "Well, actually I came to ask Bulma for help. A friend's parents passed away, so I'd like to borrow 2 storage containers." Bulma immediately pulled 2 capsules from her pocket, then said, "I originally prepared these for Wukong and Tien Shinhan, but since they didn't die, they're yours." "But handsome, can you leave me your contact info?" Lin Dong, "For such an elegant lady as yourself, I'd be delighted, but I have urgent matters today. I won't chat longer. Next time, if fate allows, we'll meet again." With that, he tucked the 2 capsules into his chest, then soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds, leaving behind only a supremely dashing silhouette for the crowd to admire. On the streets of S City, Yen Xiaobo wandered aimlessly. Beside her was Lin Dong. The streets had begun to stabilize as the king had taken up the scepter once more and rescue operations were ongoing. The two walked one after the other, strolling together. Watching the bustling scene, neither spoke a word until the sky turned pitch black and the stars filled the heavens. Only then did Yen Xiaobo ask, "Dongzi, do you think my parents will really come back to life?" Lin Dong nodded firmly, then said without a blush or a falter, "They will. I talked to the heavenly god earlier today, but he said it won't be until next year." Yen Xiaobo pouted, clearly still unconvinced. After all, in such a highly advanced society, how could there possibly be a heavenly god? The girl thought to herself, sure enough, guys are all the same. Even Lin Dong couldn't escape it. They all love to brag, then charm the girls, and finally take them to do those embarrassing things. How annoying. But being with the one she loved was still good enough, even if he liked to brag. After all, wasn't that a common flaw in all men? Forget it, I won't blame him. This is already enough. Yen Xiaobo comforted herself as she nodded to herself. But unexpectedly Lin Dong insisted. He said, "Xiaoyan, if you don't believe me, I can take you to see the heavenly god right now. What do you think?" Yen Xiaobo shot him a glare and let out a coquettish snort. "Dongzi, even though you're amazing and can fly, if you keep this up, I'm going to get angry." "You really don't believe me?" "Yes, I just don't believe you. You really think I'm lying to you?" "Yes, you're lying to me, and your lie is terrible. Other people's lies at least can be explained away, but yours can't be fixed at all." Lin Dong gave a sly smile. If that was the case, he couldn't be blamed. Without another word, he scooped up Yen Xiaobo and flew into the sky. "Whoa, you're scaring me again. I'm taking you to see the heavenly god." "I don't want to go. I'm so scared." "No, I insist on taking you." "Who told you to doubt me for no reason?" "But you are lying to me." Half an hour later, Yen Xiaobo stared in disbelief at the large fat cat before her. This is the heavenly god you mentioned." Lin Dong nodded seriously. "Yes, what's wrong?" Yen Xiaobo leaned in and whispered, "But no matter how I look at it, he seems like a cat." Lin Dong shrugged. "Because the heavenly god is indeed a cat." Yen Xiaobo wasn't convinced. "But shouldn't a heavenly god know many spells?" Lin Dong nodded. "Yes, he does know many spells. If you don't believe me, I can ask him to perform some for you." Kalen God. Inwardly he raged, "Damn it. Don't I have any dignity? You bastard, just to show off in front of your girlfriend, you not only bring her to Kalen Tower, but also force me, the cat god, to play along with your bluff. Please be a human." But under Lin Dong's pressure, Kalen God reluctantly performed a few small tricks, such as demonstrating the afterimage fist, such as lifting the water vat to see the world below, or summoning a large patch of nimbus. And of course there was a more drastic move. For instance, breaking his own hand, then eating a Sinza bean, and instantly recovering. Kalen God thought, "I've never been so humiliated in my entire life." Heavens. Fortunately, the two didn't stay long. After confirming that the heavenly god was real, they hurried back to S City, since Lin Dong's parents were still waiting for him at home. But the speed of their return was not fast, because Yen Xiaobo was driving her own Nimbus. That's right, she had her own Nimbus too. Unfortunately, as a first-time driver, she didn't dare to speed, only inching forward like a snail. Her speed was a steady 40 km/h. In her words, that was how fast she usually drove her electric scooter. Even so, Yen Xiaobo was extremely excited, chattering nonstop along the way. Thinking about it, as an ordinary person, she had seen a heavenly god, and even been gifted a Nimbus. How could such an incredible event not be exhilarating? Of course fun was fun, but they wouldn't let her slowly ride the Nimbus all the way back to S City. More importantly, Lin Dong couldn't ride the Nimbus. So after a moment of play, Lin Dong carried Yin Xiaobo and flew back to S City. On the way back, Xiao Yan hugged Lin Dong excitedly. Big Dongzi, so everything you said was true. But that heavenly god is so approachable, I almost wanted to take him home as a pet. Lin Dong immediately said, sure, I'll go back and discuss it with him. Yin Xiaobo was doubled over with laughter. Haha, stop joking. The heavenly god may be easygoing, but if we anger him, who knows what punishment he might give us. Lin Dong shrugged. Who knows? Meanwhile, after the two left, Kalen God silently stood on a stool. Opposite him, a rope hung ominously. It seemed that the devastated Kalen God had lost all hope in life and was about to end his tragic existence. But just as he kicked the stool away, Yajiluo Bei suddenly climbed up from below. The chubby boy shouted, Hey, I brought Wukong back. Huh, what are you doing? Kalen God grew even more irritated at the sight of him. He roared, Are you blind? Can't you see I'm committing suicide? Yajiluo Bei rubbed his chin, looking puzzled. Are you sure this rope can hang you? Want me to give you a hand? Without waiting for Kalen God's consent, he grabbed the cat's tail from below. Though Yajiluo Bei was short, he was definitely heavy. With that pull, Kalen God nearly spat out his cat tongue. In a desperate bid for survival, Kalen God thrashed wildly, breaking the rope and crashing heavily to the ground. Then he grabbed Yajiluo Bei by the collar and roared, Are you crazy? Trying to murder me? But Yajiluo Bei was not to be outdone. He shoved him away and said, You were the one who wanted to die. I was just trying to help. Kalen God, is that how you help? Not only do you stand by, but you rush to kill me. Yajiluo Bei, I knew you didn't have the guts to die. Stop pretending. Kalen God, find this cat. God will remember this grudge. Upon returning to Kalen Tower's son, Wukong unsurprisingly headed to the temple, embarking on a new chapter of his training journey. Meanwhile, learning that Shenlong could be revived, the group at Guisian House finally breathed a sigh of relief and resumed their respective lives. Thus, the Great Demon King incident came to a close. At the same time within S City, Yin Xiaobo and Lin Dong played until late at night before returning to the city center. However, after sending Xiaobo home, the girl was overcome with emotion, reminded of her parents by familiar surroundings, and her spirits collapsed once more. Even though she knew her parents would be reborn, that was still a year away, and for now she was left entirely alone. After all, she was just a girl who had recently graduated from middle school, only 18 years old. Lin Dong, unable to bear seeing her like this, asked, How about staying at my place for now? But my house is really small, much smaller than yours. And my parents? Well, they tend to nag a lot. Is that really okay? Yin Xiaobo asked, her eyes glistening with tears, yet still harboring concern. Won't your parents dislike me? Lin Dong pretended to ponder, then sighed softly. Maybe, but if you tell them honestly that you're my girlfriend, they might not mind. Yin Xiaobo looked at him curiously. Why? Lin Dong said with a straight face, Because my family is poor. My parents have always worried that I'll never find a wife. So if you move in like this, it's basically like getting a free daughter-in-law. Haha, you big jerk. How can you use that word? It's so dirty. As she spoke, Yin Xiaobo threw herself into Lin Dong's arms. A beautiful woman in his embrace, the faint fragrance of her hair filling the air. Combined with the late hour, the two of them in a closed space, an unusual emotion instantly surged between them. Lin Dong's gaze grew wandering. He let his eyes roam freely over Xiaobo, staring intently at every place they shouldn't be, scrutinizing every detail. His throat finally betrayed him with a series of gulps, revealing his inner turmoil and a deep yearning for certain things. Yin Xiaobo's delicate body stiffened. Her smile gradually faded, for the girl had finally sensed the strange aura, Lin Dong's breath heavy against her neck. She could feel his breathing growing heavier and heavier. At a loss, she didn't know how to respond. At that moment, she felt a pang of regret. This was her first romance, and it had come so suddenly that she hadn't even had time to read a love guide. Thus, trapped in an atmosphere of anxiety and extreme awkwardness, she could only passively endure. There was nervousness, anticipation, and a hint of fear. She had heard that when a man's hormones accumulated to a certain level, he would suddenly turn beastly, like an animal grubbing everywhere. She wondered if Lin Dong would become like that. How annoying. But then, right at that moment, Lin Dong abruptly collapsed. With a thud, he fell heavily to the ground. Yin Xiaobo fell with him, but thanks to Lin Dong beneath her, she wasn't hurt. Lin Dong had fainted. Panicking, Yin Xiaobo scrambled up from the floor, shaking Lin Dong vigorously. Dongzi, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Boo-hoo. But the next second, Lin Dong suddenly opened his eyes, a mischievous grin on his face. He chuckled, Xiaobo, you've been running around all day without a shower, haven't you? You stink. You almost suffocated me. Lulu. He made a funny face. Oh, you're so annoying. I don't want to talk to you anymore. As she spoke, she didn't even notice that Lin Dong had changed his address from Xiao Yin to Xiaobo again. But in such a moment, how could she pay attention to such details? The reason Lin Dong didn't take advantage of the situation to conquer Yin Xiaobo was that after centuries of a restless philandering heart, he had suddenly experienced a pang of conscience. After all, this was truly his first love, a pure innocent love completely unrelated to money. So how could he be so rough and reckless? Love should not be sordid. It should be sacred. At the very least, they should have cleaned up first. That night at 10 p.m., Lin Dong finally sneaked Yin Xiaobo home. Embarrassed, Xiaobo hid behind him when he knocked on the door, too shy to show her face. Lin Dong sighed. Xiaobo, you really don't have to be so insecure. Even if you're not pretty, it's fine. As long as you're hardworking, in the future my parents might barely accept you. Annoying, don't keep teasing me or I'll take it seriously. Alright, I'll stop. But I want to ask you, what exactly do you like about me? Don't get cocky if I tell you. The girls all say you're handsome and have a sweet tongue. Oh, I see. Good at oral skills, got it. You. Oh, don't say such things. Yin Xiaobo pinched Lin Dong hard, but he was now the strongest kid on earth, so the pain meant nothing. Thus a torrent of suggestive words poured out unstoppably, leaving Yin Xiaobo flustered, infatuated, and utterly dazed. What a pitiful, lamentable sight. Such an innocent, naive girl. How long had they been together? She was almost completely corrupted by that scoundrel Lin Dong. Fortunately, just then the door of the Lin family home swung open. Li Qiuju burst out. Son, you're back. Your father and I were so worried. She was about to embrace her son, but Lin Dong quickly raised a hand to stop her. Hey, wait. Li Qiuju was puzzled. Son, what's wrong? Lin Dong said seriously, Mom, if a female classmate came to visit, would you welcome her? Li Qiuju rolled her eyes and turned to go back inside. Son, it's the middle of the night. What daydreams are you having? I know my own boy. What kind of girl would come to our house at this hour? Before she finished, a sweet voice said, Hello, Auntie, striking Li Qiuju right in the heart. Yin Xiaobo stepped out from behind Lin Dong, her head bowed, looking at her feet. Her cheeks were flushed as if she were drunk. Li Qiuju was utterly stunned. But she was an old hand, so she quickly suppressed her shock and welcomed the sweet girl inside. The moment she turned around, she dashed into the room and said to Lin Dong's father in a trembling voice, Dad, our son has done well. He's brought home a pretty girl. Come out and see. She's really beautiful. Our ancestors must be smiling from the heavens. Compared to the era before the time travel, the Lin family's current living conditions were truly poor, and the house was very small, with a total area of only about 30 square meters. After deducting the shared area, the usable area was a mere 28 square meters. However, fortunately, their house was a loft-style unit with a ceiling height of 6.8 meters, so it had been divided into an upper and a lower floor. The ground floor housed the kitchen, living room, and dining area, while the upper floor contained 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. This arrangement ensured that the space did not feel overly cramped. But after all, there were only 2 bedrooms, so the question arose, how should they sleep at night? At that moment, Li Qiuju's cleverness came into play. After warmly greeting Yin Xiaobo, she promptly dragged Lin Dong's father back into their room, saying something about not disturbing the 2 youngsters as they whispered sweet nothings. Yin Xiaobo was utterly mortified and furious. Was she being arranged like this? From the very first night, she would have to share a room with Lin Dong. Moreover, the room was only 5 square meters, containing just a single bed and a wardrobe. Even sleeping on the floor was impossible because the only floor space was the 1 square meter near the door. How could she possibly sleep there? To make matters worse, the bed in the room was a single bed barely over a meter wide. How were 2 people supposed to sleep on it? Lin Dong, on the other hand, seemed to be enjoying the spectacle. He leisurely helped Yin Xiaobo unpack her luggage, placing her clothes into his own wardrobe. Every now and then he would pick up a piece of her underwear and bring it to his nose, sniffing it with a shameless demeanor that was utterly shocking. So, how are we going to sleep? Yin Xiaobo asked, pitiful and helpless. Lin Dong thought seriously for a moment, then shamelessly said, You're a girl, so ladies first, of course. Whether you want to sleep on the left or the right, I'll respect your choice, ahem. Of course, you can also choose the top or the bottom. I'm not talking to you anymore. With that, Yin Xiaobo curled up in the corner of the bed, pouting pitifully with her bottom sticking out as if making a final struggle. Lin Dong tentatively asked, Aren't you going to take a shower? Yin Xiaobo was about to lose her mind. How can I take a shower? Do you expect me to change into my pajamas right in front of you? Lin Dong chuckled lightly. You're so silly. If I turn around, I won't be able to see right. Yin Xiaobo was speechless. She thought, I don't believe you for a second. You're a sly one, not as honest as you seem. Who knows if you'll secretly turn around to peek? In truth, she felt a pang of regret at that moment. Although she had known that the Lin family's house was small, she had never imagined it would be this tiny. But now there was no turning back. Besides, she really didn't want to go home. Being with Lin Dong actually gave her a greater sense of security. Yet whenever she thought about those embarrassing things, she became incredibly nervous. So scared. And with that, carrying a mix of fluttering excitement, anticipation, and a hint of worry, Yin Xiaobo drifted into a deep sleep. Then she slept straight through until dawn. The next day, when she opened her hazy eyes, she momentarily forgot where she was until she saw the figure half hanging off the side of the bed. She looked up at herself and was completely shocked. Oh my, when did she become such a rough sleeper? She was lying almost in a spread eagle position, taking up the center of the single bed, while Lin Dong had been squeezed off the bed, with only his head still hanging over the edge. He had been kneeling on the floor all this time, and her delicate little foot was coincidentally pressed right against Lin Dong's face. What a hilarious sight. Yin Xiaobo felt like laughing, but then she suddenly felt sorry for Lin Dong. Not only had she taken his bed, but he had also been kneeling pitifully all night. That was really too much. Fortunately, he was fast asleep. She could just say he rolled off in his sleep. Yeah, that's what she'll say. But then again, Lin Dong looked so adorable like this, with a bubble coming out of his nostril, looking adorably clueless. Yin Xiaobo lay on the bed, propping her chin on her hands, studying him, and then a thought crossed her mind. If she secretly stole a kiss, he wouldn't notice, would he? As soon as the thought came, she found it thrilling. Although Yin Xiaobo hadn't had time to study any love strategies, she had always craved love, and had learned all sorts of kissing techniques from various idol dramas, French, American, Chinese, and even wet kisses. But, despite having learned many ways to kiss, she had never actually practiced. So she shyly thought, why not? Give it a try. While he was still asleep. With that, Yin Xiaobo tilted her head to match Lin Dong's angle, and slowly leaned in. It didn't really feel like much. A bit dry. Right, she should use her tongue. Lulu. Then she should blow air into his mouth. Hoo Yin Xiaobo earnestly practiced, staring wide-eyed at Lin Dong, terrified that he might suddenly wake up. But she was worrying for nothing. Lin Dong was as sound as a rock when he slept, and in his past life as a tycoon he had always enjoyed his beauty sleep. So it was nowhere near his usual waking time. However, unexpectedly at that very moment a system prompt sounded. Ding Dong detected that the host has successfully kissed. Reward 2,000 combat power. Ding Dong total combat power has reached 3,200. Keep up the good work. Further development will bring more rewards. Lin Dong, huh? What the heck is a successful kiss? What's wrong with my mouth? Why is it swollen and sticky? And it feels like something is darting around inside my mouth. Holy crap, that's a tongue. Someone is stealing a kiss from me. Which reckless girl is it? Without a second thought, he clamped his teeth together, biting down on the restless tongue. Yin Xiaobo. Whoa, her tongue. It was actually caught. What was going on? Lin Dong was clearly still asleep. He wouldn't bite randomly out of reflex, would he? Yin Xiaobo was frightened. What if her tongue got bitten off? Wouldn't that be the end of her? So she quickly hugged Lin Dong's head, trying to pull her tongue out, but suddenly a strong suction came from the other side. Lin Dong had started sucking involuntarily. Oh, it tickled. But it also felt so good. A strange sensation like an electric current instantly numbed her from head to toe, making her entire body go limp. Meanwhile, Li Qiuju, who had been eavesdropping outside the door all night, finally stirred awake. Where am I? Isn't this my son's room? Oh right, I came to eavesdrop. Sigh, those two kids. There wasn't any movement the whole night. What a waste. I stayed up all night for nothing. As Li Qiuju spoke, she planned to get up and make breakfast, but at that moment she let out an ouch and fell heavily against the door. Her foot had fallen asleep. But unexpectedly that fall pushed the door open, and inside the room the figures of the two youngsters froze instantly. After an awkward moment, Li Qiuju quickly scrambled to her feet and said, well, I'll go make breakfast now. You two should get up and brush your teeth too. Oh, and I didn't see anything. With that she rushed off in a flurry. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaobo finally managed to rescue his poor little tongue, then clutching his flushed face, scampered off to the bathroom to wash up. Lin Dong sat blissfully on the edge of the bed, grinning foolishly to himself, thinking that the early bird truly catches the worm. But then what was this system all about? Although falling in love made him stronger, Lin Dong had never quite figured out the exact mechanism. If he remembered correctly, the first time he grew stronger was when Yin Xiaobo agreed to date him, granting him a reward of 100 combat power. This time it was because of a successful kiss, which earned him another reward, a full 200 combat power. It seemed pretty good, but if this trend continued, the next trigger for a reward would require something more intimate, wouldn't it? And then after that, a reward for having a child. Damn, that would be too ridiculous, wouldn't it? After all, you couldn't keep having children just to get stronger, could you? Even if you didn't mind, Xiaobo's body couldn't handle it. Moreover, while the current combat power rewards seemed substantial later on, especially after the Super Saiyan stages, the combat power would easily reach hundreds of millions. Would he have to father a whole basket of children? At the thought of this, Lin Dong couldn't help but tremble. Fortunately, the system appeared just in time and explained, host, don't worry. This system is a love god system, not a baby-making system. So having children won't make you stronger. Moreover, because of your special identity, you can control whether or not to have children and how many to have. Lin Dong breathed a sigh of relief. So that was acceptable. He then asked, can you explain exactly how I get stronger? The system replied, when the host succeeds in love, you grow stronger. The objects of your love are divided into several tiers. Completing different tiers of love quests yields different rewards. The higher the difficulty, the greater the reward. Details are as follows. Normal quest: fall in love with any girl, such as Yin Xiaobo. Agreeing to date grants 100 combat power, A successful kiss grants 200 combat power. Falling deeply in love grants combat skills. S-Class Quest fall deeply in love with a specific girl boosting combat power by 10 times. Examples Bulma Chi-Chi, Android 18, My Launch Fidel etc. SS-Class Quest fall deeply in love with any alien female boosting combat power by 50 times. SSS-Class Quest fall deeply in love with any female Kai or Supreme Kai boosting combat power by 100 times. 5S Class Quest fall deeply in love with any angel or god of destruction boosting combat power by 500 times. 8S Class Quest not yet unlocked. It sounded pretty impressive, but Lin Dong sensed something was off because according to this wouldn't he have to date many girls? Hiss. Wouldn't that make him a playboy? The system said, host, you are handsome and have extraordinary qualities. How could a high-quality man like you be monopolized by just one girl? That would be unfair to other girls. Moreover, you have already used the system's built-in functions twice. Therefore, you must win over 2 girls within 20 days, otherwise the corresponding combat power will be deducted. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but sigh. Although he didn't want to become a playboy for the sake of becoming stronger, saving the Earth, and even saving the entire universe, he would have to make a sacrifice. It seemed that being handsome also came with responsibilities. Lin Dong asked, so what does fall deeply in love mean? The system replied, air. It's not convenient to explain, but the host is gifted and surely can figure it out on your own. Lin Dong nodded slowly. He understood it all. He was a man after all. Come to think of it, this system was truly tailor-made for him, perfectly matching the lifestyle of a wealthy playboy. After all, how could someone like him ever be bothered to train relentlessly? Moreover, with his current combat power of 300, he could easily obliterate even the arrival of Piccolo or Raditz. In other words, he had plenty of time to fool around and enjoy life in the Dragon Ball world without any fear of being overpowered. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to secure 2 girls within 20 days, otherwise this meager combat power wouldn't be enough to cover the deductions. Just then Yin Xiaobo finished washing up and came out of the bathroom, carrying a bundle of toiletries. But when she returned to the room, her expression was somewhat uneasy. Lin Dong was puzzled and asked, Xiao Yin, what's wrong? Not in a good mood. Yin Xiaobo shook her head, then said seriously, Dongzi, have you ever thought about a career plan for yourself? Lin Dong was taken aback. He had never really considered the question before. After all, as a wealthy playboy, what need did he have for a career plan? Although his family's circumstances after the transmigration weren't great, he didn't care. He could just treat it as experiencing life at the bottom. That was fine too. So Lin Dong smiled and said, let's leave such complicated matters for later. Come on, let's go have breakfast first. But Yin Xiaobo frowned slightly and stood still. Then she said, Dongzi, I really do like you, and I'm sure this isn't just a fleeting feeling. So I hope we can stay together for the long haul. Lin Dong nodded and said, sure, that's great, isn't it? But unexpectedly Yin Xiaobo suddenly changed the subject and said, however, when I was washing my face in the bathroom just now, I thought about it carefully. If you still go on loafing around all day like before, being idle at home. She paused here. It seemed she was reluctant or perhaps worried that her words would be too blunt and hurt Lin Dong. So her tone softened again and she continued, Dongzi, I'm not looking down on you. I just hope that my partner can take on some responsibility. Even if not for ourselves, at least we should think about our parents, right? Our parents worked hard to raise us. How can we bear to see them living in this cramped little house forever? Lin Dong was speechless. It did sound reasonable. But was there something wrong? He felt like he had been looked down upon. Yet upon reflection, he really hadn't been doing well. From Yin Xiaobo's perspective, such a misunderstanding was understandable. After all, she was just an ordinary person. Recognizing the issue, Lin Dong was honest about it. He didn't want to be a good-for-nothing either. Moreover, before his transmigration, his parents had provided him with a life of luxury. No matter what, he couldn't let them live in poverty. With a sigh, Lin Dong took Yin Xiaobo's hands in his and said earnestly, Xiao Yin, don't worry. I'll strive to become a good man. Bragging is easy, but actually getting Lin Dong to find a job was undoubtedly a monumental challenge. After all, who was Lin Dong? Before his transmigration, he was nicknamed Lin Shizenling. As for what that meant, no explanation would be given here. In short, he was a complete playboy. From the moment he was born, he had no idea what it meant to work for a living. As for money, as the sole heir to a trillion-dollar conglomerate, did you think he could be short of cash? Not to mention the value of the 5 company shares his father gave him. Just his monthly allowance alone was an astronomical figure, let alone the dividends from the shares. Thus Lin Dong was utterly vexed. He had absolutely no experience looking for a job. Yet after breakfast, he had to steel himself and go out squatting at the entrance of the job market for the entire day. Unclaimed. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that his resume clearly stated highest education, junior high school. Hobbies, playing. Work experience, none. Personal strengths, handsome. Desired position, corporate executive. Salary requirements starting at $1 million annually. Such a morally bankrupt resume simply blinded everyone. Meanwhile, his parents called to console him, and Yin Xiaobo also cheered him up But none of that helped because Lin Dong understood that the single word handsome already overshadowed all his other merits. The reason the interviewers didn't hire him was entirely due to their jealousy of his peerless appearance. Thus the day passed. At dusk, as a streak of sunset glow fell upon Lin Dong's head, he finally realized that today was probably a lost cause. It seemed he would have to come again tomorrow. But who would have thought? Just as he was about to get up and leave, a heavily made-up woman gracefully walked up to him. "Hello, handsome, looking for a job?" Lin Dong immediately perked up. "Yes, sis, are you short-staffed?" "Well, not exactly short, but since you're so handsome, I'll definitely consider it." Lin Dong chuckled lightly. It seemed his peerless looks had finally worked their magic, even enchanting this older woman. So he confidently asked, "Then may I ask what kind of work is it? How's the pay?" The heavily made-up woman said, "Room and board in a 5-star hotel, flexible working hours, elegant environment, and the salary is industry-leading, starting at 1,000 a day." But Lin Dong frowned. Only 1,000 a day. That's only 30,000 a month, far from his annual salary of $1 million. He immediately refused, not interested. The heavily made-up woman was taken aback, thinking, what the hell? He turned it down just like that. So she tried to persuade him again. "Young man, the work here is very comfortable, not tiring at all. And the salary can be paid daily, plus there are commissions." Without a word, Lin Dong directly handed her his resume. The heavily made-up woman opened it and almost peed her pants on the spot. She immediately crossed her legs and asked, "$1 million a year is not a problem, but the question is, can you handle it?" Lin Dong looked up. "What do you mean?" The heavily made-up woman, "Our base pay is 300 a day, plus a commission of 700 per client. So if you want to reach $1 million a year, you'd have to see at least 3 clients a day. Even a young guy like you wouldn't be able to take it in the long run." Hearing this, Lin Dong seemed to suddenly understand something. No wonder the people around had been staring at him with such strange looks. He sneered and asked, "You're not hiring for a gigolo, are you?" The heavily made-up woman, "Yes, it's a high-paying industry, and if you're lucky, you could even star in films." Bang! Before the words faded, a sudden kick sent the heavily made-up woman flying. Lin Dong was absolutely furious. Damn it, he was at least talented and handsome beyond compare. How could he be reduced to selling his ass and filming? He was so angry his nose twisted. Just then his phone rang. Lin Dong picked it up and saw it was an unfamiliar number. He immediately felt annoyed, thinking it might be a spam call. He answered grumpily, "Hello, who the hell is this?" "Hello, it's me, Bulma. We met last time in the capital A city. Do you remember me?" Lin Dong, "Damn, Bulma. Wasn't she his S-level mission?" "Wait, no. She wasn't just an S-level mission, she was also the only daughter of the president of Capsule Corporation, one of the wealthiest heiresses in the entire Dragon Ball world. If he could win her over, why would he need to work? He could just live off her, right?" Wishful thinking. How could he possibly be a kept man? However, despite what he thought in his heart, his body was quite honest. "Oh, so it's Miss Bulma. How could I forget someone as beautiful as you? Oh, by the way, did you need something?" Bulma. Wow, this handsome guy really knows how to talk. She never imagined he could be so good-looking and so charming. He was miles ahead of Yamu-cha. So tempting, but no. She already had a boyfriend. So she couldn't be fickle. So she held back her drool and said demurely, "Hee, it's nothing really. I just wanted to ask which city you live in. I'm on summer break and want to travel a bit." "Oh, I see. I live in S City. You're always welcome to visit." Lin Dong replied warmly. "Bulma, great, I'll come over tomorrow." Lin Dong. So eager. But didn't she have a boyfriend? Something's off. But he didn't feel comfortable asking further, so he agreed. The two chatted a bit more before hanging up. However, after hanging up, Bulma hugged her pillow and cried out, "Woo-woo. Why? Such an excellent man, and he already has a girlfriend. Heaven is so unfair." Although she also had a boyfriend, Yamu-cha was a complicated story. To be honest, ever since she got together with T-God, Bulma had never had thoughts about other guys. But the problem was, T-God was always looking at the next plate while eating from his own, and over the years he had cheated on her with other girls more than once. Bulma had been patient enough, but who would have thought that just as the Demon King incident had ended, Yamu-cha disappeared again? Who knew where he was off gallivanting? He always liked to leave without saying goodbye, never caring about her feelings. Well, maybe this was fate. Thinking this, Bulma casually transferred 100 million to Lin Dong, while wondering inside, how could such a master be short of money? But it was only a mere 100 million, lending it out was no big deal since she still had tens of billions in her allowance. Ding dong. Your Hushu Bao has received 100 million, please check. Lin Dong smiled slightly, thinking that this girl Bulma was quite generous, lending 100 million as easily as that. And he no longer had to worry about money, but how was he supposed to explain this sum? He couldn't just say he borrowed it, could he? If he said that, his parents in Shaoyin would be terribly worried, but he couldn't say he earned it either. That would be even less believable. Squatting by the roadside, he smoked a cigarette. Finally, Lin Dong came up with a plan. Why not just start a company? He would deposit all the money into the company account, then regularly give himself an allowance. That way he not only had a job, but also a decent salary. As for when to repay the money, if he borrowed it with his own skill, why should he pay it back? Of course Lin Dong wasn't that shameless, he had already thought it over. If worst came to worst he would just offer himself. Seeing that it was getting dark, registering the company today was out of the question. So Lin Dong went straight home and excitedly told his parents and Xiao Yin that he had secured an interview opportunity at a large company, and the first impressions were quite good. The whole family was overjoyed. Back in the room, Xiao Yin was especially thrilled, happily bouncing around like a child. Seeing this, Lin Dong wrapped his arms around her and whispered, "Honey, since I've been working so hard, don't you think I deserve a reward?" Yin Xiaobo asked coyly, "What kind of reward do you want?" Lin Dong countered, "What do you think?" Yin Xiaobo said, "You're a bad guy." Lin Dong said, "Come on, please." Yin Xiaobo said, "But I'm really scared." Lin Dong said, "Don't worry, I'll just rub against you." Yin Xiaobo said, "Dongzi, could you give me a few more days? I'm still very afraid, okay?" Lin Dong sighed. Indeed, the first time is always difficult. Seeing that he was unhappy, Yin Xiaobo felt a bit guilty and said, "Dongzi, how about this? As long as you pass the interview smoothly tomorrow, I'll try my best to overcome my psychological barrier, okay?" Lin Dong said, "What if you can't overcome it?" Yin Xiaobo gritted her teeth and said, "If it really comes to that, then you can just take me by force." Lin Dong was dumbfounded. "Can it be like that?" Yin Xiaobo said, "I'm still really scared, so how about you wait until I fall asleep, and then do it quietly." Lin Dong couldn't help swallowing. Was this girl really that innocent? But why was he getting so aroused? The next day, early in the morning, Lin Dong woke up early, washed up quickly, and rushed to the city center. He spent a large sum to rent an entire floor of office space in the Sherdai building, then went to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to register an electronic information technology company, finally finishing everything. But after all that, looking at the empty office space, Lin Dong frowned. He thought, what if my parents and Xiao Bo come to visit the company? Wouldn't he be exposed? But he couldn't possibly hire a bunch of people just to keep up appearances. That would be too absurd. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was his creditor. It was none other than Bulma. He quickly answered the call. "Hello, Ms. Bulma, what can I do for you?" Bulma said, "Dongxian, where are you?" Lin Dong said, "I'm at the company." Bulma was stunned. "No way, you're still working. Didn't I just lend you 100 million yesterday? Isn't that enough? Do you want me to transfer another few 100 million? Lin Dong quickly refused. No. I have enough money for now, but I've run into a troublesome matter." Bulma said, "What's the matter? Tell me about it. I happen to be in S City now, maybe I can help you." Lin Dong exclaimed, "What? You really came?" "Yes, I told you yesterday," Bulma said. "Haha, I thought you were joking. Alright, I'm on the 88th floor of the Sherdai building. Come over, and we'll talk face to face." Half an hour later, Bulma appeared before Lin Dong. However, she seemed a bit bewildered. After walking around the company on her own, she asked, "Dongxian, why did you invite me here?" Lin Dong had no choice but to tell her the truth. Unexpectedly, after hearing the whole story, Bulma doubled over with laughter, nearly crying. Lin Dong felt very awkward. Bulma said, "Why didn't you say so earlier? It's just starting a company. Why make it so complicated? I can get it done with one phone call." Lin Dong asked, "Really?" Bulma rolled her eyes and said, "Have you forgotten? My family's capsule company is the largest in the world, and it has a branch in S City. Let me transfer a few people to help you, and from now on your company can cooperate with one in Jianan. You'll easily make tens of billions in profit every year." Hearing this, Lin Dong was overjoyed. In his excitement, he grabbed her warm, smooth little hand and said, "I'm so grateful to you." Bulma's face instantly flushed. She felt a sensation like an electric shock. Oh no, could she be falling for him? She quickly withdrew her hand and said awkwardly, "It's nothing at all. Friends should help each other, right?" Notably, Bulma was quite efficient. Within half a day, the once empty floor was suddenly filled with over 100 people. Not only that, but the entire company was bustling with orderly activity, looking like a rising star. Lin Dong also transformed into the nominal operations director of the company. The reason he didn't take the title of president was mainly to avoid attracting attention. Out of gratitude, Lin Dong intended to invite Bulma to lunch together. But to his surprise, after finishing the company matters, she hurriedly fled, leaving him completely baffled. Indeed, a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. She had come rushing to S City, busied herself with a lot of work, and then left without gaining anything, not even drinking a glass of water. Lin Dong felt quite frustrated. Although he liked getting things for free, this wasn't the way to do it. It was really unfair. Fortunately, the work issue was perfectly resolved. So in the evening, Lin Dong, wearing the company uniform with a work badge, returned home blatantly and brought back a labor contract. Opening it, he saw a monthly salary of 1 million. Li Qiuju nearly fainted, and Lin Chong drank 3 full glasses of wine before calming down from the shock. And Yin Xiaobo. The girl blushed deeply, then demurely glanced down at her fair, slender legs, as if anticipating something terrible. Her brows were furrowed in what seemed to be a final internal struggle. Ding Dong detected that the host has won a girl's heart. Within the next 20 days, you must secure another one. Keep striving. Ding Dong detected that the host has fallen in love. Reward the tempestuous slash of the absolute. With the system's prompt, Lin Dong immediately felt a new skill surge within him, a technique that was none other than Yajilubiai's signature move. Though it didn't seem overwhelmingly powerful, the moves of a tank-built Yasuo were undeniably flashy and served as a perfect tool for showing off. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one is in martial arts, a cleaver can still bring them down. Lin Dong couldn't help but imagine the near future when he would accompany Sun Wukong and the others to Namekexing, and after Frisia's ultimate transformation, he would silently pull out a cleaver and mercilessly hack away at him. Haha, just thinking about it was amusing. With that thought, Lin Dong cast a tender glance at Yan Xiaobo beside him, noticing her flushed cheeks and cold sweat, and couldn't help feeling a pang of compassion. It was her first time after all. He ruffled her hair and said, "Xiaobo, you've worked hard. How about sleeping in tomorrow? I'll go buy 2 big pig trotters to nourish you." Yan Xiaobo docilely nestled into his arms and nodded, her obedient demeanor almost melting Lin Dong's heart. So he added, "Xiaobo, how about you stop working from now on? I can earn enough money for us. What do you think?" "Xiaobo, huh? So I be kept by you?" Lin Dong pinched her nose and said, "Silly girl, it's not being kept. You're my wife, so my money is your money. Understand?" "Xiaobo, no, I still want to stand on my own feet. A woman must have the ability to support herself, otherwise she'd be worthless without a man." "Lin Dong, are you disobeying me?" "Xiaobo, if I won't listen, what are you going to do, bite me?" Without a word, Lin Dong turned and bit her. Xiaobo was startled into a series of screams. "You big bad guy, you actually bit me. Huh, stop it, that tickles." The next morning, Xiaobo got up early. After breakfast, she prepared to go hand out flyers as usual. Even though Lin Dong told her not to go, she insisted, saying that work wasn't just for making a living, but also for self-improvement, and that living wasn't only about earning money, but also about realizing one's maximum value. In short, she spouted a heap of grand principles, giving Lin Dong a headache. However, watching her unsteady steps as she left, his heart ached, and he quickly ran over to stop her. "Yan Xiaobo, dear, please don't be like this. Even if you've earned money, I still need to work." Lin Dong smiled, took a shindo from his pocket, and said, "I won't persuade you, but you have to eat this. It'll take away the pain." To be honest, it was a bit shameful. Last night, when she was in the most pain, he had forgotten about the shindo, otherwise she wouldn't have suffered all night. "Okay, thank you, dear." Yan Xiaobo didn't stand on ceremony. She popped the shindo into her mouth and immediately felt revitalized, bounding off to work. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Dong couldn't help but sigh. What a good girl she was. He had really lucked out. After Xiaobo left, he went to the company. But once in the office, he had nothing to do. All he could do was drink coffee and smoke, utterly bored to death. Yet he couldn't go home because that would raise suspicion, truly a headache. Should he go back to his previous life's habit of attending parties when bored, carousing night after night? Come on, wasn't that tiresome? Besides, he had transmigrated, at least he should live a different life. Unfortunately, the world was peaceful now. The great demon king had just been defeated, the demon child had not yet been born, and the scions hadn't attacked Earth. Otherwise, he could have gone out to show off again. And just as he was bored out of his mind, the class group chat suddenly exploded with countless messages endlessly popping up, annoying beyond measure. What were these kids up to? Lin Dong irritably opened the chat, but the next second, he was stunned. Damn, no way. Teacher Lu had been dumped and fired from the school. Teacher Lulu Roshi, the beautiful teacher in black stockings and a uniform, also the school's acknowledged #1 beauty. How could she have been dumped? Lin Dong carefully read the chat history and discovered that Teacher Lu's ex-boyfriend was the son of the school's vice principal. They had broken up due to personality differences, which should have been fine. But the vice principal, feeling disgraced, used his connections to kick Teacher Lu out of the school. Alas, beauty truly meets with many hardships. Lin Dong didn't dwell on it. Although he had a good impression of this teacher, they weren't close and their lives had little overlap. As the Tianshin would say, all beings have their own paths. There's no need to forcibly alter the world's trajectory. But what Lin Dong never expected was that during lunch, he would actually run into Teacher Lu. At the time, he was having lunch at a tea restaurant on the 3rd floor of Times Tower when he saw Teacher Lu being dragged out of a nearby shop by a man. Teacher Lu struggled desperately, but the man grabbed her hair maniacally. Not only that, but kept slapping her face, accusing her of cheating him out of money and seducing other men. Lin Dong was furious. How could a grown man bully a woman like that? Was he shameless? He immediately prepared to rush out and play the hero. But just as he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. Having lived 2 lives, he wasn't that shallow. What if Teacher Lu really had cheated him out of money and seduced other men? And if she had indeed been unfaithful, even if she didn't deserve to be beaten in public, he would never interfere. How could he verify this? Lin Dong immediately thought of the Tianshin. Although the Tianshin wasn't powerful in combat, his abilities were strong. He could even invade human thoughts. But the problem was that the Tianshin was far away in the temple and didn't use a phone, so there was no way to contact him in a short time. Just as Lin Dong was stuck, the system suddenly chimed. Ding Dong detected that the host has a need. The system can provide mental communication on the condition that within the next 30 days you secure another girl. Adding the previous debt, the host must secure a total of 2 more girls. Lin Dong. Damn system, are you a profit-driven merchant? Meanwhile, atop the celestial temple, Popo calmly gazed at Sun Wukong and said, "You are still too weak. You are not qualified to meet the God of Heaven, and he is also very busy. So you should go back." But how could Sun Wukong accept this? He pleaded, "Please give me another chance. I will definitely defeat you." As he uttered these words, he felt deeply frustrated. In his view, after drinking the super god water, he should be the strongest in the world apart from the great demon king and Dong Xian. Yet to his surprise, this unremarkable dark-skinned man had beaten him so thoroughly that he could not even fight back, let alone touch a single thread of Popo's garment. One could imagine how frustrated he was. However, Sun Wukong did not lose heart. The Scion's innate love for battle and will to prevail actually stirred a sense of excitement within him. Yet Popo remained utterly unmoved, replying calmly, "It's useless. Even if I gave you 10,000 chances, you would never pass my test." With that, he turned and walked away. Seeing this, Sun Wukong charged forward without a second thought and aimed a kick at Popo's head. But the next second, Popo, without even turning around, raised his hand slightly and blocked the attack. Then he asked nonchalantly, still not giving up. Enraged, Sun Wukong launched a series of fiercer attacks, yet Popo effortlessly dodged each one with incredible speed, not even breaking a sweat. The outcome was inevitable. With a casual swipe, Popo sent Sun Wukong crashing to the ground, writhing in agony. "I told you you can't do it," he sneered, not forgetting to taunt him after the fight. Sun Wukong covered his face, howling in pain. But after recovering, he declared firmly, "Since you are so strong, I will stay here and train until I defeat you, because I must see the God of Heaven and ask him to revive Shenlong." Popo was unimpressed and said casually, "Suit yourself, but if you train the same way as before, it won't work." Sun Wukong asked in confusion, "Then how should I train?" Popo replied expressionlessly, "When still, you must stand as quietly as the sky. When moving, you must be faster than lightning, sensing the changes in the surrounding chi. Only then will you have a chance to defeat me." Sun Wukong, that sounds so complicated. Meanwhile, inside the temple hall on the celestial platform, the God of Heaven was watching Sun Wukong intently from within the hall, a smile forming on his face. He thought, "This young man has a very strong will. Perhaps he can truly defeat Mo Tong." But then he sighed. He thought of Lin Dong. Who on earth was that mysterious man? He knew everything about him, yet this person had never appeared before. Could he be an ancient deity of Earth? But how could a deity behave like that? While the God of Heaven was puzzled, suddenly a voice rang in his ear. Hey, is that the God of Heaven? Pick up the phone quickly." The God of Heaven was bewildered. What was going on? Lin Dong said impatiently, "Hurry up, it's urgent. If you hear me, answer quickly." The God of Heaven was shocked. "You are Dong Xian?" Lin Dong, "Yes, I need a favor. Use the antenna on your forehead to peek for me. There are 2 people arguing near me right now. Help me see who is lying." Although annoyed, the God of Heaven dared not refuse and agreed. "All right, wait a moment." He then located Lin Dong's position and locked onto the quarreling teacher Lu and that man. 1 minute later, the God of Heaven spoke. "That is a pitiful woman. Her parents are critically ill in the hospital with no money for treatment, so she agreed to the man's demand to be his girlfriend. However, this woman has never experienced intimacy, so she is not lying. As for the man with her, from a human perspective, he is a scumbag. He desperately wants to have a physical relationship with her and uses despicable means to coerce her." Clearly, the God of Heaven had invaded their memories. After hearing the gist, Lin Dong interrupted the God of Heaven's rambling. "Okay, I'll hang up now. I'll thank you in person another time. Goodbye." With that, he ended the call. It seemed Teacher Lu was indeed innocent. Meanwhile, Lin Dong looked outside and saw Teacher Lu being forcibly dragged into the elevator by the man. Without a word, he raised his hand and struck through the air, sending both of them flying apart. The man slammed heavily inside the elevator, unable to recover for a moment, while Teacher Lu collapsed outside, curling into a ball, with tears streaming uncontrollably. Lin Dong quickly walked over, supported Teacher Lu, and led her aside. She tried to resist, but how could a woman overpower him? Lin Dong comforted her. "Teacher Lu, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you." Then he suddenly clenched his fist. The next second, the elevator exploded with a boom. The violent shockwave shook the entire floor. Fortunately, the explosion occurred inside the elevator and no one was nearby, so there were no casualties. Of course, except for the scumbag. He was dead beyond dead. Teacher Lu finally realized what had happened, trembling as she looked at the elevator, muttering, "An explosion. What happened?" Lin Dong chuckled and said, "Don't worry. The one who deserved to die is dead. No one will bother you anymore." Teacher Lu's body trembled. She looked up at him and asked, "Are you Lin Dong?" She still remembered him because this brat had secretly written her a love letter before graduation, and she had scolded him harshly for it. Meanwhile, on the other side, the God of Heaven silently withdrew his gaze. He murmured to himself, "Although he kills without hesitation, he killed a bad person. So he should be on the side of justice, right? Alas, I hope so. Otherwise this world would truly be doomed. A few minutes later, when firefighters and police arrived at the explosion scene, Lu Rushi had already left. At this moment, accompanied by Lin Dong, she came to a roadside clinic and had some simple treatment for her wounds. After treating her wounds, Lu Rushi thanked Lin Dong and then left directly. As for where she went, Lin Dong did not know, nor did he ask. The reason they did not communicate deeply was that Lu Rushi hid herself well. At this moment, she was like a wounded little animal afraid of being hurt again, extremely vigilant. Under such circumstances, Lin Dong naturally did not ask more, but that did not mean he did not care. He wanted to help this poor woman. Of course, Lin Dong was by no means a saint. The reason he wanted to help Lu Rushi was not just because she was pitiful, but also because he desired her body. She was kind, beautiful, and sexy. At the same time, Lin Dong also needed to complete some romance tasks to improve his combat power, so he actually had ulterior motives. Although it sounded shameless, there was no helping it. Lin Dong was such a straightforward person. As a tycoon, what he detested most was hypocrisy, which only made him sick. In many cliché TV dramas, the male lead is all saintly and devoted, but in the end, doesn't he still end up with a harem? They even call it having no choice. Huh, they're all putting up a front. Lin Dong declared, I don't need to put up a front. I just like Lu Rushi, so I help her just to get her. Unlike those scumbags, Lin Dong was a scumbag with principles. He did not coerce, did not use money power, and relied entirely on the woman's free will. But letting Lu Rushi go like this, how would Lin Dong proceed next? Although he had not yet figured out a specific plan, it was certain that it would never be crude money throwing. This was not to say that Lin Dong was stingy, but because the system did not allow using money power, and he also worried that doing so would hurt Lu Rushi's self-esteem. After returning to the company, Lin Dong directly contacted a detective agency, asking them to keep an eye on Lu Rushi, notice her every move, and report any information to him at any time. At the same time, he called the company's HR manager and asked if there were any vacant positions, but received a negative answer. Lin Dong pondered for a moment, then instructed, all right, prepare a position of deputy HR manager for me. I plan to arrange for a friend to join. The HR manager said no problem. Lin Dong added, however, I don't intend to let her know that I'm helping, so the proper procedures must all be followed. Interviews, written tests, and so on, not one can be omitted. Oh, and after she joins the company, don't treat her differently, understand? The HR manager nodded and asked, what about the salary? Lin Dong smiled and said, didn't I already say? Don't treat her differently. Whatever the deputy manager normally gets, she gets that much. After a conversation, the HR manager left. Lin Dong also stood up from his boss chair, stretched, and then walked to the floor-to-ceiling window looking down. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of Lu Rushi's graceful figure. White t-shirt, black blazer, business skirt, long legs and black stockings, and high heels coupled with her proud physique. Tisk tisk tsk. She really was a little pepper. She was completely different from Yin Xiaobo. One was cold and glamorous, the other gentle and docile. One revealed defiance and wildness, the other revealed stubbornness and tenderness. Both were types he liked. The detective agency's efficiency was not bad. In the afternoon, Lin Dong received news about Lu Rushi, but it was not good news. Because according to the detective agency, Lu Rushi's parents were critically ill, and the hospital had just issued an ultimatum saying that if they couldn't raise the hospitalization fees, they would be kicked out. Lin Dong sighed and hung up the phone. Truly beautiful women have many hardships. So he immediately notified the HR department to call Lu Rushi, saying that they had seen her job application at the talent market and were willing to offer an interview opportunity. Upon receiving this call, Lu Rushi was overjoyed and immediately asked when she could go for the interview. The HR department's answer was also standard, any regular working hours. So without thinking twice, Lu Rushi immediately tidied up and came to the company for the interview. What followed was predictable. Oh, everything went smoothly. Interview excellent, pass. A written test good, pass. Overall hired. Position deputy HR manager. Salary 3,000 per month. She started the same day and could even advance 3 months' salary, which almost instantly solved the money problem. However, things going so smoothly made Lu Rushi suspicious. Although she was indeed excellent, she was not that excellent, and moreover she had no work experience in this field, so no matter how you looked at it, it didn't add up. But Lu Rushi did not think too much, because she understood that she needed this money and her parents needed it too, so her current situation did not allow her to overthink. Finally, it was time to get off work. After Lin Dong left the office, he went to the supermarket downstairs, bought some pig trotters, and then went home happily. Just thinking about his parents and Xiao Yan waiting for him at home, his heart felt sweet again. This is life. Parents alive, family complete. Moreover, occasionally, he could have romantic encounters outside his life, was simply too comfortable. But what Lin Dong never expected was that at noon the next day, Lu Rushi actually appeared in his office, as if it were the most natural thing. Lin Dong was stunned for a long time before he awkwardly greeted. Teacher Lu, what a coincidence. Lu Rushi was not talkative, she was succinct, and got straight to the point. You helped me, didn't you? Seeing that the truth was exposed, Lin Dong felt it meaningless to hide it any longer, so he nodded. Unexpectedly, Lu Rushi then asked, my ex-boyfriend died. You did that too, didn't you? Lin Dong hesitated for a moment, then nodded again. The atmosphere was very tense for a while and no one spoke. After about 5 or 6 minutes like this, Lu Rushi suddenly walked quickly to the door and locked it behind her. Lin Dong just watched her quietly, curious about what she intended to do. But the next second, his eyes widened. Tearing off her blazer, kicking off her heels, she then sat directly on the office desk, crossing her long legs and striking a captivating pose. Lu Rushi remained silent throughout, simply staring straight at Lin Dong, waiting for his reaction. However, to her surprise, Lin Dong merely glanced at her, let out a soft chuckle, and then left the office without a backward glance. Lin Dong did indeed desire to possess Lu Rushi, for subduing her would grant him triple rewards, a total of 3,000 combat power and an unknown combat skill. Yet he also understood that Lu Rushi's current state of mind was somewhat extreme, or rather she was not entirely willing. Lin Dong was no saint. If the woman before him were anyone else but Lu Rushi, he wouldn't have hesitated to take her directly and claim the rewards. But the problem was that Lin Dong liked this woman. Therefore, to fully win her over, he needed to employ some subtle tactics, in essence a strategy. However, little did Lin Dong expect that the moment he left, Lu Rushi's feigned strength crumbled. She gently closed her eyes and tears streamed down uncontrollably. While crying, she murmured to herself, if one could die without any attachments, who would be willing to drag out an ignoble existence in this world? Her parents were gravely ill, she had encountered a scumbag boyfriend, and she had been fired from her job. One after another, these burdens weighed down on her like mountains, almost suffocating her. Just when she was in utter despair, she fortunately found a job here, which temporarily alleviated her immediate difficulties. Yet Lu Rushi remained terrified, fearing that she might mess up this job, plunging her life back into darkness and hopelessness. It was precisely at this moment that she spotted Lin Dong in the company and learned from colleagues that he was the operations manager. Thus she immediately clung to Lin Dong as her lifeline. And so the scene from earlier unfolded. But who would have thought it would backfire? Why? Lu Rushi asked herself, why on earth? Didn't Lin Dong like her? Then why did he refuse when she offered herself? Did he think she was cheap? But she was clearly pure. Because of this incident, Lu Rushi couldn't hold her head up in the company for a long time, and she even dreaded encountering Lin Dong at work. Often relationships between people are so delicate. Though their bond had been quite good, it suddenly deteriorated sharply, even worse than that of strangers. However, to Lu Rushi's surprise, Lin Dong completely vanished from her sight in the following days. She initially thought he hadn't come to work, but a week later she learned from a colleague that Lin Dong had actually been there all along. He came to the office on time every day, but deliberately avoided her. Upon learning the truth, Lu Rushi grew even more anxious and uneasy, so she decided to take the initiative once again. Again at noon, again taking the initiative, but this time Lu Rushi did not presumptuously enter the office. Instead, she stood silently outside the door waiting. Then Lin Dong appeared. There was no awkwardness as expected, and the atmosphere was fairly relaxed. Lin Dong nodded at her and said with a smile, "Teacher Lu, have you been waiting long?" Lu Rushi shook her head slightly and said, "Not really, just over 10 minutes. Well, come in and sit for a while," Lin Dong said as he pushed open the door. The two entered one after the other. Then Lu Rushi closed the door again and said, "Manager Lin, I was wrong about what happened last time. Actually, I'm not as cheap as you think, and I hope you won't take that matter to heart." Lin Dong smiled and said, "Teacher Lu, you're overthinking." Lu Rushi, "Then why do you always avoid me?" Lin Dong fell silent. After about a minute he spoke, "Teacher Lu, since you want to know the reason so badly, I'll be honest with you. Actually, I've always liked you very much, and the reason I refused you last time wasn't what you thought." Lu Rushi, "Then why?" Lin Dong smiled and said, "Men, 9 out of 10 are bad and the 10th is especially bad. I'm not especially bad one, so I don't want to hurt you." Lu Rushi, "How bad?" Lin Dong thought for a moment and said, "I like beautiful women, and I'm also very unfaithful." Lu Rushi and Lin Dong, "Isn't that enough?" Lu Rushi, "But aren't all men like that?" Lin Dong. The atmosphere instantly became lighter, and the tense expression on Lu Rushi's face gradually relaxed, no longer as strained as when she first entered the office. Seeing Lin Dong speechless, Lu Rushi continued, "I've been through a lot and seen through a lot, so I can tell that you're not a bad person. Besides, I used to be your teacher, so I could say no one knows your character better than I do. I trust you. You are a very responsible man. Even if I'm unfaithful." "Yes, that's not a problem," Lu Rushi said very affirmatively. "As long as you're willing to treat me well, no matter how many girls you like in the future, I'm willing to be with you." Lin Dong reached for a cigarette, lit one silently, took a deep drag, and then asked, "But the question is, do you really like me?" "To be honest, I don't really like you all that much because you're too young, a full 6 years younger than me. The reason I chose you is partly because of life's pressures and partly because you've done me a kindness." Lin Dong was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lu Rushi to say that. It was undoubtedly an admission that her intentions were not pure. Lu Rushi continued, Whether I'm willing to admit it or not, that previous relationship is destined to be the nightmare of my life. And you are the one who rescued me from that nightmare. So, Lin Dong, I'm truly grateful to you. As she spoke, Lu Rushi walked over to Lin Dong and sat down on his lap. So I'm willing to be the woman behind you. A beauty entered his embrace, her fragrance wafting. This time Lin Dong did not hesitate. He reached out and wrapped his arm around her slender waist, then directly pressed his lips to hers. Ding Dong detected that the host has agreed to the relationship. Awarded 1,000 combat power. Ding Dong detected that the host has successfully kissed. Awarded 2,000 combat power. Ding Dong host combat power has reached 6,200. Keep up the good work. Deeper interactions will yield greater rewards. As the system notification faded, Lin Dong's spirit suddenly surged, and a powerful aura emanated from him. Sensing his change, Lu Rushi's fair cheeks flushed. Clearly she had misinterpreted the situation. Yet she was not coy, instead asking bluntly, "Do you want it?" Lin Dong swallowed hard. He couldn't help but say, "Teacher Lu, this is the office. Wouldn't it be?" His voice trailed off. Lu Rushi raised a finger to her lips, then swiftly walked to the door and locked it. Lin Dong. Damn, this was too thrilling. The key point was that even with the door closed, he could still clearly see outside, because his office had a one-way glass wall. That is, no one could see in from outside, but from inside, everything outside was visible. After locking the door, Lu Rushi directly pressed her hands against the wall and shot Lin Dong a provocative glance. And so, Lin Dong could not resist such provocation. Without a second word, he went straight for it. Ding Dong detected that the host has conquered a girl. Within the next 25 days, you must conquer another girl. Keep up the good work. Ding Dong detected that the host has fallen in love. Awarded combat skill Chiyuan Slash. The system notification sounded again, but Lin Dong had no time to heed it. He was busy enjoying the pleasures of life. From the wall to the chair, from the chair to the desk, and finally to the sofa. The battle was exceptionally fierce, and both participants were fully engrossed in the heat of the moment. This situation continued for over an hour before finally stopping at Lu Rushi's pleas for mercy. After resting for a while, Lu Rushi suddenly said, "Lin Dong, I heard you used to like Xiang-Fei, didn't you?" Lin Dong nodded. "That's in the past. I'm no longer interested in spoiled rich girls like her." Lu Rushi gave a mischievous smile. "Really not interested?" Lin Dong was curious. "Why are you asking?" "Lu Rushi, if you want I can give you some advice." Lin Dong, "Oh, wouldn't you be jealous?" Lu Rushi, "I am a bit jealous, but I told you. I'm willing to be the woman behind you." Lin Dong sighed emotionally. To have a woman like this was a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Well, with that kind of girl, it's just for fun at most. Lu Rushi, "Even if it's just for fun, I actually find that Xiang-Fei are a bit unpleasant. Fortunately, heaven has eyes. Her father went bankrupt because of the Great Demon King incident. I heard she's even planning to work in entertainment venues to help pay off his debts." Lin Dong smiled. "In that case, I'll leave it to you, Teacher Lu." Lu Rushi, "As long as you're happy." Lin Dong kissed her and said slyly, "So how about another round?" Hearing this, Lu Rushi's face turned pale with fear. She waved her hands repeatedly. No, I can't take it anymore." Lin Dong burst out laughing. Lu Rushi curled up in his arms. "Don't worry. Even though I can't handle it, I know many other nice girls. If you're willing, I can introduce them to you." Lin Dong was taken aback. Really? If that were true, his combat power would skyrocket, wouldn't it? With his current strength, he was already invincible on Earth, but in 3 to 5 years his combat power might prove insufficient. Because by then Vegeta would arrive on Earth and Vegeta's combat power was a staggering 1800. Transformed into a great ape, his power would multiply by 10 times. That is 1800 combat power. So making preparations in advance was absolutely necessary. Thus, over the following 3 years, with Lu Rushi's help, Lin Dong frantically completed missions. His base combat power nearly broke the charts, and he accumulated countless battle skills, including Tao Pai Pai's lethal move Dong Dong Wave, Yamcha's signature technique Grass Chi Ball, Tien Shinhan's signature techniques Kikaho Solar Flare, Piccolo's signature techniques Psychic Communication, Materialization, Regeneration, Egg Lay, Mekanka Sapo Mouth Beam, Special Beam Cannon, Kaiatsu's signature technique Psychic Power, controlling the surrounding aura. One can imagine how many missions Lin Dong had completed. Yet what surprised him was that once he exceeded the mission requirements, he no longer received battle skills as rewards. The system's answer was the story characters have not yet appeared, so the related rewards can only be issued later. Reassured by this confirmation, Lin Dong breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the rewards would be issued eventually, it was fine. So he continued frantically grinding missions. With this effort, by the time Piccolo Jr. emerged, his base combat power had finally reached 8000, a truly terrifying number. Over the past 3 years, many events had occurred. For instance, Sun Wukong finally defeated Mr. Popo and gained the opportunity to meet Kami. Thus, Shenron was revived, and all the humans who had died innocently due to the Piccolo incident were resurrected. In that year, the Triennial World Martial Arts Tournament was held again. As expected, all the Z fighters signed up, and Piccolo finally made his official debut. Lin Dong smiled, faintly thinking finally, I can step into the world. It was also time for him to launch an assault on the S-rank missions. S-rank missions. Falling in love with specific girls would reward 10 times combat power. These included Bulma Chi-Chi, Android 18, Launch Ranfan, and Videl. If he successfully conquered all of them, Lin Dong's combat power would experience explosive growth. If he could get all of them, his combat power would become 8,000,000, 8 million, 80 million, 800 million, 8 billion, 80 billion, 800 billion. The power would be utterly insane. However, at this point in time, Videl hadn't even been born yet, had she? Lin Dong sighed and murmured to himself, in that case, I'll try to conquer all the others. Ding dong, reminder to the host, there are only 6 S-rank missions in total. If all are completed, you will receive an additional 10 billion combat power bonus. Lin Dong, damn, was it really that awesome? But Videl hadn't been born yet. What could he do? Was he supposed to fall in love with a cell? He ranted wildly, but the system ignored him. Helpless, he had to first set his sights on the other 5. As for Videl, he would have to figure out a way later. Helpless, he had to first set his sights on the other 5. The world's greatest martial arts tournament was held as scheduled, and today was the final day for registration. Unfortunately, the heavens were uncooperative as it began to pour rain at this very moment. Outside the venue, Lan Chi and Gue Xianren stood waiting apparently for the others. Just then a taxi pulled up not far away, and Wu Long and Pu Yalu stepped out holding umbrellas. Gue Xianren promptly called out, Hey Pu Yalu, Wu Long, we're over here. Hearing this, Pu Yalu and Wu Long hurried over. Wu Long said with a smile, Master Wu Tian, long time no see. Pu Yalu also said, Master Wu Tian, time flies so fast. We meet again. Gue Xianren nodded, and then said with a smile, Wu Long, do you still have the same hobby as before, collecting girls' underwear? Upon hearing this, Lan Chi's face flushed red, and she lightly covered her lips, looking as if she wanted to laugh, but couldn't. But Pu Yalu didn't care. She clutched her stomach and giggled incessantly. Wu Long was extremely embarrassed and complained, Master Wu Tian, we haven't seen each other for 3 years, and the first thing you bring up is such an embarrassing incident. Give me a break. However, Gue Xianren said nonchalantly, it's just being perverted, no big deal. Wu Long became angry and retorted, what do you mean? You're no different. Unexpectedly, Gue Xianren smiled shamelessly and said, how could that be? I am the esteemed Master Wu Tian. But before he finished, his eyes suddenly widened. On the other side, Bulma gracefully stepped out of the car. Her curvaceous figure was even more alluring than 3 years ago, and she had gained a hint of mature womanly charm. Gue Xianren was trembling with excitement, unable to tear his eyes away. Bulma slowly walked over to Lan Chi and said with a smile, Lan Chi, long time no see. How have you been? Lan Chi said, I'm fine, but... As she spoke, she glanced at Gue Xianren only to see that old man had already sneaked behind Bulma, drooling and reaching out his wandering hands. Wow, I never expected after 3 years you'd become so voluptuous. I'm dying. With that, he reached out to touch her. Bulma sensed something wrong, turned around, and drove her elbow directly into Gue Xianren's forehead, shouting angrily, You old geezer, don't you dare touch me. Gue Xianren cried out in pain, and then complained, Why is your temper still so fiery? Yo, it hurts so much. Bulma said irritably, You're no different. Even though you died once, you're still so lecherous. I shouldn't have let you be revived. After a while of joking and roughhousing, they realized that Wukong and the others hadn't arrived yet. Pu Yalu sighed, it's already dark. If they don't come soon, they might miss the registration deadline. Wu Long chuckled, don't worry. Since Wukong went to the celestial realm, they've all been training like mad. So I'm sure they'll make it before the registration closes. Lan Chi also smiled. Yes, they've all been inspired by Wukong, so they must have become much stronger. As soon as she finished speaking, a strange man walked toward them and greeted them warmly. Hi, is everyone doing well? Long time no see, but when they turned to look, they were all puzzled, wondering who this person was. Gue Xianren asked, Bulma, is he a friend of yours? Bulma shook her head. I don't know him. By the way, Wu Long, do you know this person? Wu Long then turned to Pu Yalu and asked, do you know him? Pu Yalu also shook her head. Now everyone was even more confused. Lan Chi asked, excuse me, who are you? The strange man touched his chin and said with puzzlement, Why doesn't anyone recognize me? I'm Sun Wukong. Wukong. The group was stunned. This person was actually Wukong. Sun Wukong said, Why do you all look so surprised? How strange. Bulma and Grandpa Gue, why do you seem shorter? Bulma said, Are you really Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong rubbed his head, suddenly laughed, and said, I know. It must be because I have a cloth wrapped around my head, so you didn't recognize me, right? As he spoke, the rain stopped. So Sun Wukong put away his umbrella and unwrapped the cloth from his head. Only then did everyone realize that this person's face indeed looked very much like Sun Wukong's, the only difference being his suddenly tall stature. Seeing this, Pu Yalu exclaimed excitedly, So it really is Wukong. Ha, you've grown so tall, we're not used to it. Lan Chi also agreed. Yes, such a big change we almost didn't recognize you. Sun Wukong laughed heartily, and then asked, by the way, haven't Kalin Yamucha and Tianjin Fan arrived yet? Gui Xianren nodded. Looks like they should be here soon. On the other side, Buer Ma still muttered in disbelief. Is this person really Wukong? He seems much more handsome than before. Wulong said irritably. I can't stand you, woman. You're always driven by lust. Buer Ma immediately flared up. What do you mean? I was just saying it casually, I didn't do anything. Besides, even if Wukong is handsome, can he be more handsome than Dong Xian? Dong Xian? Who is that? Gui Xianren asked. Wulong rolled his eyes dramatically. No way, Master Wu Tian, you don't even know Dong Xian. He's the one who defeated Bike the Great Demon King. I heard from Tianjin Fan that he pinned Bike to the ground and beat him so badly that Bike almost doubted his own existence and finally chose to end his life after enduring immense humiliation. Gui Xianren nodded. Oh, you mean that person? I've heard of him too, but I forgot. The group was speechless. This old man seemed to care about nothing except reading pornographic magazines. Sun Wukong also murmured to himself. I really hope Dong Xian can also participate in this tournament. I'm looking forward to fighting him. But unexpectedly, as soon as he said that, he suddenly looked up toward the crowd. What is this energy? Is it Dong Xian? Lin Dong, seeing that he had been discovered, had no choice but to step out of the crowd and said irritably, Sun Wukong, I told you I have zero interest in fighting. That's why I won't participate in such a boring tournament. Dong Xian, is it really you? Sun Wukong walked over excitedly and said, since you're not participating in the tournament, what are you doing here? Lin Dong was speechless. Of course he was here for the S-rank mission. Whether it was Lan Chi, before him Bulma, or Chi-Chi, who would soon arrive at the martial arts tournament, they were all his S-rank missions. But the problem was, how could he ever say such a thing out loud? So he casually made up a lie. I'm just bored, so I came to take a look and see if you can beat that guy. Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned, then immediately understood. Because of his training in the celestial realm, he had also learned about the matter of the demon child. I think it should be fine. After 3 years of hard training, I've become really strong. Lin Dong nodded. Then you have to work hard. I'll cheer you on with the others, hee. Just then Bulma walked over and greeted him warmly. Dong Xian, long time no see. Lin Dong smiled and said, it's Bulma. You've become even more feminine than 3 years ago. By the way, would you like to grab a cup of coffee tonight? I still haven't properly thanked you for what happened 3 years ago. He was naturally referring to the company matter. With Bulma's help, he had become a wealthy man again and had even given his parents a good life. Although Lin Dong had never been particularly interested in money, he had to admit that a life without it was quite frustrating. Bulma agreed without a second thought. Of course I'm free. I'm really looking forward to chatting about life with Dong Xian. Puyala complained, Miss Bulma, how can you just accept an invitation like that? Young Master Yamucha will be back soon. At this, Bulma said defiantly, don't mention that guy in front of me. He's always disappearing, and this time he vanished for 3 whole years. Does he really think I can't find a better man? Puyalu said aggrievedly. Even so, young Master Yamucha is only trying to become stronger. Wulong rolled his eyes and said, Puyala, don't you know Bulma is like this? I've seen through it all. Bulma snapped, what business is it of yours? Hey pighead, are you asking for a beating again? Just then the staff at the tournament registration point suddenly shouted through a loudspeaker. All participants of the martial arts tournament, please complete your registration procedures as soon as possible. There are only 5 minutes left until the deadline. Master Roshi quickly said, Wukong, go register now. Sun Wukong nodded and then asked, has Krillin and the others already registered? Master Roshi looked at the distant street and shook his head. They haven't arrived yet. I don't know if they'll make it in time. Sun Wukong scratched his head. What should we do? There's only 5 minutes left. If they don't come soon, it'll be too late. Master Roshi pondered for a moment, then said, I'll go with you and see if I can register for them. With that, they all walked toward the registration point, and Sun Wukong registered himself first. Master Roshi then asked, excuse me, if someone is delayed by something, can I register for them? The staff shook his head. According to the rules, the person must come in person with their second-generation ID card to register. So I'm afraid there's no other way. Sun Wukong said, can't you make an exception? The staff replied helplessly, if we can't verify their identity, we can't process the registration. It's the rules from above, and we can't do anything about it. Sun Wukong scratched his head. How troublesome. What should we do? Everyone was anxious. Meanwhile, the staff at the registration point once again announced through the loudspeaker, there are only 3 minutes left until the registration deadline. Please complete your procedures as soon as possible. Master Roshi murmured, these guys are still the same, always making an old man like me worry for them. Just then Puyalu flew back from a distance. Bulma quickly went up to him and asked, how was it? Did you see them? Puyala shook his head dejectedly. It looks like they're really going to be late this time. I searched everywhere, but couldn't find them. Lan Chi sighed, what do we do? Bulma suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I'll Wulong quickly transform into Yamucha and the others and register for them. Wulong rolled his eyes. I can transform, but the problem is what about their second-generation ID cards? Without them we still can't register. Master Roshi rubbed his bald head. This is really worrying. Bulma snorted, these guys are really something. Couldn't they have come earlier? They're making everyone so anxious. Just then Lin Dong suddenly smiled. Sun Wukong's expression also changed, and he said they're here. They've already arrived. Everyone. They quickly turned to look around, but didn't see a single person. They furrowed their brows in confusion. Only Master Roshi showed an expression of amazement, thinking to himself, could it be that Wukong has already mastered the perception of qi? Sure enough, a sudden gust of wind swept past them, startling Bulma and Lan Shi, who both hurriedly held down their skirts. The next second 4 familiar figures appeared at the registration desk. They were clearly Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu. Bulma exclaimed in delight, they're all here. Puiala, young Master Yamcha. Wulong, Krillin is back, ha. Lan Shi blushed as she looked at the tallest figure and murmured, brother Tien Shinhan. Lin Dong took in the expressions of Bulma and Lan Shi, then sighed silently in his heart. It seemed that winning over these two would be quite difficult, and Chi-Chi would be even harder since her heart belonged only to Sun Wukong. What a headache. It seemed that only Bulma was relatively easier, but she hadn't even officially broken up with Yamcha yet. He couldn't just openly poach her, could he? That would be too unreasonable. Soon all 4 had completed their registration, and everyone gathered together. Krillin said excitedly, Master Roshi, look at me. I've grown a lot taller. Master Roshi nodded. Not bad. On the other side, Sun Wukong walked over and patted Krillin on the shoulder. Krillin, you really have grown a lot. Krillin turned around and was completely stunned. Was this really Sun Wukong? But how had he gotten so tall? He was a whole head taller than Krillin. But then Krillin became excited and hugged Sun Wukong tightly, saying chokily, Wukong, you little rascal, I really missed you. You went to the celestial realm without even giving me a chance to thank you, sob. He said. Tears sprang out. Seeing this, everyone felt a wave of nostalgia. Thinking back 3 years ago when Baiku the Great Demon King emerged, and then Krillin was killed, Master Wutian was also killed, and even Jiaozi couldn't escape. Yet now everyone could gather together happily. How could they not be moved? Bulma muttered, so annoying. You're making me cry again, such a touching scene, sob. Sun Wukong scratched his head with a smile, and said, actually I didn't do much. I just asked the god to revive Shinran, and the one who truly defeated Baiku was Dong Xian. Krillin wiped his tears and said, but I don't know Dong Xian. That person is so elusive, even if I want to thank him I can't find him. And you, Wukong, are also amazing to have fought against the Great Demon King for so long. Sun Wukong pointed to Lin Dong behind him, and said, I'm not as amazing as you say. And Dong Xian is here today, right here. Krillin, Dong Xian is here too. Tien Shinhan and the others behind him were also stunned. Then they turned their heads to look back, only to see that the person in the last row was none other than Lin Dong. Lin Dong felt a bit embarrassed under their gaze, and gave a dry laugh, saying, oh, don't be like that, it's making me feel awkward. Besides, I can't usually help you. Last time it was just that Baiku went too far, and I couldn't stand it anymore, so I intervened. Hearing this, everyone laughed, not expecting such a powerful figure to have no airs at all. Krillin also walked over, solemnly bowed to Lin Dong, and said, Mr. Dong Xian, thank you. Really, thank you very much. Lin Dong quickly waved his hand, and said, don't be like that. Being too polite makes it feel distant. Turtle Immortal also stepped forward at the right moment, and said with a smile, yes, let's stop being polite. It's getting dark now. I think we should head back to the hotel. I've already booked rooms for everyone. After saying that, Turtle Immortal glanced at Lin Dong, and asked, Dong Xian, are you coming too? Lin Dong hesitated for a moment. Because his purpose in coming here was precisely Buer Ma Lan Chi and Chi-Chi, so he wasn't interested in other things. Seeing his hesitation, Buer Ma quickly stepped forward and urged, come on, everyone wants to have dinner with you. Then she asked the group, everyone right? The group immediately started cheering, insisting on inviting Lin Dong to dinner no matter what. Lin Dong had no choice but to agree, and so the group headed towards the hotel in a lively manner. Meanwhile, Jiaozi in the crowd asked in a low voice, Tien Shinhan, is that person Dong Xian? Tien Shinhan looked at Lin Dong's figure, nodded slightly, and said, yes, it's him. And he feels even stronger. Jiaozi, I also want to thank him in person. Tien Shinhan smiled, and said, sure, but don't take it too seriously. Dong Xian doesn't care about these things. And strictly speaking, all humans on Earth should thank him. If everyone came to thank him, it would probably drive him crazy, ha. Jiaozi giggled, and said, that's true. But he really seems easy to talk to. Soon the group arrived at the hotel, and had dinner together. At the table, everyone chatted and laughed, creating a lively atmosphere. During the meal, Tien Shinhan leaned close to Turtle Immortal, and whispered, Master Wutian, are you still participating in the tournament this time? Turtle Immortal smiled, and whispered back, of course not. You're all much stronger than before. I'm afraid I'd be defeated in no time, and that would be embarrassing. On the other side, Wulong, Sun Wukong, and Krillin were chatting together, occasionally bursting into cheerful laughter. However, Yamcha was in an awkward situation. because Bulma seemed to deliberately ignore Yamcha throughout the meal. Not only that, she also kept talking to Lin Dong, putting him in an awkward position. After all, chatting enthusiastically with Bulma in front of her official boyfriend was quite inappropriate. But Yamcha couldn't say anything, after all the man was Lin Dong. Moreover, they were just chatting and didn't do anything inappropriate, so he naturally couldn't say anything. However, what Yamcha didn't know was that Lin Dong didn't want this either. But the initiative was always in Bulma's hands. What could he do? Besides, if a young lady took the initiative to talk, he couldn't just ignore her. In short, the meal was extremely awkward. Fortunately, dinner ended quickly, and after the meal Lin Dong scampered off, leaving everyone puzzled. After returning to his room, Lin Dong thought seriously and felt that under the current circumstances, winning over Bulma seemed quite troublesome. In comparison, the gentle-natured Lan Shi was easier to approach. Although Lan Shi had feelings for Tian Xinhan, unfortunately the affection was one-sided, and their relationship had never made any breakthrough progress. However, Lan Shi had a dual personality. The gentle Lan Shi was manageable, but the assertive one was almost devoted to Tian Xinhan, which was also a headache. The key was that he couldn't use force. After much thought, the only option was to make a move when Lan Shi was in her gentle state. By the way, the gentle Lan Shi was quite easy to deceive. Thinking back to when Turtle Immortal first met Lan Shi, she was even about to change clothes in front of him, utterly naive. So he. But just as Lin Dong was lost in thought, a knock came at the door, accompanied by a woman's voice. "Mr. Dongxian, are you there?" Listening carefully, it was clearly Lan Shi. Lin Dong was puzzled. He had just been thinking about making a move on her, and now she was coming to him. So he quickly walked over and opened the door. There stood Lan Shi with a plate of snacks, smiling and saying, "Mr. Dongxian, I went through a lot of trouble to get your room number from the front desk. These are some snacks we prepared. Please have a taste." Lin Dong took the snacks with a smile and said, "Then I won't be polite. Oh, by the way, since you're here, why not come in and sit for a while? Maybe we can have a deeper exchange." "A deeper exchange? Sure, then I'll disturb you a bit." As soon as Lan Shi entered the room, Lin Dong closed the door behind her and even locked it, ensuring it could not be opened from outside. Yet this naive girl remained utterly oblivious. After entering the room, Lin Dong fully displayed his playboy prowess. In just a short while of chatting, he had Lan Shi giggling uncontrollably, unable to stop. Next, Lin Dong began performing magic tricks. Using the creation from nothing skill he had acquired as a system reward, he periodically conjured up small novelties, astonishing Lan Shi greatly. And so time passed minute by minute, and in the blink of an eye it had already reached deep night. Yet Lan Shi did not notice at all. It couldn't be blamed on her being oblivious. It was simply that Lin Dong had too many tricks, always making people involuntarily engrossed. Slowly Lin Dong felt it was about time. So he smiled and said, "Lan Shi, do you believe I can casually take something from your body?" Lan Shi asked curiously, "Something from my body?" Lin Dong nodded, then waved his hand, and a handkerchief appeared in his palm, a handkerchief that had clearly been in Lan Shi's pocket just moments before. "Lan Shi, how is this done? How fun." Lin Dong smiled and said, "There's even more fun. Watch this." Then he waved his hand again, and a pink lace lady's underwear appeared in his hand. Lan Shi, her pretty face instantly flushed red. Then she quickly stood up and gently touched her body, only to find that her underwear was gone. "You are so bad, how can you steal someone's underwear?" Lin Dong, without a blush or a racing heart, handed the underwear over, then said seriously, "Lan Shi, actually, I have always liked you very much, so can you be with me?" "Lan Shi, it's good, but Lin Dong smiled. He knew that the gentle Lan Shi simply didn't know how to refuse. And he also knew what Lan Shi wanted to say. It was nothing but that she had previously liked Tianjin Fan, but how could the gentle Lan Shi ever say such a thing directly? So Lin Dong was straightforward instead. He smiled and said, "I know you like Tianjin Fan, but the problem is that Tianjin Fan is completely focused on cultivation and has no time for romance. Besides, I like you so much, how can you bear to break my heart?" Lan Shi frowned, feeling that what he said was not wrong. Then Lin Dong moved closer to her and asked softly, "So are you willing to be with me?" Lan Shi's face was extremely red, so she nervously covered her face with both hands and asked, "Are you talking about now?" "But I'm so nervous." Lin Dong gave a sinister smile, then gently stroked her back with his hand. Next, a warm energy flowed through his palm into Lan Shi's body, and for a moment her tension and unease disappeared, replaced by enjoyment. This feeling was really wonderful. Lin Dong asked, "Are you still nervous now?" Lan Shi shook her head. Lin Dong then took the opportunity to pull her into his arms and asked, "Shall we rest now, okay?" Then I'll follow your lead. Let me help you undress, I is so shy. It's fine, I'll just make the clothes disappear." "Oh my, the clothes are really gone." Lan Shi curled up in the bed, her face flushed, and then said shyly, "Since we're going to be together, you come in too." Finally, hearing this, Lin Dong didn't hesitate and pounced on her in a flash. Ding Dong detected that the host has fallen in love with a specific girl. Reward 10x combat power. Ding Dong host combat power has reached 8.0. Keep up the good work, continue completing tasks, and you will receive more rewards. As the system prompt sounded, a world-destroying force instantly filled Lin Dong's body. However, Lin Dong was prepared and immediately restrained this power, thus not harming Lan Qi. At this moment, Lan Qi was no longer shy. With a dazed look and an ecstatic expression, she said, "Dongshin, come again, it feels so good." Lin Dong gave a wicked grin. "Sure thing." The next day, Lan Qi got up very early, full of energy, without any fatigue. Although they had fought 3,000 rounds the night before, Lin Dong's immortal beings were, as if free-fed one after another, so she had only enjoyed the sublimation of life, without feeling any pain. It must be said that Lin Dong was thoughtful. So much so that when Lan Qi got up early in the morning, the first thing she did was burrow into his arms and start acting coquettishly for love, and Lin Dong, naturally, did not refuse. Thus on the second day, third day, fourth day, under the effect of the immortal beings, Lan Qi had completely fallen in love with this life, clinging to Lin Dong all day, unwilling to even leave the room. However, Lan Qi had been missing for so long that everyone began to worry. So a group of people started searching for her, afraid that she would transform into her other personality and cause trouble. Lin Dong also realized the problem, but unfortunately Lan Qi had never enjoyed such a shameless life, so she was immersed in it and could not free herself. Helplessly, Lin Dong had to stop giving her the medicine, to be precise, stopped the immortal beings. So after another day, when the martial arts tournament had already determined the top 8, Lan Qi finally couldn't hold on. After all, she was just an ordinary person, so, without the immortal beings, how could she endure such frequent lovemaking? By the fifth night, Lin Dong tentatively asked, "Darling, do you want more?" Lan Qi's face was full of desire, but she couldn't help shrinking back into the bed, crying with a grievance. "No, no, no, darling, really can't do it anymore. My body is falling apart. It hurts so much." Lin Dong smiled and said, "Well, see, everyone is worried about you. How about you go back and rest for a while, and when your body recovers, come find me again?" Helpless Lan Qi nodded and agreed to his proposal. Lin Dong then reminded, "Don't forget what I told you. The relationship between us must be kept secret, understand?" Lan Qi nodded again and said, "Don't worry, I will be very good." Lin Dong then kissed her forehead, affectionately lay down beside her with a satisfied expression, and slowly fell asleep. Meanwhile, he was still thinking, the martial arts tournament has been going on for so many days. I wonder if Chi-Chi has appeared yet. I hope she hasn't gotten together with Sun Wukong, otherwise it will be difficult. Time finally arrived on the 6th day. At this moment, the Tianxia Dai Wudao Dehui had successfully determined the final 8, and the quarter-final battle was about to commence. However, the emergence of the top 8 came with some unexpected surprises. Yakaluabai, who had secretly entered the competition, was unfortunately eliminated, and Jiaozi was severely injured. The one who inflicted such cruelty on Jiaozi was none other than the long-vanished assassin Tao Baibai. Previously, Tao Baibai had been killed by Sun Wukong, but he had spent all his savings to transform his broken body into an android. Meanwhile, Lan Qi, who had been missing for days, finally reappeared in everyone's sight. The reason she gave was simple: she had gone shopping alone and got lost. Everyone believed Lan Qi without a doubt. After all, she was a naive sweetheart who had never told a lie, so naturally they had no suspicion. At the same time, Lin Dong also appeared before the crowd, ostensibly to watch the match together, but in reality his target was on Buer Ma and Chi-Chi. Currently, Lin Dong's combat power had reached 800. It could be said that in the short term, almost no one could pose a threat to him. However, he still dared not relax, for Felice's combat power had reached 120 million. Therefore, he needed to complete at least 3 S-rank missions before he could settle down peacefully. Naturally, everyone warmly welcomed Lin Dong's arrival, and there was inevitably a flurry of enthusiastic greetings. At this moment, Sun Wukong, Kellen, and Yamcha walked over from the contestant area. Ren hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "How is the competition going?" Kellen smiled and said, "Master Mutant, all 3 of us have made it to the top 8, and Tianjin Fan too. Unfortunately, Jiaozi was eliminated." Ren nodded and said, "Although Jiaozi lost, the rest of you performed very well and deserve praise. But don't get complacent, you must strive for even better results." Buer Ma smiled and said, "Yes, you are all amazing. Keep up the good work." Everyone nodded, but Yamcha said worriedly, "That may be so, but I'm still concerned about that Tao Baibai. He's now an android, and we can't gauge his strength at all. Moreover, he said he wants to eradicate the disciples of Hexianren." Hearing this, Ren also became a bit worried. However, Sun Wukong, standing behind the crowd, smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone. Although Tao Baibai is much stronger than before, he is no match for Tianjin Fan at all." "Hee, kid, you're too arrogant. How dare you say Tao Baibai is no match for Tianjin Fan? Don't you know that Tao Baibai was Tianjin Fan's martial arts mentor?" Just as they were conversing, a sinister voice suddenly came from the side. They all turned to look and discovered that the newcomer was actually Hexianren. Kellen frowned and said, "Hexianren, what are you doing here?" Hexianren sneered and said, "What am I doing here? Haha, I'm here to give you a piece of advice. Run away quickly. If you don't, once Tao Baibai disposes of Tianjin Fan, he will kill all of you from the Guasian school." Ren sneered at this and said, "Old man, I think you haven't understood yet, have you? Although they are still wearing the martial arts uniform of the Guasian school, they have long ceased to belong to it. They have each created their own martial arts, so they no longer belong to any school. The reason they still wear the Guasian school uniform is simply out of respect for me. Hexyanrin frowned then chuckled, and said, I don't care about that. Anyway, all of you will surely die a miserable death. Hee I can't wait to see your tragic fate, ah. Before he finished speaking, a sudden scream erupted, and then Hexyanrin uncontrollably floated into the air. Everyone was stunned. What on earth was happening? Then Lin Dong, who was among the crowd, smiled faintly, and said, You old man is not cute at all, so just die. With that, a terrifying surge of energy burst from his palm, almost instantly forming a chi blast 2 meters in diameter. What are you doing? Hexyanrin screamed in panic. But Lin Dong didn't even bother to respond. With a wave of his hand, the chi blast shot out and engulfed Hexyanrin in midair. Not even a trace remained. The group was instantly shocked. What, that was it? A person who was lively just moments ago, gone just like that. Even Sun Wukong was covered in goosebumps because the energy just now had instilled in him a fear of annihilation. Kellen said, Dongxian, did you kill Hexyanrin? Lin Dong shrugged nonchalantly and said, Let's go. Let's continue watching the match. Such a trivial matter is not worth bothering about. Trivial. Killing someone is just a trivial matter. Kellen stammered, his tongue tied. Lin Dong shot him an annoyed look and said, Do you have a problem? No. I swear absolutely not. Kellen was so scared he nearly wet his pants. The others couldn't help but laugh at his reaction. Hexyanrin pondered and said, That old Hexyanrin was a menace anyway. His death brings peace. Bulma said, Wow Dongxian, you're so handsome. Lanchi said, Yes, really amazing. Wulong said, What's wrong with you two women? Piccolo said, But Yamcha-sama is also very strong and handsome. Upon hearing this, Yamcha rushed over, covered Piccolo's mouth, and said nervously, Idiot, I'm not strong, and I'm not handsome at all. Everyone couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, the loudspeaker in the arena suddenly blared, The quarterfinal battle is about to begin. All contestants please gather at the contestant area immediately. Hearing this, Yamcha was immediately relieved, and quickly said, Since the match is about to start, I'll head over now. With that, he scampered off. Seeing this, Kellen also hurriedly followed, leaving only Sun Wukong standing there. Lin Dong glanced at him and asked, Why haven't you gone yet? Sun Wukong said, Dongxian, can you tell me how you did it? I want to become as strong as you too. To be honest, Lin Dong had always harbored a favorable impression of Sun Wukong for the simple reason that the Dragon Ball anime was also a part of his childhood. And Sun Wukong was the absolute core figure in Dragon Ball, a man of deep loyalty and affection, relentless in his training and endearingly naive. Thus, when Sun Wukong made his request, Lin Dong did not outright refuse. Instead, he gave it serious consideration. Seeing Lin Dong's silent, Sun Wukong spoke again, Please, if you can make me stronger, I'll do anything. As Lin Dong pondered, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him, and he asked, Are you sure you're willing to do anything? Sun Wukong nodded without hesitation. Yes, as long as you can make me stronger, I'll agree to any condition. But you can't make me do evil. Lin Dong smiled and readily agreed. In that case, go ahead and participate in the tournament first. I'll tell you the details after it's over. Sun Wukong, really? Thank you so much. With that, he warmly patted Lin Dong on the shoulder before departing. Lin Dong was speechless. This guy was such a natural extrovert. Beside him, Guasianrin chuckled. Wukong has always been this competitive, just like when he was a child. Bulma aside, there's just no helping him. But he truly has grown stronger and even more handsome than before. Piccolo added, Yamcha-sama is handsome too. Wulong grumbled, I can't stand you people. Always going on about the same topics day in and day out. Lanchi smiled. Alright, the tournament is about to start. Let's head over. If we're any later, we won't get good seats. With that, she led the group toward the spectator stands. Yet upon arrival, they found that despite coming early, the venue was already packed, leaving no good spots at all. Lanchi frowned. What do we do? We can't even get in. Bulma grinned. I have a brilliant idea. Everyone, what idea? Bulma gave a sly smile, reached into her pocket, and pulled out a small feather. She said, Lanchi, I'll trouble you then. She tickled Lanchi's nose with the feather, and the next second Lanchi sneezed and transformed instantly into a steel warrior. After the transformation, Lanchi patted her chest. Don't worry, leave this little matter to me. With that, she tossed out 2 capsules, brandished an AK-47 in her left hand and a Gatling gun in her right, and rattled them into the sky, while shouting, Anyone who doesn't want to die, get the hell out of my way. Lin Dong. This woman was truly a bit of a brute, completely incomparable to the gentle Lanchi from before. As time passed, the semifinals of the Tianxia Dai martial arts tournament finally commenced. Before the matches began, a draw revealed the matchups for each round. First match, Tianjin Fan vs. Tao Bai. Second match, Sun Wukong vs. Anonymous Player. Third match, Mo Air Dai vs. Kellen. Fourth match, Xian vs. Yamcha. After the schedule was announced, the first match finally began amid the roaring cheers of the audience. The host announced with fiery passion, "Now let's welcome the two contestants of the first match, the reigning champion of the previous tournament Tianjin Fan and his opponent, the #1 assassin Tao Bai. As the two fighters stepped onto the stage, the atmosphere reached its peak. The title of reigning champion carried immense weight. Seeing them take the stage, the blonde Lanchi clenched her teeth and shouted, "Tianjin Fan, you listen to me. Don't hold back. Give him a thorough beating." Tianjin Fan. After the fighters were on stage, the host declared with fervor, "Then I announce that the first match officially begins." With the host's command, a loud dong resounded as the gong was struck. However, after the match began, neither of the two fighters in the center immediately attacked. Instead, they assumed defensive stances, waiting for the other to make the first move. Tao Bai sneered, "Tianjin Fan, rest assured, I won't kill you outright. I want you to savor the taste of fear, hee hee." Tianjin Fan glared at him with a dark expression. "Tao Bai, I advise you to leave. I can overlook the Jiaozi incident. As long as you never show your face before me again, I won't lay a hand on you." Hearing this, Tao Bai burst into laughter. "Haha, you won't pursue it. Do you really think that winning a martial arts championship makes you invincible?" Tianjin Fan's face darkened as he prepared to launch into a lengthy speech, but Lin Dong, unable to bear it, used telepathy to speak to Tianjin Fan. "Hey, Three Eyes, I've already promised to teach Ryukong martial arts. Do you want to learn too? I won't waste words. If you want to learn, just KO this Tao Bai for me, okay?" Tianjin Fan was startled and looked around, trying to identify the speaker. Lin Dong continued, "Damn it, stop dawdling. I'm Dong Xian, I'm talking to you." Tianjin Fan. Dong Xian was actually going to teach Sun Wukong martial arts. That meant Wukong would become even stronger. When Baek the Great Demon King first emerged, Sun Wukong had already far surpassed him. Moreover, Wukong had later trained in the celestial realm, likely becoming even more formidable. So, if Wukong received Dong Xian's guidance, Tianjin Fan might never have a chance to defeat him in this lifetime. With that thought, Tianjin Fan wasted no more words. He executed a flash Q, a normal attack, and then landed a heavy punch directly on Tao Bai's abdomen. Tao Bai. With a thud, he collapsed limply to the ground, unconscious. The host was utterly bewildered. The audience was equally dumbfounded. What just happened? It ended before it even began. Someone shouted, "Damn, that old guy looked pretty tough, but he couldn't even last 3 seconds. Is he even a man?" Another voice chimed in, "Right. I'll give him a nickname, 3-Second Man." The scene erupted in laughter. The host wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cleared his throat. "Ladies and gentlemen, please watch civilly. I mean, watch the match civilly. I'll begin the countdown. If Tao Bai fails to stand within 10 seconds, Tianjin Fan will be declared the winner." The announcer's countdown concluded swiftly, yet Tao Bai remained unable to rise. Thus, Tian Xinhan secured the victory and advanced directly to the semifinals. After the first match, the second commenced immediately, and as the competitor stepped onto the stage, Lin Dong's attention sharpened. He recognized that so-called anonymous fighter as none other than Chi-Chi. However, Chi-Chi appeared visibly displeased, her face taut with fury as she glared at Son Goku. "This is absolutely unforgivable," she declared. "Son Goku, you heartless scoundrel, I will never forgive you." Son Goku looked bewildered. "Are you sure you have the right person? I've never offended you, and I don't even recall meeting you." Chi-Chi fumed, "Bastard. I'm not mistaken. You are Son Goku, aren't you?" Son Goku. At the edge of the arena, Yamcha muttered to himself, "Who is that girl? She seems awfully furious." Krillin wondered, did Goku perhaps frequent a brothel? No, that can't be right. Goku has no interest in women. Still, that girl is quite adorable. On the other side, Blonde Launch crossed her arms impatiently. What are those two babbling about? Endless chattering and not a word intelligible. Bulma asked, "Could it be someone we know?" Oolong furrowed his brow, but it looks like a deep-seated grudge. Just then the announcer declared, "Competitors, prepare yourselves. This match begins now." The gong resonated as the words fell. Without a word, Chi-Chi launched a ferocious assault, while Son Goku dodged, asking, "Do we truly know each other?" Chi-Chi snapped, "You redundant fool." Son Goku persisted, "But when exactly did this happen?" Chi-Chi retorted, "You bastard, you once swore you would marry me." Just as she was about to reveal the truth, Lin Dong used telepathy to address Goku. "If you wish to grow stronger, the first condition is to knock this girl unconscious immediately." Son Goku was baffled. The first condition was that simple. Without hesitation, he charged at Chi-Chi and delivered a heavy punch, knocking her out instantly. Chi-Chi's mind buzzed, bewildered. What had just happened? She hadn't even finished speaking, and he struck with such force. This was sheer domestic violence. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the ground. Krillin couldn't help but remark, "Goku, you heartless fiend. How could you strike such a cute girl? You're utterly insane." With that, he scurried over and lifted Chi-Chi into his arms. "Hey, are you alright? Wake up." Just then Lin Dong stepped forward wearing an innocuous expression. "I know this girl. Please hand her to me. I'll tend to her injuries." Krillin stammered, "Oh well. Lin Dong paid him no heed, taking Chi-Chi from his arms and vanishing from the scene in an instant. Son Goku was utterly confused. What had just happened? Lin Dong had told him to knock her out, yet claimed to know her. Could it be that they had a grudge and Lin Dong was too embarrassed to fight her himself? That seemed plausible. Meanwhile, in a hotel room, after consuming a senzu bean, Chi-Chi regained consciousness, blinking groggily. Where am I? She murmured. Lin Dong cleared his throat. Ahem, Chi-Chi, hello. Well, after Son Goku knocked you out, I brought you here to rest. What that bastard actually struck me and knocked me out. I must settle this with him. Fuming, Chi-Chi leaped from the bed and dashed toward the door. Lin Dong called out, hey wait, damn this woman. Before he could finish, she had already vanished. Truly incredible. Left with no choice, Lin Dong returned to the arena. As for Chi-Chi, he would have to find another opportunity. Yet it seemed that this stubborn, straightforward girl might be the most challenging one to handle. The group asked upon his return, where's that girl? Lin Dong shrugged. I don't know. After I healed her, she left immediately. Bulma inquired, do you know who she is? Lin Dong scratched his head awkwardly, then assumed a mysterious air. I do, but I can't say for now. Some things once spoken might lead to unfavorable outcomes. He wasn't foolish. What if revealing the truth caused Goku and Chi-Chi to end up together? That would jeopardize his S-rank mission. Fortunately, the third match was about to begin, so the group refrained from further questions and turned their attention to the competition. This match featured Krillin against Mo-air Dai. However, Lin Dong found no interest in such a predictable bout. Using telepathy, he addressed Krillin. Hey, I'm Lin Dong. If you forfeit immediately, I'll help you become stronger. How about it? His motivation wasn't merely boredom. It tied to another matter, the Frieza Force. As everyone knew, the Frieza Force had a quirky squad called the Jinyu Force. Lin Dong had been contemplating forming his own team. In fact, ever since Son Goku had asked him to become stronger, he had been pondering this idea. Now he had finally made up his mind. Gathering all the Z fighters to form a team, wouldn't that be delightful? He had even thought of a name, the Dawei Tianlong Special Team. The name itself exuded grandeur, didn't it? Meanwhile, Krillin, upon hearing this offer, immediately jumped off the ring and rushed to Lin Dong, brimming with excitement. Lin Dong, can you truly teach me martial arts? Lin Dong glanced at him. Do you think I'm joking, No, I'm just so thrilled that I'm rambling. Please don't mind me. Krillin beamed with joy. But while Krillin was ecstatic, the announcer was utterly bewildered. What in the world was going on? The first match ended in a knockout under 3 seconds. The second match was 3 seconds of conversation followed by another knockout. He hadn't even had a chance to commentate. And now, just as he had hoped for an exciting third match, the competitor had forfeited immediately upon stepping onto the stage. Was everyone just messing around? The host's frustration was understandable. After all, the combined duration of the first 3 quarterfinal matches was less than 10 minutes, and that even included the players' entrance time. The audience in the arena was also highly displeased, voicing that the matches were too short and demanding refunds. This was hardly their fault. Previous quarterfinals had been brimming with highlights and thrilling combat, yet today tens of thousands of spectators had gathered only to see nothing worthwhile. What a waste of their ticket money. Helpless, the host resorted to rambling, claiming that the next match would be exceptionally exciting, because the contestant Yamcha was also a disciple of the Turtle School, and his opponent Xian was an extremely mysterious man who had never appeared in public before. Admittedly, the host's talent for persuasion was formidable, though after his speech the audience's emotions gradually calmed. Thus, the fourth quarterfinal finally commenced. The 2 contestants made their grand entrance amid the crowd's anticipation. This time Lin Dong did not instruct Yamcha to surrender, for he knew that the T-God was about to suffer an utterly humiliating defeat. As his rival in love, Lin Dong was naturally delighted to witness the scene. As the 2 contestants took the stage, the host delivered a vivid introduction before announcing the official start of the match. The gong sounded. However, once the match began, the scene before them was downright comical. Contestant Xian giggled, scratching his head, and said, hee well, hello everyone. A random spectator couldn't help but complain, what? This guy looks so weak. How did he make it to the quarterfinals? Another spectator agreed. Yeah, he's just an ordinary old man. The host quickly reminded, please don't be fooled by contestant Xian's appearance. He is actually very formidable, and this match is sure to be exciting. Yamcha looked at Xian with some exasperation, thinking, what's this old man doing? The match has already started, and he's still greeting the audience. But as a disciple of the Turtle School, he couldn't very well launch a surprise attack while Xian was greeting people. So he waited quietly. Nearby, Kalin called out to him, I must say, Yamcha, I think your spot in the semifinals is as good as sealed. To encounter such an opponent, you've got to admit you're pretty lucky. Yamcha chuckled. Yeah, I didn't expect it to be this easy. I'll finish it quickly. But speaking of which, why did you surrender just now? Kalin gave a mysterious smile, scratching his head. That's a secret for now. I'll tell you when I get the chance. On the other side in the audience, Puya Lu cheered. Young Master Yamcha, you must do your best. Strive for victory. Buwer Ma smiled. With an opponent like that, it seems you'll breeze into the semifinals. Puya Lu added, Yeah, one punch, and he's down. Definitely possible. Huh. However, Yachiro Abe, who was also in the audience, sneered. Just you wait and see. That old man is clearly a master hiding his strength. If you're not careful, you'll lose miserably. At that moment, contestant Cien finally prepared to begin. He pressed his palms together, bowed slightly to Yamcha, and said, "Hello, please guide me well." Yamcha smiled. "Likewise, please guide me too." Seeing that they were about to start, the host once again spoke with fervor. "Oi. Although the wait was a bit long, the match has finally officially begun. Now let us enjoy this fierce battle together. And please, audience, cheer warmly for the two contestants. Go." However, the next moment, when contestant Cien struck a strange pose, the audience burst into laughter again. Yamcha couldn't help but chuckle. What kind of technique is that? Old man, are you here to be funny?" Cien smiled. "You'd better be careful, because I'm about to attack." Yamcha replied, "Alright, go ahead and attack. Don't hold back." With that, Cien launched his attack, but his approach was utterly bizarre. Not only were his movements excruciatingly slow, but he also staggered as if drunk. Bulma shouted from below, "Yamcha, you have to go easy on him. Such a cute old man, it's not easy for him to participate in a tournament." Yamcha scratched his head awkwardly. "Alright, I'll try." As he spoke, Cien charged, but Yamcha sidestepped effortlessly. After missing, Cien seemed to overexert himself and tumbled headfirst to the ground. Yamcha smirked, thinking this old man really is a bit weak. But the next second his face turned green because the fallen Cien had accidentally kicked him right in the kidney. Ahem, that is the kidney area. The arena fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a wave of merry laughter. Spectator A: damn kidney damage, he's done for. Spectator B: Yamcha's luck is terrible. To get kicked like that, I'm impressed. Yamcha, wincing in pain, clutched his kidney area tightly, sweat pouring down his face. But he gritted his teeth and said to Cien, "You've got some strength, but I'll be more careful next time." Cien dusted himself off, apologizing. "Sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm truly sorry." At this, the audience burst into laughter again. When had a fighter ever apologized for hitting an opponent? Cien was simply adorable. Yamcha, though outwardly calm, was inwardly seething with frustration. This guy had made him a laughingstock. Nevertheless, he silently resolved, "If that's the case, don't blame me for going all out." So he glanced at Cien, who was still interacting with the audience, and said, "Well, I'm about to launch my attack. You'd better prepare." Then he added, "My attack might be a bit strong, so sorry in advance." To his surprise, Cien still looked confused, scratching his head. "Oh, go ahead then." Yamcha hesitated no longer. He leaped high and kicked at Cien, his intention clear, to send Cien flying out of the ring. But Cien, in a panic, immediately crouched down and covered his head. Yamcha, however, did not react in time, and continued his charge at the same speed. Thus, the next second, with a duong sound, Cien's head happened to ram straight into Yamcha's crotch. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. The air was thick with awkwardness. Everyone heard it clearly, the unmistakable sound of eggs cracking. At that moment, the tragic T-God felt as if he was splitting apart. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Then, without a word, he immediately clutched his groin with both hands, knelt on the ground in agony, tears streaming down his face. After a brief silence, the arena erupted with thunderous laughter. The audience was nearly in hysterics, and they too shed tears alongside Yamcha. Spectator A: hang in there, buddy. Uffed. Spectator B: it's so cruel, but why can't I stop laughing? Spectator C: he's done, he's totally done. His girlfriend is probably going to leave him too, ha. Puya Lu blushed and muttered, "Young Master Yamcha, please hang in there." Bulma also blushed, grumbling, "This idiot is so embarrassing." Humph. Lin Dong glanced at her, feeling quite satisfied. On the other side, Yamcha was well aware of the humiliation. After the initial intense pain subsided, he forced himself to stand up and glared at Cien with venomous eyes. It seemed he was finally ready to take the match seriously. However, Lin Dong did not want to see that. He only needed Yamcha to embarrass himself and make Bulma lose faith in him. So he immediately used telepathy to speak to Yamcha. "I say, T-God, if you forfeit now, I'll be willing to teach you martial arts and make you stronger. What do you say?" Yamcha glanced at Lin Dong from the arena, but Lin Dong knew what he wanted to say. He was too humiliated and wanted to redeem himself. So he continued, "Forfeit, or you'll only be more embarrassed. Your opponent is none other than the god of heaven, who taught Sun Wukong martial arts." This stunned Yamcha. His opponent was the god of heaven. Really? Absolutely. After receiving the confirmation, Yamcha looked at Cien unwillingly, then at Bulma and the others below. He sighed and said, "Since it's the god of heaven, then forget it." With that, he turned and walked off the field, heading toward the contestants' area. On the sidelines, Bulma was furious. What is wrong with him? He embarrassed himself so badly, and he doesn't even want to redeem his honor. He just forfeits. How disappointing. Puya Lu was also puzzled. What happened to young Master Yamcha? Was he really hurt that badly? Thinking about it, he couldn't help but blush again. The location of the injury was simply too awkward. After the fourth match concluded, the final list of the top four was finally released. Tianjin Fan Sun Wukong Demon Jr. and Immortal. Thus, the semifinals arrived as scheduled, and the two upcoming matchups were first match Sun Wukong vs. Tianjin Fan. Second match Demon Jr. vs. Immortal. Both matches were thrilling, especially the duel between Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan, which recreated the splendor of the World Martial Arts Tournament finals 3 years ago. The battle was so intense that the sky and earth turned dark. The audience cheered in excitement, and the host rambled on with impassioned nonsense. However, in the end, Sun Wukong, whose strength had greatly increased, proved superior and won the match with relative ease. On the other side, the match between Demon Jr. and the Immortal was relatively dull. After some probing, the Heavenly God used the Demon Sealing Wave, but was then countered by Demon Jr., resulting in his own sealing. Lin Dong had no interest in either match, so he returned to the hotel to rest for a while. Of course, the reason he returned to the hotel also involved Chi-Chi. That girl stubbornly ran to the contestants' area, found Sun Wukong, and after scolding him, she laid all her cards on the table, demanding that Sun Wukong marry her. Upon learning that Chi-Chi was the daughter of the Ox Demon King, and that he had indeed made a promise, Sun Wukong agreed vaguely. This made Lin Dong quite displeased. However, he wasn't very sad because deep down, he didn't really like Chi-Chi. His desire to win her was merely to enhance his own strength. Moreover, Lin Dong's mind was now focused on forming the Dawei Tianlong Special Forces. All members of the Warriors, Sun Wukong, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Klin Jiaozi, and Piccolo, 6 people in total, he planned to recruit them all. But the problem was, if he gathered them all for training, the story would inevitably undergo massive changes. So would that cause even more butterfly effects? 3 years ago, Lin Dong nearly helped take Sun Wukong to the Ka Lin Tower, which caused the great Demon King Piccolo to gain an extra 40 combat power for no reason. So if he boosted the strength of Sun Wukong and the others, would it cause Raditz, Vegeta, and even Frieza's combat power to undergo tremendous changes? The others were manageable, but the key was Frieza, who already had a combat power of 120 million. If he got a massive boost, the consequences would be quite severe. Lin Dong was a bit annoyed. After all, his current combat power was a mere 800. He probably couldn't even defeat Frieza's pinky finger. But a promise made is like water spilled. He couldn't go back on his word, could he? Of course, there was still a way. For example, completing a few more S-rank missions, not too many, just 3 more, would allow Lin Dong to reach 800 million combat power. At that point, even if Frieza's combat power increased significantly, he would absolutely be no match for him. With this thought, Lin Dong stopped worrying. After all, he was a divine tycoon. Shouldn't a divine tycoon just do whatever he pleases? Besides, living in constant fear would be so boring. And while Lin Dong was lost in thought, the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament were drawing to a close. After a fierce battle, Sun Wukong finally got his wish and defeated Piccolo. At the same time, he also rescued the Heavenly God. However, by this time, the tournament venue was already in ruins. Within a radius of over 10 kilometers centered on the arena, almost everything had been leveled to the ground. Gasping heavily, Sun Wukong looked at the dying Piccolo lying in the dirt, then suddenly grinned and flashed a yes gesture to the crowd before saying, "Host, isn't it time to start the countdown?" It must be said that as the host of the event, Mr. Sunglasses was very dedicated. Even though the audience had all fled, he insisted on staying to commentate the match until now. Hearing Sun Wukong call him, the host scurried over and said, "Counting down is fine, but the problem is, hasn't Mr. Demon Jr. already died? If he's dead, that would violate the competition rules." Bulma, hearing this, said very displeased, "Hey, are you mistaken? This person is Piccolo. Wouldn't it be better if he died?" "Host, you're right, but the rules of the match cannot be changed." Everyone was speechless upon hearing this. At this moment, the Heavenly God walked over and said, "Don't worry, he's not dead yet. If he were dead, I would also disappear." Sun Wukong also nodded and said, "Host, please start the countdown quickly. He's really not dead. I can still sense his aura." Before he finished speaking, Piccolo, lying in the mud pit, suddenly raised his head and unleashed a sudden mouth blast directly at Sun Wukong. Completely unprepared, Sun Wukong's right chest was pierced, and he writhed in agony, screaming in pain. Seeing this, Piccolo stood up from the ground and sneered, "Sun Wukong, didn't expect this, did you? I still won. So all of you wait for the darkness to descend. Of course, after I kill you, I'll go find that guy named Dongxian." The onlookers were stunned by this sudden turn of events. When they came to their senses, they immediately wanted to help, but Piccolo casually waved his hand, sending several demonic light beams sweeping across, frightening them back. Although Piccolo was severely injured, he was on a completely different level from them. So even though he was exhausted, he was still far beyond their ability to handle. However, at that moment, Lin Dong made a dazzling entrance. He returned to the crowd. Thinking about it, how could he miss such an opportunity to gain favor? After all, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lan Chi were all present. In this moment of despair, his sudden appearance as a savior would naturally earn him immense goodwill from the ladies. Sure enough, Bulma saw him return and said excitedly, "Dongxian, you're back. Now we're saved." With that, she couldn't help but hug Lin Dong. Lin Dong coughed and said calmly, "Everyone, don't panic. Take out your phones, shoot a TikTok, and post it on Moments. Green TI. I'll hold back, damn it. Clin Mr. Dongxian, please save Wukong. Tianjin fan, yes please hurry. Wukong is about to die. Although Chi-Chi was not interested in Lin Dong seeing everyone like this, she felt he must be strong, so she said, hey you please help quickly. On the other side, Piccolo heard the name, Dongxian, and immediately felt a tightening in his anus, his scalp tingling with fear. This was not entirely his fault, because every time Lin Dong appeared before he had controlled the surrounding aura, so Piccolo had never noticed him. Seeing everyone like this, Lin Dong didn't waste time. He directly used Piccolo's own technique, stretching his right arm and grabbing Piccolo by the neck. The ease and grace with which he did it was like grabbing a toy. Kellen was dumbfounded. Although he knew Lin Dong was strong, who would have believed he could be this powerful? Even witnessing it with his own eyes, he found it hard to believe. The others were also dumbfounded. However, amid their bewilderment, Tenshin and Yancha and the others couldn't help but feel delighted because Lin Dong had agreed to teach them martial arts. However, in stark contrast to everyone else, Piccolo's heart was utterly shattered at this moment. Being brutally beaten by Lin Dong was one thing, but this guy had actually used the ultimate technique of the Demon Clan. How did he do it? Lin Dong gave him no time to think. He casually grabbed him and slammed him into the ground once, twice, 3 times. His demeanor was incredibly relaxed and effortless, as if swatting a fly. After a moment, Piccolo was finished. He lay on the ground, barely breathing, on the verge of death. Lin Dong then stopped. Just then Yajirobe, who had been hiding nearby, finally leaped out and took out a Senzu bean to feed to Sun Wukong. After eating the Senzu bean, Sun Wukong instantly recovered, but he was not in a good mood because, strictly speaking, he had still lost to Piccolo. Of course, what he didn't know was that if Lin Dong hadn't intervened, he would still have been able to defeat Piccolo. Then Sun Wukong looked at Yajirobe and said, "Can you give me another Senzu bean?" Yajirobe was startled and asked, "Are your injuries not fully healed?" Then he handed him another Senzu bean. Without saying much, Sun Wukong took the bean and walked directly toward Piccolo. He crouched down and fed the bean into his mouth, saying, "Piccolo, eat this bean and you'll recover." Yajirobe was terrified and exclaimed, "Wukong, have you gone crazy?" After saying that, he quickly ran away again. The group was also puzzled, but Lin Dong remained silent. Seeing the reactions of the others, Sun Wukong explained, "Piccolo can't die, because if he dies, Cammy will also disappear." Cammy sighed and said, "Wukong, you didn't need to keep this menace. Besides, I truly don't want to feel guilty because of Piccolo anymore." As he spoke, Piccolo, having swallowed the Senzu bean, finally fully recovered. With a flash, he flew into the distant sky and sneered, "Sun Wukong, don't expect me to thank you. And all of you wait for me. I'll come back sooner or later and kill every one of you." After saying that, he turned to flee. But at this moment, Lin Dong suddenly spoke. He gave a light smile and said, "Piccolo, did I say you could leave?" Piccolo's body trembled. However, he then sneered, "Do you want to kill me?" "Huh, but if you kill me, Cammy will die too." Cammy looked at him coldly, then said to Lin Dong, "Dongxian, I have long seen through life and death, so please kill him." But Lin Dong ignored him. He shrugged with a smile and said, "Hey everyone, hold on a moment. I feel like I need to give you a lesson on the origin of animals." "Oh no, the origin of Namekians." "Namekians? What is that?" Bulma asked curiously. Namekians are a race with unique abilities. They are divided into 2 types, combat type and intelligent type. However, regardless of the type, their appearances are generally similar. Furthermore, they are an asexual race. You must have seen this method of asexual reproduction. For example, Piccolo was born from his father, the old Piccolo, by spitting an egg. Of course, that's not the point. The point is that Namekians are a peace-loving race. After hearing this, everyone was bewildered. Does that mean Piccolo is actually an alien? And a peace-loving alien at that? Cammy frowned slightly upon hearing this, thinking, could it be that I am really not an Earthling? This question had actually troubled him for a long time, and even before this he had always harbored such suspicions. After all, his appearance was too unique. No one else on Earth looked like him. At this, Bulma asked, "If that's the case, then why is Piccolo so evil?" Lin Dong smiled and continued, "Don't rush. Let me tell you slowly. It's like this: Namekians originally lived on a planet called Namek. But hundreds of years ago, the climate on Namek suddenly became harsh, causing their race to begin dying in large numbers. Under these circumstances, a Namekian baby was sent to Earth, of course, to preserve the bloodline of the Namekian race. Unfortunately, because this Namekian baby came into contact with humans, his heart was corrupted, giving rise to evil thoughts. When he grew up, this Namekian often suffered from that trace of evil. So one dark and stormy night, he split himself in 2, becoming 2 people. At this point, Lin Dong suddenly looked at Cammy. Cammy sighed and said, "Yes, since then the good side became me, and the evil side became the Demon King Piccolo, who terrorized the world." Bulma said, "So then doesn't that mean the disaster was caused by humans' own fault?" Lin Dong smiled and nodded, then continued, "However, as I said before, Namekians are inherently good. So although the Demon King Piccolo was evil, the new Piccolo he gave birth to is not that bad. Sure, his temper isn't great, but that's entirely because he lacks maternal love. Look at him. What a pitiful child, right? Cammy. Everyone. Saying Piccolo is pitiful. Is there anything more absurd? Piccolo himself felt this was an insult and couldn't help retorting, "You're the one who's pitiful. Your whole family is pitiful. I'm a villain. I was destined to be a big villain from birth. Bah, I don't need your pity." Lin Dong said, "See, this is classic teenage rebellion. But think about it, Piccolo is only 3 years old this year. So isn't this rebellion quite normal?" "Piccolo, bastard, are you insulting me?" Lin Dong glanced at him, said nothing, reached out his arm, grabbed him, and beat him up again. After the beating he sighed, and said, "Cammy, I'm not criticizing you, but from the moment this little Piccolo was born you should have taken him back and raised him properly. After all, you're practically his half-father. How can you be so irresponsible?" "No choice. Since you won't take care of him, I'll have to educate him myself. As the saying goes, spare the rod, spoil the child." Piccolo sobbed, "Please just kill me." Lin Dong said, "Look at you, still not obedient. Seems you haven't had enough beating." Then he continued the beating. "Everyone, why do we suddenly feel that Piccolo is truly pitiful?" And Lin Dong continued to educate Piccolo. And so after a beating, he would feed him a senzu. Once recovered, if Piccolo still disobeyed, he would beat him again. After repeating this dozens of times, Piccolo finally settled down, squatting on the ground and glaring at Lin Dong with resentment. Seeing that Piccolo had finally become sensible, Lin Dong said, "Oh, by the way, I also need to educate you about scions. Don't all look at me so curiously. The scion I'm talking about is actually Sun Wukong. He is also an alien." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong pointed at himself in disbelief and said, "I'm an alien, but I look exactly the same as everyone else." However, to his words, everyone remained silent. After all except for Chi-Chi, almost everyone had seen him transform into a giant ape. Lin Dong smiled and continued, "Scions are the exact opposite of Namekians. They are naturally aggressive and are known as the strongest warrior race in the universe. For most of their lives, scions are constantly fighting and killing. They usually take over beautiful planets, wipe out the natives, and then sell them at a high price to their employers. Don't all stare at me like that. The reason the Sun Wukong you see now is a good person is because his head was severely injured when he was a child. Can you understand that?" Beside the turtle, hermit nodded and said, "I know about this. Gohan once told me that he adopted a child, but that child had a very bad temper. It wasn't until he accidentally fell off a cliff that he became gentle, but that injury almost killed the child." Bulma said, "You're talking about Wukong, right?" Oolong rolled his eyes and said, "Obviously." Puar exclaimed, "How unexpected. The peaceful Namekian became evil when he came to Earth, while the violent scion became a good person." At this, Lin Dong smiled again and said, "Did you forget what I said earlier? Wukong was sent to Earth for the purpose of wiping out the humans on this planet. And because Wukong has completely forgotten all this, in the near future his brother will come looking for him." This time Sun Wukong was completely stunned. "I have a brother." Lin Dong nodded and said, "Yes, and you also have parents. But they are already dead. Not long after you arrived on Earth, the planet Vegeta where they were was destroyed by someone named Frieza. Seems I've digressed a bit. Back to the point. In a few years scions will descend on Earth again, and at that time Earth will face a new crisis because the scions will kill everyone on Earth." Hearing this, everyone panicked. "Bulma, what should we do then? I haven't even gotten married yet. And a beautiful girl like me dying would be such a waste. Oolong, can you be any more shameless?" On the other side, Piccolo suddenly sneered and said, "Scions. So what? If they want to take over Earth, they'll have to ask me first." Sun Wukong also gritted his teeth and said, "Yeah, I won't let them succeed." Seeing this, Lin Dong smiled and said, "Unfortunately your thoughts are good, but it's a pity. Not to mention you, even I might not be a match for those guys. Well, to be precise, if their Lord Frieza came in person, he could crush me with just a pinky finger." Piccolo. Everyone. That exaggerated. Doesn't that mean they have no ability to resist at all? Cammy was silent for a moment, then asked, "Dongxian, is there really no way?" Lin Dong sighed and said, "For now I've only thought of one method. Gather all of you together, and I'll train you intensively. That way we might be able to put up a fight." Piccolo snorted, "I'm not interested." Lin Dong glanced at him and said, "Piccolo, I must remind you, after these scions attack Earth, they will go to attack Namek. On Namek, right now there are hundreds of your kind exactly like you. So do you really want to see them all killed?" With Lin Dong's continuous persuasion, everyone was successfully brainwashed, even Piccolo was no exception. Thus, the Great Might Dragon Special Forces was officially established. However, after this was settled, Chi-Chi grabbed Sun Wukong and said, "I don't care. You promised to marry me, so even if you want to join that team, you have to marry me first." Sun Wukong frowned and said, "Don't be like this. I'm not backing out, but now is not the time." "I don't care. If you don't come back with me, I'll kill myself." With that, Chi-Chi snatched Yajirobe's sword and placed it against her own neck, as if she was about to commit suicide at the slightest disagreement. Everyone was speechless. Lin Dong was also troubled, thinking, why is Chi-Chi so reckless? Is Sun Wukong really that attractive? I'm handsome and strong, why doesn't she look at me? Beside the turtle hermit smiled, and said, Dongxian, why not let Wukong go back and get married first then come to you for training? Cammy also said, yes, after experiencing a great battle we should at least rest for a few days. Seeing both of them express their opinions, Lin Dong didn't have much to say and reluctantly agreed. However, the next second, he used telepathy to say to son Wukong, Wukong, if you want to become extremely strong then agree to one last condition of mine. Son Wukong asked puzzledly, what condition? Lin Dong's face instantly flushed red, he really couldn't bring himself to say it. Moreover, coveting another man's beautiful wife, how is that different from a thief? However, despite saying that, Lin Dong then thought otherwise. After all, a person as righteous as him, even if he wanted to sleep with Chi-Chi, it was definitely not for selfish desires. He wanted to sleep with Chi-Chi only to become stronger. And becoming stronger was precisely to save Earth, even all of humanity, wasn't it? So, how could it be compared to a thief? With this thought, Lin Dong finally said, after you get married, find a way to persuade Chi-Chi to sleep with me for a few days. If you agree to this, I promise to teach you everything without holding back. How about it? Son Wukong was stunned and said without thinking, just this simple request. It doesn't seem very complicated, I'll talk to her about it later. Lin Dong was at a loss for words. To be honest, he really suspected that on the night of the wedding son Wukong might have been forced by Chi-Chi. After son Wukong and Chi-Chi left, Lin Dong led the Z fighters to the celestial realm, while Bulma, Lunch, and the others each returned home. It wasn't that Lin Dong didn't want to bring these two women along, rather he had ulterior motives. Consider, although Bulma's impression of Yancha was growing increasingly poor, they were still entangled. So after Lin Dong took Yancha to the celestial realm, their bond would inevitably weaken, perhaps even leading to a direct breakup. This was precisely what Lin Dong wanted to see. Once Bulma and Yancha officially parted ways, he could seize the opportunity and legitimately win Bulma over. Upon arriving at the celestial realm, Lin Dong thought of a way to rapidly enhance everyone's strength, summon the eternal dragon, and make a wish. He would have all Z fighters acquire the Scion bloodline, making their power growth incredibly simple. So he instructed them to descend to Earth and gather the 7 Dragon Balls. As for himself, Lin Dong had no time to waste. He still had many more tasks to complete, and this time his target was Mai. Speaking of which, the Pilaf gang had virtually vanished after being thrown off the plane by King Piccolo. Curious, Lin Dong visited Corinne, first only to learn that they were in the G region. The G region, the most impoverished area in the Dragon Ball world. Upon investigation, Lin Dong discovered that the Pilaf gang hadn't given up on world domination, rather after the King Piccolo incident their finances were depleted, forcing them to work as laborers on construction sites. At this moment, on a construction site in the G region, Mai and Shu were sweating profusely carrying bricks, with the arrogant Emperor Pilaf standing behind them. Emperor Pilaf, wearing a hard hat with an air of authority, cracked a whip against the ground, acting like a foreman. He kept shouting, hurry up, hurry up. After another 3 years of bricklaying, we'll rise again, and then it'll be time for this great emperor to make a comeback. Shu whined, Your Majesty, you said that 3 years ago, but 3 years have passed, and you're still saying it. So how many more years do we have to carry bricks? Wah! Pilaf glared at him and scolded, Idiot! Are you doubting your emperor? Shu, no, Your Majesty, please don't hit me. If you hit me again, I won't be able to carry bricks. Sigh. My feeling aggrieved muttered to herself, 3 years ago, I was a top-notch agent with a D cup. Now after 3 years of bricklaying, I've lost my elite agent status, and my cup size has shrunk. If this continues, I'm afraid even a C cup would be too big. Wah! Pilaf replied dismissively. Anyway, your dream isn't to become a busty woman, so why care about that? But don't worry, once I rule the world, I'll make you a high-class agent. Mai heard this, glanced down at her shrunken chest, gritted her teeth, and encouraged herself, for the sake of becoming a high-class agent, I'm going all out. Just then a figure suddenly appeared before them, Lin Dong. Pilaf was startled and shouted, Bastard, who the hell are you? Mai turned around at the sound, and the moment she saw him, she felt as if struck by lightning. Oh my, where did this handsome guy come from? His peerless looks, his upright posture, and his flowing short hair. Absolutely stunning. In that instant, Mai felt as if she had found love. Lin Dong cleared his throat, satisfied with Mai's reaction, and took the initiative to greet her. Hello, beautiful lady, how are you, Mai? The handsome guy had actually spoken to her. So excited, she quickly covered her mouth, afraid that drool would escape. Shu rushed over and shook Mai by the shoulders. Mai, snap out of it. I'm your beloved Shu. As a seasoned heartbreaker, Lin Dong knew that Mai had already fallen for him. But what puzzled him was that in the original story, Mai wasn't interested in men. So why was she like this now? Could it be that the long-term bricklaying had finally awakened her true nature? But none of that mattered now. What mattered was that Mai had taken a liking to him and seemed eager to go with him. So Lin Dong slowly walked toward Mai and said, Beautiful, I actually came here to find you, so would you be willing to come with me? Pilaf, sensing something amiss, quickly said, Mai, don't forget your dream, you're going to be a high-class agent. But Mai turned slightly and said, Emperor Pilaf, I've made up my mind. For love, I'm willing to let all of this go. Pilaf was devastated. Know if you leave, who will help me carry bricks? My dream of world domination will be crushed. How can you be so heartless? I hesitated, but... Seeing her hesitate, Lin Dong waved his hand using his creation ability, and instantly a mountain of cash appeared before them. Then he said, Pilaf, with this money, do you still need me to carry bricks? Pilaf's eyes lit up, and he almost trembled as he waved his hands. No. If possible, take Shu with you too. I don't need them anymore, Shu. Seeing that Pilaf had no objections, Lin Dong looked at Mai again and asked, Beautiful, shall we go now? Mai nodded shyly. Without another word, Lin Dong scooped her up and flew toward the celestial realm. But after flying a short distance, he suddenly stopped and looked at Mai with some confusion. Are you feeling unwell? Mai swallowed hard a few times before blushing and saying, Darling, why don't you take me straight to a hotel? Lin Dong also couldn't help but swallow. He hadn't expected her to be even more impatient than him. But he had to admit Mai in her agent uniform had a unique allure. He looked down and saw a dense forest below with the nearest town at least half an hour's flight away. Helpless, he said, but it's all forest around here, no hotel, Mai. Then let's do it in the forest. No one will see. Lin Dong. Was she really this wild? She wanted to do that kind of thing in the forest. But thinking about it, it seemed quite thrilling. So without overthinking, he descended with Mai into the forest. Using a kienzan, he cut down a tree about 3 or 4 meters thick, fashioning a makeshift bed. However, what Lin Dong didn't expect was that the moment they landed on the trunk, Mai pinned him down, and a frenzied entanglement ensued. Ding Host has fallen in love with a specific girl. Reward 10x combat power. Ding Host combat power has reached 8 million. Keep up the good work. Complete more tasks for further rewards, but before Lin Dong could savor this newfound power, the Guardian sent a telepathic message. Dong Immortal, are you busy? Dong Immortal, is something the matter? Guardian, nothing much, just letting you know that the Dragon Balls have been gathered. We're waiting for you to make a wish. Dong Immortal was stunned. Only 3 days had passed. How could it be so fast? But then he understood. After all, those searching for the Dragon Balls were among the strongest on Earth, so 3 days was hardly quick. So he thought for a moment, and said, alright, wait a few more days. I'll come after I'm done. And don't peek. The fierce battle between Xiao Wu and Lin Dong lasted for 3 whole days and nights, during which they fought so intensely that blood flowed like a river. However, joyful moments are always fleeting. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. One morning, 3 days later. In the primeval forest, Xiao Wu, with a look of utmost satisfaction, nestled in Lin Dong's arms and said, Darling, I feel like I've poured all the passion of the past 18 years into you. Lin Dong, what do you mean by that? Xiao Wu, but now that the passion has faded, I realize my true dream is still to become a top-tier secret agent. Lin Dong, what does she mean? Damn girl, you can't be serious. Are you just going to forget me now? Sure enough, the next second Xiao Wu continued, so I've thought it over and I still need to return to Prince Zuifan's side to help him fulfill his long-cherished wish of unifying the world. Lin Dong was on the verge of tears. This is utterly ridiculous. How can you be so heartless? Seeing his displeasure, Xiao Wu pouted and said, Darling, don't be like that. If you miss me later, you can always come find me, right? Lin Dong was helpless. But what could he do? He was a warm-hearted man. Respecting his girlfriend. No, correcting himself, respecting his girlfriend had always been his basic principle. So after sending Xiao Wu back, Lin Dong returned to the celestial realm. Seeing him back, everyone gathered around and also took out the Dragon Balls. Without any hesitation, Lin Dong prepared to summon the Divine Dragon. But just then the system suddenly emitted a prompt. Ding Dong Host, please note, when using the Dragon Balls, you must refrain from making any wishes that benefit yourself, or the system will revoke all rewards. Lin Dong was taken aback. What did that mean? However, he quickly realized that the system was trying to avoid creating a bug within itself. Because if he used the Dragon Balls to wish for all women in the world to willingly come to him, his combat power would be broken. It seemed the system wasn't foolish after all. After figuring this out, Lin Dong didn't find it a big deal. After all, the Divine Dragon's abilities were limited, so making wishes for himself was indeed somewhat useless. So without further ado, he shouted, Come forth, Divine Dragon. As his voice faded, the heavens and earth darkened, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Day instantly turned into night. Then a brilliant golden light burst forth from the Dragon Balls, swiftly soaring upward. Next, everyone heard a high-pitched dragon's roar. Then a breathtaking scene unfolded. A divine dragon hundreds of meters tall and resembling an ancient twisted tree appeared out of thin air, looking down upon them with an air of superiority, like a deity. However, those present were not ordinary people, so they remained quite composed. Then the divine dragon spoke in a deep, rumbling voice. Humans, state your wish. Any wish can be fulfilled by me. Without wasting any time, Lin Dong immediately declared, Please turn everyone in the celestial realm except for me, Bobo, and the god of heaven, into Scion bloodline. Can you do that? The divine dragon pondered for a moment before replying. This wish is simple. I have already granted it. Now if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Lin Dong nodded, then looked at the others, but suddenly felt something was off. Didn't scions have tails? But why after the wish was granted did none of them have tails? Lin Dong intended to ask the divine dragon, but when he turned around, the dragon had already turned into ordinary stones which were launched to various corners of the world, and the sky had brightened again. So he had to walk up to them and ask, "Do you feel any change in yourselves?" "Hey, Kulin, no change at all." "Lin Dong, are you sure?" Yamcha also said, "Indeed, no change. I don't feel anything." "What about you, Tianjin Fan?" Tianjin Fan shook his head. Lin Dong was puzzled. Could something have gone wrong? Or had he messed up the steps when making the wish? To test it out, he walked up to Kulin and said, "Kulin, could you please release all your energy and let me see how strong you are?" Kulin nodded, then let out a loud shout, unleashing all his energy. Lin Dong sensed it carefully and found that there was indeed no change. The aura was exactly the same as before. But he didn't give up. Instead, he suddenly struck out, landing a heavy punch on Kulin's chest. Then in the next second, Kulin's eyes instantly dimmed, and a terrifying bloody hole appeared in his chest. Everyone was stunned. What was he doing? Had Lin Dong gone mad? But before they could react, Lin Dong pulled out a senzu bean from his pocket and quickly stuffed it into Kulin's mouth. Kulin looked at Lin Dong with dazed eyes, unsure of what he was trying to do, but he still swallowed the bean and quickly recovered. Lin Dong then said again, "All right, now release all your energy again and let me see." Kulin nodded. Then with a boom, a much stronger aura burst forth than before. Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi were even forced back a few steps by this energy. Lin Dong finally nodded. Now he understood acquiring a scion bloodline didn't mean becoming a full scion. It was like Shalu. Shalu also had scion blood within him, so he could become stronger after recovering from severe injuries, but he didn't have a tail and couldn't transform into a giant ape. What a pity. If only he had directly wished to become a scion. Then if their combat power couldn't keep up, they could all transform into giant apes. Just imagining it was amusing. A dozen giant apes brawling together on Namek. The scene alone was already interesting. At this moment, Baiku, standing nearby, was extremely astonished. Wide-eyed, he asked, "What just happened? Why did he suddenly become so strong? He might even be a match for me." Lin Dong smiled and said, "Do you want to know?" "Sure, if you want to know, then fight Kulin. If you win, I'll tell you the secret." "Sure, if you want to know, then fight Kulin. If you win, I'll tell you the secret." "You want me to fight this guy, eh?" Bike frowned, clearly reluctant. Although Kellen's combat power had greatly increased, he was still no match for Bike. Kellen was also startled and said, "Dongxian, I think we should forget it. Forget fighting Bike, just looking at him makes me nervous." Lin Dong ignored Kellen. He frowned at Bike and said, "Don't waste time. I'm trying a unique training method, so let's start right away." But who would have thought? Bike still didn't move. It seemed he didn't want to fight. This made Lin Dong a bit annoyed, so he asked, "Bike, you seem quite disobedient, don't you?" Bike squinted, but said nothing. Seeing this, Lin Dong suddenly laughed. "Well, I'm trying to help you become stronger, but you're not buying it. Do you think I have nothing better to do?" However, Lin Dong didn't directly teach him a lesson. Instead, he said coldly, "Bike, to be honest, letting you join the special team was just a whim. But since you always think you're so tough, then just get lost. I don't like your kind." He spoke lightly, but anyone could see that Lin Dong was very displeased. However, for the sake of face, Bike stood still like a wooden post, but it was obvious he was tense, his whole body stiff. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. Everyone turned their gaze to Lin Dong, afraid that in his anger, he would directly kill Bike. Although it wouldn't matter if Bike died, dragging the Guardian into it would be bad. Seeing this, Kellen quickly stepped in to mediate. Well, Master Dongxian, don't mind him. He's always been like this." But Lin Dong turned a deaf ear. Then he said again, "I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, no matter who you are, I will directly annihilate you." Bike gritted his teeth and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Clearly, Lin Dong was grinding his dignity into the dust. "Just you wait." Before Lin Dong could start counting, Bike leaped into the air and flew away without looking back. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when he left. Lin Dong didn't pursue the matter either. He turned to Tianjin Fan and said, "Tianjin Fan, since Bike is gone, you spar with Kellen." Tianjin Fan nodded, stepped forward, and assumed a combat stance. Lin Dong added, "Don't hold back. Go all out and finish quickly. Don't worry about getting hurt. I have senzu beans here, understand?" Tianjin Fan nodded again and said, "Kellen, watch out." With that, he suddenly accelerated and threw a punch at Kellen. But to his surprise, Kellen effortlessly blocked it and then kicked him hard in the stomach. Tianjin Fan was stunned and caught off guard, was kicked flying. Clearly, he had underestimated his opponent. Although Kellen's strength had greatly increased, Tianjin Fan's combat power was not far behind, only slightly inferior. Moreover, Tianjin Fan had rich battle experience and a wide variety of techniques. So when both went all out, their strength was roughly equal. So Lin Dong said again, "I'll remind you once more, go all out, don't underestimate your opponent, and finish quickly. Understand?" Tianjin Fan wiped the blood from his mouth and sneered, "Kellen, well done. But now you'd better watch out." With that, he charged again, and this time he held nothing back. On the other side, Kellen didn't retreat either. He chose to meet the attack head-on. For a moment, the two fought so fiercely that the ground shook and the loud bang 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 of collisions was incessant. Yamcha, who was watching from the side, couldn't help swallowing hard, and said, "My God, these two have surpassed me by so much that I can't even see their movements clearly." Jiaozi shouted loudly, "Tianjin fan, go for it." But Lin Dong, hearing their words, turned slightly and looked at them. "Yamcha, a master, is something wrong?" Lin Dong smiled and said, "What's the fun in just watching? You two go over to that open area and fight." "Yamcha, this isn't this inappropriate." Jiaozi, "Yeah, I can't beat Yamcha either." Lin Dong looked at them and said, "If you want to become stronger, you have to listen to me. Of course. If you really don't want to fight, that's fine. Just leave like Bike did." Hearing this, Jiaozi quickly said, "Then I'll fight. I don't want to be separated from Tianjin fan. Yamcha, let's go over there." Yamcha scratched his head and said, "What if I hurt you?" Before Jiaozi could answer, Lin Dong sneered and said, "Hurt? Ha, if your strength is insufficient, you don't even have the right to be hurt. Because when the Scions arrive, you'll only be waiting to die." If I remember correctly, in the original story, when Vegeta came to Earth, Yamcha had just appeared and was killed by a Saibaman due to underestimating it. And Jiaozi, to protect Tianjin fan, chose to self-destruct. Unfortunately, because Jiaozi was too weak, even his self-destruction didn't seriously harm the Scions. The two, hearing Lin Dong's words, stopped dawdling and immediately went to another open area to start sparring. Seeing them go, Lin Dong then walked up to the Guardian and asked, "As far as I know, wise Namekians all have healing abilities. So, Guardian, do you have it?" The Guardian pondered for a moment and said, "I'm not sure if it's that, but when I traveled the mortal world before, I once healed some small animals. It was a strange kind of magic." Lin Dong nodded and said, After they finish training, try healing them. Otherwise, we might use up all the sins of beans." The fight between Tianjin fan and Kellen didn't last long because they were both outputting at full power, so their stamina depleted quickly. After half an hour, both were covered in wounds, and neither had gained the upper hand. Seeing that both were at their last gasp, Lin Dong stepped forward and said, "Stop for now. Come over and let the Guardian heal you. Once you're healed, continue fighting." In fact, Lin Dong's training principle was simple: have them spar with each other, going all out, then, after they get injured, have the Guardian heal them, repeating this cycle continuously. In this way, because of their Scion bloodline, their strength would skyrocket imperceptibly. Lin Dong stayed in the Celestial Realm for 4 days, during which he strictly supervised the training of every Z warrior. For at least 12 hours each day, they engaged in intense combat, not even including the time spent on recovery. Of course, everything must be in moderation, and life cannot be entirely consumed by cultivation. Thus, apart from training, they were guaranteed 8 hours of sleep every day. The remaining time was reserved for relaxation, strolling, chatting, or even playing cards, ensuring ample leisure. The purpose of this arrangement was to allow everyone to unwind both physically and mentally, rather than keeping their nerves taut all day, which would ultimately hinder their progress. Thus, in just 4 days, the group's strength underwent a qualitative leap. Using the system's built-in scouter, Tien Shinhan's power level had reached 467, Krillin's 492, while Yamcha's stood at 368 and Kaiotsu's at 357. Do not underestimate these numbers. At this stage, even Son Goku and Piccolo had not yet surpassed the 400 mark. In other words, after merely 4 days of training, Tien Shinhan and Krillin could already overpower the original 2 protagonists with ease. Such was the terrifying nature of Scion bloodline. With each recovery from severe injury, their power levels soared dramatically. Over these 4 days, each of them had been gravely wounded and healed several times, so this surge in strength was only natural. Witnessing these results, both Lin Dong and the Z Warriors were immensely thrilled. The Z Warriors' excitement stemmed from their own newfound power, while Lin Dong rejoiced in possessing yet another tool for showing off. Imagine this: after the group's training is complete, they journey to planet Namek for a sightseeing trip. When Frieza dispatches the Jinyu Force, Lin Dong will deploy his own great Might Dragon warriors, soldier against soldier, general against general. At that moment, he would pin Frieza to the ground, while the great Might Dragon warriors would do the same to Frieza's entire army, including the Jinyu Force. The scene would be utterly satisfying. Finally, the 5th day arrived. Just as everyone was about to begin training, Lin Dong appeared and asked them to wait a moment. Krillin asked curiously, "Master, do you have something important to announce?" Lin Dong shook his head. "Nothing major, just a small matter. By the way, Krillin, can you sense ki now?" Krillin nodded. "I learned it on my 2nd day here." Lin Dong then asked, "And the others?" Yamcha scratched his head awkwardly. "Everyone except me can sense ki already, but I think I'll master it in a few days." Lin Dong nodded. "Alright then, starting today, I'll give you an additional small task. Krillin, you'll be the first to carry it out." Krillin, "What task? Why all the mystery?" Lin Dong used his creation ability to materialize an hourglass on the ground. Before the sand in this hourglass runs out, go down to the mortal realm, beat up Piccolo, and return in time for today's training. Krillin was almost dumbfounded. "Master, are you serious? You want me to fight Piccolo alone, and with such a tight deadline?" Lin Dong simply replied today, it's you tomorrow Tian Shin in the day after Kaiatsu, and then Yamcha. From now on you four will follow this cycle. Each day one of you will go and beat up Piccolo. Understood? The group was speechless, trembling in fear. Kaiatsu shivered uncontrollably. Lin Dong felt exasperated. These guys were already stronger than or equal to Piccolo, yet they were still so timid. Of course he couldn't entirely blame them. Piccolo had left a deep psychological shadow on them. With a sigh, Lin Dong explained, if my calculations are correct, Krillin can defeat Piccolo in, at most, 10 minutes. Tien Shinhan will take about the same. Yamcha and Kaiatsu may not be able to beat him, but they can definitely retreat unscathed. Understood. Krillin, how is that possible? Kaiatsu, master, please don't trick us. Lin Dong, exasperated, grabbed Krillin and hurled him down to the mortal realm, shouting, listen carefully. You must return before the sand runs out. If you're late, you'll be banned from eating for 3 days. Tien Shinhan was speechless. Yamcha muttered, poor Krillin. Kaiatsu whimpered, but it'll be our turn soon. Thrown down to the mortal realm, Krillin dared not disobey Lin Dong's order. He trusted Lin Dong's words, but the fear lingered in his heart. Reluctantly, he steeled himself and flew toward Piccolo's location. At that moment, Piccolo was training deep in the mountains. Since Namekian training primarily involved meditation and contemplation, Piccolo sat with his eyes closed. But the next second, he suddenly snapped his eyes open, sensing a powerful ki approaching him rapidly. What's happening? Who is it? Piccolo felt a hint of fear. The ki was far stronger than his own. Moments later, a figure appeared before him. When Piccolo saw who it was, he was stunned. You, Krillin. Why is your ki so strong? How did you manage this in just 4 days? Faced with Piccolo's barrage of questions, Krillin was puzzled. Am I really that strong? Wait, Piccolo, your ki feels so weak. Did something happen? Piccolo broke into a cold sweat and snapped, idiot. It's not that I've weakened. It's that you've grown stronger. Krillin scratched his head in delight. Really? So Master wasn't lying. I really am stronger. Oh no, time's running out. Piccolo, I can't chat anymore. I'm here to challenge you today. Take this. How dare you provoke me? You've got a death wish. Piccolo roared and charged forward. But then the next second, as Kellen's fist swung down heavily, striking Bike's abdomen, Bike's eyes nearly popped out. He staggered forward 2 steps, then directly fell to his knees with a plop, while clutching his abdomen with both hands, wincing in pain and spitting sour liquid. Kellen was also dumbfounded. He looked at his own fist, his face full of disbelief. Although he knew he had grown stronger, it still felt surreal to have knocked Bike down with a single punch. So is my mission considered complete? Kellen murmured to himself. With that, he glanced at Bike kneeling on the ground, ultimately unable to bear continuing the attack, and then he directly soared into the air, flying back to the celestial realm. A moment later, in the celestial realm, Lin Dong looked at the remaining half of the sand in the hourglass and nodded with satisfaction, saying, Kellen, you performed reasonably well this time. Now let's begin today's training. Yamcha, Kellen, did you really defeat Bike? Tianjin fan. Yeah, how exactly did you do it? Kellen scratched his head sheepishly and said, everyone, actually I didn't do much. I just casually punched Bike, and then he lay on the ground unable to move. Yamcha was shocked. That awesome. Jiaozi, that's just ridiculous. Tianjin fan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Kellen smiled, then looked at Lin Dong and said, actually the truly impressive one is the teacher. I've only been training with you for a few days, and I can already easily defeat Bike. So, teacher, thank you. After saying that, he earnestly bowed to Lin Dong. Seeing this, the others also realized it. Indeed, once upon a time Bike was such a terrifying existence, even an insurmountable mountain. Yet they had only been trained by Lin Dong for a few days, and had unknowingly become so powerful. An overwhelming sense of admiration arose, and they all followed Kellen in bowing to Lin Dong to express their gratitude. Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively and said, don't give me this pretentious stuff. Besides, you are still very weak and not worth celebrating. Alright, enough said. Start training now. The others didn't waste any time. Upon hearing the order, they immediately threw themselves into training. However, unlike before, this time, they were truly wholeheartedly devoted, and they grew more energetic with each strike. Tianjin fan, holy crap. Kellen, that punch was too vicious. Kellen, hee, if you don't like it, bite me. Tianjin fan, then you're done for. Qigong Pao. Kellen, Kamehameha. Time passed quickly, and another day was gone. The next day, following the rules set by Lin Dong yesterday before the morning training began, Tianjin fan also went to thrash Bike. On the 3rd day, Yamcha attacked. On the 4th day, Jiaozi also made a move. This cycle continued, tormenting Bike to the point of psychological breakdown. He thought to himself, what has this world become? Is this the end of the demon clan? Anyone casually picked out can rub him into the ground. Oh heavens, damn you. However, gradually the others began to feel bored with this. One day, Tianjin fan found Lin Dong and expressed his thoughts. Teacher, I think Bike is too weak now. So can we cancel this session? Lin Dong smiled and then gave his answer. The answer was no. Kellen asked curiously why. Training with Bike now is a complete waste of our training time. He is so weak that he is no match at all. Lin Dong glanced at him and said, no other reason. It's just that this guy pissed me off, so I want to torment him, and I'll do it every day. Jiaozi, teacher, you're so scary. Thus another month passed. And on this day Bike finally broke down, so he chose to return to the celestial realm. He walked up to Lin Dong with a gloomy face, and without a word directly knelt before him with a plop. Lin Dong chuckled and said, "Oh, the great demon king. Do you have business?" Bike gritted his teeth. Although deeply ashamed, he suppressed his grief and anger, and said, "Teacher, I want to train under you. Please teach me as well." Seeing this, the others also gathered around looking at Bike with complex expressions. This guy back then, when he was asked to stay and train, he stubbornly refused to listen. Now he voluntarily returned, and so humbly. If he had known this would happen, why did he act so stubbornly in the first place? However, Lin Dong shook his head and said, "You can leave. You are no longer welcome here." Bike, why? Didn't you want to teach me before? Lin Dong sneered. That was then, this is now. I have no interest in you anymore. Besides, do you think I'll teach just because you ask? Wouldn't that make me lose face? Bike, then what do you want me to do to make you willing to teach me? Lin Dong, I don't have that idea yet. When I figure it out, I'll let you know. Everyone, holy crap. Teacher, you're so ruthless. But who would have thought that Bike still knelt on the ground, refusing to get up? Once upon a time, he was also a king. But now he was being beaten up by a group of bronze players every day. This kind of thing would probably cause anyone to mentally collapse, let alone the always proud Bike. So Bike gritted his teeth and said, "Lin Dong, if you don't teach me, I'll die right in front of you. I know you don't care about my life, but if I die, the god of earth will die too." Lin Dong was taken aback. Are you threatening me? Bike, yes. I am threatening you. Everyone, holy crap, you two shouldn't be like this. Can't you just talk nicely? However, Lin Dong was displeased. But Bike was right. Lin Dong indeed didn't care about his life, but the god of earth had helped quite a bit these days, so out of reason and emotion, he couldn't let the god die for nothing. So Lin Dong gave a sinister smile, then directly extended a finger and pointed at Bike. The next moment, the air around instantly solidified, directly trapping him. After doing this, he said, "In that case, I'll seal you away so you won't be able to kill yourself." Bike. His mentality shattered instantly, and he even burst into tears out of fear, almost hysterically roaring, "Lin Dong, you can't do this to me, you can't." Standing by, Lin felt a bit reluctant, and said, "Master, why not let Bike stay? Although he looks quite evil, as far as I know, he hasn't done anything bad since the martial arts tournament. He must have turned over a new leaf, right?" Lin Dong stroked his chin, looked at the others, and asked, "What do you all think?" Yamu Cha shrugged and said, "I don't really care." Tianjin Fan thought for a moment and said, "Although I hate him compared to the old Baiku, he is indeed much better." In fact, there was another thing he didn't say. Recently, they had been going to discipline Baiku quite often, so they felt a bit guilty. Moreover, more importantly, their strength had been greatly enhanced, so there was no need to worry too much. If Baiku turned evil again, they could simply seal him away. "Jiaozi, what about you?" Lin Dong asked. Jiaozi smiled and said, "I'll follow Tianjin Fan he." Lin Dong finally nodded. Since everyone was no longer so averse to Baiku, there was no need for him to be too harsh. So he said, "All right, for their sake, I can let you stay, but you must agree to 2 conditions." Baiku, what conditions? Lin Dong, to be honest, staying in the heavenly realm is really boring. So I want you to perform a bunny dance. That's my first condition. As for the second condition, I'll tell you later. Everyone, teacher, you are too playful. Making Baiku dance. And a bunny dance at that. For a moment, everyone couldn't help twitching their mouths. Baiku was no better, almost gritting his teeth and asking, "Master Dong, do you have to make me do such a humiliating thing?" Lin Dong gave him a cold glance and said succinctly, "Obey, and you stay, disobey, and you get out." With no choice, Baiku had to set aside his pride and began hopping in place. However, Lin Dong took one look and silently left. Baiku's dance moves were simply too seductive, making him feel nauseous. Soon the bunny dance was over. Baiku found Lin Dong again and said, "I've completed the first condition as you requested. Now can you tell me the second condition?" Lin Dong nodded and said, "No problem. The second condition is to go urge Sun Wukong to come earlier. Once he arrives, you can come too." Baiku, that's simple. Lin Dong chuckled and said, "You think it's simple? Then how about you do a pole dance?" Baiku's face turned green. Without another word, he turned and prepared to leave the heavenly realm. But at this moment, Lin Dong called him back and said, "By the way, tell Wukong not to forget the agreement between us. If he forgets, then tell him not to come." Baiku asked in confusion, "The agreement between you and Sun Wukong? What is it?" Lin Dong glared at him and said grumpily, "What business is it of yours? Mind your own business." Baiku wanted to flare up, but then he deflated. By now he had been so disciplined that he was somewhat withdrawn. So he gnashed his teeth in secret and left without looking back. After Baiku left, Lin Dong didn't want to stay long either, because the heavenly realm was just too boring. So he gathered everyone and said earnestly, "The Scions will arrive on Earth in 3 years. Therefore you must train diligently. Only then can there be hope to save Earth. Do you understand?" Everyone's eyes were firm, and they said almost in unison, "Master, we understand." Lin Dong sighed and said, seeing you so motivated I am very moved. So it's time for me to leave. Don't ask why. If you ask, I need to undergo special training myself. Kalin, but if you leave, what will we do? Jiaozi, yes, you are our backbone. Lin Dong smiled and said, don't worry. Continue training according to the methods I left behind, and you will definitely become stronger. Moreover, if I have time, I will come back to see you. With that, he looked up toward the direction of the temple and said loudly, Heavenly God, I leave their training to your supervision. Thank you for your hard work. The Heavenly God nodded silently and said somewhat shamefully, it is my duty, and as the Heavenly God, I can't help with anything else. Lin Dong gave him an encouraging look, then glanced at everyone and flew straight down from the heavenly realm. However, as soon as he flew down from the heavenly realm, Lin Dong revealed a sly grin and muttered to himself, this place is so boring it could drive anyone crazy. Good thing I'm clever. I made up an excuse and ran away. But where to go next? 2 S-rank missions had been completed, Lan Shi and Xiao Wu. So should he go find Bu-erh Ma now? Still not quite appropriate. Although Bu-erh Ma and Lin Dong had mutual feelings after all, Yamu Cha was now his disciple, so he couldn't steal his disciple's girlfriend, could he? Forget it, he'd wait until they break up. As for Chi-Chi, he didn't know how Sun Wukong's ideological work was going, but it was probably very difficult. After all, Chi-Chi's personality was too conservative, so it had to be shelved for now. Then who else? Number 18. Bai Dili. Damn, but these two haven't appeared yet. Especially Bai Dili, she's probably still a cell. So that means there are no other S-rank missions for now. Just then the system suddenly reminded Ding Dong, considering that the blue-haired Lan Shi and the blonde Lan Shi are 2 personalities, a new S-rank mission has been added, blonde Lan Shi. Hearing this, Lin Dong was shocked. That wild one could be a mission. But then again, since he already had a thing with the blue-haired Lan Shi, taking the blonde Lan Shi along the way shouldn't be too difficult, right? After all, they shared the same body. With this thought, Lin Dong flew directly toward the Turtle Hermit's house. Whether it succeeds or not, at least this should be the easiest S-rank mission for now, so he had to start here. Meanwhile, as Lin Dong rushed to Kame House, a young couple on Mount Pazu were engaged in a peculiar conversation, and it seemed the wife was particularly furious. What did you say? Goku, are you an idiot? You actually want your own wife to sleep with someone else? Son Goku scratched his head and said, it's no big deal. I remember Bulma also let Master Roshi touch her quite a few times to ask for his help. It's not like we'll lose a piece of flesh. Chi-Chi. She couldn't help but complain inwardly, what kind of people are these? And how could Master Mutant do such a shameless thing? Wait, something's wrong. Even if Master Mutant agreed, but who is Bulma? Isn't she the heiress of Capsule Corporation? How could she do something like that? Son Goku, Chi-Chi, please. If you don't agree, I can't go train with Dong Xian. Chi-Chi was almost suffocated with rage. She stared at him coldly, then without a word grabbed a broom and started beating him wildly. Son Goku, feeling quite frustrated from the beating, had to dodge while continuing to persuade. It's really no big deal, and Dong Xian is a good person, right? So sleeping with him for a few days is a good thing, isn't it? Chi-Chi, get lost. Get the hell out of here. With that, she dragged and shoved Son Goku out, then slammed the door with a bang and closed it. Son Goku muttered to himself, Chi-Chi is so stingy. It's just a few days of sleeping, and she even hits me. As he was speaking, he suddenly froze, then quickly looked up, his expression turning serious. This key is Piccolo's. Why is he here? After a moment, Piccolo descended from midair and stood opposite Son Goku, directly asking, Hey, Dong Xian told me to take you to train in the celestial realm. Hurry up and pack your things, let's go. Son Goku asked curiously, did Dong Xian send you? Piccolo stared at him coldly and said, Nonsense, otherwise why would I come to you? Oh, by the way, Dong Xian also told me to pass a message to you. There's a promise between you and him. If you can't fulfill it, you don't have to go. Hearing this, Son Goku couldn't help but sigh. Alas, I got excited for nothing. I thought he would let me go directly. Piccolo frowned and asked, what exactly is the promise? Just finish it quickly. Son Goku rolled his eyes. It's not that easy. Chi-Chi won't agree. Piccolo, Chi-Chi. You mean that woman? Does the promise between you two have something to do with her? Just as they were talking, the door suddenly opened again. Chi-Chi stormed out of the house and yelled at Son Goku, Hey, I told you to go out and reflect, but you're here chatting with someone else. With that, she glanced at Piccolo. Then the next second, oh my god. Chi-Chi let out a piercing scream, then flashed back inside, and the door slammed shut with a bang again. However, after closing the door, she was still panicking, thinking, why is Piccolo at her house? Oh no, could he be planning to kill Goku? At that thought, Chi-Chi couldn't sit still. She quickly grabbed a kitchen knife from the kitchen and rushed out. Piccolo, I'll fight you to the death. Piccolo, thoroughly annoyed, simply extended a finger and froze Chi-Chi in place. Then he glanced at Son Goku and asked, what's the matter with this woman? Why is she so erratic? Also, why does the promise between you and Dong Xian involve her? Son Goku sighed and said, anyway, if Chi-Chi doesn't agree, I can't do anything, even though I really want to accept Dong Xian's special training. Piccolo frowned, then suddenly shouted at Chi-Chi. Hey, what exactly is the matter? Can't you just agree? I have no time to waste anymore. Startled by his shout, Chi-Chi's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, then burst into loud sobs. Son Goku quickly went over to comfort her. Chi-Chi, don't cry. Piccolo didn't mean it. Then he gave Piccolo a reproachful look and said, can't you be a little quieter? You should be gentle with girls, don't you understand? Piccolo was speechless, but then he roared, Son Goku, please hurry up. After Dongxian's special training, your companions have already surpassed me by far. So if we waste any more time, we might never catch up to them. Son Goku was shocked by this and said incredulously, they've all surpassed you by that much. But it's only been a few days. Piccolo, that's why I'm telling you to hurry. Meanwhile, on the other side. After a journey of over 10 minutes, Lin Dong finally arrived at Kame House. However, sensing with his key, he only detected the presence of Lan Shi alone. So he knocked on the door directly. After a moment, when Lan Shi opened the door and saw that it was Lin Dong, she was overjoyed. Darling, why are you here? With that, she threw her arms around his neck. Lin Dong gave her a firm kiss, and then said, of course I missed you, so I came specially to take you out for a few days. Lan Shi, great. Let's go now then. Lin Dong, what about Turtle Hermit? Should we let him know? Lan Shi, no need. He can't control me. Lin Dong nodded, thinking it was fine and would save trouble. So without another word, he picked up Lan Shi and flew toward a nearby island. Upon arriving, seeing the barren island, Lin Dong was not flustered at all. He casually took a capsule from his pocket and threw it on the ground. With a poof, a luxurious villa appeared before them. Lan Shi, wow, what a beautiful seaside villa. Lin Dong smiled warmly at Lan Shi and said, darling, this is a gift for you. Do you like it? Lan Shi's face flushed red. She nodded vigorously, then eagerly opened the door and walked in. Will this be our home from now on? Off. Hearing this, Lin Dong was taken aback. At the same time, he couldn't help feeling a pang of guilt. Previously, in his pursuit of combat power, he seemed to have overlooked Lan Shi's feelings. A girl, when dating a guy, would naturally think about building a family with him, yet he had never considered this. Moreover, it was not just Lan Shi alone. Besides her, there were also Yin Xiaobo and Teacher Lu. Did they not also yearn for a home of their own? A warm little nest, a haven of their own. Yet Lin Dong had never seriously considered their feelings. At this moment, prompted by Lan Shi's words, he could not help but reflect, had he truly become a complete scumbag? What about the promise of being a scumbag with principles? Seeing no response, Lan Shi felt a pang of disappointment and said, it's okay. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. Lin Dong sighed. Then he chuckled and shook his head, saying, no, dear, if you are willing, I would like to give you a home, but it might take some time. Really? You are not lying to me. Lin Dong affectionately pinched her nose and said, little fool, why would I lie to you? Lan Shi was overjoyed, burying her head in his chest and acting spoiled. But Lin Dong was worried. After all, he was only one person. How could he satisfy all three of them at the same time? Of course, there was one possibility. That was to build a big house and let everyone live together. But if that were the case, would Lan Shi really be willing? Even if she agreed, what about Yin Xiaobo? Teacher Lu was not a worry, as she knew almost everything about Lin Dong and had even actively recommended many casual flings to him. In short, the road ahead was long and arduous. Soon the two entered the house, and Lan Shi excitedly pulled Lin Dong toward the bedroom. Lin Dong chuckled mischievously, feigning ignorance. Darling, what do you want to do? Lan Shi blushed and said, you rascal, it has been a few days and I have missed you. Lin Dong, hee, what are you thinking about? Lan Shi, oh, do not be so naughty. Lin Dong affectionately rubbed her head and said, take a shower first. No matter how eager you are, you must pay attention to hygiene. Annoying. Hurry up then. Showering together will be faster. An hour later, Lan Shi lay contentedly in Lin Dong's arms, docile as a little kitten. Lin Dong, darling, let me ask you something. Lan Shi, what is it? Lin Dong, if one day I accidentally get involved with another girl, would you be very angry or even leave me? Lan Shi, no, why would you think that? Lin Dong was stunned, completely unprepared for such an answer. Then would you not be jealous? Lan Shi nestled in his arms and whispered, of course I would be jealous, but are not all men like that? Look at Master Roshi, so old and still always chasing after young girls. Lin Dong, well, you are really kind. Lan Shi, East Immortal, is the best, handsome, and powerful. Just as they were flirting, Lin Dong suddenly froze, sensing two auras flying toward him. No, to be precise, 3 auras, but the last one was somewhat weak. Was that Sun Wukong and Piccolo? No way. They actually found this place. Then that faint aura, could it be Chi-Chi? Good heavens, it really does resemble. So he quickly sent a telepathic message. Wukong, is that you coming over? Sun Wukong, who was flying, suddenly stopped and replied, yeah, I have discussed it with Chi-Chi. She said she is willing to sleep with you for a few days. Lin Dong was instantly dumbfounded. He actually managed to convince her. That is freaking ridiculous. So he hurriedly asked, Wukong, can you tell me how you did it? Sun Wukong chuckled and said, because I promised her I would go out to work and earn money and then buy her a big house, so she agreed. Lin Dong, wow, awesome. After all his calculations, he had missed this one. He should have thought of it earlier. Chi-Chi was also a money fiend. Sun Wukong, but East Immortal, I should warn you, Chi-Chi seems a bit unhappy. So you must take good care of her for me. Lin Dong. No problem, as long as she agreed, you can rest assured. With that, he quickly sat up and started dressing. Lan Shi asked, darling, why are you getting up? Lin Dong, Wukong, and the others are coming. Lan Shi, then I will get up too. By the way, it is almost lunchtime. Should I prepare something and invite them to stay for a meal? Lin Dong thought for a moment and said, just prepare enough for 3. Chi-Chi will probably stay for a few days. As for Wukong, he will not eat here. It was not that Lin Dong was stingy, but the house indeed had limited ingredients. Under normal circumstances, it could last a few days, but if Wukong stayed for a meal, it probably would not be enough for even one sitting. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Dong stood outside warmly welcoming Sun Wukong and Piccolo, while Chi-Chi blushed and hid behind them. Sun Wukong, East Immortal, I have brought Chi-Chi to you. Can we start training now? Lin Dong smiled and said, yes, you and Piccolo go to the heavenly realm first. I will explain the situation to the god of the heavens. Hearing this, Sun Wukong turned to leave, but Chi-Chi suddenly called out, hey Wukong, why don't you take me away? I am still nervous. Sun Wukong frowned and muttered unhappily, why are you nervous? East Immortal is very kind, and Lan Shi seems to be here too. Chi-Chi was surprised. Lan Shi, she is here too. Lin Dong nodded and said, I was worried you would be bored alone, so I brought Lan Shi over to keep you company. Sun Wukong, alright then, since that is the case, we will be off. Bye-bye. With that, he and Piccolo shot into the sky and disappeared in an instant. A few minutes later, Piccolo sneered, I did not expect you humans to be such strange creatures, actually enjoying those boring things. Even someone like East Immortal is into it. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, you are right. On the night I married Chi-Chi, she dragged me into doing many strange things. It was quite a headache, but now it is fine. I am finally free, haha. Piccolo, but speaking of which, although I used to hate you this time, we must train hard. Otherwise we will really fall behind them. Sun Wukong, yeah, I am excited too. After Goku and Piccolo left, Chi-Chi felt embarrassed to face Lin Dong alone, as her purpose for coming was clear, to spend a few days with him. As for how she would accompany him, cough cough, it was rather unsuitable for children. So without saying much to Lin Dong, she scurried off to the kitchen to find lunch, saying she would help prepare lunch. Lin Dong naturally wouldn't demand anything from her immediately. Although he also wanted to boost his combat power, he was no beast. At the very least, they needed to get to know each other first and leave a good impression, right? Once in the kitchen, Chi-Chi marveled at how spacious and grand the house was while helping lunch with the preparations. In truth, there wasn't much to do. She was simply avoiding being alone with Lin Dong. Fortunately, Lunch had an exceptionally gentle temperament, polite in both speech and action. Thus, the two women got along perfectly without any awkwardness. Seeing them getting along so harmoniously, Lin Dong thought to join in. But as soon as he entered the kitchen, Lunch pushed him out. Oh, you. Why does a man come to the kitchen? Besides, there are only 3 of us eating. Lunch and I can handle it quickly. Go wait outside. Helpless Lin Dong picked up a cigarette and went outside, lying comfortably on a beach lounger. Gazing at the shimmering sea and feeling the gentle breeze, he couldn't help but sigh. This was life. In the kitchen, Chi-Chi asked curiously, Lunch, weren't you living at Kame House before? Why did you come here? Lunch smiled and said, of course, because of Dong Xian. I'm dating him just like you and Goku. Chi-Chi was stunned. Huh? Really? Lunch was Dong Xian's girlfriend. This was something she had never expected. But since she herself had come to accompany Dong Xian, why didn't he send Lunch away? Could it be? Chi-Chi suddenly had a terribly embarrassing thought, recalling what Goku had said about the turtle hermit touching Bulma many times. So they all like that kind of thing. Moreover, thinking about the possibility of sleeping in the same room with both of them at night, Chi-Chi instinctively felt mortified. Lunch, what's wrong? Don't you like me being with Dong Xian? Chi-Chi quickly waved her hands. No. How could I think that? I'm just surprised that you two ended up together. Lunch smiled and said, that's because Dong Xian is so adorable. Look how handsome and strong he is. Many girls have a crush on him. Chi-Chi was speechless. At that moment, she really wanted to ask what exactly many girls meant. Soon lunch was ready. Hearing the commotion, Lin Dong quickly returned to the house to help serve the dishes. Then everyone went to the dining room to eat. Chi-Chi truly felt the environment was amazing. Compared to her own new home, small and built with the 5 zeros Zenny Goku had one, the disparity was stark. She lived frugally, while here everything was lavish. Even the living room here was larger than her entire house. In fact, Chi-Chi's family had been wealthy when she was young, but after her castle was burned down and the Ox King went bankrupt, their living standard plummeted. After finishing the meal together, everyone went for a walk on the beach. Lunch asked, Chi-Chi, how long do you plan to stay here? Chi-Chi blushed, unsure how to answer. Goku had told her to stay for several days, but the current situation was too awkward. So she replied casually, probably just a few days. Lunch, only a few days. I hoped you'd stay longer. Since Dong Xian is often away for long periods, I'll be lonely when alone. Chi-Chi snorted upon hearing this. Yes, men are all so irresponsible. She glanced at Lin Dong as she spoke. Lunch, not at all. Dong Xian always goes out for serious matters. He's protecting this world, you know. Women when together would chatter endlessly, from dishes to fashion, from daily life to men, never stopping for a moment. Lin Dong accompanied them for a while on the walk, then decisively retreated. He had no interest in such trivial matters. Just as he was about to take a nap in his room, he received a telepathic message from Cammy. Dong Xian, are you busy? Lin Dong, I'm here. What's up? Cammy, Goku, and Piccolo have arrived at the Celestial Realm and started training. But they seem to be pushing too hard. In just a few hours I've healed them 7 or 8 times. That's the usual daily count for others. Lin Dong chuckled. That's a good thing. Is there a problem? Cammy paused, then said, I'm just worried that such intense training might break their bodies. That's why I'm consulting you. Lin Dong thought carefully before replying. In theory, it shouldn't be a major issue. But keep an eye on them. If anything goes wrong with their training, let me know immediately. Also, they must strictly follow the schedule I set. If they try to use rest time to train, stop healing them, and let them figure it out themselves. Cammy smiled. That's one way to handle it. The day passed quickly. As night fell, Chi-Chi grew increasingly uneasy. Honestly, if she had to face Lin Dong alone, she could barely manage. But facing both Lin Dong and lunch at the same time was truly overwhelming. So after dark, she sat in the living room, watching TV, waiting until lunch called her to rest. Only then, with a red face, did she awkwardly walk over. However, to her surprise, when Chi-Chi arrived, she found that lunch had already prepared a clean room for her, not a shared room. Her anxious heart finally settled. But then a new problem arose. If they slept separately, how could she accompany Lin Dong? She couldn't really just play for a few days, and then go back, could she? Although her heart was uneasy, Chi-Chi quickly fell asleep, for the bed here was too large and too comfortable, with the quilt soft and fluffy, feeling weightless against her body. Meanwhile, after lunch, she returned to her room. Without a word, she directly threw herself into Lin Dong's arms, cuddling and being affectionate. Don't be fooled by her cheerful chatter with Chi-Chi during the day. No matter how happily women talk among themselves, how can it compare to those intimate matters? Lin Dong certainly did not disappoint her. After a bout of passionate, death-defying intimacy, he finally stopped amid Lanchi's tearful pleas for mercy. Lin Dong chuckled and teased, What, surrendered already? Lanchi's face flushed red. She pinched him a few times in defiance before saying, Who told you to be so formidable? Really, you don't know how to be gentle at all, Lin Dong. Oh, who is the one being so proactive? And you dare blame me? Let me teach you a lesson. With that, he pretended to turn over again. Lanchi's face turned pale with fear. Oh, no, dear, it's all my fault, please spare me. Lin Dong then smiled and pinched her nose, saying, Little fool, next time you dare to be naughty, I'll teach you a lesson. Lanchi didn't retort anymore, just hugged his neck and said wearily, I won't fuss with you, I'm exhausted, I'll rest now. You sleep too. Lin Dong nodded and reached out to turn off the light. However, he did not rest. Instead, he lay there with his eyes open until a few minutes later, when Lanchi's breathing gradually steadied. He then tiptoed up and quietly went to the adjacent room. But upon sensing, he found that Chi-Chi was already asleep. What should he do? Lin Dong had originally planned to wake Chi-Chi through telepathy, but on second thought that would be too boring, so he simply pushed the door open and walked in. Although the door was locked, such a lock was utterly useless against him. With a slight use of chi, he manipulated the internal latch and opened it directly. Entering the room, Lin Dong sat down at the head of the bed. By the faint light from outside the window, he quietly observed Chi-Chi. It had to be said, Chi-Chi was quite beautiful, but she usually neglected grooming, and Sun Wukong was always away from home, which caused her to age rapidly in the Dragon Ball anime. After all, she was also a pitiable woman. Although Sun Wukong was the protagonist of the Dragon Ball anime, and had saved the Earth more than once in terms of family life, it had to be said that he was a very irresponsible person. At least he truly didn't care about home. This was not to slander him. Imagine, after Sun Wukong married Chi-Chi, he never went out to earn money. The burden of supporting the family fell almost entirely on Chi-Chi alone. Not only that, after La Daisai came to Earth, Sun Wukong chose to perish together with him, and since then Chi-Chi had been in a state of widowhood. If Lin Dong remembered correctly, after Sun Wukong's first death, he went to train at Bei Jiawang's place, and that trip lasted a whole year. When he was resurrected and returned to Earth, he had a fierce battle with Bei Jida, then went to Na Mei Kuxing. In short, he never came home. Later, Sun Wukong became a Super Saiyan. Logically, he should have returned, and everyone even made a wish to Shenlong to send him back to Earth, but he actually refused. Because he wanted to learn instant transmission. And such incidents were almost everywhere. In short, except for the first few years of marriage, Sun Wukong almost never stayed at home. Therefore, as a husband, he was unqualified, and as a father, he was even more absent. Thinking of this, Lin Dong couldn't help but sigh and couldn't resist touching Chi-Chi's forehead. For a moment, he actually felt a pang of sympathy for this girl. However, Chi-Chi, who had been deep asleep, suddenly opened her eyes at his touch. They stared into each other's eyes for a few seconds, then Chi-Chi instinctively let out a scream. In panic, Lin Dong quickly covered her mouth and said, Don't shout, you'll wake Lanchi. Chi-Chi nodded and Lin Dong released his hand. Chi-Chi shrank back into the blanket and said, "Didn't you go back to rest with Lan Shi? Why are you here at this hour?" Lin Dong chuckled and then shamelessly said, "I'm afraid you'll be lonely, so I came to keep you company, Chi-Chi." This guy's skin is quite thick. He clearly wants to sneakily do something bad, yet he's making excuses. But come to think of it, she was here to accompany him anyway. With this thought, Chi-Chi asked, "Dong Xian, are you thinking about that?" Lin Dong did not deny it. "Are you willing?" Chi-Chi pursed her lips and silently nodded, then just looked at him lost in thought. Seeing her silent, Lin Dong slipped into the bed. But who would have thought as soon as he entered the covers, Chi-Chi proactively pressed against him. Seeing his surprise, Chi-Chi explained, "Since I've already agreed to you, let's just get straight to it. I don't want to waste time." With that, she directly turned over. Then the next second the system prompt sounded. Ding, detected that the host has fallen in love with a specific girl. Reward 10x combat power. Ding, host combat power has reached 80 million. Keep up the good work. Continue completing tasks to get more rewards. Lin Dong couldn't help but find it both amusing and absurd. What the hell? He was taken advantage of without even knowing it. But looking at Chi-Chi's expression of enjoyment, he seemed to suddenly understand something. Some restraint was because she wanted to follow those rules, so she had been suppressing herself. But now even Wukong had actively asked her to do this, so was there still a need to persist? Moreover, Wukong hated doing such things, so Chi-Chi's heart had always been suppressing a volcano. Thus, when that volcano met Lin Dong, it erupted completely. That night, Lin Dong lay almost motionless, stiffly lying there quietly watching Chi-Chi perform alone, and that watching lasted the entire night. The time was much longer than imagined. Lin Dong seemed to have forgotten one thing. Chi-Chi herself was also a martial artist, and had even placed in the top 8 of the world's greatest martial arts tournament, so her physical fitness naturally surpassed Lan Shi's by a lot. Therefore, she would naturally be more enduring. So until the sky outside began to faintly lighten, Chi-Chi finally went to the bathroom with a flushed face, and Lin Dong took the opportunity to quietly return to his own room. However, back in his room, Lin Dong still stayed awake with his eyes wide open. He merely lay stiffly on the bed staring until dawn. That night, he pondered many things, and also came to understand many things. As for this girl, Chi-Chi, deep down, she still loved Wukong. The reason she agreed to accompany him was partly because Wukong took the initiative and partly because she herself needed a release, which was evident from her behavior that night. And the so-called talk about Wukong going to work to earn money was nothing but a lie. Thus at noon the next day, Lin Dong took the opportunity to call Chi-Chi out alone while Lan Shi was preparing lunch. At this time, Chi-Chi's complexion was much better than yesterday, rosy and radiant with her skin moist and supple. Clearly some nourishment was beneficial to both mind and body. Moreover, since they had already engaged in deep communication, she was no longer as reserved as when she first arrived, exuding an air of confidence. Outside the house, Chi-Chi asked, "Immortal Dong, is there something you need from me?" Lin Dong didn't dawdle and went straight to the point. "Chi-Chi, if you want to go back, I can send you back anytime. Of course, if you're willing to stay, I'm also very happy. So what do you think?" Chi-Chi was stunned, not expecting him to be so direct. She became a bit flustered and even apprehensive. After a pause, she asked, "Is it because I was too forward that you think I'm cheap?" Lin Dong shook his head. "Not at all. Actually, I really like you." Lin Dong shook his head. "Not at all. I was just worried that you might not be happy here, so I said that. And as long as you're willing, no matter how long you stay here, you'll always be welcome." Chi-Chi finally breathed a sigh of relief, patted her chest, and said, "In that case, I'll stay a few more days." Lin Dong smiled and didn't ask further. He naturally understood the implication behind those words, but he didn't call it out. He just said, "All right, as long as you're happy, anything is fine." Then he added, "By the way, if you feel that sneaking around like this is not good, I can be honest with Lan Shi. She doesn't really care about these things." Unexpectedly, Chi-Chi immediately shook her head like a rattledrum upon hearing this. "No way. We can't let anyone know about us. And don't you think it's exciting to keep it secret?" Lin Dong. He really hadn't expected that Chi-Chi was into this. But what she said made sense. It was better not to make it public. It wasn't that he worried Lan Shi would be unhappy if she knew, but that others would have opinions. And with such a complicated relationship, it would be awkward if everyone knew. After chatting for a while, Chi-Chi went back to help in the kitchen, while Lin Dong continued to lie on the outdoor beach chair, smoking huazi and admiring the picturesque seaside view. Looking up, the blazing sun sprinkled on the sparkling sea like a layer of glittering silver laid on the water, or like crumpled green satin, a magnificent sight. From time to time, sea breezes blew, carrying a faint salty smell, brushing against his face with a delicate touch, like a gentle woman massaging him softly. Time and space suddenly quieted down, as if only the sounds of nature remained in the world. Lin Dong sighed, "This is the life, damn it." Thus he began another period of shameless days. During the day, he would be affectionate with Lan Shi in front of Chi-Chi, and at night, after putting Lan Shi to sleep, he would sneak to the next room to do some interesting things. Thus half a month passed. One day, Chi-Chi anxiously found Lin Dong saying, "Immortal Dong, something bad has happened." Lin Dong was startled. "What's the matter? Why are you so flustered?" Chi-Chi, I. Oh, how should I say it? Lin Dong, we're closed. There's nothing we haven't done behind closed doors. Just say it. Chi-Chi, I think I'm pregnant. Lin Dong, holy crap, they really messed up this time. However, Lin Dong panicked for only a second before recovering. He comforted her. Chi-Chi, pregnancy is a good thing. Why are you so afraid? Chi-Chi stomped her feet anxiously. How can I not worry? I just married Wukong a few days ago, but I've been staying with you for so long. How can I know whose child it is? Lin Dong smiled and asked, then whose child do you hope it is? Chi-Chi was taken aback. Yes, she hadn't considered that question. After thinking carefully, she said apologetically, Immortal Dong, although I really enjoyed the time with you, I am still Wukong's wife. So of course I hope the child is Wukong's. Lin Dong nodded and comforted. Then you don't need to worry because the child in your belly is indeed Wukong's. Chi-Chi was puzzled. Why are you so sure? Lin Dong smiled. Because I can control my fertility. So far I have no plans to have children, so the child can only be Wukong's. Really? You're not lying to me. Little fool, why would I lie to you? Woo, that's great, I was so scared just now. I said, are you really so unwilling to have my child? Oh, don't say that. I am Wukong's lawfully wedded wife, right? Haha, I'm just kidding. So what do you plan to do next? Should I hire a nanny for you, or send you back to your parents' home to rest during pregnancy? Chi-Chi thought for a moment. If I go back to my parents, my father is a rough man and doesn't understand much. How about you send me home? Home? How can that do? Lin Dong immediately vetoed. A woman alone at home with a big belly, not only inconvenient, but also no one to take care of. How can I rest assured? Chi-Chi looked at him pitifully. Then I can't stay here with you, can I? After all, I'm carrying a big belly, and it's Wukong's child. Lin Dong laughed, tapped her nose, and said, little fool, but I also love children. How about I let Lan Chi have one too, and then you can raise them together? Chi-Chi was stunned, but I'm Wukong's wife. Upon learning that Chi-Chi was pregnant, Lan Chi was overjoyed. The thought of a little baby joining their family soon filled her with such happiness that it almost overflowed. However, when night fell, she clung to Lin Dong and said, darling, I also want a little cutie. When will we have a child of our own? Lin Dong smiled and replied, dear, don't rush. Give me a little more time. I need to figure out how to build a proper home for us first. Lan Chi asked, home? Isn't this our home? Lin Dong shook his head and decided to come clean. He had asked Lan Chi about this matter before, and she had said it was fine. So he said, darling, actually I have a few other girlfriends besides you. I plan to build a big house and move all of you in. What? I knew it. You men are all so lecherous. Hey, didn't you say it was fine before? It's fine with me, but it still stings a little. Well, if it hurts, I'll build several houses and take turns visiting you every day. How about that? No way. Lan Chi shook her head. I want to see you every day, so living together is fine. More people mean more fun anyway. Back at the Kame house, I also love the liveliness, but unfortunately, it was usually pretty quiet there. Lin Dong nodded. Since she didn't object, the next step was to convince Yan Xiaobo, and everything would be settled. Just then another thought struck him. What about blonde Lan Chi? Come to think of it, she hadn't appeared since the world's greatest martial arts tournament. What was going on? So Lin Dong asked, dear, didn't you used to transform into a different personality whenever you sneezed? Why haven't you changed at all lately? Lan Chi scratched her head. Before, every time I sneezed, she would rush out to take over the body. But recently she hasn't wanted to come out. Even if I accidentally sneeze, she doesn't show up. Is that so? Intrigued, Lin Dong asked, do you know why? Lan Chi nodded. It's simple. She likes Tianjin Fan, but I fell for you. Since we share the same body, once she knew I had given myself to you, she's been sulking. Lin Dong was puzzled. So that means you two personalities can communicate with each other. Seeing his curiosity, Lan Chi added, darling, do you want to meet her? Lin Dong shook his head. No way. I love you. She's too tomboyish and not cute at all. Lan Chi smiled. Then let me tell you a secret. Actually, she did appear a few days ago. When? I didn't notice. Because you were busy exercising at the time and you happened to not be looking at my face. Huh. Lin Dong was stunned. She transformed during exercise. On second thought, it did happen. A few days ago while they were making love, he heard Lan Chi sneeze, but his attention was elsewhere. If that was the case, hadn't he completed the quest for blonde Lan Chi? But where was the reward? Why didn't he get one? With that thought, Lin Dong immediately asked in his mind system, come out. Why didn't you give me the reward for blonde Lan Chi? Ding dong, blonde Lan Chi's case was a coincidence, and she wasn't willing. It happened by chance, so the system will neither grant a reward nor impose a penalty. At this, Lan Chi chuckled and covered her mouth. When she transformed and found you doing that kind of thing with me, she almost fainted from anger. And because the scene was too intense, she quickly handed the body back to me. Lin Dong was speechless. He couldn't help but feel sorry for blonde Lan Chi, who had been violated without any fault of her own. So he asked, won't this incident keep her down? Could you try to comfort her for me? Lan Chi playfully stuck out her tongue. I can't communicate with her directly. The only way is to leave notes in the phone's memo, and she'll see them when she transforms. What should we do then? If she stays depressed like this, I'm worried she might do something irrational when she transforms. How about you find a chance to let her appear, and I'll talk to her properly? Lan Chi nodded. That sounds good. I'll give it a try. She turned around, pulled a feather from the juve, and tickled her nose. Then she sneezed. But Lin Dong was baffled. After the sneeze, Lan Chi's hair remained purple unchanged. Lan Chi smiled. She really doesn't want to come out. It's okay, I'll try a few more times. Over the next few minutes, she sneezed several more times. It wasn't until the sixth sneeze that blonde Lan Chi finally appeared. As soon as she materialized, she grabbed a Gatling gun and aimed it at Lin Dong, practically roaring, "What the hell do you want? Why are you forcing me out? Why are you forcing me out?" Lin Dong quickly waved his hands. "Lan Chi, I just want to explain. What happened last time was an accident. I had no idea. Please don't be angry anymore, okay?" But blonde Lan Chi was still furious. "Whether you knew or not, what difference does it make? That woman has slept with you, and we share the same body. Is there any difference?" "Of course there is." Lin Dong suddenly laughed. "For me the sensation was the same, but for you it's different. Can you honestly say you felt nothing?" Blonde Lan Chi's face flushed crimson at his words. Flustered, she snapped, "Why do you have to say that out loud? Don't you know it's embarrassing?" Lin Dong was taken aback. "Embarrassing or not, it's your problem. You took advantage of me, not the other way around." Lin Dong's words seemed shameless, but in fact he wasn't wrong. After all, during his movements he had always thought the other party was the blue-haired Lan Chi, but who knew that halfway through she had turned into the golden-haired Lan Chi. Therefore, although the golden-haired Lan Chi was not willing, she had at least enjoyed the delightful sensation of Lin Dong's intimate touch. The golden-haired Lan Chi was so ashamed by his words that her pretty face flushed deeply, whether from anger or embarrassment. So she gritted her teeth and asked, "Then what do you want?" Lin Dong spread his hands and said, "I don't want anything. You see, I'm not a petty person, so even if you took advantage of me, I won't cry and demand you take responsibility." Upon hearing this, the golden-haired Lan Chi couldn't help but angrily retort, "Since you don't want me to take responsibility, then why did you make me come out?" Lin Dong smiled and said, "I'm just concerned about you. I heard you've been in a bad mood lately and haven't been willing to show yourself, so I was worried you might think of doing something foolish. That's why I wanted to communicate with you." "There's no need." The golden-haired Lan Chi's anger did not diminish, and she then continued, "Whether I'm in a good mood or not is none of your damn business. Besides, seeing you in my room makes me sick. Look at what you're wearing. A pair of shorts. And these shabby clothes on me. I really can't accept it. But if you never accept it, it's not a solution. Life has to go on. You can't avoid me forever, can you? Besides, you've already taken the initiative to do that thing with me. How can you still think of someone else?" Lin Dong continued his shamelessness. Having said that, he paused and then added, "Also, even though I don't want you to take responsibility, don't you feel any regret in your heart?" The golden-haired Lan Chi. Why is this guy so annoying? And why is he always so sharp-tongued? But stepping back, what he said wasn't wrong. Whether she was willing to admit it or not, she had indeed taken advantage of Lin Dong. Although the process was shameful, she had to admit that she was truly electrified by the tingling sensation that reached her scalp, and for a moment, she even felt like continuing to enjoy it. But that wasn't the point. The point was the type she liked was never a handsome pretty boy like Lin Dong. Although he was indeed impressive in some aspects, deep down, she still preferred the macho type. A strong physique and a burly build were her favorites. As soon as she thought of this, the golden-haired Lan Chi sighed, and then her tone finally calmed down. She explained, "Dongxian, although I do feel a bit sorry for you, I really don't like you like this. So please don't bother me anymore, okay? Also, don't worry, I won't oppose your relationship with the blue-haired Lan Chi anymore. That's it." Having said that, she picked up the feather again and prepared to tickle her own nose. However, Lin Dong quickly stopped her and asked, "Then can you tell me what type you like? Maybe I can help you find a suitable one." "Off." The golden-haired Lan Chi was stunned, then asked, "Then don't you mind? After all, the blue-haired Lan Chi and I share the same body." Lin Dong said seriously, "You underestimate me too much. I genuinely want to help you, so tell me your conditions." The golden-haired Lan Chi nodded and said, "Actually, my requirements aren't many. Someone like Tianjin Fan would do. Handsome, powerful, tall with 8-pack abs. Tall and handsome. Handsome. This. Aren't I all those things?" The golden-haired Lan Chi said, "But you don't have abs. Your whole body is pale and tender like a white-cut chicken." Lin Dong was instantly shocked. Damn, he was being roasted. Wasn't it just 8-pack abs? It's not like he didn't have them, he just didn't like that tough look. So the next second, with a light shout, his muscles began to surge, and with a few swishing sounds, a macho version of Lin Dong appeared. Then he looked at Lan Chi and asked, "Is this enough?" The golden-haired Lan Chi was also stunned, covering her small mouth with incredulous eyes, afraid that saliva would drip down the next second. How did you do this? So manly." Lin Dong said, "It's easy. I can do this anytime, and I can keep it up no problem. Just a set of muscles, what was that to him? After all, even an old man like Gui Xianren with a battle power of over 100 could easily make such a transformation, let alone him. His battle power was 80 million. The golden-haired Lan Chi's little hand trembled as she slowly reached out, gently stroked twice, then said somewhat shyly, "He's my type." Lin Dong silently gave her a thumbs up. As expected of the golden-haired Lan Chi, she was so straightforward. However, immediately after, she said again, Dongxian, I never expected that you were also such a macho man. How about you just give in to me? Lin Dong, damn big sister, although I'm willing, aren't you being too direct? However, before he could respond, the golden-haired Lan Shi with drool all over her mouth pounced on him without a word and directly took him down. Ding Dong detected that the host has fallen in love with a specific girl. Awarding 10x battle power. Ding Dong host battle power has reached 800 million. Keep up the good work and continue completing tasks for more rewards. However, as usual, Lin Dong once again didn't have time to feel the surging power in his body because the golden-haired Lan Shi was too wild, just like a wildcat full of aggression. Even though her physical strength was even inferior to Chi-Chi's, this battle actually lasted from night until dawn and then from day until late night. A full 3 days and 3 nights. Without any pause. Truly worthy of a battle-type personality. During this time, the roars from the room made Chi-Chi too embarrassed to knock on the door and call them for meals. And on the night of the 4th day, the golden-haired Lan Chi finally exhausted her strength. She only left a sentence, then tickled her nose with the feather and turned into the blue-haired Lan Chi. I've had enough fun. I'll go back and rest for a few days. You tell that girl to take good care of my body. It's so tiring, even more tiring than robbing a bank. But who would have thought that as soon as blue-haired Lan Chi returned, she let out a cry of pain and tears began to stream down her face. Ah, Dongxian, what exactly did you do to me? Lin Dong was utterly bewildered. He hadn't done anything. He quickly asked with concern, Darling, what's wrong? Lan Shi twisted her legs vigorously, her pretty face flushed as she looked at him. Oh, I'm not talking to you anymore. I need to rest. Anyway, you're not allowed to touch me today. Lin Dong thought, damn. He immediately understood it was the blonde Lan Shi who had gone too hard and worn herself out. He couldn't help feeling a bit annoyed. That woman was really reckless. She had been the one causing trouble, yet afterward, she had brought out the blue-haired Lan Shi and then went off to rest herself. Absolutely ridiculous. After his combat power reached 800 million, Lin Dong had no immediate goals. After all, even if a butterfly effect occurred with such high combat power, he could basically handle it. Thus he began to focus on his family. Perhaps it was time to consolidate his large household. After all, he was just one person, but he had several girlfriends. He couldn't be in multiple places at once, and he couldn't afford to neglect others while accompanying one of them. So Lin Dong began to take action. The first step was to seek the opinions of the girls. Lan Shi was easy to deal with because she was willing to get along with other girls, and teacher Lu had no problem either. Therefore, the focus of the first step was almost entirely on Yan Xiaobo. Lin Dong found this girl quite troublesome, as she seemed to particularly hate men who were unfaithful, especially those like him who had multiple relationships. Moreover, she was extremely independent, always thinking about building her own career and becoming a strong businesswoman. So as expected, when Lin Dong first approached her to discuss this matter, Yan Xiaobo directly refused and even considered breaking up. Unable to do otherwise for the dream of sharing a bed together, Lin Dong had to lower his pride and act like a sycophant. Didn't the little girl like her own career? Then what career could be more impressive than ruling a country? Thus Lin Dong promised her that if she agreed to accept the other girls, he would help her ascend to the throne and become the first queen in Earth's history. At first, Yan Xiaobo was a bit skeptical. But when she saw the real gods and the people in the celestial realm, she was finally convinced by Lin Dong and willingly chose to reciprocate. Of course, since the dragon had just granted a wish not long ago, they had to wait another year before using it again. Fortunately, time flew by and a year passed quickly. The dragon appeared again in the celestial realm. This time Yan Xiaobo made her wish to become the queen of Earth. Naturally, the crown was placed upon her head. A world-famous coronation ceremony was held. However, the queen's subjects did not know that on the very night of Yan Xiaobo's coronation, she had also moved into a super luxurious island. This island not only had a beautiful environment, but also was equipped with all kinds of recreational facilities. In addition, 5 super luxurious palaces were built on the island. That night, Lin Dong finally enjoyed the pleasure of being with multiple women. Because teacher Lu Lan Chi and the newly crowned queen all moved into his palace and slept in the same bedroom. What a thrilling scene. To sum it up in 4 words: dragons flying and phoenixes dancing. Peaceful and happy times always fly by quickly, and in the blink of an eye 3 years had passed. During this period, the people who had been training in the celestial realm had long been sent away, with the reason being that excessive training would only make one's nerves overly tense. So starting from a year ago, they had returned to their respective families and began a life combining daily living with cultivation. One day, while Lin Dong was tending to the lawn in the courtyard, he suddenly received a call from Bulma. Dongxian, are you busy? Lin Dong. Oh, it's Miss Bulma. Do you have something? Bulma. Humph, what can I call you if I have nothing? Lin Dong scratched his head and said, Miss Bulma, what are you saying? If you want to come find me, you're always welcome. After all, it was an S-class mission. Bulma smiled and said, that's more like it. By the way, I'm telling you that everyone will be gathering at Kame House at noon today. Why don't you come along too? Lin Dong agreed without a second thought, since he hadn't gathered with everyone for a long time. Okay, I'll definitely come. Since it's getting late, I'll set off now. Alright, I'm on the road too. See you at Kame House. With that, Bulma hung up. However, as soon as the call ended, the system sent a series of alerts. Ding dong. Scion detected arriving on Earth. Ding dong. Raditz combat power has changed exceeding 15000. Host, please be aware. Lin Dong was startled. Raditz was about to arrive on Earth, and his combat power had exceeded 15000. It had increased tenfold. However, Lin Dong was not panicked. In fact, he felt somewhat relieved, because he had long been mentally prepared. Moreover, this combat power was still within acceptable limits, roughly what he had calculated. In the original story, when Raditz arrived on Earth, Son Goku and Piccolo's combat powers were 416 and 322 respectively. However, after his special training, their combat powers had reached 430 and 320 respectively. Comparatively, they had also increased about tenfold. This was the result of Lin Dong deliberately reducing their training intensity, otherwise the situation might have gotten out of control. Lin Dong felt relieved because Krillin, Tien Shin'en, and the other Z fighters had also been strengthened with combat powers around 300. Yet this had not affected Raditz's combat power. Thinking this, Lin Dong seemed to understand. Perhaps these Z fighters had low status in the original Dragon Ball, so they didn't trigger a larger butterfly effect. But if that was the case, then why had he trained Goku and Piccolo? If he had only trained Krillin and the other Earthlings over these years, wouldn't that mean Raditz's combat power wouldn't have been affected at all? Damn. After all the calculations, he had still missed something. Just as Lin Dong was about to set off, Bulma had already arrived at Kame House in her private plane. Not seeing everyone for years, she was also quite excited. Carrying gift boxes, she bustled to the door and greeted them. Konnichiwa, long time no see everyone. Hearing her voice, the people inside immediately turned around. Krillin, oh, it's Miss Bulma. Master Roshi. Yohu, little sweetie, yes, long time no see. Bulma was in a good mood and didn't mind the old man's address. She walked straight into the house, looking around and sighed. This place is still the same, not a bit changed. Then she lifted the gift box and said, these are some pastries I brought from West City, a small token, please enjoy. Master Roshi came over with a beer, but unexpectedly he completely ignored the pastries and instead made a lewd gesture with his hand near Bulma's chest, saying, why be so polite? We're all family. Of course, if you let me touch you, I'd be especially satisfied, pervert. Bulma was furious. Without a word, she punched him on the head and complained, after all this time, why are you still such a lecherous old man? Master Roshi rubbed his head and grumbled, hey Bulma, can't you respect an old man? That was humor. You understand humor? Geez, this old bones of mine, Krillin. Turtle. Things got awkward right after meeting. Can't you restrain yourself a bit, Master Roshi? Fortunately, they were all old acquaintances who understood each other, so the awkwardness didn't last long. Soon hearty laughter echoed from Kame House again. Krillin, Bulma, why isn't Yamcha here? Didn't you inform him? Unexpectedly mentioning Yamcha made Bulma furious again. She sneered, that bastard, I'm not going to inform him. And I've decided to break up with him, humph. Krillin was startled. You broke up with Yang? Bulma. Yeah, he's neither gentle nor considerate, and he often disappears on me. So this time I'm definitely not getting back together with him, no matter who tries to persuade me. Master Roshi. Why do you always argue and break up so easily? Krillin, exactly, can't you just get along? Alright, stop it, don't mention him anymore. By the way, where's Launch? Why haven't we seen her yet? Master Roshi, a few years ago, I went out to buy groceries, and then she just disappeared without a trace. She hasn't contacted us since. Bulma. I see, that's just like Launch. Just as they were chatting happily, the flying Nimbus zipped by outside, and then Son Goku holding Gohan jumped down from midair and shouted to the people inside. Hey, is everyone doing well? Long time no see. Goku. Hearing his voice, everyone rushed out, but as soon as they appeared, they were stunned. Krillin asked Goku, whose child is this? Son Goku, huh? This is my child, everyone. Goku actually has a child. That's ridiculous. After all, he was the least romantic among them. So how could he have a child? Moreover, now Bulma had just broken up with Yamcha, both single. Krillin had never found a girlfriend. And Tien and Kaiatsu had no interest in women, only thinking about sparring all day. As for Master Roshi, forget it, he probably could only rely on his own hand for the rest of his life. So the whole group was overtaken by Goku on the curve. While everyone was beyond shocked, Son Goku put Gohan down and said, Gohan, say hello to everyone. Gohan was extremely well-behaved, politely bowing to everyone and saying konnichiwa. The group finally snapped out of it and quickly returned the greeting. But Master Roshi said, did you just call him Gohan? Son Goku nodded. Yeah, in memory of Grandpa, I named him that. Bulma suddenly felt maternal instincts. She slowly walked over to Gohan, crouched down, and asked, little Gohan, how old are you? Son Gohan looked down, counted on his fingers, and obediently said, I'm 4 years old by Korean age. Bulma couldn't help sighing. I never thought Goku's child would be so polite, nothing like Goku when he was little. Speaking of which, she remembered the first time she met Goku. Back then, Goku was a complete wild child, even doubting whether Bulma was human because he had never seen other humans. It was quite amusing. But then thinking that the little brat Goku had his own child, while she had suddenly become single, she was filled with mixed emotions. Son Goku laughed heartily. Yeah, it's all Chi-Chi's doing. She teaches Gohan a lot every day. Bulma ruffled little Gohan's hair and asked, Gohan, what do you want to be when you grow up? Son Gohan mumbled, Mom says she wants me to become a great scholar when I grow up. Bulma was taken aback and looked up at Son Goku's scholar. A scholar? Shouldn't it be a martial artist? Son Goku shrugged helplessly. Actually, I wanted to teach him martial arts, but Chi-Chi, said Gohan, is not allowed to practice. She says it would interfere with his studies and make him a delinquent. Krillin said speechlessly, no way. How could he become a delinquent? And it would be a shame if Gohan doesn't train. Son Goku sighed and said, I think so too, but Chi-Chi believes the world is peaceful now, and with Dong Xian around there's no need to worry about the Scions. Not only that, she keeps saying it's the era of scholars. While they were talking, little Gohan was playing happily with the sea turtle. Master Roshi smiled and said, actually it's fine this way. At least with you all around, little Gohan can have a complete childhood. However, as the crowd gathered in joyous reunion, a small spacecraft shot through the atmosphere like a meteor, crashing heavily onto a farm, blasting a massive crater into the ground and unleashing a brief miniature shockwave. Uncle Passerby, who was busy working on the farm, was utterly astounded. He exclaimed in disbelief, is this a meteorite? Or a spaceship? As he spoke, the shockwave dissipated. He quickly got into his vehicle and drove toward the crash site, eager to investigate. A moment later, he arrived at the scene. He retrieved a hunting rifle from the car before slowly approaching the crater. Lying quietly within the pit was a small spherical spacecraft still radiating heat. What is this? Could it really be a spaceship? Uncle Passerby muttered to himself. But it was far too small. He had never seen such a tiny spacecraft before. While he stood there stunned, the spacecraft's hatch suddenly creaked open and a tall figure emerged from within. The figure floated out of the ship and slowly drifted toward him, landing directly in front of him a moment later. Uncle Passerby was stunned beyond words, trembling as he raised his rifle at the stranger. Who are you? The newcomer was Ladizzi. Ladizzi coldly scanned the passerby before him and muttered to himself, the humans on this planet are still alive and well. Kakarot, you bastard, what have you been doing? He then glanced at the passerby again and pressed the scouter on his ear. Seeing that the man's battle power was merely 5, he snorted, what a piece of trash. To think such a weak race exists. The passerby screamed in terror, stay back. Don't come any closer. I'll shoot you dead. With a trembling hand, he pulled the trigger. A bullet shot out from the rifle, flying straight toward Ladizzi. Ladizzi expressionlessly glanced at the bullet, then flicked his hand, catching it effortlessly. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled it back, killing the passerby instantly. Just then his scouter beeped with a new signal. Ladizzi frowned and muttered coldly, 3208. A formidable battle power. Is that Kakarot? Distance 4880 kilometers. Without a second thought, Ladizzi flew toward the target, certain that a Scion would be the strongest being on this planet. But as he soared over the bustling city, his anger swelled. Damn it, Kakarot, what the hell are you doing? Elsewhere, in a desolate mountain region, Bick sat atop a peak, deep in meditation. Suddenly, he spun around, his face pale with terror. That terrifying aura. Could it be Dong Xian? Before he finished speaking, Ladizzi landed before him. TCH, not Kakarot, he muttered to himself. Bick, who are you? What do you want from me? Ladizzi sneered. I wasn't looking for you. I'm looking for my brother. Bick retorted with equal disdain. You come to me looking for your brother. Are you seeking death? Ladizzi chuckled. Hey, you've got some nerve. He nodded, then continued, a battle power of 3280 is indeed impressive on this planet. No wonder you're so confident. Let me open your eyes, you poor fool, and show you what true power really is. You bastard, do you have any idea who you're talking to? Though his body was nearly frozen with fear, Bick forced himself to stand tall, even assuming a combat stance. Ladizzi, sorry, but I really don't know who the hell you are. But before his words faded, Bick launched a sudden sneak attack, hurling a powerful energy blast. A deafening explosion erupted, kicking up clouds of dust. Bick sneered, you'll pay for your arrogance, you bastard. Yet as the dust cleared, Ladizzi reappeared before him, completely unscathed. Even his hair wasn't mussed. It was absurd. Ladizzi grinned, truly garbage. So I suppose it's my turn now. Bick's face turned green with terror. His body was rigid, unable to move. Just then, Ladizzi's scouter picked up another signal indicating a power even greater, over 4000. Without a word, he shot into the sky, flying off into the distance. The moment he left, Bick collapsed to his knees, consumed by an overwhelming fear. Why did this happen? I was paralyzed. I couldn't even move. Who is he? But then another thought struck Bick's Scions. Could that man be the Scion coming to destroy Earth? No, I must warn Dong Xian and the others. With that thought, Bick wasted no time and flew toward the celestial realm, needing to use the Guardian's telepathy to convey the message. Meanwhile, at the Turtle Hermit's house, Lin Dong had just arrived and was happily chatting with the others. The system's voice chimed in his mind. Ding, the scion has arrived on Earth. Host, please take note. Lin Dong paused, murmuring, finally here. Sun Wukong asked, Dong Xian, what's wrong? Lin Dong smiled. Nothing. It's just that the scion has already arrived, and it seems he's heading this way. A scion. Sun Wukong shot to his feet, every muscle tensed, instantly entering a battle-ready state. But Lin Dong waved his hand. Don't be so tense. There's something I haven't told you yet. Sun Wukong asked, what is it? Lin Dong replied, that scion's name is Ladizi, and he's your brother. Your biological brother, same father and mother. Brother. A full-blooded brother. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the Turtle Hermit's house, including Sun Wukong, was stunned. Bulma said with extreme excitement, Dong Xian, how is this possible? I've known Wukong for a long time. How could he be a scion? Lin Dong smiled and said, you should all remember that when I was on the Celestial Realm, I made a wish to Shenlong, and the wish was to grant all the Z-fighters present on the Celestial Realm at that time the scion bloodline. That's correct, isn't it? But if I recall correctly, Wukong was not on the Celestial Realm at that time. So how did he come to possess the scion bloodline? Krillin muttered to himself, the scion bloodline. When one is severely injured and recovers, their strength increases dramatically. But Wukong wasn't granted the wish, yet he is still the same as us. Bulma said, so Sun Wukong didn't need to make a wish at all because he is originally a scion. Lin Dong nodded and said, moreover, Krillin and the others merely possess the scion bloodline. They are not true scions, because true scions have one most distinctive feature. Sun Wukong asked, what feature? Lin Dong smiled and said, a tail. Every scion has a tail. That is the most remarkable characteristic of scions. With this said, you should all understand, right? Sun Wukong frowned, then glanced at Wu Fan beside him, only to see little Wu Fan playing happily with the large sea turtle while his tail was wagging casually behind him. Everyone nodded in unison, realizing it was so. Bulma pursed her lips and asked, then since Wukong is a scion, why did he come to Earth? Sun Wukong was also curious, so everyone turned their gaze to Lin Dong. Lin Dong smiled and said, like his brother, he was sent to Earth with the sole purpose of killing all humans. However, Wukong fell and hit his head when he was little, so he forgot all about it. At this moment, the Turtle Hermit suddenly interjected, but Wukong was very young when he was sent here, probably only 1 or 2 years old, right? Lin Dong glanced at him and asked, have you forgotten about the moon? Everyone. They suddenly remembered that Wukong could transform into a giant ape on the night of a full moon. Sun Wukong looked at everyone in confusion. What about the moon? Bulma quickly waved her hand. Nothing, we're just joking. With that there was an awkward laugh. But as they laughed, they noticed the atmosphere in the room was somewhat oppressive, so they stopped sheepishly. Krillin asked, Wukong, what are you going to do? Sun Wukong frowned and said, since he is my brother, I will try to negotiate with him. But if he refuses to listen, then no matter who he is, I will never allow him to do this. With that, he stood up with a grave expression. Then he gently rubbed Wu Fan's head and said, Grandpa Turtle Hermit, I'll leave Wu Fan with you for now. With these words, he walked straight out. Seeing this, Krillin quickly followed. Little Wu Fan saw his father leave and wanted to follow, but the Turtle Hermit held him back. Wu Fan, we have to be good. Daddy has things to do. When he's done, he'll come play with you, okay? Wu Fan looked up at him, then wistfully glanced outside and nodded pitifully. At this moment, Bulma asked, Dong Xian, aren't you going? Lin Dong smiled and nodded, speaking mysteriously. This is Wukong's own family affair, so it's not convenient for me to intervene. Moreover, if he doesn't face it himself, he might still harbor illusions about the scions. But are they really that bad? Perhaps it is more than just being bad. The scions are a disciplined, hierarchically strict warrior race. From the moment they are born, their infants are classified into various ranks of warriors and subjected to brutal training. When they grow up, they are sent to various planets to exterminate all races and then sell the blood-soaked planets. In short, their bloodthirst and cruelty are almost inhuman. Although he said this, in reality, it was merely an excuse from Lin Dong. The reason he chose not to intervene was that he didn't want to disrupt the original storyline. Because once the plot is disrupted, the author wouldn't be able to continue writing. Oh, sorry, I misspoke. Because according to the original storyline, Sun Wukong would die in battle against Ladizi and then be recommended by the celestial god to train under Jie Wang. For Lin Dong, Sun Wukong's training was secondary. The key point was to bring Jie Wang into the plot. Once Jie Wang appeared in the story, Lin Dong could naturally obtain the spirit bomb and Jie Wang's fist from the system. This was the real reason he didn't act. Lin Dong worried that if he easily killed Ladizi, he would miss the plot involving Jie Wang, and then these two skills might cease to exist. Although it seemed somewhat cruel since it sacrificed Sun Wukong, in reality, it wasn't a big problem. On one hand, Sun Wukong could be revived with the Dragon Balls. On the other hand, Lin Dong would take good care of Chi-Chi. By the way, ever since Wukong returned from the Celestial Realm, Chi-Chi hardly had time to go out. She was busy with housework all day and also had to take care of the child. She was almost exhausted into a haggard housewife. So much so that several times Chi complained on the phone complaining that Wukong didn't understand women's feelings and so on. The implication was nothing more than wanting to be intimate with Lin Dong. Recalling that passionate intimacy, it seemed as if it were just before his eyes. But who was Lin Dong? He was known as the 13th Master, a true gentleman. How could he covet another man's beautiful wife? But unfortunately, Chi-Chi's lingering feelings were unbroken, and she lamented her sorrow. While they were chatting inside, suddenly a powerful aura descended outside. Bulma asked nervously, should we leave here now? Lin Dong shook his head and said, don't worry, Wukong will take him away from here. Besides, I'm still here, so you don't need to be afraid. With that, he gave her a confident look of a master player. Bulma's heart fluttered. Holy shit. This Dong Xian is actually trying to flirt with her at such a critical moment. Can't you choose a different time and place? Meanwhile, Baika finally arrived at the celestial realm and had the celestial god call Lin Dong. Through telepathy, Dong Xian, the Scions have come. Lin Dong nodded and replied, I know that person is right here with me. Celestial god, what should we do now? Lin Dong, notify all the Z fighters to gather here. After all, this is their affair, and they should solve it themselves. However, upon hearing this, Baika was furious and almost roared, Dong Xian, you bastard. How can we possibly deal with that Scion? Lin Dong chuckled, what? You dare to act tough with me, but dare not fight the Scions. Baika, you have no martial ethics. At this moment outside the Guasian house, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. La Dizzy said coldly, finally we meet Kakaluot. It has been so long, yet I recognized you at a glance, because you look exactly like our father. Sun Wukong said in a deep voice, Kakaluot is my Scion name. It sounds really awkward. La Dizzy snorted, then suddenly shouted, but what have you been doing all these years? Have you forgotten your mission? Sun Wukong replied, you mean to kill all humans on Earth? Sorry, I can't do that. La Dizzy was stunned. You dare to betray your mission. Do you not want to live? Sun Wukong said, then why can't you stop killing? Isn't it ridiculous to take killing as your mission? Ridiculous. Kakaluot, why do you have such thoughts? We are Scions born for battle, with fighting genes flowing even in our blood. So how can we stop the pace of conquest? If you insist on thinking that way, then I can only apologize, because I only want to fight for peace, never for slaughter. La Dizzy was furious at Sun Wukong's words, almost gnashing his teeth. Kakaluot, do you want to fight against your own flesh and blood? Sun Wukong said firmly, La Dizzy, if you are willing to protect peace with me, then I will acknowledge you as my brother. But if you want to kill here, no matter who you are, I will never agree. Damn it, this brat. La Dizzy had thought things would go smoothly, but who knew that after finally finding his younger brother, this guy would turn against him. Kakaluot, by doing this you will truly infuriate me. I might even kill you with my own hands. Sun Wukong stared at him coldly, saying nothing. Kulin glanced at Sun Wukong, gritted his teeth, and said, Wukong, since he won't listen to reason, let's just fight him. Fight. How you think you're worthy? As La Dizzy spoke, he pressed the battle power detector on his ear. As the numbers jumped, he was surprised. A battle power of 3,000. What's going on? Why are there suddenly so many powerful people on Earth? Kulin sneered, hee hee, now you're scared, huh? If you're scared, just scram back to your planet. Wukong, and I will spare your life. Ha ha ha. La Dizzy seemed to hear the biggest joke, then said, you spare my life? Who gave you that confidence? A battle power of 3,000 is not low, but in my eyes you're still a piece of trash. With that, he casually waved his hand and sent a blast of energy towards Kulin. Sun Wukong shouted, Kulin, watch out. Unfortunately, it was too late. A violent explosion sounded, instantly stirring up countless dust. Kulin collapsed, not fatally wounded, but already incapable of fighting. Hey La Dizzy, if you have the guts, come at me. Why did you sneak attack Kulin? Sun Wukong shouted at La Dizzy in extreme anger, but La Dizzy just smiled indifferently. Just an ant, I can crush it if I want. What are you upset? Heck, Kakaluot, one last advice, you'd better come with me obediently, otherwise. Enough. Don't say any more. You just want to fight, right? Follow me. Sun Wukong then soared into the sky, flying out of the island. La Dizzy, seeing this, said nothing and simply followed. After the two left, the turtle hermit hurried out of the house and helped Kulin up from the ground. Kulin, are you alright? Kulin breathed heavily. Master Wu Tian, I've disgraced you again. At this moment, Lin Dong also came out. However, looking at the devastated island, he couldn't help but frown, as if complaining, it seems the plot has gone wrong. In the original plot, La Dizzy came to the Turtle Hermit's island, injured Kulin, but did not duel with Sun Wukong, and directly took away Wu Fan. But now little Wu Fan is still inside the Guasian house, while Sun Wukong has gone for a one-on-one PK with La Dizzy. So won't the subsequent plot be all messed up? Moreover, the more serious problem is that in the original plot, the reason Baika could team up with Sun Wukong to defeat La Dizzy was not just because of the two of them, but also due to the timely assistance of little Wu Fan. So now can Sun Wukong still die together with La Dizzy? You see, in the original story, little Wu Fan erupted with a battle power almost equal to La Dizzy, which severely wounded La Dizzy and gave Sun Wukong and Baika the chance to attack together. But now that this link is missing, how can it work? Lin Dong isn't going to personally send little Wu Fan to the battlefield, is he? That would be too unreasonable. After all, he is a grown man. How could he push a child into the fire pit? Meanwhile, God also sent a telepathic message, and he said extremely anxiously, Dong's in big trouble. Wukong just fought La Dizzy and was seriously injured. Now Baiku Tianjin Fan and the others are also heading there. I'm afraid they can't defeat that scion. Lin Dong, damn it, everything is messed up. What can we do? Without time to think, he soared into the sky with a whoosh and flew rapidly towards La Dizzy's direction. The top priority is to kill this scion first. After all, he's just a supporting character and shouldn't cause too much of a butterfly effect, right? Lin Dong thought to himself. So a few seconds later he arrived at the battlefield. Sun Wukong and La Dizzy had not flown far. They had chosen a nearby deserted island. At this moment La Dizzy was stepping on Sun Wukong's chest, repeatedly saying coldly, "How do you feel, my little brother? Still want to resist? I don't mind telling you my current battle power is 13000 more than 3 times yours. Understand?" But Sun Wukong was already in excruciating pain, unable to answer, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Seeing this, Lin Dong also felt a bit pained. He sighed, lit a cigarette he hadn't smoked in a long time, and said word by word, "All right, La Dizzy, you've finished showing off. It's time to bow out." La Dizzy was startled. He turned around and glanced at Lin Dong, then asked impatiently, "And who are you?" But Lin Dong flicked the ash off his cigarette, and without a word casually flung a chi blade that sliced La Dizzy in two in an instant. The plot twist came too quickly. La Dizzy hadn't even felt the pain yet before he stared in shock at his own limbs being severed. Then with a thud he collapsed directly into a pool of blood. Damn it. Who are you really? The scion's vitality was indeed tenacious. Even with his body cut open, he still hadn't died outright. Lin Dong couldn't help but complain. As a quality male lead, being cold, ruthless, and tight-lipped is the basic requirement readers have of me. And besides, you're already dead. Can't you just stop babbling? La Dizzy. And he died of rage on the spot. Sun Wukong, who was nearby, struggled to lift his head, forced a smile, and said, "Immortal Dong, I knew you would come." Ha ha. Just as he was about to laugh, he accidentally pulled at his wound and immediately let out a cry of pain. Lin Dong looked at his pitiful state and couldn't help but sigh. Wukong, just bear with it a little longer. Baiku and the others will be here soon, and they should be carrying some xian beans. As for the xian beans on him, how they had long been snatched up and eaten by those girls. There was no help for it. Though Lin Dong was inexhaustible, the young ladies were too delicate. So if one wanted to revel through the night, how could one do without such a wonderful thing as xian beans? Speaking of which, because of this, over the years the fat cat on Ka Lin Tide built up a deep grudge against Lin Dong. You see, the original yield of xian beans was not high, and the reason there were so many beans on Ka Lin Ta was entirely because that little fat cat had accumulated them bit by bit. It could be said to be very hard work. Yet who could have foreseen that Lin Dong would go to get xian beans every few days? At first he was quite polite, taking only a dozen or 20 beans at a time. But later, especially after moving into that super luxurious island, the consumption of xian beans became astonishingly fast. Sometimes in a single night he could devour dozens of them. He was really taking xian beans like pills. And so this was the result. In just a few years the xian beans were nearly eaten to extinction. It was truly almost driven to extinction. Because to grow xian beans one must at least have seeds, but that damned Lin Dong had taken quite a few of the beans that were meant to be seeds, and that was what led to the current situation. The xian bean yield plummeted and the fat cat was in agony. Soon enough, Baiku Tianjin Fan and the others finally arrived at the scene. The moment they arrived, Yamu Cha hurried over to Sun Wukong, took out a xian bean, and fed it to him. Lin Dong saw this and quickly approached, asking, "Little Cha, how many xian beans did you bring?" Yamu Cha was taken aback. Then he grinned, scratched his head, and said, "No, master, I only brought this one, hee, and I've already fed it to Wukong." Lin Dong, huh? Really no more? Yamu Cha was almost in tears. "Master, please spare me. Ka Lin Shen repeatedly warned me that I must not give any xian beans to you. So please don't make things difficult for me, okay?" Lin Dong, then tell me honestly, how many did you really bring? Don't worry, I won't ask for too many. Yamu Cha, Th3 F4 really only for master. And Ka Lin Shen also said that these xian beans are seeds. Unless there are special circumstances, they must be brought back, otherwise there will truly be no more xian beans to eat in the future. Having said that, he looked at Lin Dong with pleading eyes. Lin Dong coughed lightly, glanced at him, and said, "Look at what you're saying. Am I that kind of person? Alas, forget it, I won't make things difficult for you. I don't want these xian beans." In truth, it wasn't that he didn't really want them. Rather, it was that after taking them back it would be hard to distribute. At home he had 3 young ladies to support: Lu Laosher, Yin Xiaobo, and Lan Qi. No matter what, he had to treat them all fairly right. But the problem was that Yin Xiaobo's constitution was the most delicate. While others could party for an hour or so, with 1 xian bean she needed at least twice the amount. And Lan Qi had 2 personalities, making it even harder to divide. So bringing these few Xian beans back would actually cause conflicts. Sigh. Sometimes having too many girlfriends is not a good thing either. Everything is troublesome. At this moment Sun Wukong, having eaten the Xian bean, finally recovered. Everyone gathered together and chatted happily. Only Lin Dong stood far away on the side, feeling very displeased. Because the plot had changed, Sun Wukong didn't die, so the scenario with Bai Jiao Wang was definitely gone. This directly caused him to lose 2 awesome skills. He was heartbroken. Meanwhile, after chatting for a while, the others planned to gather at Turtle Immortal's house. Now Baiku had also become one of them, but upon hearing about the gathering he rejected it outright. You go ahead. Since there's nothing else, I'll be going back. With that, without giving anyone a chance to persuade him, he simply said a word to Lin Dong, then shot into the sky and flew out of sight. Tianjin fan. Master, shall we all go to Turtle Immortal's house together? Jiaozi. Yes, it's been a long time since we last dined with Master. Unfortunately, Lin Dong was in a terrible mood, so how could he be in the mood for a gathering? So he said, you go have fun. I'm a bit tired today, so I'll head back first. Yamu Cha. Hey Master, you're not angry with me because of the Xian beans, are you? Lin Dong glared at him and said, as a teacher, do I look like that kind of person? However, despite saying that, his face was clearly inscribed with 4 words, angry and displeased. Seeing this, Sun Wukong felt a bit guilty because he understood that Lin Dong hadn't wanted to be involved in this matter from the start. So he quietly pulled Lin Dong aside and whispered, Immortal Dong, just come along. I know you're angry. At worst, I'll let Chi-Chi come over to your place for a few days as compensation, okay? Lin Dong, really? Lin Dong's face lit up with surprise, but then he pulled a straight-face cough twice and said, Ahem, as a teacher, I must uphold a proper image. Watch your language, kid. Of course, if Chi-Chi wants to come to my place to play, I would be very happy to welcome her. Sun Wukong had an expression of, I knew it, then smiled, and said, so you agree then? Lin Dong nodded, and said, since it's a gathering, I'll go, just to save you all the trouble. Oh, by the way, I'll call Baiku over too. That kid has been getting more and more withdrawn lately. Has he been dumped or something? Yamcha reminded from the side. Master Piccolo is a hermaphrodite. He has no interest in matters of men and women. Isn't that what you said? Lin Dong glanced at him, and said, Xiao Cha, why can't you be a bit more flexible? Even if he's not interested, he should try it once in a while, right? And by the way, I heard from Bulma that you two are really planning to break up this time. Yamcha scratched his head, and said, yeah, it seems there's no way to salvage it. Lin Dong was amused inside, but still said, it doesn't matter anyway, since you're such a flirt, there are plenty of girls who like you, right? And Bulma really isn't suitable for you. Yamcha chuckled foolishly, really. I've always thought so too. Lin Dong nodded, seeing that Xiao Cha was quite sensible, thinking that way was correct. Meanwhile, on the other side, Piccolo, who was rushing back, suddenly paused and murmured, Dong Immortal. Did you want to see me? Lin Dong, shall I come over and have a meal together? Piccolo, didn't I say I wouldn't go? Lin Dong, are you not giving face? Piccolo, that's not what I meant. Lin Dong, whatever you mean, just come over first. Consider it a celebration for eliminating the Psiots. Piccolo had no choice but to nod in agreement. Over the years, he had long lost any temper with Lin Dong. There was no helping it, since Lin Dong was so formidable that he could even instantly kill Psiots with a casual strike. Thus, everyone gathered once again, lively and cheerful, until they were full and satisfied, then each went home to their respective families. Only Lin Dong stayed behind. At the same time, he also kept Bulma. Bulma asked curiously, Dong Immortal, is there something you need me for? Lin Dong nodded, then took out Raditz Scouter from his pocket and said, can you help me repair this? Also, through your connections, can you get the spaceship he came in? With that, he pulled out a remote control from his pocket and said, this is the remote for that spaceship. But you need to be careful because one of the buttons activates the self-destruct mechanism. Bulma examined the scouter and asked, do you know what this is used for? Lin Dong nodded and said, this device can detect the battle power of each person and also lock onto their location. Oh, and it's also a microcommunication device. Through it, you can even contact other Psions in outer space. Bulma clicked her tongue in wonder and said, all right, then I'll give it a try. With that, she directly used a Hoi Poi capsule to produce a toolbox and began to repair it. However, after opening it, she discovered that the internal circuitry was extremely complex. So she said, Dong Immortal, this thing might take a while to fix. How about I take it back and study it? Lin Dong nodded and said, okay. And that spaceship helped me get it back to study as well, it might come in handy. Upon hearing this, Bulma asked suspiciously, you're not planning to go to outer space, are you? Lin Dong didn't deny it, smiling and nodding. I'm tired of Earth, I need to get some fresh air. What do you want to come to? Bulma thought for a moment and said, I'll think about it. But come to think of it, Earth is indeed quite boring. After leaving Kame House, Lin Dong had been pondering a question, a rather serious one. That was, since Son Goku didn't die and the fact that there are Dragon Balls on Earth hadn't been revealed, would Vegeta still come to Earth? Given his ruthless nature, he wouldn't deliberately come to Earth to avenge Raditz. So would the subsequent plot just be cut off? Lin Dong didn't mind idling away his life. If there were no disasters, he would be happy to enjoy this kind of life in the Dragon Ball world. But the problem was that Earth's disasters were far from just the Science and Frisia, because after the Namek arc the Cell arc would come. But if the plot jumped directly to the Cell arc, would Son Goku and the others' strength be sufficient? Could they handle it? No need to think. Almost impossible. Because without experiencing the Namek arc, Son Goku would almost certainly not become a Super Saiyan, and his power would hardly improve significantly. So what should be done then? Even if Lin Dong stepped in again and killed Cell, what about the next appearance of Majin Buu? The Majin Buu arc also takes place on Earth, and by then even if Lin Dong wanted to intervene, he might not be able to solve the problem. Because staying confined to Earth also limited Lin Dong's battle power, as he couldn't complete the higher level tasks required by the system. So at that time would he only wait for Earth's destruction? Thinking of this, Lin Dong's brows knitted tightly. Things were really troublesome. Of course it wasn't that there were no solutions. At present Lin Dong had come up with two plans. First, after Bulma repairs the scouter, directly use it to tell Vegeta that there are Dragon Balls on Earth, and let him come to seize them. Although the method is a bit crude, it could indeed steer the plot back on track. Second, Lin Dong could take a spaceship himself and travel across the universe to complete various system-required tasks, thereby enhancing his battle power, and then return to protect Earth and all of humanity. However, despite that, Lin Dong still preferred the first plan, because as a divine tycoon, how could he become a mere tool for protecting the world? Not to mention, if the plot hadn't gone awry, he wouldn't have even bothered to kill Raditz. Moreover, on second thought, let him ride a spaceship alone just to go chasing women across the universe. That was secondary, but the problem was, what if he couldn't find alien girls, but instead found a bunch of aliens? He wouldn't have to fall in love with those strange extraterrestrial females, would he? Lin Dong considered himself no beast. So such a thing was absolutely impossible, even if Earth were destroyed. Even if the universe exploded. Of course, that said, his parents and the girls all lived here. How could he be so selfish? So if it came to utter desperation, he might have to endure disgust and do some shameless things. So hopefully such heartbreaking events won't happen. Feeling somewhat troubled, Lin Dong did not go straight home, but instead headed to a tiny island near his residence. This island, much like Kame Sinin's, was extremely small, barely accommodating a single house. This island was also something Lin Dong had purchased. Having multiple girlfriends was not always a blessing. His home was bustling with noise and activity all day long, with no moment of peace even at night. After all, from time to time one of the ladies would have certain needs, and Lin Dong naturally found it hard to refuse, for each of them was his true love. Yet no matter how genuine the love, spending every day intertwined would eventually lead to exhaustion. Thus Lin Dong devised a cunning plan. Claiming he needed quiet for his cultivation, he secured the approval of all his girlfriends and purchased this island. Stepping onto the island and entering the house, he closed the door, laid down on the sofa, turned on the television, and began to savor his rare moment of leisure. But no sooner had he lain down than Lin Dong froze, for he distinctly sensed the key of Son Wukong. What was this? Why had Wukong come? Damn, there was another key. Was that Chi-Chi? Hey, that Wukong kid was pretty reliable. He had kept his word. Lin Dong had almost forgotten about this matter. At that moment, Son Wukong, following his aura, arrived at the island and knocked on the door. Hey, Master Dong, I'm here. Lin Dong quickly got up and walked out. Opening the door, he smiled and said, Wukong, you're here. Come in and sit for a while. Son Wukong scratched his head and replied, No, Gohan is home alone. Ooh, I'm worried about him. I'll head back now. With that, he dropped off Chi-Chi and soared into the sky. Chi-Chi called out after him, Don't forget to make Gohan do his homework, not just schoolwork, but also the Olympic math tutoring. Got it. Son Wukong replied and vanished into the distance while inwardly rejoicing, finally free. Now I can have a good time with Gohan for a few days. I've been so cooped up, that Wukong, honestly. Chi-Chi muttered, then said, He's definitely going to take Gohan out for some wild fun. Oh dear, I can't stop worrying, Lin Dong asked. Chi-Chi, isn't Gohan only 4 years old? Why does he already have homework? Chi-Chi glanced at him and said, Of course I assigned it. Homework at 4. And you even signed him up for tutoring? Isn't that too harsh? What do you know? Education must start from the cradle. Our Gohan is going to become a renowned scholar someday. Lin Dong couldn't help but sigh, what a pitiful child. Then he stepped aside and said to Chi-Chi, Since you're here, come in and sit. By the way, have you had lunch? Chi-Chi only then realized she had arrived at Dong Xian's place. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she shyly entered the house. Lin Dong closed the door and followed her inside. He took some snacks from the fridge, placed them on the coffee table, and sat back on the sofa. There's no one else here, so don't be formal. Do whatever you like, treat this place as your own home. Chi-Chi sat on the sofa and suddenly sighed. I haven't left home in years. Now that I'm finally out for a trip, I feel a bit empty inside. Lin Dong gave her a look of exasperation. You have workaholic syndrome. You want to be busy every minute. Can't you relax for a while? How could I? Wukong doesn't work and we have no income. Everything depends on me. Lin Dong was surprised. Didn't I give you a few $100 million a few years ago? Did you spend it all so quickly? But you don't seem like a big spender. Chi-Chi brushed her hair and sighed. The money you gave me, I haven't spent a single cent. I've saved it all in the bank. But even if you just leave it in the bank, the interest alone should be enough for your family to live quite comfortably. Chi-Chi chuckled softly. Dongxian, being a parent isn't that easy. You haven't had children, so naturally you wouldn't understand. We have to think about the child. Gohan is about to grow up. I'll have to send him to the best aristocratic elementary school, won't I? Then he'll go to middle school, then high school, then college, then fall in love, get married, and have children. Doesn't all that require money? These days prices are sky high, and housing prices are through the roof. So how can I afford to be wasteful? Besides, it's hard to earn money these days. If I spend it all, I don't know how we'll manage in the future. Chi-Chi continued her rant, chattering on and on for a good hour, almost shocking Lin Dong into losing control of his bodily functions. Good heavens. In just a few years, Chi-Chi had completely transformed into a housewife. Seeing Lin Dong's bewildered expression, Chi-Chi spoke with an air of experience. Dongxian, don't take this the wrong way, but after all these years, why haven't you had a child? A few years ago you said you wanted lunch to have a baby to play with Gohan. She then continued with authority. A man only becomes a true man when he becomes a father. Otherwise he'll forever remain a little boy. Of course Wukong is an exception. Lin Dong swallowed hard. He thought to himself, oh my, can I still let Chi-Chi visit in the future? She's turning into a nagging mother hen. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Did I say something wrong and make you angry? After a while Chi-Chi asked again. Lin Dong smiled bitterly. Looking at Chi-Chi's somewhat haggard face, he suddenly felt a pang of pity. Just a few years ago she had been a vibrant young girl. How had she become like this? So with a touch of emotion he reached out and gently cupped her cheek. Chi-Chi, you should try to relax. Life doesn't have to be so exhausting. Look at what you've turned yourself into. Is it worth it? Chi-Chi was stunned. After a moment of confusion, she realized her own problem. Yes. What had happened to her? She hadn't been like this before. When had she become so talkative? She even resembled a gossipy old woman. And this man before her was Dongxian, the one she had dreamed about day and night. Suddenly she burst into tears, collapsing into Lin Dong's arms and sobbing uncontrollably. Chi-Chi said while crying, Lin Dong, you can't really blame me. Life has been too hard. I have to do everything myself, taking care of the child, housework, and finding ways to earn money to support the family. And Wukong, he's a complete jerk. He doesn't care about anything, spends all his time loafing around, and has never brought home a single cent. Lin Dong held Chi-Chi in his arms, silently listening to her complaints without uttering a word from beginning to end. It wasn't that he didn't want to comfort her, but he truly didn't know how. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Wukong, oh Wukong, perhaps in the original story you were the great hero riding on colorful clouds, but you really are not a good husband. In just a few years she had turned an innocent, carefree little girl into a housewife, a truly heartbreaking thing. Wukong, you truly don't understand love. Over these years I have shouldered everything alone. I am really scared. If one day I suddenly collapsed, what would happen to our family? Perhaps Gohan would become just like his father, turning into a wild child and later grow up to be a delinquent woo. Chi-Chi continued to complain, as if only with Lin Dong could she find her true self, and only here could she pour out all her worries. During this process Lin Dong kept gently patting her back, trying to make her feel a little better. But at this moment Chi-Chi suddenly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes filled with tears as she looked at Lin Dong, and said, actually there are some private matters that I really don't want to talk about, but you know what? As my husband, he isn't even willing to take on the most basic responsibilities. Every time I have to force him before he'll agree to do those intimate things. But even such a small thing he always complains about it. Tell me, having a man like him, isn't it just like having none at all? Lin Dong, unable to bear it, said, you can come to me. I'm not usually busy. Chi-Chi gave a bitter smile and said, Lin Dong, actually since I returned to the family, I really treasure it. I even thought about cutting off all ties with you. But now you've seen it. He was willing to personally send me here and even looked very happy. I feel so wronged. Woo. The whole afternoon Chi-Chi's tears never stopped. Lin Dong accompanied her throughout the afternoon. The two of them nestled on the sofa, listening to the sound of waves outside, and the howling wind, feeling so peaceful, as if they had returned to the past, to that carefree time. Gradually it grew dark. At this moment Lin Dong's brow suddenly twitched slightly. What was this feeling? Had the old Chi-Chi finally returned? He couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Chi-Chi's face flushed red and she covered her face, saying, oh, you're so annoying, listening to my complaints for so long. Lin Dong sighed and said, I wasn't listening to your jokes, but the jokes of life. If life weren't like this, how many young girls in the world would willingly become nagging housewives? With that he kissed Chi-Chi's blushing cheek and said, just like now, be your old self. Chi-Chi wiped her tears, looked at him with a hint of resentment, and said, do you think we're still at the age of dreaming? Lin Dong smiled and said, tomorrow I'll have someone from the company transfer 10 of the shares to you. From now on, hire a maid if needed, buy a house if needed. In short, don't take money seriously. The corners of Chi-Chi's mouth turned bitter. Is this the happiness of the rich? Lin Dong nodded and said very affirmatively, yes, so why don't you hurry up and come lick my boots? And say in a coquettish voice, Master, this little lady doesn't want to work hard anymore. You bastard, lick or not? You scumbag. Who's the scumbag? Woo, you're bullying me, I'm not doing it. Not doing it won't work, huh? Oh, you're so annoying. And so a man with a heavy heart seduced a young housewife, and on this remote island away from the city, they lived an unabashed life. The story is not over. In fact, Chi-Chi only stayed with Lin Dong for 3 days before rushing back, refusing to stay any longer no matter what. Lin Dong asked her why. She said she was afraid of becoming addicted to this lifestyle and unable to extricate herself, and also she couldn't let go of little Go-on. She said how could a mother abandon her child and run off to have fun? After seeing Chi-Chi off, Lin Dong also felt some emotion. Perhaps he should have a child too. Chi-Chi was right. A man, if he doesn't even have a child, may never grow up because he won't understand the word responsibility. Moreover, whether it was teacher Lu Lanqi or Yin Xiaobo, they all wanted a child of their own. This feeling grew stronger with age. Of course, there was another reason why Lin Dong wanted to have children with them. He was afraid that one day he might suddenly leave them. Just like how he suddenly came into this world. If he left, what would they do? Therefore, he had to leave something behind. And a child was naturally the best gift because it was the crystallization of love, something that nothing in the world could replace. So after sending Chi-Chi off, Lin Dong directly returned to that super luxurious island and told everyone about his desire to have a child. Yin Xiaobo, with tears in her eyes, said, Darling, you finally want a child. I thought you had a problem in that area. Lin Dong. Damn it, didn't I already say? I can control whether to have a child or not. How did it become a problem? However, as soon as Yin Xiaobo's words fell, Lanqi slammed the table heavily and yelled, I don't want a child. I just want to have fun. Lin Dong couldn't help wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and said, I say, Jeans, yes, shouldn't you let Xiaolon come over at this moment? If you want to have fun, this isn't the time. We're having a discussion now. Why are you butting in? Blonde Lanqi. Oh, I just saw it was getting dark. Ahem, sorry. Everyone, I'll call Xiaolon out now. With that, she scratched her nose, then sneezed, instantly turning into blue Lanqi. Xiaolon looked at everyone with some confusion and asked, What is everyone doing? Yin Xiaobo, Lan Jia, we're talking about having children, Xiaolon. Or are you talking about Lin Dong's infertility? I've already inquired. Gulu Clinic recently launched a promotion treating infertility with a 10 discount. Lin Dong heavily punched his own thigh and silently chanted to himself, I'll endure. I'll endure. I must fucking endure. But what's wrong with these women? They've been secretly saying I'm infertile. Heavens. One day a month later, while Lin Dong was accompanying 3 young ladies to the hospital for pregnancy checkups, Bulma suddenly contacted him. Lin Dong answered the phone and said with a smile, Miss Bulma, what can I do for you? Bulma, Lord Dong, I've finished the task you entrusted to me. The battle power scouter has been repaired, but the spaceship is still under research. My father says this ship's construction is too advanced, and its technology far surpasses Earth's. Lin Dong nodded and said, All right, thank you for your hard work. I'll come to your house shortly. Then he was about to hang up. But then Bulma added, Lord Dong, there's another thing I need to tell you. This battle power scouter seems to be able to receive many signals, and the people speaking are saying strange things like they want to invade some planet or massacre a certain race. Lin Dong was surprised for a moment, but quickly realized. After all, if Vegeta and the others could receive Raditz messages, then Raditz could also receive signals in reverse. So he nodded and said, All right, I see. Wait for me a moment, I'll be right over to your house. After hanging up, Lin Dong quickly sent the 3 young ladies home, and then hurriedly made his way to West City. The distance was not far, just a few hundred kilometers, so it only took him about 10 minutes. That said, although Lin Dong had been in the Dragon Ball world for many years, this seemed to be his first time in West City, and also his first visit to Bulma's house. Bulma, knowing Lin Dong was coming, was already waiting outside. Seeing him, she waved excitedly. Hi, Lord Dong, I'm over here. Lin Dong landed directly in front of her, and said with a smile, Miss Bulma, sorry for the intrusion. Bulma rolled her eyes and said, Oh, being so polite. To whom? After all, we've been old friends for years, and you're still putting on this act. Saying that, she took Lin Dong's arm and walked into the house together. To be honest, Bulma's house was truly enormous. The land area alone was several thousand square meters. Although it had only 3 floors, the height of the first floor reached a terrifying several dozen meters. Because the first floor of her house was a forest park planted with many trees and flowers, and also housed countless small animals, including some gentle dinosaurs. Although Lin Dong's super island was not inferior, it was a completely different concept, so he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. At this moment, Bulma said, Lord Dong, I should warn you in advance. My parents have rather peculiar ways of thinking, so if they say anything unpleasant, please don't take it to heart. Lin Dong waved his hand and said, Miss Bulma, don't worry. What objections could I have? Besides, given our relationship, would I not show you respect? Bulma covered her mouth and chuckled. Soon they took the elevator to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was Dr. Brief's research institute, and the entire floor was his workspace. However, as soon as they reached the second floor, Mrs. Brief came over with a smile and warmly greeted, "Hello, you must be Lord Dong, right?" Lin Dong smiled and returned the greeting, "Hello." Mrs. Brief nodded, then looked Lin Dong up and down carefully before saying, "Lord Dong, you have a great physique, much better than Yamcha." No wonder Bulma wanted to break up. Bulma's face flushed, and she said, "Mom, can you not talk nonsense? Lord Dong and I are just ordinary friends. Besides, the reason I broke up with Yamcha was because of his own problems." "Oh, is that so? But this young man really does look quite good, tall, long-legged, and handsome. He's really stylish. I think you could consider him." Without waiting for Bulma's reaction, Mrs. Brief grabbed Lin Dong's other arm and said, Come, Lord Dong, let me show you around." Lin Dong was speechless. It must be said Mrs. Brief's enthusiasm was quite overwhelming. Soon the three arrived at Dr. Brief's workstation. At that moment, he was squatting on one side, carefully disassembling Raditz' spaceship. Seeing them approach, Dr. Brief quickly stood up and greeted, "Is this Lord Dong?" "Hello, young man, you look energetic." Lin Dong nodded and said, "Hello, Dr. Brief. Sorry for the intrusion." Dr. Brief smiled and said, No, it's fine. But this spaceship is really interesting. It even has a built-in anti-collision function. You know, with Earth's current technology, we can't achieve that at all. And this space is so compact. A barrage of technical jargon left Lin Dong completely bewildered. Mrs. Brief, seeing them chatting, said, "Well, you two talk. I'll go get some coffee." After saying that, she let go of Lin Dong's arm and walked over to the coffee machine. Dr. Brief, seeing his wife leave, turned to Bulma and asked abruptly, "Bulma, have you two kissed?" Bulma heard this and immediately became furious, almost roaring, "None of your business." Dr. Brief nodded as if talking to himself, "Seems like you have. Then have you had deeper communication?" Bang! Bulma completely lost it and punched Dr. Brief's workstation. But surprisingly, Dr. Brief remained very calm and said, "Dad is just concerned about you. Oh, by the way, if you two are going to have deeper communication, make sure to take safety measures. You're still young." Bulma was almost driven mad with anger. Without another word, she grabbed the Battle Power Scouter and dragged Lin Dong out of the second floor. At that moment, Lin Dong finally understood why Bulma had said those things earlier. Once outside, Bulma wiped the sweat from her forehead as if relieved and said with a wry smile, "Sorry, Lord Dong. My parents always embarrass me like this." Lin Dong smiled and said, "Actually, it's quite nice and interesting." "Huh?" Then he pointed at the Battle Power Scouter and said, "Can you tell me how to use this?" Bulma nodded and said, "Here is the call button and here is the Battle Power detection button. It also shows the direction of the detected power. And this is..." After a few minutes, Lin Dong finally mastered the use of the scouter. He also found Vegeta's contact in the address book and directly dialed a call. Meanwhile, on a distant planet, Vegeta and Nappa had just concluded a fierce battle and were now replenishing their energy with food. Vegeta snorted coldly, saying, "I can't believe that worthless Raditz is dead. Still, the combat power of those people on Earth is unexpectedly formidable." Nappa chuckled and replied, "Though they seem decent, the strongest among them has a power level of just over 4,000. Not even a third of Raditz. I suspect that fool was ambushed. By the way, Vegeta, shall we avenge him?" Vegeta shook his head. "A waste like him is dead and gone. Why bother with revenge? Such a trivial matter is a mere waste of my time." Nappa opened his mouth as if to speak, but after a moment's thought he held back. Just then, however, something unexpected occurred. A voice suddenly came through the scouter. "Hey, is that Vegeta?" Vegeta frowned and snorted, "Who are you?" "Lin Dong, who am I?" "I'm your damn uncle. Let me tell you, I'm the one who took out that dimwit you sent. How about that? Are you mad?" "Vegeta, who the hell are you? Are you tired of living? How dare you speak to me like that?" "Lin Dong, oh, who do you think you are? Trying to scare me? Seeing how useless your lackey was, I doubt you're any better. If you've got the guts, come to Earth and face me one-on-one." Vegeta: "Earth? Was it you who killed Raditz?" "Lin Dong, yo, what's the matter? You got a problem with that?" Vegeta's fists clenched so tightly they creaked. The next second, he snatched the scouter off his ear and hurled it to the ground, grinding his teeth, as he said, "Nappa, we're leaving now. Head for Earth." "Nappa? Vegeta, what's gotten into you?" "Vegeta, some reckless human on Earth has the audacity to provoke me. If I don't kill him, I'll never find peace." Elsewhere, Bulma looked at Lin Dong with a speechless expression. "Immortal Dong, are you sure it's wise to provoke the Scions like this?" Lin Dong nodded. "It's not a big deal. No matter who comes, it doesn't really matter. But this time Goku and the others will have to rely on themselves." Bulma asked, puzzled, "But why are you doing this? Is there any point?" Lin Dong sighed. "I just want Son Goku and the others to shoulder their own responsibilities instead of always hiding under my wings. If they keep relying on me, they'll never grow into true warriors." "Bulma, so just to train Son Goku and the others, you're luring the Scions to Earth?" Lin Dong glanced at her and continued, "Miss Bulma, I know what you're worried about. But I have to be honest with you, the Scions aren't really that terrifying. What's truly fearsome are the enemies we'll face in the future. Of course, as long as I'm here, Earth will be safe. But I'm concerned that if one day I have to leave, who will protect Earth then? Hearing that he might leave, Bulma felt a sudden panic. She forgot about the seance and asked with some urgency, Immortal Dong, are you really going to leave Earth? But why? Your family is still here. Lin Dong sighed. It's not that I want to leave. There are things beyond our control, and I don't know what my destiny holds. So before any unforeseen event occurs, I must make sure Son Goku and the others embrace their mission. That way even when I'm gone they can withstand any external threat. Bulma didn't ask further, but a hollow feeling crept into her heart, and for a moment, she seemed somewhat lost. Like Son Goku and the others, she had unconsciously come to regard Lin Dong as the savior of this world, for he had already saved Earth from peril 3 times. The first was against King Piccolo, the second against Piccolo Jr., and the third against Raditz. Naturally, a sense of dependency had taken root. Thus, when Bulma heard that Lin Dong might leave in the near future, her heart truly ached. Of course, personal feelings may have played a part as well. Although Lin Dong already had a girlfriend, there was no denying that he was a man of captivating charm. Almost any other man in his presence would be overshadowed by his aura. Seeing Bulma in such a state, Lin Dong felt a pang of sympathy. He reached out and patted her shoulder, teasing, Miss Bulma, this isn't like you. Come on, give me a smile. Oh, stop it. I'm not in the mood right now. Bulma replied with exasperation, but she couldn't help asking, Immortal Dong, can't you just stay on Earth forever? Lin Dong smiled. If I had the choice, I would stay with all of you until the very end of my life. Upon hearing this, Bulma was almost moved to tears. What a sly man. He already had a girlfriend, yet he spoke so ambiguously. Wasn't he afraid of giving her the wrong idea? After spending some time alone with Bulma, Lin Dong left West City carrying the scouter with him. But on the way back, it suddenly struck him that his goal wasn't merely to bring Vegeta to Earth. Bringing Vegeta and the others here was just to train Goku. The real purpose was to let Frieza learn the secret of the Dragon Balls. So Lin Dong quickly tried to contact Vegeta through the scouter, but the signal was rejected. What was going on? With no other choice, Lin Dong scrolled through the contacts for a while, and finally found Nappa's number. Overjoyed, he immediately called. Hello, is this Nappa? Nappa, huh? Who are you? Lin Dong, I forgot to tell your master that Earth has a set of magical orbs called Dragon Balls. Gather all 7, and you can summon the Eternal Dragon and have any wish granted. So if Vegeta dares to come to Earth and defeats me, I'll hand him the Dragon Balls myself. Nappa, are you the Earthling who killed Raditz? Lin Dong, that's right. Remember my name. I am Son Goku. If I recall correctly, Raditz mentioned that I also go by the name Kakarot. Hearing Nappa's words, Vegeta frowned and said, what, that Earthling has come to provoke you again? It seems he's truly eager to die. Nappa, Vegeta, he doesn't seem to be an Earthling. He claims to be Kakarot. Vegeta, Kakarot. Ha, a mere combat power of over 4,000, and yet he dares to be so arrogant. Poor Raditz, he probably couldn't bear to lay a hand on his own little brother. What a waste. Nappa, he also said there's something called Dragon Balls on Earth. If you gather all 7, you can summon the Dragon God and have any wish fulfilled. Vegeta was taken aback. Dragon Balls. Fulfill any wish. Nappa nodded and added, Kakarot said that if you dare to come to Earth and defeat him, he will personally hand the Dragon Balls over to you. Hearing this, Vegeta furrowed his brow instead. Could there really be such a good deal? For a moment he hesitated. After a pause he said, whether the Dragon Balls are real is still unknown, but why would Kakarot do this? He only has a combat power of over 4,000, so why does he keep provoking us? I feel like there's something fishy about this, he said. After thinking, he added, let's return to headquarters first. We can use the supercomputer there to check if such a thing as Dragon Balls actually exists. Nappa nodded, then asked, should we report this to Lord Frieza? Vegeta shot him an impatient glare and said, Nappa, are you an idiot? If there really is something that good on Earth, we can just go grab it ourselves and fulfill our own wishes. We Saiyans have been Frieza's dogs for so long. Do you want to be a dog for the rest of your life? Nappa was stunned for a moment, then clenched his fists and said in a low voice, Vegeta, I understand. Let's head back to headquarters now. Meanwhile, as Vegeta and Nappa were returning to their headquarters, Lin Dong arrived at the Celestial Realm once again and gathered all the Z fighters. Tien asked, Master, why did you summon us so urgently? Is something the matter? Goku said excitedly, I hope you're letting us stay and train. Honestly, I've been going crazy at home these days. Lin Dong smiled and asked, Goku, did Chi-Chi pick a fight with you again? Goku scratched his head and said, no fights, but she forced me to buy a house a few days ago. Now I'm busy moving and buying new furniture. There's so much to do I haven't had time to train. Krillin, overhearing this, asked in astonishment, Goku, you bought a new house. Where is it? How much did it cost? Is it in a good school district? Wait, where did you get the money to buy a house? Goku, I'm not really sure. Chi-Chi handled everything. As for the money, I think it was from Dong Xian. Krillin was stunned and looked at Lin Dong asking, Master, did you give Goku money? Lin Dong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and felt exasperated. When did these Z fighters become such gossips? With a sigh he said, before we keep chatting, I need to tell you some bad news. The Scion Prince will arrive on Earth in a year, and his goal, like Raditz, is to wipe out all Earthlings. But to his surprise, no one seemed tense at all. Yamcha even laughed and said, "As long as you're here, Master, it doesn't matter who comes right." Krillin also chuckled. "Yeah, one dies, two die together. What are these Scions thinking?" Everyone looked relaxed, including Goku and Piccolo. Seeing this, Lin Dong felt a complex mix of emotions. Perhaps it was truly time for him to leave. Otherwise, these Z fighters would always think that someone taller would hold up the sky. But he couldn't blame them, nor Goku. If Lin Dong had never appeared, none of this would have happened. After all, he was the one who set off this butterfly effect. So Lin Dong paused and said, "Actually, there's something else I need to tell you. I'll be leaving Earth in a few days. As for when I'll return, I'm not sure, but at least a year," he said. Yamcha, who had been laughing with Krillin and Kaiatsu, suddenly stopped short. "Master, you're leaving Earth?" Yamcha asked, dumbfounded. "Yeah, but what will we do without you? The Scions are coming in a year, and you'll be gone for at least that long. What if you don't make it back in time? And the one coming is the Scion Prince." Krillin said nervously. Goku, though excited, was also worried. "Dong Xian, I love challenging strong opponents, but what if we all get killed?" Lin Dong sighed. "If you all die, then every living being on Earth will die with you, including my own family." Piccolo gasped. This. Kaiatsu asked pitifully, "Master, is there really no other way?" Lin Dong shook his head. "I don't want this either, but I have a reason I must leave. This time you'll have to rely on yourselves. Oh, and I must tell you responsibly, the Scion Prince's combat power is 18000. Krillin, Raditz said Goku's power was only over 400. How can we fight? He could crush us with one finger. Goku, I'm excited to face such a powerful opponent, but Krillin is right. We might not stand a chance." Hearing this, Lin Dong suddenly smiled. Then, with no emotion in his voice, he said, "In that case, there's no point in training anymore. Go home and spend time with your families. If I manage to return in time, we'll talk. But if I don't, then you can kneel before the Scion Prince and beg him to spare the Earthlings." With that, Lin Dong shot into the sky and flew towards Super Island. In truth, being trusted was a rather pleasant sensation, so for a time Lin Dong had greatly enjoyed it. Yet as time passed, that trust gradually transformed into dependence, and even severe reliance, which inevitably became irritating for anyone. Especially when the people in question were originally Earth saviors. Z warriors led by Sun Wukong must awaken your combat instincts and fight to the death. Lin Dong thought, "I'm not stepping in this time. Let them die once, then I'll go to Namek, find the Dragon Balls, and wish them back." Of course, before that he would make sure to arrange for his family's safety. Though the Dragon Balls existed, Lin Dong had no desire to let his loved ones experience the terror of death. However, he wasn't lying to them. He truly planned to leave Earth for a while. His goal was to find the North Kai. Earlier, because of Lin Dong's interference, Sun Wukong hadn't died, so the North Kai never made his debut. Consequently, the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb remained unbestowed, which greatly vexed Lin Dong. After all, his own combat power was barely 800 million, while Frisia's had likely reached 1.2 billion due to the butterfly effect. Since Raditz landed on Earth with a power level 10 times that in the original story, and Sun Wukong and Piccolo were also 10 times stronger, it stood to reason that Frisia's power might have increased tenfold as well. Lin Dong dared not indulge in the fantasy that Frisia hadn't grown stronger, thus he had to find the North Kai. Only by meeting the North Kai could he trigger the system and receive the Kaioken as a reward. By then, even a mere twofold Kaioken would be enough to effortlessly crush Frisia, let alone 20 times that. Yet despite the plan being sound, Lin Dong's conscience pricked him. After all, his 3 wives had just become pregnant, and he could not be by their side. That was truly indefensible. During pregnancy, women are most prone to melancholy. They desperately need care and companionship. Moreover, Lin Dong didn't want his children to be born without a father's love. At the thought, he couldn't help but recall Sun Wutian, the youngest son, who looked exactly like a young Sun Wukong. In the original story, when Sun Wutian was born, Sun Wukong had already sacrificed himself by Cell's self-destruction, so little Wutian never knew what his father looked like. Thus, when he first met his father, his heart surged with indescribable excitement. Even when Sun Wukong was about to leave the mortal world and return to the afterlife, Wutian sobbed uncontrollably, just wanting his father to hold him once. The mere thought of that scene was deeply moving. So what should he do? Lin Dong couldn't bear to let his own children suffer the same fate as little Wutian. Just then, the system's prompt suddenly rang out. Ding. Host can use Tian's 4-body technique to split into multiple cells and act in parallel. Bloody hell. That's right. Tian's 4-body technique. How could I have forgotten? Lin Dong nearly jumped in excitement. Why hadn't he thought of it before? If his wives found out, they would be ecstatic. Although Lin Dong had always been remarkably vigorous in that regard, capable of not just 13 rounds a night, but even 360 without any issue. The problem was that he was only one person. Even when sharing a bed with all his wives, he could only attend to one at a time, while the other 2 watched and waited. But with the 4-body technique, well, wouldn't that mean he could simultaneously engage? Good heavens. This wasn't just a four-body technique, it was four-wheel drive. Just imagining the scene was thrilling and exhilarating. Unfortunately, all his wives were now pregnant, or else he would have loved to test the effect of four-wheel drive. Shaking off the thought, Lin Dong immediately activated the four-body technique, and in the next second 4 identical Lin Dongs appeared. Honestly, the sensation was incredibly strange. The 4 Lin Dongs examined each other with curiosity. Never before had they seen themselves from a first-person perspective. They had to admit they were damn handsome. Of course, after the transformation, no communication was needed among the 4. They were still the same person, sharing the same mind. The difference was that previously one mind controlled one body, whereas now one mind simultaneously controlled 4 bodies. It seemed simple, but it was mentally exhausting. Yet what choice did he have? Lin Dong was a good man after all. Whether mentally or physically, he had to satisfy each of his wives to deserve the title of good man. So without further delay, Lin Dong split his forces. 3 clones flew directly back to the Super Island, while the remaining clone flew back to the Celestial Realm. However, when Lin Dong returned to the Celestial Realm, he found everyone already training with relentless intensity. Sun Wukong and Piccolo in particular were locked in a fierce flesh-to-flesh combat that made the entire realm tremble and echo. Lin Dong did not interrupt them. Instead, he concealed his aura, entered the temple, and summoned the Guardian. The Guardian asked in surprise, "Lord Lin Dong, why have you returned?" Without wasting words, Lin Dong asked directly, "Guardian, can you send me to the underworld?" The Guardian was taken aback, "But you're a living person. Why would you go to the underworld?" Lin Dong did not hide his intent. "Nothing major. I just want to find the North Kai." You want to see Lord Kai?" The Guardian was utterly stunned. Lin Dong frowned. "Is it inconvenient?" The Guardian pondered. "It's not impossible, but I need to consult King Yama as the underworld is his domain. Here, take my hand, and I'll take you to ask him." Lin Dong nodded, then grasped the Guardian's shoulder. In the next moment, space twisted as if passing through time and space itself, and they instantly arrived at the underworld. Please, this clone is not a clone in the strict sense, it is actually the original body. The previous text has already made it clear one mind controls 4 bodies simultaneously, and they are all his own bodies. The consciousness is also his own. How could that be considered a betrayal? Furthermore, the reason for doing this is merely for companionship. The following storyline is the journey to the underworld. The 2 of them instantly arrived from the Earth Temple to the underworld. The feeling was strange, as if they had used instantaneous movement. Lin Dong marveled in amazement. Unfortunately, although his strength was formidable, it was all granted by the system. Thus his innate martial talent was mediocre, and he could not discern the underlying principles. However, after arriving in the underworld, Lin Dong realized that it was much brighter than he had imagined, with a pleasant environment and quite a bustling atmosphere. At the underworld's gate, a guide messenger stood holding a megaphone, constantly shouting, "Hello, hello, little spirits, welcome to the underworld. Please line up and enter in an orderly fashion. Do not cut in line or else." Before he could finish, he suddenly noticed a soul rushing forward, so he quickly scolded, "Hey, you little spirit over there, do not cut in line, or you will be thrown into hell." Lin Dong looked at this scene with a sense of speechlessness, finding it quite amusing. On the other side, Yin Wang, somewhat displeased, stared at the heavenly god and said, "Hey, God of Earth, why have you brought a living human to the underworld? Don't you know that this is against the rules?" The heavenly god looked flustered and quickly explained, "Lord Yin Wang, please calm down. The matter is this: the Scions are about to arrive on Earth and have declared they will kill all humans. Thus I have no choice but to request that you send this person to KO for training. Otherwise Earth may become a hellish inferno. This is why this humble god brought Dong Xian here. Please, Lord Yin Wang, do us this favor. Go to KO for training." Yin Wang muttered while flipping through the merit ledger. "Dong Xian, is it? This person's merits are quite commendable. If he were dead, he could go directly to heaven. Of course, sending him to KO would also be acceptable. But the problem is he is not dead yet. How about you let him die first?" "Lin Dong, Yin Wang, are you out of your mind? Even KO is a living person, so why must one die to see him? There is no need for that." Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the heavenly god burst into laughter. "Ha! Lord Yin Wang, you are truly humorous. Ha, it's killing me." Lin Dong cast a speechless glance at the heavenly god and asked, "Hey, isn't this forced laughter a bit awkward?" The heavenly god quickly covered his mouth and said, "Dong Xian, take it easy, Lord Yin Wang might hear you." However, Yin Wang paid no attention to such trivial matters. Instead, he frowned at Lin Dong and asked, "Dong Xian, do you have no sense of humor at all? If you lack humor, I suggest you don't go to KO. Even if you did, he would not teach you." Lin Dong then realized that Yin Wang had been joking earlier to test him. However, he also recalled that in the original plot, the North KO was indeed a quirky character with an extremely low threshold for laughter and a penchant for telling jokes that were not at all funny. Nevertheless, Lin Dong did not care about these things, as he did not need to learn from KO. As long as he could meet the North KO, he could trigger the system and obtain the appropriate skill rewards. Thus Lin Dong directly said, "Hey, Lord Yin Wang, please do me this favor. Even if KO refuses to teach me, that is my concern. Is that all right? Yin Wang was taken aback, not expecting this young man to be so stubborn. He then said, since you put it that way, I will not stop you. However, I must remind you, to see KO, you must traverse the serpent path, an extremely dangerous place. One misstep, and you might fall into hell. Do you understand? Lin Dong nodded and said, all right, thank you for the warning. Please make the arrangements. Yin Wang did not dawdle and immediately dispatched an underworld staff member to escort Lin Dong away. But, just before leaving, the heavenly god said to him with great solemnity, Dongxian, please return before the Scions arrive. Lin Dong sighed and said, I will try my best. With that, he turned and followed without looking back, but inwardly he murmured, old god, you underestimate me, don't you? How could I truly stand by and let them die? Wasn't he doing this to awaken the fighting spirit of the Z fighters, especially Sun Wukong? After all, a Sun Wukong who had lost his passion for battle was not what Lin Dong wanted to see. Leaving the Yin Wang Hall, the underworld staff member drove a small car, carrying Lin Dong toward the serpent path. Along the way, Lin Dong looked around with interest. However, no matter how he looked, he felt that this place was no different from the human world, and there was even sunlight. Thus a doubt arose in his mind. Could this so-called underworld be a large office complex built on a certain planet? Lin Dong dared to make this conjecture based on some evidence. In the Majin Buu saga, there was a scene where Buu transformed into the ultimate evil. Buu directly destroyed Earth, and then went searching for Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Unexpectedly, he accidentally used instantaneous movement to arrive in heaven. This fully demonstrates that in the Dragon Ball world, heaven and hell are not completely isolated from the human world. Instead, they might be built on distant planets. However, these planets are covered by divine power, making it impossible for ordinary people to enter directly, and those inside generally cannot leave. Having figured this out, Lin Dong suddenly felt that death was not so terrifying. After all, it was just moving to a place with a better environment. Of course, for the wicked it was a different story, as all evildoers must go to hell. The planet where hell resides is naturally dark and sunless. After realizing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but find it amusing as he suddenly thought of Sun Wukong from the original storyline. It seemed that every time that guy died, he merely went to another place to continue his cultivation. Moreover, in terms of daily life, it was almost no different from when he was on Earth. Indeed, having connections makes everything easier. It seemed that he would have to build good relationships with these deities from now on. That way he would no longer have to worry about the issue of death. And since the North Kai was the boss of this universe, he had to show him some respect. Just as Lin Dong was lost and thought, the car suddenly stopped. An underworld staff member said, Sir, we have arrived at the snake path. Please get out of the car. Lin Dong nodded, exchanged a few polite words, and then got out. The staff member added, Sir, this snake path is 1 million kilometers long. Are you sure you'll be fine? Perhaps you'd like to reconsider. Lin Dong frowned and said, it is a bit long. Even at a speed of 1000 kilometers per hour, it would take 10 hours. The staff member. What? 100000 kilometers per hour? What kind of joke is this? Even if Lord Yama himself came, he couldn't move that fast, could he? But before he could react, Lin Dong shot into the sky and vanished from his sight in an instant. The staff member collapsed to the ground, muttering to himself, This. Today I must have run into a ghost. Having said that, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and added self-deprecatingly, I'm a ghost myself, damn it. Ah, this is such a sad story. Just as Lin Dong set foot on the snake path, the celestial god returned to heaven and informed everyone about Lin Dong's departure from Earth. Upon hearing this news, everyone felt disheartened. Only Sun Wukong clenched his fist tightly and said, Don't worry, I will give it my all. After all, I am a scion, so I will definitely defeat them, even if it costs me my life. Piccolo said in a deep voice, Goku is right. Although we are not scions, we now possess scion blood. Therefore, as long as we don't slack off in our training and persist, defeating them is not impossible. Morale was instantly boosted. After a flight lasting 10 hours, anyone would feel fatigued, and even Lin Dong was no exception. It wasn't that he was tired, but rather that he felt extremely bored. Just like being on a long train ride, even sitting still can become tedious. Unfortunately, there was no signal here for his phone, otherwise Lin Dong could have scrolled through Douyin while flying. What a pity. And so he flew for over 5 hours. However, as he flew, Lin Dong suddenly noticed a palace ahead. What was this? Damn, could it be a rest stop? Puzzled, Lin Dong halted and thought for a moment. He then recalled that there was indeed such a scene in the original storyline. If he remembered correctly, the one living here was the Snake Princess. Tsk. After all, she was a beautiful snake woman. Moreover, she was very passionate. Of course, that didn't mean she was promiscuous. After all, she had been living on this snake path for over 1,000 years with nothing but air around. Not even a ghost in sight. Thus, who could endure such long-term loneliness? So this woman was practically the type who, upon seeing a man, could hardly contain herself. With this thought, Lin Dong directly called out internally, System, does the Snake Princess count as an extraterrestrial female? Ding dong. Reminder to the host, strictly speaking, the snake princess is only a snake, so she cannot be considered an alien. She is merely an alien snake. Lin Dong complained, damn, can't you give me a break? It's still an opportunity. After all, falling in love with an extraterrestrial female would be an SS-level mission. Completing it would grant a 50-fold boost in combat power. That meant based on his current base combat power of 800 million, it would be 40 billion. How terrifyingly formidable. Unfortunately, the system discriminated against alien snakes, which made Lin Dong quite displeased. Alas, he sighed. In that case, he might as well take off. However, at that moment, a powerful suction force suddenly emanated from within the snake palace. Although it had no effect on Lin Dong, he still followed the pull and entered the palace. After all, he was still a bit curious. Being a man, he naturally had some curiosity about creatures like beautiful snake women. No explanation needed, as Su Xian was a perfect example. Moreover, after traveling for so long, it wouldn't be unreasonable to take a rest at a rest stop, would it? He could also take a look at what the snake princess actually looked like. If she was truly alluring, he might even offer some free physical consolation. Thus, after a dozen seconds, Lin Dong smoothly passed through the passage and landed steadily inside the snake palace. A snake maid saw him and immediately struck the gong in her hand, announcing loudly, a distinguished guest has arrived. Please prepare for reception. Without a word, Lin Dong walked straight up to her, extended a finger, lifted her chin, and scrutinized her carefully. But upon closer inspection, he marveled inwardly. How lifelike. Could it be that this is not an illusion, but that she has truly cultivated into a human form? Not only that, but the touch was smooth and fair, with skin full of elasticity and firmness. Teased by him, the snake maid blushed, but did not resist, only coyly saying, distinguished guest, you are so mischievous, flirting with me. Lin Dong was amazed again. Damn. This seems interesting. Meanwhile, inside the snake palace, a snake maid approached the resting place of the snake princess and said, Princess Snake, there's a guest outside, and he's quite handsome. Upon hearing this, the snake princess could no longer sit still. She quickly covered her mouth, afraid that drool would spill out the next second. However, before the drool could flow, tears came first. Because the snake princess had endured great hardship over the years. Living in this godforsaken place, she hadn't seen a single soul for centuries. So now, not to mention a somewhat handsome man, even a male cucumber would do. Without another word, she hurried to the window and looked outside. But upon seeing him, her whole body couldn't help but tremble. What a stunningly handsome guy. The snake maid beside her quickly said, Princess Shaiji, are you all right? Shaiji nodded with a blissful expression, then said, come help me to wash up. The snake maid, Princess, didn't you just bathe? Shaiji shot her a disgruntled look and said, can't I just like being clean? So a few minutes later, after taking a hot shower, Shaiji came before Lin Dong, supported by two snake maids, and the previous maid struck the gong again, announcing loudly, Princess Shaiji has arrived. On the other side, the moment Lin Dong saw Shaiji, he was struck by her beauty. This was a true hourglass figure. The graceful way she walked. Even a veteran like him couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Princess Shaiji greeted with a smile, greetings esteemed guest, how are you? Lin Dong extended his hand very politely and said, hello Shaiji. I never imagined you would be so smooth, I mean so alluring. Shaiji blushed and said, oh my guest, you have such a way with words. You've made me shy. Meanwhile, she murmured to herself, this is not just a little handsome. He is incredibly handsome. It's truly irresistible. If I could share a kiss with him, even death would be worth it. At that moment, a snake maid said, he is the first man to satisfy Princess Shaiji besides King Yama. A second snake maid said, but in thousands of years only King Yama and he have come here. A third snake maid sighed, pity that King Yama escaped, saying he didn't like playing with snakes. Our Princess Shaiji has never tasted a man from birth to this day. Alas. Lin Dong, carefree and unconcerned, shook Sheiji's hand and said, do you have any food here? I've been traveling for almost a day and haven't eaten yet. Shaiji immediately agreed. Yes, of course we do. I'll have them prepare it right away. Meanwhile, how about I accompany you for a tango? With that, she took the initiative to wrap her arms around Lin Dong's waist. Lin Dong couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart, because he could clearly feel that soft, boneless, snake-like waist entwining around him. Tisk tisk, this feeling was truly exhilarating. So they danced for a while. But as they danced, Lin Dong began to sense something amiss. The dance seemed to be taking a rather improper turn. If you're going to dance, fine, but why did the lights dim as they moved? At the same time, an alluring fragrance drifted through the air. Lin Dong sniffed the air, identifying it as a potent tonic, the kind that boosts vitality. He looked down at Shaiji and cooperated fully, asking, Princess Shaiji, are you feeling a bit warm? Shaiji blushed and said, yes, I am. Why has it become so hot suddenly? Oh, how strange, dear guest. Could you help me remove my outer robe? With that, she leaned directly against Lin Dong's chest and began tracing circles on his clothes with her fingers. Every touch was perfect, smooth, and measured. Lin Dong nearly took off on the spot. But luckily, he was an old hand at this. Isn't it just a game? Let's see who breaks first. So he gently helped her remove her outer robe and asked again, is there anything else I can help with? Sheiji extended her 2 arms like lotus roots, wrapped them around Lin Dong's neck, and hung almost her entire body weight on him. Smiling like a flower, she whispered, oh, stop it. You're making me shy. Lin Dong said with a grin, but if you don't tell me, how will I know what you want? As he spoke, he also held her back. It had to be said, a body cultivated through practice was truly incomparable to that of ordinary humans. Her skin was delicate and firm, not only full of elasticity, but also smooth as jade. Sheiji, actually it's nothing much. I just still feel very hot. Dear guest, could you help me remove another layer? Lin Dong looked at her and couldn't help but complain inwardly, another layer. She's wearing only this one piece. So he asked again, are you sure? Right here. Sheiji, wherever the esteemed guest wishes, there we shall be. And so Lin Dong accidentally fell into the snake den, and from then on began a life of playing with snakes. Moreover, this game lasted for months, and he almost completely forgot about his quest to find the Realm King. Until one day Sheiji suddenly discovered that her snake body cultivated for 1,000 years was beginning to crack, and she realized that something serious had happened. It had been worn out. What started as a beautiful tale of rain after a long drought ended up flooding the Golden Mountain Temple. Thus, despite her reluctance, Sheiji tearfully urged Lin Dong to leave, because she simply couldn't take it anymore. This was an ox that never got tired, and it had plowed up this 1,000-year-old field. Therefore, Lin Dong once again set foot on the snake path and flew toward the direction where the Realm King lived. At the time of parting, Sheiji, leading over a dozen small snake maids, stood on the tower and wept so heartbreakingly that if a Suona had played at that moment, it would have truly resembled a funeral procession. Lin Dong didn't care about that. As he flew, he took a hell fruit from his pocket, a gift Sheiji had given him when he left, saying it could increase his power. He wasn't concerned about power, but he was curious about how the fruit tasted. So he took a small bite. Unexpectedly, the next moment, a rich, fruity aroma instantly filled the surroundings, and the air was saturated with a fresh, fairy-like fragrance. Not only that, but it tasted amazing. Juicy and plump, it was incredibly delicious. After finishing the fruit, Lin Dong looked back at the distant snake palace and thought, Sheiji is quite generous. She knows not to freeload. Apparently, she is a snake with a conscience. Though the taste of the hell fruit was exceptionally delicious, its effect was somewhat disappointing for Lin Dong. After all, his combat power had already reached 800 million, so a mere increment in battle prowess was almost imperceptible to him. This was akin to the difference between Zhu Beiji eating a celestial peach and a mortal eating one. A mortal could achieve immortality or even ascend to heaven by consuming a peach, while Zhu Beiji only cared about whether it tasted good. However, Lin Dong couldn't care less. In his view, as long as the fruit was tasty and the woman was delightful, he was just playing around. He had a wife, but chose not to sleep with her, preferring to roam outside. Even when the Scions arrived, he paid no heed, waiting for Earth to be destroyed, just for fun. And so, after playing all the way, a few hours later, Lin Dong finally arrived at the planet of the Kai. Yet, gazing at this tiny planet with a total area of less than 500 square meters, Lin Dong couldn't help but wonder, did the North Kai really not find it boring living here? The entire planet had only one house, one car, and 2 pets, both male. Strange thoughts involuntarily emerged. Nevertheless, the overall environment was quite pleasant, suitable for those seeking spiritual cultivation. Even he himself wouldn't mind occasionally vacationing here. Of course, the prerequisite was being at least 80 years old, though otherwise staying here would be suffocatingly dull. No beach, no sunshine, no beautiful women, none at all. What a joke. This was nothing but a senior citizens rehabilitation center. Lin Dong had barely walked for a short while before completing a full circle around the tiny planet. Truly, it was a dull place. At that moment, the Kai inside the house noticed Lin Dong and called out, "Hey you there, what are you doing here?" Lin Dong turned around. "Oh, the North Kai?" At the same time, a system notification rang out. "Ding dong. The plot character has appeared. Now distributing skill rewards. Ding dong, reward Spirit Bomb. Ding dong, reward Kaioken. Reminder to host with your current strength, you can only use up to 2 times the Kaioken. Exceeding that will cause your body to fail." Lin Dong, no way, only 2 times the Kaioken. That's incredibly weak. In the original story, when Sun Wukong first returned to Earth from the planet of the Kai, he used the maximum 4 times the Kaioken, and later on planet Namek, he even used a full 20 times. Why could he only use 2 times? Sensing his confusion, the system explained again. Host, the multiplier of Kaioken has little to do with your own strength. It's not a matter of power, but of physical strain. When Sun Wukong used 4 times the Kaioken, his battle power increased from 800 to 300, so his body only endured an additional 2400 in combat power. Although you can only use 2 times the Kaioken, your battle power jumps from 800 million to 1.6 billion, meaning your body has to endure an additional 800 million in combat power. This is precisely why Scions rarely use the Kaioken after transforming into Super Scions. Rash usage could severely injure the body. The system babbled on. In the end, the conclusion was that he could only use 2 times the Kaioken, and it was officially sanctioned. No arguments allowed. Lin Dong had no choice but to accept it. Still, he thought it was acceptable, because even with only 2 times the Kaioken, he could effortlessly thrash Felisa. It seemed this trip was not in vain. While Lin Dong was muttering to the system, the Kai, who had been waiting impatiently, finally slipped out and shouted at him. "Hey you! I'm talking to you. Why aren't you answering me? Is this how rude you are?" Lin Dong was startled, then turned to look at him and asked, "Kai, why did you come out?" The Kai looked puzzled. "Hey, how do you know me? I haven't introduced myself yet. But you're right. I am the Pori Pori. Ko. Ding ding dang, the great Kai." As he spoke, he made a series of bizarre movements, even providing his own entrance music for the finale. Lin Dong was cringing with secondhand embarrassment. Seeing no reaction, the Kai muttered to himself, "You seem a bit off. Don't you find such a funny joke amusing?" Lin Dong. "Kai, I see. You're too nervous to notice my joke. How hopeless. In that case, I'll have to tell another particularly hilarious joke. This time listen carefully." Lin Dong. "Alright, go ahead." Kai. Ring 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 ring, picking up the phone. "Moshi Moshi. Moshi Moshi. Huh, no one is speaking on the other end. Oh ho ho ho, how hilarious." With that, he covered his mouth and burst into laughter. Lin Dong, buddy, are you alright? Kai, haha. That joke was absolutely brilliant. Simply perfect. Lin Dong. After laughing for a while, the Kai finally caught his breath, looked up at him, and asked, puzzled, "Why still no laughter?" Lin Dong. Actually, I did laugh, but I had a facelift and the surgery went wrong, so my face shows no expression when I laugh." Hearing this, the Kai was struck as if by lightning. Damn, a facial paralysis. Such a pitiful person, unable to laugh even when he wanted to. What meaning was there in living? So he asked again, "Then why are you here?" Lin Dong. "I'm here on a trip. Because the facelift failed, my family was afraid I might do something rash, so they urged me to come out and relax." Kai Nanny. Why was this different from the intelligence? Yama had clearly said this kid was here to learn martial arts. Could the data be wrong? Well, wrong or not, it was no big deal. So the Kai said, "If you want to travel here, it's not impossible. But you have to tell me a joke and successfully make me laugh. Otherwise, you'll have to go back the way you came." Lin Dong. Buddy, are you serious? Kai, do you think I'm joking? Lin Dong. Are you sure? Kai, I'm sure. Lin Dong. Alright, then listen carefully. Thus, in the next moment, Lin Dong's expression suddenly turned grave, and then he began to narrate eloquently, "The planet I live on is called Earth. Near Earth, there is a moon that circles Earth every day, yet Earth shows no interest in the moon, because Earth is secretly in love with the sun. So every day Earth orbits the sun, never retreating despite the blazing fire and scorching light. Then one day the star asked Earth, 'Why do you reject the moon that loves you yet risk your life to chase the sun?' Jiawang also asked curiously, 'Yes, why is that?' Lin Dong glanced at him and finally gave the answer. Earth said, 'Because I just want to F the sun.'" The moment these words were spoken, a sudden silence descended upon the air. Then, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, Jiawang burst into convulsive laughter, rolling on the ground, tears streaming down uncontrollably. "Ha ha ha. F the sun, F the sun. I just want to F the sun. This is absolutely brilliant. Huh. I can't take it anymore, my stomach is going to split from laughter, ha." Lin Dong looked at this fool with an exasperated expression. Could a simple joke really make him laugh this hard? He simply sat down on the grass, propping his chin on one hand, waiting quietly for him to finish laughing. But who would have thought? Jiawang's laughter lasted a full hour. By the end, he was almost completely drained. Honestly, if Lin Dong hadn't witnessed the scene himself, he would have thought Jiawang had just been up to some indecent activities. Covered in sweat, panting like a bull. Finally, Jiawang collapsed on the ground, wiping his forehead with one hand, while clutching his stomach with the other, groaning, "Ouch. This joke is deadly, ouch. I can't laugh anymore, I really can't. But haha, it's just too hilarious, I want to F the sun, F the sun." Lin Dong. He seemed to finally understand why Jiawang could stay alone in this godforsaken place for so long. This guy's threshold for laughter was ridiculously low, any joke could keep him amused for ages. Thus, after another long while, Jiawang finally recovered again, and said, "Since you're so impressive, you can stay here. But do you have any more jokes? If not, I have no food to give you, only a place to sleep." Lin Dong gave him an exasperated look and asked, "Aren't you afraid of laughing yourself to death?" Jiawang. Are you underestimating me? Lin Dong. I'm just worried that if you laugh yourself to death, I'll have to cook for myself. Jiawang. Pata. Is this your joke? Ha ha ha. It's so funny. Lin Dong. No. Please stop being so awkward, okay? Even the reader's cringe factor was off the charts. Jiawang clutched his stomach and laughed for another half day before finally coming to his senses and saying, "So this wasn't your joke? Damn, you're really something. Alright, I'm ready now. Please tell me your joke exactly as it is." Lin Dong sighed and said, "It's not really a joke actually. It's just that recently my wife got pregnant, and she often complained to me the one inside wants to get out, but can't for now, while the one outside wants to get in, but can't yet. But her complaint wasn't unreasonable, because before I left her lips were almost chapped raw from talking. After hearing this joke, Jia Wang shuddered, and then trembling knelt down again, rolling on the ground, laughing uncontrollably, tears streaming. Ha ha ha. Can't get in. Ha ha, you can't get in. Lips chapped raw. I'm dying. I'm dying, ha. And so another hour of laughter ensued. Lin Dong remained calm, sitting on the grass and waiting. But as he waited, he suddenly noticed that Jia Wang had gone silent. He asked with concern, "Hey old man, are you okay?" Jia Wang still didn't move. Lin Dong, a bit panicked, hurried over and checked his nose with a finger. To his shock, holy crap, there was no breath at all. He listened for a heartbeat. Damn, the body was already stiff. He had no idea how long he had been dead. Damn it, I knew you couldn't handle it. Low threshold for laughter, and you still wanted to hear jokes. Now you've kicked the bucket, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to eat? Meanwhile, at the underworld's reception for new souls, Jia Wang walked along laughing to himself, twitching occasionally, causing quite a commotion. The underworld receptionist couldn't stand it and warned, "Hey, hey, hey, you little ghost, please be quiet or you'll be sent to hell." Jia Wang, little ghost, sent to hell. Ha ha ha, it's too hilarious. Someone wants to send him to hell. This joke was just too funny. So unable to control himself, he flopped to the ground and started rolling around laughing again. The commotion quickly escalated, even disturbing the king of hell. Furious, the king of hell stormed out, but upon closer inspection, damn, wasn't that his own superior? No. The question was, how did Jia Wang die? So after some fuss, Jia Wang finally reported to the underworld and smoothly entered the snake path heading toward his home. However, his pace was excruciatingly slow. At this rate, it would take at least 10 days to arrive. But Jia Wang didn't care. After all, he wasn't busy. He wandered along muttering to himself, "It's good to be dead, because then I'll never be laughed to death again." Lips all chapped raw. I want to F the sun too. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Jia Wang's body disappeared, Lin Dong didn't remain idle. He first cooked himself a lavish feast, and after eating his fill, he began to tidy up the planet for Jia Wang. First, he removed the lawn. Then he created an artificial sea followed by a beach. Half land, half sea. That would do. Next, he set up a beach lounge chair, a glass of juice, and a beach umbrella. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wasn't this a comfortable little life taking shape? Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Dong had already been living on planet King Kai for several months. If the months spent in the Serpent Palace were counted, it would nearly be a full year. During this period, Lin Dong had forged a deep bond of camaraderie with King Kai. Of course, Lin Dong didn't do it deliberately. King Kai was simply too amusing. Any casual joke could send him into fits of ecstasy. Thus, in order to keep Lin Dong telling him jokes, King Kai had taken over all of Lin Dong's daily chores, essentially becoming his personal butler. On the beach, Lin Dong was sipping juice while basking in the sunlight. Meanwhile, King Kai was busy sweating profusely, washing clothes, cooking, cleaning, and after all that, he would eagerly slice a plate of fruit and deliver it to Lin Dong. Lin Dong sighed with emotion. No wonder everyone wants to be a god. A life as a god is so blissful. Unfortunately, he missed the company of women. Still, something was missing. Just then, King Kai brought over some fruit and said, "Sir Dong, it seems Earth is in trouble now. Aren't you going back to check?" Lin Dong was startled. "What's up?" King Kai replied, "The Scions have arrived on Earth and directly destroyed a city. Right now, Earth's warriors are heading there." Lin Dong casually responded. "Oh," then he turned to the nearby Bubbles and Gregory and said, "My dear ministers, please continue the music and dance." "Hey, I'm just playing," King Kai exclaimed. "Sir Dong, at a time like this, are you still joking?" Lin Dong said, "I'm not joking. Oh, by the way, can't you watch the live broadcast with those two antennas on your head? How about we sunbathe and watch the live broadcast together? And I'll tell you some jokes." King Kai replied, "Forget it. Let's first see what's happening on Earth. No jokes for now. I'm not in the mood. Come place your hand on my back so you can see Earth's situation." Lin Dong nodded and didn't say much more, for inside, he was not as relaxed as he appeared. In the original plot, Sun Wukong together with the Z fighters fought until the very last moment to barely secure victory. But this time, due to the butterfly effect, he couldn't be sure how things would end. As Lin Dong's mind wandered, King Kai had already detected Earth's signal, and the image before them gradually became clear. However, upon seeing the image, Lin Dong was taken aback. He asked in confusion, "Bro, didn't you say the Scions had already destroyed a city? Why is the image I'm seeing still inside the spaceship, not even landed yet?" King Kai retorted irritably, "Can't you be less demanding? Earth is so far away, can't there be a slight signal delay?" Lin Dong, what the hell is a signal delay? At that moment, F City in the image was bustling as usual. Cars coming and going, crowds surging, filled with an air of prosperity. But the people on the surface had no idea that at that very moment, two miniature spaceships were hurtling into the atmosphere at incredible speed, about to crash into the city center. Suddenly, a cute little girl appeared in the image, frowning as she said to her father, "Daddy, I'm hungry, let's go eat." The father glanced at his watch. It was 11:43 a.m. "Oh, it's so late. All right, let's go eat together. But just as he finished speaking, a piercing screech of air friction came from the distant sky. As time passed, the sound grew louder, and the object causing the noise gradually revealed itself. It was actually two iron ball-like objects. Were scientists conducting an experiment? But their trajectory seemed a bit off. The little girl, frightened, threw herself into her father's arms. The father quickly bent down to shield his daughter. Just then the two iron ball spaceships crashed down, slamming heavily into a skyscraper, nearly severing it in half, before smashing into the middle of the street. Screams erupted everywhere as people fled in panic. Countless were injured, or even died in the chaos. However, the shockwave came and went quickly. With the spaceships landing, everything calmed down. But the people on the street were stunned to find two deep craters in the middle of the road, and inside those craters were the very iron balls from before. Many curious onlookers quickly gathered around, pointing and discussing the two iron ball-like objects. However, at that moment, with the sound of a hatch opening, the two iron balls actually opened, and from within stepped two men who looked like humans. They're human. Humans. Who are they? So terrifying. What are they going to do? Vegeta and Nappa slowly flew out of the spaceships. Vegeta sneered. So this is Earth. Doesn't look like much. Nappa nodded and asked Vegeta, shall I give these startled Earthlings a polite greeting? Vegeta replied, sure, but don't be too rough. If you destroy Earth too badly, it won't fetch a good price. Nappa smiled and said, understood. With that, he slowly raised his right hand and suddenly raised two fingers, unleashing a powerful aura that in an instant leveled the entire city. The violent shockwave was even clearly felt by the people in the celestial realm. Yamcha growled, what are these beasts doing? Clint exclaimed, this explosive power is insane. Jiaozi asked, Tianjin fan, what should we do? Meanwhile, Nappa laughed joyfully. Hehe, Vegeta, it seems I went a bit too heavy. Vegeta glanced at him and said, Nappa, don't get too carried away, or this planet won't be worth selling. By the way, isn't that Kakarot making a lot of noise? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Nappa sneered. That Kakarot is probably scared out of his wits, isn't he? Vegeta said, regardless, our top priority now is to find Kakarot and make him hand over the Dragon Balls. Nappa nodded. To be honest, if it weren't for the headquarters computer data showing that such magical orbs really exist, I'd still find it hard to believe. Alright, let's go find Kakarot first, and then fulfill our wishes. Vegeta said, so next time you strike, go a little lighter. Otherwise, if the Dragon Balls happen to be in the area you destroy, our wishes will be ruined. Nappa scratched his head apologetically and said, sorry, I got too excited and forgot. I'll be more careful in the future. Vegeta glanced at him and said, good, you know that. Let's go. First, find the one with the highest battle power. I think that should be Kakarot. With that, they both pressed their scouter. However, after seeing the numbers on the scouter, Nappa exclaimed in surprise, there's a place gathering many strong fighters. The highest battle power even reaches over 30,000. How strange. How could there be such a powerful warrior on Earth? Vegeta glanced in the direction indicated by the scouter and muttered to himself, don't panic. It's merely a battle power of 30,000, nowhere near our level. Nappa asked, what do we do now? Vegeta smiled and said, hell, let's go play with them. Let these ignorant humans know what happens when they offend a scion. With that, he shot straight into the sky. Nappa immediately followed, and in an instant the two vanished into the horizon. Meanwhile, up in the celestial realm, Piccolo said coldly, let's go find an open space to fight, otherwise many innocent humans will be caught in the crossfire. Krillin asked, but shouldn't we wait for Goku? Piccolo shot him a glance and said, he just entered the hyperbolic time chamber. How can we wait? Tien Shinhan nodded and said, let's go. At least we can hold them off until Goku comes out. Yamcha, seeing the tense atmosphere, smiled and said, come on, why are you all so nervous? We're all this strong now. Do we really need to fear those two scions? Kaiatsu said, I think Yamcha has a point. Piccolo snorted, how much longer are you going to debate? Do you really want the scions to find the celestial realm? With that, he burst his energy and flew down to the lower world. The others, seeing this, had no choice but to follow. Meanwhile, Nappa smiled and said, Vegeta, it seems those people have started moving fast. Could it be they know we're coming and are trying to run? Vegeta snorted, run? Where can they run to? Let's go follow them. Meanwhile, inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Son Goku closed his eyes and muttered to himself, Master Lin, the scions have already arrived. Why did you send me into the time chamber at this moment? Lin Dong said, I'm at King Kai's place and probably can't come back for now, so the task of saving Earth falls to you. However, though I can't return yet, I can teach you a special technique, one I've just learned not long ago. Son Goku asked, what technique? Lin Dong said, the Kaioken. You have 1 hour to practice and master it, which translates to 15 days in the hyperbolic time chamber. That's more than enough time to become proficient. Son Goku said, understood. Please proceed quickly. A little over 10 minutes later, the Z fighters led by Piccolo finally arrived at a desert region. It wasn't long before Vegeta and Nappa also arrived. Vegeta, arms crossed, looked at the Z fighters with a smirk and said, looks like you're ready for battle. But where's Kakarot? Piccolo replied, you mean Son Goku. He's on his way and should be here soon. Then Nappa stared at Piccolo for a moment, frowned, and said, Vegeta, isn't this guy a Namekian? Vegeta nodded and said, looks like it. I never thought this race would appear on Earth. But it makes sense. Since Earth has Dragon Balls, they must have been created by a Namekian. With that, he turned to Piccolo and asked, if I'm not mistaken, the one who created the Dragon Balls must be you? Krillin was stunned and muttered, what's going on? How do they even know about the Dragon Balls? Piccolo said, who cares? Just fight. Come on. Nappa smiled and said, we came here only for the Dragon Balls, so I advise you to hand them over peacefully. Your battle powers look decent, but when it comes to a real fight, you'll be no match for us. However, just then, suddenly, several helicopters flew in from not far away. Everyone looked up and saw they were from the TV station. Nappa frowned with disgust and said, buzz buzz, so annoying. All of you die. With that, he casually fired a key blast, destroying one helicopter. The other helicopters quickly scattered away. However, Vegeta wasn't bothered by these trivial matters. He frowned and said, looks like you're not going to tell us about the Dragon Balls. And that coward Kakarot, he still hasn't shown up. In that case, don't blame us for being ruthless. Hearing this, Nappa pressed his scouter again to check the battle powers of the individuals. 10027, 10068, 10120, 11100. And this Namekian, he's actually at over 37000. No wonder he's so confident. Too bad, with such a low battle power does he think he can defeat us. Then Vegeta said, Nappa, take off your scouter. Nappa asked, what's wrong? Vegeta smiled and said, these guys' battle powers change during combat. Don't be fooled by the numbers. That useless Raditz got himself killed because he trusted the readings too much. After hearing this, Bike frowned and muttered, is Ladizzi really that useless? Kellen said, isn't Ladizzi the one who badly injured Wukong? If it weren't for teacher Lin Dong's intervention, he would have already killed Wukong. Yet such a formidable character is considered nothing but a waste in their eyes. Tianjin Fan said, it seems we must be careful. These guys might be far beyond our imagination. Yamcha said, this is infuriating. Vegeta chuckled and said, what do you think? Alright, enough nonsense. Now let me see just how strong your true combat power is. After saying that, he glanced at Naba and said, don't we still have 5 cultivator seeds? Take them out. Naba grinned and said, Vegeta, you do love to play, don't you? Kellen looked bewildered and said, cultivator. Jiaozi said, what's that? Bike, Tianjin Fan, and Yamcha also looked bewildered. Then Naba reached a hand into his crotch and rummaged around, making a strange sound. Ugh. Found it. Then he pulled out a bottle inside which there were clearly 5 seeds remaining. Vegeta said, perhaps we don't even need to lift a finger. These cultivators can make them spill the beans about Kakarot and the Dragon Balls. Naba nodded, then crouched down and rubbed the soil with his hand, muttering, the soil here is pretty good. With any luck, we should be able to grow some decent cultivators. As he spoke, he poked a few holes in the ground with his fingers, then dropped the cultivator seeds one by one into the holes, covered them with soil, and dripped a few drops of nutrient solution onto the soil. Kellen said nervously, W, what are they doing? The others also watched the bizarre scene with trepidation. After finishing all this, Naba tossed the bottle aside and said, all right, now let's wait for the show. As soon as he finished speaking, the seeds they had just planted rapidly broke through the soil and grew into skeleton-like humanoid creatures. Kellen said, how disgusting. But they also feel incredibly strong. His voice trembled as he spoke. Bike said, be careful, everyone. These disgusting things are indeed formidable. On the other side, Naba also gave orders to the cultivators. Cultivators, your targets are the 5 people opposite. Give them a good thrashing. Go. Everyone immediately prepared for battle. However, at this moment, Vegeta suddenly waved his hand and said, wait. There are 5 of you and exactly 5 cultivators. So how about you take them on one by one? Vegeta continued, think of it as a game. How about it? Bike's face turned green with anger. He almost ground his teeth and said, a game? What kind of joke is this? There's no need to drag things out. Let's all fight together and end this quickly. However, Kellen quickly waved his hand and said, no, no, no. Don't listen to him. We're willing to play this game. Bike said, Kellen, what are you thinking? Can't you see he's insulting us? Kellen said, don't be angry. It's actually not a big deal. After all, this works in our favor. At least we can stall until Wukong arrives. The veins on Bike's forehead bulged. Though reluctant to admit it, he had to agree that Kellen was right. Tianjin Fan stepped forward and said, all right. In that case, I'll go first. Gahaha. Brat, you probably don't know how powerful cultivators are, do you? Naba laughed loudly. Tianjin Fan frowned and said, cut the crap. Who are you sending first? Vegeta then looked at one cultivator and said, you go first. Remember, don't hold back. Go all out. Understood. The cultivator nodded, then stepped forward and assumed a combat stance. Tianjin Fan also took up his stance. Then with a piercing scream, the cultivator charged forward and lashed out a fierce roundhouse kick at Tianjin Fan. But Tianjin Fan was no ordinary street vendor selling fried rice. He also let out a loud shout and threw a powerful punch, sending the cultivator flying. After knocking the cultivator back, Tianjin Fan didn't pause, but instead pressed forward, intending to finish it off in one go. However, the cultivator wasn't one to be easily defeated. After being knocked away, it spun in the air, kicked off the ground, and flew back toward Tianjin Fan. But just as Tianjin Fan was about to engage head-on, the cultivator's head suddenly split open from the middle, and a white liquid resembling brain matter sprayed out. Quick as a flash, Tianjin Fan dodged to the side, and the Z warriors behind him also scattered. The white liquid hit no one and splashed onto the ground. They turned to look and saw that the ground had been corroded, forming a trench 3 to 4 meters long and over a meter deep. Before they could recover from the shock, Tianjin Fan had already flashed forward and struck the cultivator's chest with an elbow, using nearly 80% of his power. With a thud, the cultivator collapsed to the ground. It lay there for a long time, unable to get up, clearly having lost its combat capability. Seeing this, Jiaozi cheered. Yeah, he won. Tianjin Fan won. Kellen also smiled and said, as expected of Tianjin Fan. Only Yamcha looked at the scions with disdain and said, "Humph. You think these cultivators can beat us? Impossible." Naba also looked incredulous, muttering, "These cultivators have combat power of 12,000 each." Naba continued, "In terms of pure strength, they can even match second-rate scions. So how could they lose?" Vegeta chuckled and said, "This means their combat power exceeds 12,000. I've said it before, you can't blindly trust the scouter because they can control their own power." Vegeta continued, "But that's fine. At least it's not a one-sided slaughter, so we can enjoy the show a little longer." Just then, the cultivator that Tianjin Fan had knocked down began to stagger back to its feet. Jiaozi shouted, "It's not dead yet." However, even as he said that, Vegeta immediately extended his finger. In an instant, light flickered at his fingertip, and then a blast shot forth, pulverizing the cultivator almost instantly. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Even Naba stammered, "Vegeta, why did you do that?" Vegeta said without a ripple, Continuing to fight would be a waste of time. That Zypirin has already lost, and what's more, he lost because of underestimating his opponent." Having said that, Vegeta glanced coldly at the remaining Zypirin and said, "I've already said this before, but I'll reiterate, fight with all your might and go all out, because if you lose I will personally kill you." The group of Zypirin trembled in fear. Naba also reminded them, "Did you hear that? You must give it your all. If anyone loses, the outcome is death." On the other side, the Z warriors were frightened by this scene. In their eyes, they were all on the same side, so why were they killing each other? Kulin couldn't help but murmur, "Scions are truly cruel." Baiku remained silent, but calculated. Inwardly, Tianjin Fan had exerted nearly his full strength to defeat a Zypirin, yet Vegeta casually killed it with a single move. Could they really cope with such destructive power? Vegeta looked at everyone with a smile and said, "So who's next?" Kulin glanced around and said, "All right, let me take this turn." Having said that, he stepped forward with a determined expression. But at that moment, Yamcha called out, "Kulin, wait." "Kulin, huh? What's wrong?" "Yamcha, let me do it. I want to make them understand that the game is already over." "Kulin, but I can do it too." "Yamcha, let me handle this. You've already been revived once with the Dragon Balls. If you die again, you might not be revived. So leave this to me." With that, he sneered at Vegeta and Naba across the field and said, "This time I'll take care of the remaining 4 in one go." "Kulin, Yamcha, is this really okay?" "Hey, what a touching display of friendship. But the rules of the game are set by us." Naba chuckled, then pointed to his Zypirin and gave the order, "Go. This one is yours." Yamcha sneered, "Then bring it on. I'll make you realize that underestimating us comes at a price." Vegeta scoffed, "Tch, an arrogant fool." Naba directly said to the Zypirin, "Go and kill him. Show them the power of the Zypirin." The Zypirin nodded and walked out from the crowd, staring at Yamcha with sharp eyes. Meanwhile, on a nearby hill, the reporters sent by the TV station had not all fled. Instead, they risked their lives to land on a nearby hill, set up cameras, and began broadcasting live. The host enthusiastically introduced, "Dear viewers in front of the television, it is said that the 2 men in strange clothes are alien invaders who landed in F City, while those facing them are Earth's human warriors." As the host narrated, the scene shifted to reveal Yamcha. The host looked closely and said, "Wow, isn't that Master Wu Tian's disciple? This person once participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament and achieved a top 8 finish. His opponent is a strange creature." Meanwhile, at Guaxian's house, everyone watching the broadcast was pleasantly surprised to see Yamcha. "Guerma, while Yamcha is there too. Puya Lu, young Master Yamcha looks even more handsome than before and more imposing." Guaxian Rin murmured, "He's not just imposing in appearance, his cultivation has also improved greatly. These young people have made remarkable progress. It seems the training in the heavenly realm has indeed yielded good results." Wu Long, standing nearby, winked and said, "Guerma, are you falling in love with Yamcha again?" Guerma was taken aback. How could that be? Puya Lu seized the moment. After driving away the science, you two could get married. Bu-er Ma blushed and said, I don't want that. Although Xiao Cha is indeed handsome, I've already said I won't give him another chance. Puya Lu immediately looked dismayed. Don't be so heartless, Bu-er Ma. Oh, stop it, they've already started fighting. Then everyone turned their attention to the TV, where the battle between Yamu Cha and the Zyperian had officially begun. Both were moving extremely fast, exchanging hundreds of punches in seconds. For a moment the sound of thumping was incessant, and the fight was fierce. However, overall Yamu Cha was more skilled, practically chasing the Zyperian. At that moment Yamu Cha suddenly feigned an opening, and the Zyperian grabbed him and flung him away. After throwing Yamu Cha, the Zyperian did not stop, but soared into the sky to continue the pursuit. But unexpectedly Yamu Cha suddenly grinned and unleashed a Gui Pai Chi Gong, which surged like an overwhelming tide straight toward the incoming Zyperian. The Zyperian had no way to dodge. With a scream, it was consumed by the energy wave, fell straight to the ground, and smashed a crater into the earth. Yamu Cha then landed, glanced at the motionless Zyperian in the pit, and said with a light laugh, I told you I'd make you pay. Naba bastard. You dare provoke me. He was about to step forward to deal with Yamu Cha, but Baijita suddenly spoke. Naba, don't be impulsive. The game isn't over yet. Naba, Baijita, but... Yamu Cha clenched his fist and said, stop the nonsense. Let me take care of the remaining 3 Zyperian myself to save everyone time. Baijita chuckled, cast a glance at him, and said, unfortunately this time you are the one underestimating your opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, the Zyperian that had been lying in the pit suddenly leaped up and grabbed Yamu Cha tightly. Everyone gasped in shock, but no one expected that in the next second the Zyperian would choose to self-destruct. Baiku was dumbfounded, murmuring, unbelievable, they annihilated each other. Tianjin Fan, Colin, and the others cried out in anguish, Yamu Cha. After the explosive dust settled, the scene gradually became clear, revealing Yamu Cha lying motionless in a pit covered in wounds. He actually died just like that. Colin rushed over like a madman, his eyes filled with tears, murmuring, Yamu Cha, you must have sensed danger, so you temporarily took my place, didn't you? But why did you do this? Why? Damn it. How am I supposed to explain to Puya Lu and the others? On the other side, a sorrowful atmosphere enveloped the entire Gui Xian Wu. Puya Lu fainted directly, while Bu-er Ma and the others were crying in a group. However, Baijita said with a smile, hey little bald head, please clean up that corpse. It stinks to death there. Naba also said discontentedly. Useless, Zyperian only managed to kill one, with self-destruction truly a waste. Hearing these words, Colin was almost trembling with rage, and said angrily, you bastards, you really deserve to die. After saying that, he suddenly shouted to everyone. Everyone stepped back far away. Then Colin raised his hands high and gathered all his chi. In an instant, an unparalleled chi blast was released from his hands. Tianjin Fan said in shock, such a strong aura. Baiku frowned. Idiot, but the speed is too slow, it's practically telling people to dodge. Sure enough, after the chi blast rushed towards Baijita and the others, the remaining 3 Zyperian all dodged. Only Baijita and Naba stood still, not moving at all. But who would have thought, just as the chi blast was about to hit Baijita and Naba, it suddenly turned and rushed upward, then transformed into 4 chi blasts, descending at an extremely fast speed. In almost an instant it struck all the enemies. The violent shockwave instantly triggered an extremely fierce explosion. In that explosion, the 3 remaining Zyperian couldn't even put up any resistance and were directly killed on the spot. Tianjin Fan saw this and exclaimed excitedly, success. Colin, your move is amazing. Zhao Zi also danced with joy. Only Baiku said solemnly, don't celebrate too early. Those 2 Saiyurun are not dead yet. As soon as he finished speaking, from a cloud of dust the contemptuous laughter of Naba and Baijita suddenly came. Baijita, since you want to end this game early, I'll grant your wish. Colin looked shocked. How is this possible? That was my full power chi blast just now. Zhao Zi, this. Are they even human? Such a powerful shockwave, yet they are completely unharmed. Tianjin Fan, we clearly hit them head on. Why is this? At this moment, Naba walked forward with a cold smile, saying, finally about to begin. Let me have some fun with you. I'll take out all 4 of you in one go. Baijita, as you wish, but keep that Na Mei Kashing Rin alive for now. I need to learn about the Qi Long Zhu from him, understand? Okay, no problem. Naba nodded, then assumed an attack stance, letting out a loud roar and erupting with his formidable combat power. In an instant, the heavens changed color, the earth shook, and mountains trembled. It was as if the apocalypse had arrived. Zhao Zi shouted loudly, Tianjin Fan, my superpowers can't stop him. Tianjin Fan, don't be overconfident, stay safe. Zhao Zi nodded, then gritted his teeth and released all his energy, trying to stop Naba. This scene was naturally noticed by Naba. He gave a cold snort, then suddenly opened his mouth and a mouth blast shot out directly, sending Zhao Zi flying. Zhao Zi, Tianjin Fan shouted, But before he could go to help Jiaozi, Naba had already locked onto him and charged directly. Seeing this, Tianjin Fan also said nothing, gritted his teeth, and rushed forward to confront him head-on. Baiku saw this and suddenly shouted, "Tianjin Fan, you idiot!" Dodged quickly. But in the hurry, Tianjin Fan had no idea what was happening and ended up punching Naba head-on. In an instant, he felt a piercing pain coming from his forearm. Looking up, he was horrified to find that his arm had been broken. Everyone also showed fear on their faces. What kind of terrifying combat power was this? Tianjin Fan was in unbearable pain, but Naba did not let him go. He delivered another whip kick, sending him flying. At this moment, Jiaozi also crawled out of the rubble and hurried to rescue him when he saw this. Kulin also rushed over. But how could Naba give them the chance? With a casual wave of his hand, a chi blast swept out directly, creating a deep pit over 10 meters deep in front of them. After the smoke cleared, Kulin shouted in panic, "Jiaozi! Jiaozi! Where are you?" Hearing the cry, Tianjin Fan also got up from the ground with eyes wide open in anger and said in anguish, "Jiaozi! You killed Jiaozi. Naba, he accidentally killed another piece of trash. But it's fine because I'll soon send you all to meet in the Yellow Springs." Ha ha. But at this moment, Beiji Ta chuckled lightly and said, "Naba, look behind you." As soon as the words were spoken, Jiaozi had already clung tightly to Naba's back and erupted with all his aura, seemingly intending to self-destruct. Naba was also quite frightened. He immediately tried to reach back and pull Jiaozi off, but unfortunately Jiaozi was small in stature and attached to his back. After several attempts, he failed. He couldn't help but roar hoarsely, "Little brat, get off me." Tianjin Fan also shouted from below, "Jiaozi, come back. You idiot, come back. I beg you, come back." But this time Jiaozi didn't listen to him. Instead, he continued to release his aura and said to Tianjin Fan through telepathy, "Thank you, Tianjin Fan." Tianjin Fan, bastard. What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and come back. Run. Jiaozi. Tianjin Fan, I have really been happy with you. I am content. Thank you for making me fried rice every day, all these years. In the next life, I still want to eat your fried rice. Farewell, Tianjin Fan, you must live well. Tianjin Fan shouted almost hysterically, "Stop, Jiaozi." Bang. After a violent explosion, Jiaozi's chi disappeared. Everyone understood that he was dead. Moreover, because Jiaozi had already been revived once, he had no possibility of resurrection. Everyone was grief-stricken and furious. Even Baiku felt the same sorrow. However, facing all this, Lin Dong, who was on Jia Wangxing, still did not respond. Was he really so heartless? Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, King Kai suddenly cut off the live broadcast, then turned to look at Lin Dong and said, "Those people seem to be your disciples, right? But seeing them die one by one, you don't even flinch." Lin Dong smiled and said, "Are you feeling sorry for them?" King Kai, aren't you sorry? Lin Dong, if you feel sorry, then go fight them yourself. Don't just talk and not act. King Kai, what the hell? Lin Dong, you cursed. King Kai sighed and said, "I never expected you to be such a heartless person, Humph." Lin Dong, don't change the subject. Hurry up and broadcast. The fight is getting intense. King Kai, what exactly do you mean? I'll be honest with you. Although I love listening to jokes, my mood is very heavy right now. So if you don't explain yourself, we're done being friends. Lin Dong, damn, you really want to break up with me? King Kai, I mean it. Lin Dong, then don't you want to hear the naughty story of the 7 dwarfs and the princess? King Kai, ahem, we can still negotiate. Lin Dong, without further ado, get on with the broadcast. King Kai, alas, immortal Dong, I'm sure there must be a reason for your calmness. Can you tell me why? Lin Dong glanced at him. Seeing his face full of fat, all scrunched up, he felt a bit of pity for a moment. So he explained, actually, these disciples of mine have plenty of talent, but lack passion. They always rely on my presence and slack off in training. That's why this time I came to your place for a vacation, King Kai, so at the critical moment, you will still step up. Lin Dong nodded and said, I will only appear under 2 circumstances. First, if they fight with all their might and blood, but still cannot stop the Scions, at least let me see their passion. Second, if they are spineless, run away, and flee, then I will appear before the Scions destroy Earth. King Kai, but from the looks of it, they don't seem to be running away. Lin Dong nodded and said, so I plan to make an appearance too, and give them a hand. King Kai, then when are you going to set off? Lin Dong, set off what? King Kai, didn't you say you were going back? Lin Dong, ahem, forgot to tell you. Before I came, I split myself into 4 parts. Right now, standing before you is only 1/4 of me, King Kai. Then he said angrily, I knew it. No wonder I sensed several auras very similar to yours on Earth. Then why are you watching the broadcast? Why not go to the battlefield directly? Lin Dong, the battlefield is dusty. How can it compare to the comfort here? King Kai, the disciples are fighting desperately, but the teacher is here, shamelessly exploiting me, the poor King Kai. You are simply. Lin Dong, still want to hear a story. King Kai, then let's start the broadcast. So after a 10-minute interruption, the broadcast resumed, and this time Sun Wukong finally appeared. At this time, Sun Wukong's combat power had reached 8000, and after using the twofold King Kai fist it reached 16000. Thus he easily defeated Naba. But who would have thought that after being defeated Naba was unwilling to withdraw from the battle? So after Vegeta appeared he shifted his attention to Bike and the others, planning to kill them one by one. However, how could Sun Wukong allow him to do that? Helplessly he directly severely injured Naba. But just as the fight was getting exciting, the broadcast suddenly cut off again. King Kai turned to look at Lin Dong and asked a soul-searching question. Hey, how does your disciple know the King Kai fist? Lin Dong, isn't it obvious? Of course I taught him. King Kai. But that's clearly my own invention. How do you know it? Lin Dong sighed, looked at him with pity, and then said, you can invent it, but I can't. Come on, tell me which law says that. Lin Dong smiled and added, besides, this fist technique is no longer called the King Kai fist. King Kai. What is it called? Lin Dong. It's called the thump-thump fist, the kind of thump-thump-thump-thump fist. King Kai was dumbfounded. And when the broadcast switched back, Sun Wukong had been forced to use a fourfold King Kai fist beyond his limit, blasting Vegeta's energy wave out of Earth. Vegeta, unwilling to suffer humiliation, directly created an artificial moon transformed into a prehistoric giant beast and pressed Wukong firmly against the ground, grinding him. Tianjin fan Bike Kellen and others, seeing this, were about to rush over to rescue Sun Wukong, because they knew that once Sun Wukong died they would all die and even the entire Earth would fall into despair. However, at that moment a graceful figure suddenly descended from the sky. That figure was so handsome, so awe-inspiring. Upon seeing this figure, Bike and the others burst into loud cries. Kellen, Master, you finally come. Tianjin fan, Master Jiaozi. Jiaozi is dead. Bike, it's all my fault for being so useless. Please hurry and save Sun Wukong on the other side. The giant ape transformed by Vegeta grabbed Sun Wukong, almost crushing all the bones in his body, and laughed loudly. Kakarot, you low-class warriors still dare to provoke me. Regret cutting off your tail? Haha, that's you abandoning the glory of the Saiyans. However, the next second Vegeta's face suddenly stiffened, and he even found it difficult to speak. What was going on? But before he could figure out what happened, his entire body was lifted up. In pain, he had to drop Sun Wukong and turn to look. This look almost scared him shitless. Can you believe it? A human had actually extended his arm hundreds of meters and grabbed his neck. What the hell is this, a monster? Just as he was utterly shocked, a tremendous force suddenly came from his neck, and then his entire body was flung into the air. Lin Dong held Vegeta, who had turned into a giant ape, as if holding a rat by its tail, and kept slamming him onto the ground with a splat-splat. In almost an instant, he slammed him hundreds of times, and Vegeta had no power to fight back at all, only silently enduring. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, King Kai silently swallowed, then secretly glanced at Lin Dong, thinking, damn, this kid is actually this terrifying. Good thing I've been washing his underwear these days. Vegeta thrashed and snarled, his face twisted in a ferocious grimace, yet no matter how he struggled, he could not escape Lin Dong's clutches. Thus, after being brutally tormented for over 10 minutes, he was tossed aside like a dead dog. Lin Dong then extended a finger and fired a finger cannon at the artificial moon in the sky, instantly obliterating it. Vegeta reverted to his human form. With terror in his eyes, he asked, Who are you? Lin Dong said, how I forgot to introduce myself after all that fighting. I'm your uncle. Have you forgotten my voice? Vegeta exclaimed, you're Kakarot. Lin Dong said, you big fool, why don't you use your brain? I was messing with you, hee, isn't that infuriating? What exactly do you want? Lin Dong chuckled and said, I don't want anything. Hey, I'm just playing. Isn't that what you like to do? I've actually already decided to buy a circus, then make you transform into a giant ape every day so ordinary earthlings can come see you. I reckon that could earn quite a bit of money. Vegeta said, are you humiliating me? Holy crap, you have a fetish for that. Then he turned around and shouted to Krillin, hey little Lin, come over here. Strip him naked, tie him up, and parade him through the streets. Hearing this, Vegeta's eyes nearly popped out of his head. You despicable bastard. I won't let you off. Nearby, Krillin and the others were utterly bewildered. Was this the Gap? Their master was so formidable, yet why were they so pathetic? However, at that moment, Lin Dong suddenly pulled a senzu bean from his pocket and forcibly shoved it into Vegeta's mouth. Mistaking it for poison, Vegeta resisted with all his might. But with his grievous injuries, how could he withstand Lin Dong's generosity? Lin Dong pinched his nose and forced the bean down. Vegeta was stunned, for his body instantly regained its combat power. What the hell is going on? He roared at Lin Dong. What did you feed me? Lin Dong sneered. If you say one more word, I'll chop you up. Believe it or not. Vegeta immediately fell silent, but the muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably, betraying his turbulent emotions. On the other side, everyone gasped when they saw Vegeta recover after eating the senzu bean. Krillin exclaimed, Master, what are you doing? Tien Shinhan said, he killed Kaiatsu and Yamcha. Piccolo shouted, Lin Dong, you bastard. However, Goku, lying on the ground quietly, let out a bitter smile. Then Lin Dong said, Vegeta, this Senzu bean is your reward for coming all the way to Earth and training my little brothers. Now that your mission is complete, you can leave. Vegeta was utterly incredulous. What do you mean? You're really letting me go? Lin Dong replied with a smile, yes. After you leave, I'll train these guys a bit more than send them after you. Don't you think that's amusing? Vegeta scoffed. With these weaklings? Lin Dong said. But didn't Goku wipe the floor with you when you didn't transform? Enough, no more nonsense. You have 3 minutes to leave Earth, or I won't be so polite. Vegeta shot him a cold glare, then without a word burst his energy and flew off into the distance. After he was gone, Lin Dong distributed the few remaining Senzu beans among the group. But even after recovering, their spirits were low. Especially Tien Shinhan, who gritted his teeth and asked with tears in his eyes, Master, why? Why did you let Vegeta go? He has 2 of our brother's blood on his hands. Lin Dong patted his shoulder and said, Little Tien, you want revenge, right? Master can help you, really. If you feel wronged or hurt, I can kill Vegeta for you anytime. But have you never thought about doing it yourself? And avenging Kaiatsu with your own hands? Tien Shinhan stammered. But even if I wanted to, he's gone now. Where would I find him? Krillin said, yeah, they're gone. How can we take revenge ourselves? Piccolo sneered. Humph, not only can't we find Vegeta, but Kaiatsu can't be revived either. He's already died once. At this, everyone fell into silence. Tears welled up in Tien Shinhan's eyes. Goku sighed. I'm sorry, everyone. If I had mastered the Kaioken better, maybe I could have beaten Vegeta. But unexpectedly, Lin Dong suddenly laughed. What if I told you I know where Vegeta is, and I have a way to revive Kaiat? Hearing this, Tien Shinhan was so excited that he forgot all decorum, grabbing Lin Dong's arm tightly. Master, is what you said true? The others also showed expressions of surprise. As long as Kaiatsu could be revived, everything would be fine. The damage on Earth could be restored with the Dragon Balls, and since Yamcha had only died once, he could also be revived with the Earth's Dragon Balls. Lin Dong nodded, then admonished. I hope you'll remember this lesson. I can't always show up in time. If this happens again, and I'm not here, you'll all be dead. Goku said, Master, I'm sorry for disappointing you. Tien Shinhan declared, don't worry, Master. From now on, I'll train like mad, just to avenge Kaiatsu with my own hands. Krillin said, I'm getting more and more motivated. Just thinking that Yamcha and Kaiatsu can be revived makes me thrill. Only Piccolo asked, Master, where should we look for Vegeta? Obviously, Piccolo was more eager than anyone to wash away his humiliation, for none of them had even been deemed worthy of Vegeta's attention. Lin Dong smiled and said, actually, this whole thing is related to you. The reason Vegeta came to Earth wasn't to avenge Raditz, but for the Dragon Balls. And after this failure, he still won't give up. So he'll head to another planet to continue searching for them. With that, Lin Dong paused and looked at Piccolo. That planet is called Namik-Shing. If I'm not mistaken, it's your homeworld. Although many died due to environmental issues, there should still be a few hundred of your kind living there. Bike swallowed hard. Hundreds of beings like him. To be honest, even if this came from Lin Dong's mouth, he found it hard to believe. After all, from the memories of his father, Old Bike, he had never learned that he had any kin, and the God of Earth was essentially the same person as him. Of course, if all this were true, what a scene it would be. Just then, Lin Dong spoke again. However, this time our enemies are not only Vegeta, but also a being known as the Emperor of the Universe. His combat power has reached a terrifying level. Yes, you heard it right. That person is called Phalisa, a terrifying existence, the kind who could crush Vegeta with a single finger. Sun Wukong said excitedly, is there really such a powerful person? Kellen said, Wukong, why are you so excited? Remember, we can't even defeat Vegeta. Sun Wukong replied, I just feel especially thrilled when I encounter a powerful opponent. Bike asked, Master Lin, are you saying that this Emperor of the Universe Phalisa will also go to Namek like us? Lin Dong nodded and said correct, because the matter of Vegeta searching for the Dragon Balls was overheard by that person through his scout device, so he will lead his army to Namek. Our mission is to find the Dragon Balls and protect Namek. With that, Lin Dong asked loudly, facing such a powerful enemy, do you still have confidence? The group answered in unison, yes. Then Tianjin Fan suddenly said, Teacher, you just said that Jiaozi can be revived using the Dragon Balls on Namek. Does that mean the Dragon Balls there can bring someone back to life unlimited times? Lin Dong nodded and said, yes, the Dragon Balls on Namek have far greater magical power than Earth's Dragon Balls. Moreover, gathering all 7 can grant 3 wishes. Kellen said, that's fantastic. Sun Wukong asked, Teacher, before that, should we start some training? Lin Dong smiled and said, well, let's take a week off. Everyone go back and spend time with family and friends. Constant pressure may not be the best approach. Tianjin Fan said, Teacher, please let me continue training. I really don't want to waste a single second right now. Bike said, Master Lin, I'll train with Tianjin Fan. I don't want to slack off either. Lin Dong glanced at the two and said in a tone of exasperation, you two. Oh, what can I say? When I asked you to train before, you weren't so dedicated. Now you finally understand. Listen to me, relax for a while first, then start more intensive training. With that, Lin Dong looked at the others. He continued, So Yukong and Bike go home for now. Kellen and Tianjin Fan come with me to Guasian House. I'm going to find Burma, and you two can come along to relax. Thus half an hour later inside the Guasian House. Burma excitedly hugged Lin Dong and said, Lin Dong, I knew you would step up at the critical moment because you never let me down. Beside them Wulong also said joyfully, yes, it really scared me. I thought Lin Dong was never coming back. However, Guasian Ren sighed and said, it's a pity that Xiaochao was too careless. Puyalu also looked dejected upon hearing this. Wulong rolled his eyes and said, hey, you two, don't be such party poopers. Lin Dong finally comes here, can't you show some respect? Besides, although Yamcha is dead, he can still be revived using the Dragon Balls, right? Lin Dong smiled and said, not only can Yamcha be revived, but Jiaozi as well. That's why I came here. Everyone looked astonished. Jiaozi can be revived again. Burma asked Jiaozi, hasn't he already been revived once with the Dragon Balls? Lin Dong nodded and said, yes, the dragon on Earth can only revive a person once. But if it's the dragon from the god's homeland, it can revive Jiaozi again. By the way, Burma, how is the spaceship I asked you to research last year? Burma said incredulously, are we really going to travel in space? Kellen said, Burma, we're not going on a trip. We're going to find the Dragon Balls, and of course we need to help the Namekians defend their home. Namekians? What are they? Tianjin Fan said, according to Teacher the God, and Bike seemed to be Namekians. Everyone was speechless. Just the thought of a group of monsters identical to Bike made their skin crawl. Lin Dong asked, Burma, how is the spaceship research going? Burma replied, it's going well. But how many of you are planning to go? Lin Dong thought for a moment and said, 5 including Yamcha. In the next couple of days we'll gather the Dragon Balls and revive him and those who died in this disaster. Burma said, but if it's 5 people, Ladizi's spaceship can't fit us all. Then we'll need to expand it. Lin Dong asked, how long will that take? Burma said, at least 2 or 3 months. Lin Dong said 2 or 3 months. That might be too late. Then he thought carefully for a moment before pulling Burma aside and whispering, Burma, do you want to go out and have some fun? Burma said, are you serious? Lin Dong said, I'm just asking if you'll go. Burma asked, is it dangerous? Lin Dong replied, very dangerous. Burma asked, is it exciting? Lin Dong said, very exciting. Burma said, all right, I'll go. Burma said, but the problem is we still have to wait 2 or 3 months since we need to modify the spaceship. Lin Dong nodded and said, anyway, we're not in a hurry. As for the others, I have another plan. Burma asked, you have another plan? Lin Dong affirmed, yes, because I know of another spaceship that can hold many people at once. Bulma was startled. Does that mean the modified spaceship is ours? So are there others coming with us? Lin Dong shook his head and said, no, I originally planned to go alone. But since I sensed you really wanted to come along, I made an exception to look after you and invite you. Besides, if there are too many people, I might not be able to handle it. Bulma, but just the 2 of us alone, a man and a woman. Is that really okay? Lin Dong. Seriously, couldn't she choose her words more carefully? Don't I deserve some dignity? Before Lin Dong could say anything, Bulma giggled again. To be honest, do you have a thing for me? Lin Dong immediately replied with righteous indignation, Bulma, I am a married man. Bulma, but you have 3 wives, you're hardly faithful. Lin Dong. Well, in that case, I'll go alone. But I'll still need your help to expand the spaceship, because even if I'm going solo, I don't like cramped spaces. Basically, I want all the necessary living facilities, furniture, kitchen, everything. Bulma, I'll think about it. Lin Dong, don't force yourself. And if you come, you'll just be a burden. Bulma, what do you mean? You said you could take care of me earlier. Lin Dong, but my kindness is thrown back in my face. Do you really think I'm that desperate? Bulma, can't you at least pretend to be nice for once? Lin Dong. This was getting a bit too much. After chatting for a while, Bulma returned to West City, saying she would expand the spaceship as quickly as possible. Clint and Tien Shinhan stayed at Kame House. For Clint, it was practically home, while Tien, having nowhere else to go, remained there as well. Master Roshi still held authority over his 2 disciples, and his presence offered Tien some comfort. Meanwhile, elsewhere, on King Kai's planet, Lin Dong stretched and said, King Kai, thank you for your hospitality, but it's time for me to leave. King Kai, are you really leaving? Lin Dong. Yes, I told you I'm going to Namek, didn't I? King Kai frowned. But the enemy you'll face is the Galactic Emperor Frisia. Can you really handle him? Lin Dong shrugged. I never said I'd fight Frisia. That's for my little brothers. I have bigger things to do. King Kai, you're pulling that again. Lin Dong, people need to grow, you know. King Kai. All right, but before you go, won't you tell me the scandalous story of the 7 dwarfs and the princess? You've been teasing me for so long. Lin Dong pondered for a moment. Then he sighed and said, all right. Actually, the 7 dwarfs eventually had a profound connection with the princess, a fusion of soul and body, a sublime transcendence. Of course, the princess consented willingly. Moreover, she made a request that all 7 of them come at once. The princess said only then could they truly live happily ever after. The 7 dwarfs naturally agreed, and from then on they lived a life without shame or restraint. King Kai. And then, the details. I want the details. Do you think I don't have time to listen? Lin Dong. Well, there's a snake palace on the Serpentine Road, right? King Kai, I know, so what? Lin Dong. Have you never thought about those snake beauties in all these years? King Kai, what good would thinking do? I don't have the equipment. Lin Dong. Just as I suspected. He had always guessed that King Kai was similar to the Namekians, reproducing through special means rather than human methods. Otherwise, those snake maidens on the Serpentine Road would have been lonely for so long. Without another word, Lin Dong soared into the sky and flew toward the Serpentine Road. King Kai, what's wrong with you? Keep telling the details. Lin Dong, details. Why are you even meddling? King Kai, Master Lin, don't be like that. Even though I don't have it, I still yearn for it. Lin Dong glanced back at him, saw his pitiful expression, and said, all right, next time I'll make a wish with Shinran for you. But when you get the equipment, you can only go after the little snakes. The snake princess is mine, got it? King Kai, damn. This is my turf. Lin Dong, want the wish or not? King Kai. Time flew by. A week passed. The Z fighters gathered again in the celestial realm, used the Dragon Balls to wish for Yamcha's resurrection. One can imagine how excited Klin and the others were when Yamcha rose from the ground. But before they could celebrate, Lin Dong threw them into the hyperbolic time chamber. Along with them, he placed a gravity room capable of reaching 300 times Earth's gravity. This time Lin Dong set their training time to 1 day, meaning the Z fighters would train for a full year inside the gravity room, then set off for Namek together. Meanwhile, with Cammy and Mr. Popo's help, Lin Dong brought the Namekian spaceship to the celestial realm. Cammy sighed. Though I've long known I'm Namekian, I never thought Piccolo would one day return to his homeland. It's a pity I can't leave Earth as Cammy, or I'd love to go back. Lin Dong smiled. Have you ever considered returning to who you once were? Tomorrow we depart for Namek. Passengers, please fasten your seatbelts. Return to the former self. The god was taken aback, not registering the words. Lin Dong nodded and said, yes, you and Piccolo are essentially one person. The god lifted his head slightly, then suddenly smiled. He said, let's leave it for later. At least for now, I'm not mentally prepared. Lin Dong, perhaps you don't know yet, but the original you was a genius-type Namekian, one who embodies both the intellectual and warrior types. If you were to fuse, not even the cosmic tyrant Frisia, nor even I would necessarily be a match for you. The god. Clearly, when everyone around you is too weak, even a powerful being finds it hard to realize their own might. After all, even when he had split into two, each was an invincible existence on Earth at that time. However, the god did not readily decide to fuse with Piccolo. This was not merely a matter of strength, but also of personality and ideology. Once fused, one would lose not only their original thoughts, but also their existing identity, a prospect no one accepted willingly. It was like being made stronger, but after becoming stronger, the personality was no longer your own. Lin Dong did not press further. He merely mentioned it. Whether the god agreed or not, it did not conflict with his plans. After exchanging a few words with the god, Lin Dong left the celestial realm. As for a farewell, there was no need. The Z fighters were already top-tier experts, and after emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, they would be even more so. He had no worries. Moreover, even if they encountered trouble on Namek, they could still be revived with the Dragon Balls, could they not? After leaving the celestial realm, Lin Dong returned home and merged with his other 3 clones. Having used the clone technique for a full year, Lin Dong had almost forgotten what it felt like to have a battle power of 800 million. However, after the fusion, the overflowing energy brought him waves of exhilaration. In truth, he had not originally planned to merge these clones, but considering that facing Frisia on Namek required power beyond his clone's mere 200 million battle power, he had no choice but to fuse. Thus, during the days before leaving Earth, he stayed by the side of his 3 wives, and now with 3 adorable children. 2 boys and 1 girl. The girl was named Lucia, and the boys were named Byakuya and Luo Tian. Byakuya was the eldest, Luo Tian the second, and Lucia the youngest. In reality, the 3 little ones were born only a few days apart. For Lin Dong, though he had lived 2 lives, this was his first time as a father. The joy was beyond words. But joyful times are always fleeting. 2 or 3 months passed quickly, and one day Lin Dong received a call from Bulma saying the spaceship was ready and they could depart at any time. Honestly, deep down, Lin Dong was reluctant to leave Earth. Here were his parents, wives, children, and friends. But if he could not nip all dangers in the bud, this harmony would not last forever. Frisia Cell, Majin Buu, and other later major threats, all were immense dangers. Thus he had to keep growing stronger like Son Goku in the original story, striving to protect this world. As for Son Goku and the others, they were already formidable, even surpassing their original counterparts, but the butterfly effect had made everything unpredictable, unlike the original timeline. For this reason, Lin Dong could only keep escorting them. However, to prevent any sudden crisis when the Z fighters left Earth, he made a backup plan. He secretly went to a private island and used the Namekian egg-laying technique to create powerful subordinates. Though the process was extremely disgusting, Lin Dong overcame it for the safety of Earth. However, creating subordinates was different from creating a legacy. It was like the original Piccolo who had created 2 subordinates before creating Piccolo Jr. They looked somewhat different from Namekians and were weaker than Piccolo Jr. because they were merely subordinates, while Piccolo Jr. was a legacy. The egg-laying technique could control gender and power. Thus, Lin Dong, based on the image of a beautiful woman from his memory, created a female subordinate. Like Piccolo, she was born with some memories given by Lin Dong, and was entrusted with the mission of protecting Earth and the Lin family. From today on, you shall be called Reba. Here are clothes for you, put them on. Lin Dong secretly wiped his drool after finishing. Damn, he had created a subordinate that made even him envious. Was he really such a beast? Reba, yes, master. After that, Lin Dong bid farewell to his family and set off. But when he arrived at Bulma's house and saw her wearing a spacesuit, he was stunned. Lin Dong, what are you doing? Bulma, how I've done plenty of homework for this expedition. I even cut my long hair to put on the spacesuit. Are you going dressed like that? She then tossed him a spacesuit, signaling him to put it on. Lin Dong, Bulma, is it really necessary to be this serious? Besides, Goku and the others aren't wearing any. Bulma, idiot, that's because they're all fools who don't understand science, got it. Lin Dong, so I have to wear it. Bulma, please don't underestimate the universe. If you're in space and encounter danger without a spacesuit, you could be torn apart by the vacuum in an instant, understand? Though Lin Dong didn't believe it, he thought it over. He hadn't yet acquired the ability to survive in space, so playing it safe was fine. However, after putting on the spacesuit, he felt uncomfortable everywhere. Although the dozens of kilograms of weight were almost nothing to Lin Dong, the problem was that it was still very cumbersome. Bulma, are you done changing? If so, let's go. Lin Dong, are we leaving now? Have we finished purchasing supplies? After all, it will take a month to reach Namek. Bulma, don't worry, I've already stored ample supplies, enough for 10 strong men to eat for a year. Lin Dong, alright then, let's go. With that, he directly climbed the ladder of the spaceship, turned around, waved at Mr. and Mrs. Brief, and said, thank you for your hard work. We'll be off now. Mr. and Mrs. Brief waved back politely. However, just as Bulma was about to board the spaceship, Mrs. Brief suddenly called out to her. Bulma was startled and asked, Mom, is there something else? Mrs. Brief said with a smile, a lone man and a lone woman on a long journey. You must prepare some things in advance. With that, she stuffed a box of Jispin into Bulma's pocket. Bulma. Mrs. Brief, Mommy personally picked these out for you. Zero sensation, ultra thin, and even more lubricated and long-lasting. Bulma couldn't take it anymore and nearly screamed hysterically, are you really my mother? Why do you have to look at your own daughter this way? Mrs. Brief, oh, I'm only thinking of you. Why do you always get so worked up? Dr. Brief, standing nearby, also said, young people, it's understandable to have impulses and make mistakes occasionally, but the prerequisite is to protect yourself. Bulma was on the verge of a breakdown. Without another word, she threw the box of Jispin onto the ground and dashed onto the spaceship. Even before Lin Dong could sit down, she had already started the ship. Thus, the spaceship, without any warning, suddenly lifted off and disappeared into the sky in an instant. Lin Dong was startled. What the hell was that? Fortunately, the pressure of the liftoff was nothing to him. If it were anyone else, they would have been crushed to death. The spaceship, modified based on Raditz spacecraft, was extremely fast. In just a few breaths, it shot straight out of the atmosphere. After leaving the atmosphere, the spaceship entered a stable flight phase. Bulma unbuckled her seatbelt and went to her room. Lin Dong asked in surprise, where are you going? Bulma, we've left the atmosphere, so we can take off the spacesuits. Lin Dong was speechless. He had thought they would have to wear the spacesuits all the way to Namek. Bulma, people like you who only know how to cultivate all day, how could you possibly know how much preparation I've done for this journey? With that, she slammed the door shut. Lin Dong. But just over 10 seconds later, Bulma slipped out of the room again, wearing something resembling a jazz-style outfit. Lin Dong said curiously, Bulma, your dressing style has changed quite a bit recently. Bulma sneered, do you think this is an ordinary outfit? How, with that look on your face, I can tell you know nothing about space travel. This is a spacework suit. Understand? Lin Dong, but it looks no different from ordinary clothes. Does it have any special effects? Bulma, of course. Look, the belt of this outfit is tight, and it has many small pockets for storing work materials. Ordinary clothes can't do that. Lin Dong, that makes sense, but the problem is, do we need to work? We're not here for a space expedition. Bulma, that's actually true. So what's the point of her wearing this? Never mind. She was the formal one and Lin Dong was just an amateur. However, a few days later, Lin Dong wandered around all day in a pair of shorts, sometimes going to the cinema to watch movies, sometimes playing games in the arcade. He leisurely enjoyed the journey while constantly finding interesting things to do. As for Bulma, she repeated boring tasks every day, strictly and even rigidly following every spaceflight protocol from Earth. But after persisting for a few days, she realized that Earth's spaceflight protocols only applied to Earth spacecraft. This spaceship, on the other hand, represented the pinnacle of cosmic science, so all her efforts were in vain. Thus Bulma was disheartened. She no longer cared about the damn spaceflight protocols and directly changed out of her spacework suit into her usual casual clothes. Moreover, she stopped worrying about the ship's operation. After all, such spaceships were set to autopilot once the course was programmed, so whether anyone was controlling it or not made no difference. Thus a new member joined Lin Dong's group of eating, drinking, and having fun. However, one day when the two were selecting discs in the cinema together, Lin Dong noticed a black disc. Curious, he picked it up and examined it carefully. But the disc had no images or any text markings on it. Out of curiosity, he inserted it into the DVD player. Then a shocking scene suddenly appeared before them. A young couple was running on the beach. That was fine. But as they ran, the problem emerged. The man caught up with his female companion from behind and pinned her down on the sand. Then they began to kiss. Then things heated up. Then with a tearing sound, the woman's clothes were suddenly ripped open. Bulma exclaimed, "Lin Dong, you bastard, what did you bring onto the spaceship?" Lin Dong replied, equally baffled, "Hey, everything on this ship was prepared by your family. It has nothing to do with me. Did you bring it on board?" Bulma. Upon hearing this, Bulma finally reacted. Because Lin Dong was right, this was his first time boarding the ship, and besides a few changes of clothes, he had brought nothing else. So, this disc actually had nothing to do with him. But if it wasn't Lin Dong, then who was it? She definitely didn't do it, so there was only one possibility. It was her father, Dr. Bully Fu, who had an extraordinary IQ, but was obsessed with porn magazines. At this thought, Bulma felt immensely ashamed. How could her father do such a thing? How infuriating. At this moment, the scene on the big screen had completely deteriorated. The two figures in the frame were already entangled together, occasionally emitting certain high-pitched sounds. For a moment, Bulma felt parched and indignant, while her pretty face had already flushed crimson. However, upon hearing the sound from the player, Lin Dong turned around leisurely and shamelessly exclaimed, "Damn, that figure, that pose, that moan." Gulp. Bulma heard it clearly. That was clearly the sound of swallowing saliva. She couldn't help but complain, "Lin Dong, you bastard, have you no shame?" Unexpectedly, Lin Dong turned around and said, "We're all adults, what are you getting so worked up about?" Bulma. It seemed he had a point. They were all adults, and occasionally watching this kind of stuff was actually quite nice, and could even enhance the relationship between a man and a woman. But why did she feel something was off? Right, she was still an unmarried lady. Why was she watching this with him? Just then the speakers once again transmitted the girl's hoarse shout. "Oh, so good." Bulma could no longer bear it. She immediately rushed over, took out the disc, and without a word ran straight out. Lin Dong complained from behind. Hey, what are you doing? If you don't want to watch, you can leave by yourself, but why are you taking my disc?" "Bulma, get the hell out. Get out of my sight." After this incident, Bulma never took the initiative to speak to Lin Dong again. Even if Lin Dong occasionally had something to ask her, she intentionally ignored him. This made Lin Dong extremely frustrated. It clearly wasn't his fault, so why was all the blame being placed on him? Besides, he hadn't even made a fuss about Bulma secretly taking the disc back to her room to watch. Although the spaceship soundproofing was good, and under normal circumstances one couldn't hear the sounds from the room, the problem was that Lin Dong was not an ordinary person. If he really wanted to eavesdrop, would he be stopped by a mere wall? Thus Lin Dong continued his usual lifestyle, watching movies, playing games, and occasionally going to the kitchen to cook a couple of dishes himself. Although the taste wasn't great, the focus was on participation. However, in comparison, life on the spaceship was still too monotonous. So after just over 10 days, Lin Dong was already bored out of his mind. It was easy to imagine that when Lin Dong felt he was going crazy from boredom, how could Bulma be any better? So at this time, Bulma began to become a bit wild. At least it was fully reflected in her dressing style. Consider that when she first boarded, she was wearing a spacesuit. Even after boarding, she kept on her work clothes for a few days. Later, even when she changed, she still wore the clothes she usually wore on Earth. But in recent days, she began to make a breakthrough. For example, when in her room, she no longer wore full armor, but only a pair of panties and a bra. However, after some time passed, she realized that if she didn't provoke Lin Dong, that guy would never come to flirt with her. Could it be that she was overthinking? So in order to test what Lin Dong was really about, Bulma started strolling around the main cabin, wearing only her panties. However, to her astonishment, Lin Dong actually turned a blind eye to this. Bulma was extremely confident in herself. After all, she was the heiress of the Capsule Corporation, and she had no shortage of suitors. Moreover, she usually paid great attention to her image. But the question was why? Lin Dong thought, what scenes haven't I seen? How do you think I got my 800 million combat power? As the saying goes, haste makes waste. If you want to catch a big fish, you have to let out a long line. So patience was very important at this moment. But while he could endure, Bulma couldn't. One day Lin Dong was in the theater watching a sci-fi movie, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, when Bulma suddenly burst in. She sat directly beside Lin Dong, crossed her legs, and asked, "You're watching this all day. Don't you need to cultivate?" Lin Dong replied very seriously, "Miss Bulma, although I would like to cultivate, the spaceship doesn't have a training room." Moreover, I'm worried that cultivation would cause a lot of noise and disturb your rest. Bulma narrowed her eyes and took a deep breath, surprised that this guy was actually so considerate. So she directly lay down. She placed her legs on his lap and said, "Since you have nothing to do, help me massage my legs. I haven't exercised in a while, and I feel like my legs are about to atrophy." Lin Dong. Damn, this was really direct. So without a blush or a missed beat, he said, "Miss Bulma, I'm not that kind of person. Please restrain yourself a bit ahem." "Bulma, Lin Dong, don't pretend with me. Don't I know what kind of person you are? How you think I don't know about Chi-Chi? You think I don't know about Lanchi?" "Lin Dong, damn, you investigated me." "Bulma, investigate your head. All the employees in your company are arranged by me. So is it hard to keep track of the funds?" "Need to investigate." Lin Dong couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, silently praising, "Awesome, Bulma is the one who knows me." Bulma was quite straightforward. She reached out and took out a box of jishibangs, saying, "My mom prepared it for me. She said it's super lubricated, super smooth, and it's zero sensation, ultra thin with extended effect." "Lin Dong, damn, didn't you throw it away?" "Bulma, how did you know?" "Lin Dong, your mother spoke so loudly, did you think I was deaf?" "Bulma, well, although the ones my mom gave me were thrown away, I accidentally found a few boxes in this room these past few days." Lin Dong was instantly shocked. This room? This was the home theater. Why were those things here? Could it be that the Briefs couple were so open-minded? Had they done such things inside the spaceship? After all, the entire spaceship was built by Dr. Briefs and Bulma with their own hands, and no outsider had ever entered the cabin during that time. Thinking of this, Lin Dong couldn't help but swallow. The old man was indeed unrivaled in his divine skills and misses. Briefs was absolutely stunning. They were truly a model couple. They hadn't even spared the spaceship. It seemed that photo might have been brought in back then. But these were all secondary. What mattered was the present. Miss Bulma was in a state of yearning. Yet Lin Dong said seriously, "Miss Bulma, though I've always had a strong interest in you, the problem is that I already have 3 wives. How will you face that in the future?" Bulma said irritably, "What are you doing? Besides, is this the time for reason? Let's talk about that later. Just hurry up." Lin Dong, what? Bulma, hey, do you have to be so annoying? Lin Dong, hee, don't rush. How about fetching that thing from your room to have a look? Bulma, no, I'm tired of looking at it. Let's get straight to the point. Lin Dong licked his lips, his hands growing restless. "Since that's the case, here I come." "Bulma, come on then." So a few minutes later, after Bulma sat down, the system's prompt suddenly rang out. Ding dong. Detected that the host has fallen in love with a specific girl. Reward 10 times battle power. Ding dong. Host battle power has reached 8 billion. Keep up the good work. Complete more tasks for additional rewards. Once that window was broken, things spiraled out of control. Moreover, with a man and a woman alone in the same spaceship, there was truly nothing else to do. From that day on, Bulma seemed to have discovered the true meaning of life and became hopelessly lost in love. Every corner of the spaceship became their battlefield, the room, the cabin, the kitchen, the game room, the home theater. One was an indefatigable bull, the other a parched land waiting for 18 years. Thus, this protracted battle was so intense, it was beyond imagination, setting a classic example. More importantly, Bulma was the top beauty in the Dragon Ball world, the one Lin Dong had always longed for, but could never reach. So he put in extra effort, and she was equally cooperative. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bulma's original husband Vegeta had finally returned to the Frieza Force headquarters. Though Vegeta had recovered his battle power at this point, the fierce battle on Earth had left his combat suit in tatters. He had come back to resupply, and his next target was clear planet Namek. His failure on Earth made him realize he couldn't defeat that Earthling named Dongxian. Still, he wasn't discouraged, because Dragon Balls also existed on planet Namek. If he found the Dragon Balls and made a wish, he could become the strongest in the universe. Not only that Earthling, but even Frieza would be no match for him. Just as he was stepping out of the hatch, an alien walked over with a sneer and said, "Yo Vegeta, looks like you've suffered a major defeat. Wounded this badly." "Oh right, where's Nappa? Didn't he come back with you? Is he dead?" "Huh? Who could have reduced you to such a state?" Vegeta walked past him without a glance and said curtly, "Get lost, Chui. I don't have time to waste on you." But just as he passed, the alien Chui grabbed his shoulder and said, "Hey, I forgot to tell you. Lord Frieza is very angry about your unauthorized action." "Vegeta, he's not even at the base. Even if he's unhappy, what can he do? Now take your dirty hand off me." Chui was furious. What a despicable scion, clearly defeated so badly, yet still putting on airs. However, since they were allies, he couldn't directly teach Vegeta a lesson, so he simply chuckled and said, "Fortunately, Lord Frieza is a magnanimous man. He seems to have forgiven you because you discovered something good." "Huh?" Vegeta froze, turned around, and asked, "Discovered something good? What are you talking about?" Chui smiled and said, "The legendary Dragon Balls, of course. They're said to grant any wish. Lord Frieza's wish is to obtain eternal youth." Vegeta was dumbfounded. "You mean Lord Frieza left the base because of the Dragon Balls? So their target is?" Chui shrugged. "Planet Namek, of course." "Huh?" Vegeta clenched his fists in fury. That bastard Frieza had also heard the conversation through the scouter. If he really found the Dragon Balls and made a wish, the Scions might be trampled under his heel forever. Then Shui added, I know you want to get the Dragon Balls and gain eternal life, right? But I kindly advise you to give up. Lord Frieza plans to destroy planet Namek after making his wish. That bastard. Hearing this, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. He erupted with ki and rushed toward the launch pad. The Dragon Balls are mine. I won't let him succeed. Because I refuse to be at anyone's mercy anymore. Watching him rush off, Shui stood there smirking. Go on, Vegeta. Let Lord Frieza personally kill you. Ha! Vegeta didn't care what Shui was thinking. His goal was clear the Dragon Balls. His wish was to obtain an immortal body. Only with immortality could he possibly defeat Frieza. Otherwise he would forever be under someone else's control, something he as the Prince of the Scions could never accept. Several days later, when Sun Wukong and the group of Z warriors arrived on Namek, Star Vegeta's spaceship also landed almost simultaneously. Standing on the soil of his homeland, Piccolo murmured to himself, Is this my birthplace? It feels so familiar. A ripple of light laughter spread among the group. Sun Wukong added, Let's go. Our priority is to find the Dragon Balls, revive Jiaozi, and then help the Namek people protect their home. At that moment, everyone suddenly froze. A spaceship appeared in the sky not far away. Yamcha exclaimed in shock, That spaceship looks very similar to the Sirens. Tianjin Fan nodded and said, Not only the ship, but the energy signature. It should be Vegeta, right? Unexpectedly, Piccolo chuckled and said, Vegeta. That guy's combat power has increased again. But if he knew our current strength, would he be scared and turn and run? Sun Wukong replied, Although he's stronger than before, he might not be a match for us anymore. Tianjin Fan, this time, you should be able to avenge Jiaozi with your own hands. Then Piccolo added, But there are many powerful auras on this planet. For now, let's focus on gathering the Dragon Balls before we talk about revenge. Tianjin Fan, is that okay? Tianjin Fan nodded, the bigger picture matters. We disappointed our teacher last time, this time, we won't fail. Upon arriving on Namek, Star Vegeta wasted no time. He immediately put on his scouter and prepared to act. He murmured to himself, I can handle anyone except Frieza. But if I face him head-on, I have no chance of winning. So before I confront him, I must find all the Dragon Balls and gain immortality. With that, he pressed the scouter and instantly located Frieza and his men. He sneered, I never expected Frieza to bring Sabo and Doodolio along. On the other side, Frieza had just led his troops to massacre a small Namek village and seize the 3-star ball. Frieza laughed lightly. Doodolio, take good care of the Dragon Ball. That brat Vegeta wants it too. He really doesn't know when to die. Just then Sabo's scouter beeped, receiving a message. He quickly reported, Lord Frieza Choi has tracked Vegeta to Namek Star. Also, the 4 powerful auras that appeared earlier have suddenly vanished. I'll send someone to investigate the area shortly. We should know who they are soon. Frieza nodded. I was just thinking about how to deal with that rebellious Vegeta. Sabo said, My lord, rest assured. Choi has gone to take care of him. Their combat powers are similar, and there's a deep hatred between them. I believe it should be fine. Frieza replied, That would be ideal. Meanwhile, Choi, who had received the kill order, suddenly laughed and muttered, Vegeta, I can finally kill you openly. I won't let this chance slip away. He pressed the scouter, quickly locked onto Vegeta's position, and sneered, Vegeta, I've found you. Did you hear me? Lord Frieza has given me permission to kill you without any consequences. On the other side, Vegeta also sneered into the scouter, Choi, you're a joke. A lowlife like you thinks you can kill me. Fine, I'll wait for you here. Don't waste too much of my time, you idiot. Choi laughed loudly, Have you gone mad? Can't you see the combat power on the scouter? Look at yours. My power has already surpassed yours. Vegeta didn't explain, he just snorted coldly and waited quietly. Because ever since he left Earth, he had been studying the Earthlings' strange method of concealing their power, and he had indeed figured out some tricks. Now he was merely deliberately hiding a portion of his strength. After a few minutes of waiting, a smile finally curled on Vegeta's lips. He murmured, This fool actually followed me. I have to admire his courage. As he spoke, Choi suddenly dove downward, charging at Vegeta with excitement. Vegeta sidestepped easily, but Choi didn't care. He casually fired a blast, and a violent explosion erupted instantly. Choi taunted, Poor Vegeta. I simply had no reason to fight you before. Did you really think I was afraid of you? Besides, your body has recovered, but your combat power seems to have dropped a bit. Vegeta sneered, Finally got what you wanted, huh? And then let me show you something. By the way, I went to Earth and learned an interesting skill from those Earthlings. Choi scoffed, TCH must be a running away skill, right? Am I right? Vegeta replied, Too bad you guessed wrong. It's not a running skill. It's a method to control combat power. With that, Vegeta suddenly clenched his fists and began to release his full aura. Choi was dumbfounded. What? A method to control combat power? Combat power can be controlled. Vegeta said, Now open your dog eyes and look at the scouter reading. Startled, Choi glanced at the scouter. Cold sweat broke out, and he stammered in shock, This is impossible. Your power should be about the same as mine. Vegeta mocked, idiot. I've grown through constant battles, and I almost died on Earth. Meanwhile, you've been living a comfortable life by Frisia's side. How dare you compare yourself to me? By now Chioi was trembling all over, because the combat power on the scouter was still rising. 190000, 200000, 220000. The scouter suddenly exploded. At the same moment Chioi's scouter exploded, Sabo's scouter also burst. Dodoria asked, Sabo, what's going on with you? Sabo frowned and said it might be a mechanical malfunction. The scouter shows Vegeta's battle power has already exceeded 2200. Dodoria chuckled, 2200. Huh, it must indeed be a malfunction. How could Vegeta's battle power be 2200? If you ask me, you should just replace your old scouter with a new model. This outdated one is already obsolete. With that he pressed his own scouter and said, let me measure the accurate value with mine. However, when he saw the ever-rising battle power on the display, he couldn't help but gasp. Sabo asked Dodoria what's wrong. Dodoria stammered this. How is this possible? Is even my new scouter malfunctioning? Vegeta's battle power has already broken through 2400. 24000. Sabo exclaimed incredulously, so Vegeta's power has surpassed both of us. No, impossible. Vegeta's maximum battle power was only 18000. How could it increase so much at once? As they conversed, Frisia suddenly interjected, stop dwelling on it. This is normal. Vegeta has been fighting on the front lines for years, so perhaps he learned new combat techniques somewhere. Sabo, but that's 2400 in battle power. Frisia sneered, merely 2400. If you two join forces you can still easily defeat him, can't you? It's almost laughable. Vegeta's goal is the same as mine, to obtain the Dragon Balls and try to replace me. That guy has always been somewhat unruly. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong opponent. Foolish enough to openly defy me. Sabo and Dodoria nodded in agreement. Indeed, even if Vegeta had reached 2400 in battle power, what could he do? Because he could never be a match for Lord Frisia. Meanwhile, back at the scene, Chioi facing Vegeta was so terrified he'd lost all will to fight. Trembling, he said, please Vegeta. Wait, I've got a great idea. Let me join you, okay? I can help you fight against Lord Frisia. I've actually been fed up with Frisia for a long time. How about it? Care to consider? Vegeta snorted coldly. Chioi, please consider it. With my battle power and your strength combined, we could easily take down Sabo and Dodoria. Vegeta, you idiot, do you think I'm a fool too? Someone as cowardly as you dares to rebel against Frisia. You're really starting to get on my nerves. He advanced step by step, while Chioi retreated step by step. Chioi continued to plead, Vegeta, I'm not lying. I truly want to join you. Every word is true. Please believe me. But as he spoke, sensing Vegeta had no intention of letting him go, he suddenly looked behind Vegeta and shouted, Lord Frisia, you've come. Hearing that, Vegeta was startled and quickly turned around. Chioi, not missing such a golden opportunity, leaped into the air and using the moment unleashed dozens of energy blasts toward Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta's position was engulfed with violent explosions one after another. Chioi panted heavily and laughed, Vegeta, you idiot. Even if your battle power increased to 2400, I still got you. A brain is a good thing, but you don't have one. Ha ha ha. He burst into laughter. Just then, however, a scornful voice came from the side. You fool, which one of us is really brainless to come up with such a stupid tactic? Chioi's jaw dropped. He backed away in terror, muttering, How is this possible? Why aren't you even scratched? Vegeta smirked. As my battle power increases, so does my speed. Did you think I'd just stand there waiting for your attack? With that, he assumed a combat stance and said coldly, and I'm sorry to tell you, you've completely pissed me off. Chioi had no heart left to fight. He knew he was no match for Vegeta, and after what had just happened, Vegeta would never spare his life. So without a word, he burst his energy and fled into the distance. But how could Vegeta let him go? Such scum might not cause big waves, but once released, the Frisia force would gain strength. So Vegeta instantly burst after him, landing a heavy punch to Chioi's abdomen. The blow shattered his battle armor, and he was nearly incapacitated on the spot. Vegeta showed no mercy. He followed up with an energy blast that obliterated Chioi into nothingness. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Dodoria, sweating coldly, said, It seems Vegeta's 240 battle power is real, not a malfunction. That guy just one-shot Chioi. Sabo, he really increased that much. Frisia chuckled lightly, don't get worked up. It's just an insignificant death that won't affect the big picture. Let's move on and find the 5th Dragon Ball. With that, he soared into the sky, leading the group toward another village indicated on the scouter. However, Frisia paid no heed to Vegeta, but Vegeta regarded him with deep wariness, for he knew well the vast gap between his own strength and Frisia's. Moreover, he understood that due to the previous battle, his movements must have been fully detected by Frisia's scouter. Thus, at this moment, he did not feel relieved after killing Chioi. Instead, he was even more tense. Vegeta was acutely aware that since he had completely fallen out with Frieza, what awaited him was a situation of no quarter until one fell. Therefore, even though he was terrified, confronting Frieza head-on was inevitable. But the problem arose. Even if he could directly kill Zarbon and Dodoria, he was utterly incapable of defeating Frieza. What could he do then? Vegeta fell into deep thought. Then he murmured to himself, from Frieza's conversation, it seems that the Dragon Balls wield no magic unless all 7 are gathered. So, he pondered whether if he could find a Dragon Ball before Frieza, he would have the leverage to bargain with him. Moreover, once he had a Dragon Ball, Frieza would not dare to kill him easily, for doing so would mean losing the trail of the Dragon Ball. Yet he himself had nothing to lose, and could even be opportunistic, using cunning to steal the other Dragon Balls. With this thought, Vegeta sneered, as long as I gather the 7 Dragon Balls and attain immortality, I can easily kill Frieza and usurp his throne as the Emperor of the universe. Heh, and from then on the entire cosmos shall bow before me. With that, Vegeta pressed his scouter and located a small village of about a dozen people. The direction was different from Frieza's group, though it was a bit farther. Don't disappoint me. I must find the Dragon Ball. Vegeta laughed aloud, then shot into the sky, flying straight toward that direction. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun Wukong and his companions were about to set out, when they suddenly sensed a terrifying aura. Baiku, what is this power? Yamcha, it feels like Vegeta's aura, but far more terrifying. Not just a little. Tianjin fan, could these be Vegeta's comrades? Sun Wukong said gravely. Have you forgotten what our teacher Dongxian said? The greatest enemy on this trip to Namek is not Vegeta. He may no longer be a match for us, but the so-called Emperor of the universe, Frieza. Yamcha, what should we do now? Before he finished, everyone was startled, for the terrifying aura was charging straight toward them. Baiku, hide quickly. Without needing his reminder, everyone had already found cover and suppressed their auras as much as possible. Just as they had hidden, Frieza and his army flew rapidly overhead. Dodoria muttered, I clearly sensed a few powers here earlier, but now they've vanished. Lord Frieza, should I stop and investigate? Frieza snorted. Idiot, I've already said our top priority is finding the other 3 Dragon Balls, not those small fry. Do I have to repeat myself? Dodoria broke out in a cold sweat and dared not argue further. So the group continued flying toward the small village. After they had flown past, the Z-fighters emerged from cover. Tianjin fan asked, Wukong, what should we do now? They seem to be heading toward the Namekian village. Should we lend a hand? Yamcha pressed the dragon radar on his wrist and said, if the radar is correct, they have already found 4 Dragon Balls and are now heading toward the 5th. Baiku was startled. Is that the dragon radar? But how do Frieza and his men know the location of the Dragon Balls? Do they have a dragon radar too? Sun Wukong shook his head. Perhaps not. They might be using their scouters to locate the Namekians, then kill them and seize the Dragon Balls. He glanced at Yamcha. Where is the 5th Dragon Ball on the radar? Is it to the southwest? Yamcha nodded and looked at the radar again. It's 14 kilometers southwest. Sun Wukong, exactly right. There are several auras similar to Baiku's over there. Baiku, should we go and rescue them? Baiku gritted his teeth. Let's suppress our auras and scout first. Try not to expose ourselves directly, or we might fall into a tough battle. Without understanding the enemy's strength, we'd better stay hidden. Sun Wukong nodded. All right, let's not delay. Let's go check it out. Baiku glanced at the others and added, while traveling, suppress your auras as much as possible, understand? Otherwise their scouters will easily detect us. Everyone nodded in agreement, and without further words they dashed forward. However, they did not fly. They ran. Because flying would reveal more of their combat power, while running made them less conspicuous. Even if they were detected, they might be mistaken for small animals on the planet. A few minutes later, Baiku said in a low voice, everyone, we're close. Sun Wukong, that aura is terrifying. I'm even trembling with excitement. Tianjin fan, we're too close. Suppress your auras completely and stay hidden. With that, they all stopped. Frieza and his group were just a few dozen meters ahead. They moved forward using cover, found a hill, crept over, and peered down. What they saw nearly stunned them. There were 3 Namekians who looked almost identical to Baiku. Baiku murmured, are these my kind? Stay hidden. Sun Wukong hissed, quickly pressing down Baiku's head. The others also ducked immediately. On the other side, Dodoria looked up suspiciously at the small hill behind them. Frieza asked, what's the matter? Dodoria said with confusion, the scouter shows life signs behind us, but they are very weak. Probably small animals or insects. Baiku, be careful. If we are discovered, we'll be in trouble. After evading the search, Sun Wukong said with a frown. Baiku murmured, this is absolutely incredible. Those people really look exactly like me, but the problem is. He paused, looking at the others with a pleading expression. As it stood, after obtaining the Dragon Balls, Fu Lisa and his men would almost certainly kill these Na-Mei Kuxing people, a scene Baiku was unwilling to witness. But he also understood that even if the 5 of them attacked together, they were no match for Fu Lisa and would only provoke him further. After a moment of deliberation, Sun Wukong said, Piccolo, let's try to save them, but we'd better avoid a direct confrontation with Fu Lisa. We'll leave immediately after rescuing them. As for Fu Lisa, we shouldn't provoke him unless it's absolutely necessary. After all, our goal here isn't to kill him. What do you all think? Having said that, Sun Wukong turned to the others and asked. Tianjin Fan said, I have no objections. After all, we need to use the Na Mei Kuxing people's Dragon Balls to revive Jiaozi. So even if I have to risk my life, it's worth it. Consider it as compensation. Yamu Cha chuckled. Of course I have no objections either. Let's do it. Kulin, there are 5 of us, and they also have 5 Na Mei Kuxing people. It shouldn't be a problem, but I have a suggestion. Baika glanced at him and asked, what suggestion? Kulin thought for a moment and said, I've noticed that these spacemen are very similar to Beiji Ta. They don't seem to know how to sense energy. So when we rescue them, we need to destroy those scouters. That way we won't have to worry about being followed after we escape. Baika nodded, that makes sense. Kulin continued, I observed earlier that this group seems to have only 6 scouters in total. I think if we destroy that, they won't be able to chase us, and it will take them quite a while to find the next Na Mei Kuxing village. Sun Wukong also nodded, alright, let's do it that way. Meanwhile, at the foot of the slope, a soldier was reporting to Fu Lisa, Great King Fu Lisa, we found 2 more Na Mei Kuxing people in the house. Including the previous 3, we have discovered 5 in total. The rest seem to have gone out. As he spoke, the soldiers inside had already brought out the other 2 Na Mei Kuxing people. Fu Lisa coldly looked at the 5 Na Mei Kuxing people before him and said, I am Fu Lisa. As you must have seen, I am collecting the Dragon Balls. So hand them over obediently. Also, we investigated before coming. Your village should have 10 people. Where are the other 5? The 2 young Na Mei Kuxing people were trembling with fear, while the elderly Na Mei Kuxing man also glared coldly at Fu Lisa and his men. However, the group remained silent, as if unwilling to speak. Fu Lisa sneered. It seems you're not being very obedient. Consider this a warning, I am capable of killing. With that, he raised a finger. Then a blinding energy blast appeared at his fingertip. So be obedient, understood? Fu Lisa snorted, speak in standard Mandarin, okay? Don't use your local dialect, I can't understand. The elderly Na Mei Kuxing person said, the others have gone to plant crops, so only we old folks and children are left at home. Fu Lisa, that's right. If you answer questions obediently, nothing bad will happen. Well then continue answering my questions. Where are the Dragon Balls? I believe you have one here too, don't you? The elderly Na Mei Kuxing person, I don't know what you're talking about. We don't have such things here. Fu Lisa, it seems you're still not being obedient. Then he glanced at Duo Lia beside him and said, Duo Lia, do you remember the second Na Mei Kuxing person we killed? Duo Lia, I remember. That guy was very stubborn. At first he refused to say anything, so I killed a few of them as a warning. Who knew that after killing them they became much more obedient and told us a lot. Fu Lisa nodded, then looked at the Na Mei Kuxing people and said, I've already gathered quite a bit of information about you. For example, the Dragon Balls were created by your great elder, and there are 7 of them, each kept by one of the 7 elders. That means almost every village has 1 Dragon Ball. Hey, am I right? Of course, although that Namekian told me many things, in the end he still refused to hand over the Dragon Balls, so I killed them all. How could you do this? Fu Lisa smiled. So will you obediently hand over the Dragon Balls, or should I kill everyone and go find them myself? Bastard. We will never surrender. At that moment, a Namekian suddenly went berserk and threw a blast of energy at the soldier beside him. Before anyone could react, the soldier was killed and his scouter was also destroyed. After killing the soldier, the Namekian fired another finger blast directly at Fu Lisa. But to everyone's surprise, Fu Lisa didn't dodge or block. He just smiled at the scene, as if he couldn't care less about such a weak attack. However, the next second, with a crack, the scouter on his ear exploded. The Namekian trembled as he stared. How is this possible? My energy blast had no effect on him. Fu Lisa, interesting. With that, he looked up at Sabo and said, since these guys won't listen, teach them a lesson. Sabo nodded, then instantly vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already beside the Namekian. With a casual kick, he sent the Namekian flying. The Namekian rolled several times on the ground and then fell silent. Dead. Baiku's heart felt as if it had been viciously wrenched, his eyes almost splitting open. Yet this was not the end. Another Namekian saw this and immediately retaliated, but Sabo was no easy target. With a backhanded energy blast, he reduced that man to charcoal. Another one dead. In an instant, 2 Namekians had lost their lives, leaving only 2 children and the village elder. This is utterly despicable. Every muscle in Baiku's body tautened, and his aura began to slip out of control. Sun Wukong clenched his fists as well, yearning to dash over and rescue them. Yamu Cha warned from the side, Baiku, suppress your ki, or we'll be exposed. Wukong, and everyone, do we save them or not? If we don't act, those 2 little ones might not escape disaster. Tianjin Fan said in a deep voice, Wukong, make a move. Sun Wukong nodded solemnly and said, alright, then let's plan it out. Yamu Cha, Tianjin Fan, each of you take 1 child. Lin, you take the Elder. Piccolo and I will destroy the scouters. After that run, immediately don't engage, and try not to provoke that guy named Fu Lisa. While they were discussing the plan, Fu Lisa spoke, coldly so. Two are already dead. Are you going to obey now? The Elder asked, can you tell me what you want the Dragon Balls for? Fu Lisa chuckled, just a small wish. I want eternal life. That's all. Eternal life. Cold sweat streamed down the Elder's forehead. After a moment of thought, he said resolutely, how could scoundrels like you deserve eternal life? So, I would rather die than give you the Dragon Balls. Hee hee. Fu Lisa suddenly burst into laughter. You would choose death rather than hand them over. It seems the people on this planet are all stubborn fools. In that case, all of you can just die. With that, Fu Lisa raised a finger again and instantly gathered a fingertip blast. But just then, three formidable auras surged from not far away. Duo Lia quickly said, Great King, it seems someone is approaching. Fu Lisa, the village elder, and the two children felt these auras and breathed a sigh of relief, for the three returning were all warriors of the village. On the other side, Sun Wukong and the others were about to move, but these three suddenly charged and almost instantly disrupting their rhythm. Baiku, what are these fools doing? Can't they sense Fu Lisa's terror? Lin, damn it, what do we do now? We can't just watch them throw away their lives, can we? Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and looked at Baiku. Baiku, what do you think? Baiku took a deep breath. If we can save the three, we do. If not, we stick to the original plan. Alright, move out. At his command, even before the Namekian warriors reached the village, the Z warriors unleashed their formidable power. At the same time, Duo Lia's scouter instantly blared a warning. 300000, 500000, 100000. In an instant, all the scouters exploded. Duo Lia exclaimed in shock, Great King Fu Lisa, there is a powerful combat force even exceeding 1 million. Fu Lisa raised an eyebrow. Oh, 1 million combat power. You mean a Namekian? Duo Lia shook his head. I don't know who exactly, because the scouter exploded. But before the words faded, 5 figures suddenly landed before them. Fu Lisa, who are you? Sun Wukong and the others didn't even bother to answer. Without a word, they grabbed the elder and the two children and shot into the distance with astonishing speed. The Namekian warriors saw this and immediately changed direction to pursue them. Duo Lia was about to give chase, but Fu Lisa called out, wait. Let them go. Duo Lia asked in confusion, but they haven't handed over the Dragon Balls. Fu Lisa smiled. Just level the houses here and we'll find them. Killing is not important, the Dragon Balls are the key. Besides, you said one of them might have over 1 million combat power. How could you possibly be a match? Hee hee, 1 million combat power. And it doesn't seem to be a Namekian. This is getting more and more interesting. On the other side, after flying some distance, the Z warriors stopped and concealed their ki. Sun Wukong wondered, it seems they didn't follow us. Baiku nodded. That Fu Lisa didn't even move. Doesn't he like to fight? Lin breathed a sigh of relief. It's better they didn't chase. If they had, who knows how far it would have gone. Sun Wukong also nodded. Yes, and their scouters are all destroyed. That might hinder their next moves. If we can find the other Dragon Balls before them, Fu Lisa won't be able to fulfill his wish. Hearing their exchange, the elder asked in amazement, who are you people? And are you one of our kind? Baiku, don't worry, we're not bad people. I'm a Namekian from Earth, and these are my friends from Earth. Elder, a Namekian from Earth. Could it be? I see. You are the child of Santis. Baiku, I have no recollection of that. He looked up at the sky where the 3 Namekian warriors had now caught up. So he added, Elder, please explain to them. They might have mistaken us for Fu Lisa's army. After the elder's explanation, the several Namekian warriors who had followed behind finally calmed down. Then the Z warriors explained to them why they had come to Namek. After the explanation, Piccolo asked, what are your plans now? The elder pondered for a moment and said, Namek has suddenly suffered such a disaster. I have no idea at the moment. Perhaps we should first gather at the Grand Elder's place. Since you mentioned they have lost their scouter, we are temporarily safe. And I believe the Grand Elder will have a solution. Piccolo nodded and said, should we notify the other Namekians? The elder shook his head and said, better not notify them for now. The Grand Elder's place is not large, and you said Frisia's force is virtually invincible. If we gather together and are discovered, the consequences would be disastrous. After a brief discussion, they flew toward the Grand Elder's location. However, just as they were about to set off, Sun Wukong suddenly frowned. Piccolo asked, what's wrong? Sun Wukong pointed in a direction and said, it seems many energy signatures are disappearing in that direction. Could Frisia have already found them? They immediately sensed in that direction and found it was indeed the case. However, that energy signature was Vegeta's. Without a word, Sun Wukong shot into the sky and said to the others, you go to the Grand Elder first. I'll check it out. If it's just Vegeta alone, he shouldn't be a match for me now. The Elder, are you referring to that direction? Piccolo looked at Sun Wukong, who had already flown away, and nodded. The Elder, if it is indeed that direction, then our race may truly be facing extinction. You see, Frisia's force has already found 5 Dragon Balls. The last 2 are one at the Grand Elders, and the other in the village in that direction. Piccolo sighed and said, don't worry. If we're in time, Sun Wukong should be able to save them. Meanwhile, on the other side, after killing several Namekian warriors, Vegeta sneered, I advise you to hand over the Dragon Ball obediently, or more people will die. The village elder frowned deeply and murmured, a man as evil as you does not deserve the Dragon Ball. Stop dreaming. Vegeta smiled at him and said, are you sure? I'll give you 5 breaths. If you don't hand it over, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, he raised a finger and instantly gathered a formidable power. A group of Namekian warriors immediately rushed in front of the elder, ready to fight to the death. But at that moment, a loud shout came from afar, Vegeta, stop. Vegeta was stunned, looked incredulously toward the source of the voice, and murmured to himself, Kakarot. That's Kakarot's voice. Yes, it's him. That energy signature is ours, the Science. In an instant, Sun Wukong arrived before everyone. The Namekians were terrified, feeling as if the end had come, for they mistakenly thought Sun Wukong was with Vegeta. Vegeta, yo Kakarot, it is you. What, you dare to show yourself before me? Are you? Before he could finish, a powerful energy surged toward him. Sun Wukong released a portion of his energy, and then said, Vegeta, you are no longer my match. Please stop. Vegeta, how is it possible? How did your battle power rise to this level? Sun Wukong, nothing is impossible. We underwent special training, so it's only natural that we became stronger. Then he turned to the Namekians and said, don't worry everyone. I'm here to help you. The elder murmured, is that true? Someone interjected, elder, don't trust them. They must be working together to trick us into handing over the Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong felt a sudden awkwardness. He hadn't expected to be misunderstood. Thus he had to patiently explain to the Namekian villagers, telling them that he and his companions had just rescued a village and were now leading those people to the Grand Elder's residence. The reason he had appeared here was because he sensed danger and rushed over. Vegeta sneered from the side, Kakarot, see that? You want to be the good guy, but they see you as the same as me. So why bother saving them? Is it really worth it? Sun Wukong frowned and said, to be honest, we came all the way from Earth this time to help the Namekians protect their home. So you don't need to say anything more. Haha, protect the planet. You make it sound so easy, but do you know how powerful Frisia truly is? Even if you want to protect them, can you actually do it? Sun Wukong frowned and said, anyway, we'll do our best. As for you, since there are only 2 Scions left in the world, you and me, I don't want to kill you. Vegeta gritted his teeth, unwilling to admit it, but he knew clearly that with the power Sun Wukong had just displayed, he was no match. Seeing that Vegeta remained silent, Sun Wukong continued, I advise you to leave Namek as soon as possible. If you stay and Piccolo and Tien Shinhan find you, they won't let you off. Vegeta said, Sun Wukong, why don't we join forces? Perhaps if we join forces, we can defeat Frisia and even everyone else. Join forces? Defeat Frisia? Sun Wukong asked in confusion, aren't you on Frisia's side? Vegeta sneered, I don't want to be his dog anymore. I've completely broken with him, and I even killed one of his top generals. Hearing this, Sun Wukong thought for a moment and said, then why not join us? If you join us, I'll definitely find a way to persuade Tien Shinhan and the others to stop hating you. Besides, I'll ask Master Dongxian to help teach you training methods so you can become as strong as us. How about that? Master Dongxian, you mean the one who defeated me on Earth last time? Vegeta asked. Sun Wukong nodded and said, yes, and it seems he's also on his way. He should arrive on Namek in a few days. Hearing this, Vegeta's brow furrowed deeper. On one hand, he had broken with Frisia, so returning to Frisia was impossible. On the other hand, he couldn't defeat Kakarot and the others, so for a moment he was at a loss. Thus, after pondering for a moment, he tentatively asked, are you sure those Earthlings will accept me? You know, I've killed their comrades before, and I've also killed several Namekians. Sun Wukong smiled and said, don't worry. We'll use the Namekian Dragon Balls to revive all those people, so it should be fine. To be honest, at this moment Vegeta was furious. Kakarot and his gang actually wanted to use the Dragon Balls just to revive those worthless people. How ridiculous. But unfortunately, with his current power, he couldn't do anything. So it seemed he only had 2 paths, either leave Namek alone and wander in exile, or join the Earthlings. However, neither path pleased him. Vegeta didn't want to be a stray dog, nor did he want to be subordinate to others again. After much deliberation, Vegeta decided to pretend to join the Earthlings for now, because only with their help could he have a chance to collect the 7 Dragon Balls. So he said, fine, in that case I'll temporarily stay with you. But after everything here is over, I'll still leave. Sun Wukong smiled and said, as long as you don't kill innocent people, that's fine. With that, he turned to the Namekian villagers and asked, everyone, are you staying here or coming with me to the Grand Elder's place? The village elder slowly walked out and said, are you really going to the Grand Elder? Sun Wukong nodded. Yes, because we're not sure we can handle Frisia's army, so we thought we'd go there first and discuss a plan. The elder thought for a moment and said, "In that case, I'll send a warrior with you first. If what you say is true, we'll follow later." Meanwhile, deep in the cosmos, on a spaceship, Lin Dong was lying comfortably on a sofa, while Bulma was creating waves on top of him, rocking back and forth. Lin Dong said, "Miss Bulma, shouldn't you take a break? Look, your blood won't stop. Doesn't it hurt?" Bulma frowned slightly, then reached out to cover his mouth, and said, "What do you know? Once we reach Namek and meet up with Goku and the others, we might never have this chance to indulge again. So of course I need to make the most of it. Besides, this feeling of pain and pleasure is absolutely amazing." Lin Dong said, "Alright, but the problem is you've almost finished all the senzu beans. What if they get injured in battle?" Bulma said, "Huh? Is that what a real man says? Forget the favors I've done for you. Believe me, say that again, and I'll break you off." Lin Dong said, "If you break it off, how will you enjoy yourself?" Bulma said, "See, you're not a good person. But I'm in a good mood now, so I won't argue with you. By the way, you seem quite persistent. It's been 3 days and nights, and you still haven't gone soft." Lin Dong said, "What do you think? Otherwise, with all my girlfriends, how could I get by without being persistent?" Thus, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, accompanied by a Namekian warrior, arrived at the village where the elder resided. However, upon reaching the place, Sun Wukong sensed something amiss, even a feeling of trepidation. "What is this aura? Why is it so powerful? It clearly feels like that of Piccolo and the others, yet why has it changed so drastically?" Vegeta too felt this energy and momentarily hesitated to proceed, for this formidable aura even reminded him of Frieza. But the problem was that there was more than one such aura. Just then, several Namekians spotted them and hurried over, informing them that the other Z-fighters were inside the elder's house. Sun Wukong nodded and led Vegeta toward the house. However, at that moment, a bald head suddenly emerged. "Wukong, you're back. Come on in." Sun Wukong stared at Krillin in utter disbelief and asked, "What happened? How did all of you become so powerful?" Krillin replied excitedly, "The elder can unlock our potential. You should come too. Everyone's waiting for you." Sun Wukong nodded and started walking inside. But just then, Krillin caught a glimpse of Vegeta behind him, startled, and immediately assumed a fighting stance. Sun Wukong quickly stopped him and said, "Krillin, please don't trouble him for now. After all, he and I are the last 2 Scions left." Krillin stammered, but, Sun Wukong pleaded, "I beg you. I know it's hard for you, but please understand." Krillin frowned, glaring at Vegeta for a long moment, then snorted coldly and walked into the house. Sun Wukong and Vegeta followed closely. Once inside, the others reacted calmly, as they had already overheard the conversation between Sun Wukong and Krillin. Although Tien Shinhan also wanted to kill Vegeta to avenge Kaiatsu, since Sun Wukong had spoken, he chose to remain silent. Sun Wukong looked at everyone in amazement and said, "All of your energy has increased so much. How did you manage this?" Just then, the elder seated on his throne chuckled weakly and said, "You must be Sun Wukong. Come approach me." "Huh? Are you calling me?" Sun Wukong pointed at himself, but still walked over. The elder nodded, then placed his large hands on Sun Wukong's head. However, this process took much longer than for the others. He murmured, "Incredible young man. Your potential is immense." With that, a surge of energy erupted from within Sun Wukong, stirring up a whirlwind inside the room. Sun Wukong quickly suppressed the energy, but even he was astonished by the sudden power that had burst forth. It was too strong, absolutely overwhelming. Piccolo exclaimed in shock, "Wukong, I always thought you were a freak, but now I realize you're truly a monster." Krillin grinned and said, "I knew it. Wukong's potential has always been the highest among us." Feeling the almost explosive power coursing through him, Sun Wukong bowed slightly to the elder and said, "Elder, thank you. I will do my utmost to help protect your home." "But," the elder, breathing heavily, asked, "What is it? Is there something else?" Sun Wukong scratched his head awkwardly and said, "This man is Vegeta. He just agreed to join us after my persuasion. So could you please help him unlock his potential too?" Vegeta was taken aback. He had never expected Kakarot to think of him. The elder smiled and said, "Of course, that's not a problem." But Piccolo interjected with concern, "Elder, doing so might shorten your lifespan." The elder shook his head with a smile and said, "Don't worry, this expenditure is trivial for me. Come then." He beckoned to Vegeta. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Though he desperately wanted the power boost, he had just killed several Namekians, and deep down, he found it hard to accept such kindness. Thus he spoke, "Elder, I crave your help, but I must be honest with you. Not long ago, I killed a few Namekians. At that time, I hadn't decided to join these Earthlings. So if you find it troubling, you need not do this." Piccolo erupted in fury, "Vegeta, you beast. Why did you do that?" Tien Shinhan also snorted, "I knew it. This guy will never change." However, the elder sighed and said, "What's done is done. Since you have now joined this family and are willing to confess the truth, it shows that you are essentially honorable, merely from a different side." With that, he beckoned to Vegeta again. Vegeta slowly walked up to him and declared solemnly, Elder, since you are willing to help me, I swear, I will do my best to cooperate with these Earthlings and drive Frisia's forces off Namek. Very well. The Elder then placed his hand on Vegeta's head. But as soon as he did, he chuckled again and said, equally astonishing power. Are you and that son Wukong not from Earth? Vegeta nodded. That's right. He and I are from the universe's mightiest warrior race, the Saiyots. But our race is now extinct, only he and I remain. The Elder sighed. I see. With that, a surge of spiritual energy flowed from his palm into Vegeta's body, and a fierce, murderous aura shot skyward. Even Vegeta himself was startled by the power. Panting, he clenched his fists and said incredulously, this power. Oh, I think I can now defeat Frisia. Son Wukong smiled and said, are you glad to have joined us? If Master Dong Xian is willing to keep you here, you will definitely become stronger in the future. Vegeta clenched his fist secretly and said, do you mean that even though we are so strong now, we are still no match for your master? Son Wukong nodded and said, of course you have seen how formidable the master is. Baiku sneered aside and said, that Master Dong Xian, though I have never really liked him, his strength is probably unrivaled across the entire universe. Moreover, I heard from the God of Earth that he has a very good relationship with the KO. KO? What is that? Vegeta asked. At the same time, the Grand Elder furrowed his brow and said, your master actually knows the KO? Baiku said, Grand Elder, that's exactly the case. Moreover, Master Dong Xian entered the afterlife as a living person and then went to find the KO. The Grand Elder smiled and nodded upon hearing this, saying, it seems that you are indeed the destined ones to save planet Namek. Vegeta frowned and asked, who exactly is this KO you speak of? Son Wukong explained, the universe we live in is divided into 4 regions, east, south, west, and north. The area we are in is the northern part of the universe, and the North KO is the supreme deity of this region. Vegeta, then is this KO very powerful? Son Wukong scratched his head and said, we don't know the specifics, but he should be very strong. After all, he is a god. After the first meeting, they talked about many things, but eventually the topic shifted to the Dragon Balls. Tianjin Fan said, Grand Elder, because the Shenlong on Earth can only revive one person at a time, I must ask you to give me the Dragon Balls this time, as I need them to revive my comrades. Is that possible? The Grand Elder nodded and said, that is naturally not a problem. However, the other Dragon Balls have already been taken, so you will have to find a way on your own. Vegeta snorted and said, since you have all become so strong, why don't you just go directly to deal with Fu Li Sa? According to my estimation of his battle power, not to mention all of you going together, even if you face him individually, you can easily defeat Fu Li Sa. However, upon hearing this, the warriors fell silent. Son Wukong said solemnly, Master Dong Xian once said that Fu Li Sa is the strongest being in this universe besides himself, so he warned us to be extremely cautious. But since our strength has been enhanced, I think we should still try no matter what. Otherwise, why did the master send us here? Baiku said, exactly. We came here to protect planet Namek, so let's set out. Now let's go defeat that guy. Vegeta laughed and said, hey, don't be impatient because he is mine. I will personally kill this guy. With that, he shot straight into the sky, flying directly toward the direction of Fu Li Sa's energy. The others quickly followed. Since they were going to act, they would go all out, striving to leave Fu Li Sa no chance at all. At the same time, because all the scouters were damaged, Fu Li Sa sent Sabo out to search for the villages of the Namek people. Coincidentally, the direction he was flying was exactly opposite to Vegeta. Vegeta snorted and muttered to himself, I never expected to run into Duo Lia halfway. With that, he accelerated directly toward Sabo. Moments later, Sabo looked at Vegeta in shock and said, Vegeta, you bastard actually dare to show up in front of me. Are you looking for death? Vegeta, hell, whether it's seeking death, we'll find out after the fight, my dear Sabo. Sabo, Vegeta, why did you betray Lord Fu Li Sa? Vegeta, the answer is simple. I've been dissatisfied with him for a long time. Before, because I was weaker than him, I had no choice but to obey his orders. But now I have become stronger, so I no longer need to be his dog. Sabo, you've become stronger. Hey Vegeta, let me give you a piece of advice. Lord Fu Li Sa's battle power is on a completely different dimension from ours. If you oppose him, you will really die horribly. Vegeta sneered, pity that your scouter is broken, otherwise you would realize that my battle power has completely exceeded your imagination. Sabo also laughed. Vegeta, you are such a big fool to actually think you have surpassed Lord Fu Li Sa. How ridiculous. Vegeta, enough with the mockery. Come on, let's fight. With that, he immediately threw a punch at Sabo. Sabo tried to block, but was sent flying far away. When he came to his senses, he found that his entire arm was almost painfully cracked, as if it had been broken. Vegeta, how about that, mister? Sabo, that was just a casual punch of mine, not even a tenth of my full power. Sabo, impossible. With that, he immediately unleashed a powerful ki blast at Vegeta. But to his surprise, Vegeta casually waved his hand and dispersed it. Sabo was shocked, but he had no choice but to continue attacking because he knew that once he lost given Vegeta's personality, it would be hard for him to survive. However, no matter how he attacked, Vegeta could easily dodge. Not only that, Vegeta didn't forget to taunt, "What's going on? Our strongest Mr. Sabo, why are your movements so slow?" With that, he directly kicked him in the waist, sending him flying far away, and then he fell heavily to the ground. Sabo's whole body was aching as if it were splitting, but he did not give up completely. Instead, he sneered and propped himself up. "Vegeta, what have I beaten you into a nervous breakdown? You can still laugh." "Sabo, Vegeta, you truly exceed my expectations. Indeed, it is commendable that you have made great progress, but precisely because of this you have awakened the power that has been dormant in me for many years." "Vegeta, what the hell are you talking about? I awakened your dormant power." Sabo admit defeat. "No matter how much potential you have, you are no match for me." "Is that so? You forced my hand." Sabo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. Vegeta suddenly burst into laughter. "Mr. Sabo, you really are a joker. What do you actually think you can defeat me? Do you know why I have been hiding my true strength all along? Hell, let me tell you the reason before I kill you." Sabo chuckled at Vegeta and continued, "Because unleashing my true power requires me to transform. However, after transformation my appearance becomes extremely hideous, which goes against my lifelong aesthetic. You know I have always detested ugly things. But now that life and death are at stake, I can no longer care about that. Transformation. Like the Scion's transformation. Haha, it seems Frisia's cornered lackey is driven to nonsense by fear," Vegeta said. Sabo snorted. "I won't do that meaningless giant transformation like the Scion's. My transformation simply adds to my power. Overwhelming power." Vegeta grew interested. "Fine then. I'd like to see that." Sabo replied, "You don't need to say that, I'll show you right now." As he finished speaking, Sabo suddenly spread his arms. With a loud bang, as if something exploded, his entire body's muscles suddenly swelled, and his aura soared dramatically. However, as his power increased, his face and skin became extremely hideous, his appearance resembling that of a toad. Vegeta was stunned. "There really is such a transformation?" Sabo said, "Vegeta, seeing my power, aren't you shocked?" Vegeta stroked his chin and suddenly laughed. "Not bad. Your battle power should be around 5,000 doubled. But do you know what my current battle power is?" Sabo said, "Stop pretending. Kneel down and beg for mercy." With that, he suddenly kicked out. But to his surprise, Vegeta easily caught it again. Sabo was utterly shocked, even his voice trembling. This is impossible." Vegeta said coldly, "To tell you the truth, my battle power has now exceeded 1 million, even over 3 million. Sabo said, "No, impossible. How can you be so strong?" Vegeta extended his palm, pressing it against Sabo's forehead. "Since you're only at this level, I'll have to send you to hell first. Farewell, my ugly Mr. Sabo." With that, a fierce ki blast suddenly gathered in his palm. Sabo's eyes widened in terror as he cried out, "Vegeta, wait." Sabo said, "Please don't kill me. I can tell you a secret." Vegeta replied, "Oh, trying to survive by some trick again." Sabo said, "Vegeta, do you want to know the real reason for the destruction of planet Vegeta?" Vegeta asked, "What do you mean?" Vegeta said, "Wasn't it an explosion caused by an asteroid impact?" Sabo said, "If you promise not to kill me, I'll tell you. Or else." Before he finished, the ki blast in Vegeta's hand grew larger. Vegeta said, "Will you speak or not? Speak now or die." Sabo said, I'll talk. Planet Vegeta was not actually hit by an asteroid. That was just an excuse from Lord Frieza. The real reason is Frieza himself. Sabo continued, "He destroyed planet Vegeta." Vegeta was stunned by this news, muttering to himself, How is that possible?" Seeing Vegeta's guard down, Sabo quickly leaped into the distance and said, "Since you now know the truth, please let me go. Farewell, Vegeta." Vegeta's face darkened as he looked up at Sabo. He suddenly sneered as if talking to himself. "Did I ever say I would let you go? Ugly Sabo, ugly Frieza." The ki blast he had prepared earlier suddenly released. A brilliant flash of light streaked across the sky, and Sabo was completely annihilated before he could even scream. But after killing Sabo, Vegeta still clenched his teeth, as if unable to accept the truth. However, he was not too dejected. He suddenly looked up in another direction and shouted, "Kakaluo, did you hear that?" Vegeta continued, "It was Frieza who destroyed our planet. He killed our parents, friends, and all our loved ones." As his words fell, the Z warriors led by Sun Wukong stepped out from the side. Earlier when they arrived, they happened to see Vegeta confronting Sabo. They had intended to help, but sensing that the opponent's battle power was not strong, they decided not to interfere and simply watch from the sidelines. Sun Wukong said, "I heard everything. Although it's painful, I'm sorry I can't feel the same way as you since I have almost no memory of planet Vegeta." Sun Wukong continued, "But that doesn't change my attitude toward Frieza, because he is a bad person." Vegeta snorted coldly. Without another word, Vegeta burst out his ki again and flew toward Frieza's direction. Seeing this, Sun Wukong and the others also burst out their ki and followed. Meanwhile, deep in the universe. Inside a spaceship, Lin Dong glanced at the sleeping Bulma and couldn't help sighing. Women are like tigers. Especially Bulma, who had never experienced such intensity, became even more addicted after tasting the sweetness. They fought fiercely for 3 whole days and nights until after using up all the sins of beans, she collapsed limply on the ground and completely passed out. That's right, Bulma was not asleep but unconscious. However, Lin Dong did not intend to wake her, because even he, after such intense continuous exertion, could not help but feel unsteady on his feet. Just then a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Hey Dongxian, can you hear me? Lin Dong replied, huh? Lin Dong asked, North Kai, why are you contacting me all of a sudden? North Kai replied, do I have to have a reason to contact you? You are indeed heartless. Lin Dong said, damn it, don't give me that crap. You're not a woman. North Kai said, oh fine. But why does it seem like you're traveling in space now? Lin Dong said, yeah, I'm planning to go to Namek for a few days. What do you think? Are you interested in coming along? The Realm King said, when would I have time for travel? I'm swamped with official duties. Lin Dong was rendered speechless. This guy actually dared to claim he was busy when he was clearly quite idle, wasn't he? Then what exactly do you want from me? I'm sleepy. If there's nothing important, I'll just take a rest, Lin Dong said. The Realm King chuckled. Of course there is something. Because I've got a guest here. Lin Dong retorted, TCH Jiaozi, right? You think I wouldn't know? The Realm King exclaimed, damn, how did you find out? Lin Dong said, given your personality, knowing he's my disciple, how could you ever pass up such a perfect chance to flatter me? The Realm King said, you're making me lose face, you know. Lin Dong replied, what's the big deal? Next time I'll treat you to some coiled snake, alright? Oh, and tell Jiaozi to relax. I've already found a way to revive him. Well, that's it. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Inside a massive spaceship, Felisa was floating silently in midair, staring out through the floor-to-ceiling window, as if lost in thought. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in and said, Lord Felisa, you called for me. Felisa asked, any news from Felisa Planet? The subordinate replied, my lord, you refer to the Jinyu Special Force. They are already on their way. They should arrive at Namek Planet in about half a day. Felisa nodded and asked, did they bring the scouters? Reporting to you, my lord, they have brought the latest model of scouters, all made according to your specifications. Felisa said, excellent. But just as he finished speaking, the subordinate suddenly widened his eyes, pointing out the window, and stammering in disbelief, Lord, look. Isn't that Vegeta? He seems to have brought a few people with him. Oh, Vegeta. Felisa paused, then turned to look out the window again. Sure enough, the leader was indeed Vegeta, and behind him were the Z warriors. Hey, interesting. This Vegeta actually dares to come back. Is he looking for a final showdown with me? My lord, what should we do now? Felisa gave a cold, sinister smile. What else? Since they've come to our doorstep, I'll go and greet them. With that, he strode outside. A moment later, outside the spaceship, Felisa looked at Vegeta with a smirk and said, you've done a fine thing, Vegeta, bringing your comrades along. Truly a bunch of hopeless fools. I suggest you prepare yourselves for punishment. Vegeta sneered, Felisa. It's a pity you don't have a scouter now, or you'd be utterly shocked. My combat power has far surpassed your imagination. You've always been afraid of the appearance of a Super Saiyan, haven't you? And I am now the legendary Saiyan form. So the one who should prepare for punishment is you. Oh, a Super Saiyan. Felisa scoffed disdainfully and continued, actually, I originally didn't plan to fight you myself, since I've already dispatched the Jinyu Special Force from Felisa Planet. But since you've arrived ahead of time, I suppose I'll have to reluctantly play with you. Vegeta, upon hearing the name of the Jinyu Force, initially gritted his teeth, a trace of fear even arising in his heart. But soon he came to his senses, for he knew clearly that even if the Jinyu Force arrived now, they would be nothing but cannon fodder. Because he, Vegeta, had through the enhancement of the Grand Elder of Namek ascended to become a Super Saiyan. He was no longer the Vegeta of the past. Thus he sneered, Frieza, you've really worked hard, but rest assured, after I kill you, I'll still be waiting for the Jinyu Force to arrive. I've long been annoyed by those clowns, so I'll just kill them all together. Frieza nodded and asked with a smile, with just you people, eh? Vegeta shook his head, saying, no, not a group of us, but me alone. I will defeat you face to face by myself, and then trample over your corpse. Frieza, as if hearing the most ridiculous joke, laughed hysterically, bending over and holding his sides. After a moment, when his laughter subsided, Frieza finally said, Vegeta, I never thought you could be so foolish as to still dare to provoke me. So I must make you understand that angering me will bring punishment. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said, enough. Do you think you're still the lofty emperor of the universe? No, you're not anymore. From today, I will completely replace you and become the new king of this universe, understand? Frieza, is that so? Then let's give it a try. Oh, I forgot to tell you, if you fail, I will chop each and every one of you into mincemeat, because only that can calm my current displeasure. Vegeta, finally showing your true nature. The hypocrisy you've been putting on in front of me all along finally dropped. And no more nonsense. Come on, let's fight. Frieza, Haha, fine, just the right time to make you feel my terror again. With that, he shot straight up into the air, flying toward Vegeta, and at the same time, threw a heavy punch at him. However, to his surprise, Vegeta did not dodge at all, but caught the punch head-on. Frieza was furious. So he swung his left hand again. But it was also caught by Vegeta. Vegeta sneered, Frieza, how about that? Now you should feel my power, right? Frieza ignored him, let out a roar, and began to surge his energy. Vegeta, not to be outdone, matched fist for fist, and also started surging his energy. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. The ground shook. It was as if the entire planet was trembling. Vegeta gritted his teeth, not retreating, an inch veins bulging on his forehead, and he actually managed to fully withstand Frieza's attacks and aura. Frieza, on the other hand, though unable to suppress Vegeta, still wore a relatively relaxed expression along with some surprise. Both of them surged their energy simultaneously, and this continued for 2 or 3 minutes before gradually subsiding, after which they each retreated. The spot where they had clashed their energy had now become a giant, deep crater. Frieza, haha, no wonder you're so confident. You've improved a lot, but this seems to be your limit, doesn't it? Vegeta, stop bluffing. Are you saying you didn't use your full power just now, eh? Frieza, Vegeta, I must responsibly tell you something. Although I used all my power just now, it was only my full power in my normal form, not my true full power. As a Saiyan, I think you should understand what I mean, right? Vegeta was startled and asked back, normal form. Could it be? He suddenly thought of Zarbon's transformation and then said, are you going to transform into an incredibly ugly monster like Zarbon? Frieza shook his head and said, I'm not like Zarbon's low-class race transformation. The power after my transformation is too great. If I'm not careful, I could destroy everything around me, even planets. That's why I maintain this current form. So I suppose now I'm in my weakest form. After I say this, do you still have confidence? Vegeta gritted his teeth and snorted, stop talking nonsense. If you can transform, just go ahead and transform. Let's see if I can completely crush you. Frieza, then you'd better open your eyes wide and watch carefully. This kind of transformation isn't something you can see just by wanting to. After saying that, Frieza paused, then continued, remember, when I destroyed planet Vegeta last time, I didn't even use a single transformation and completely killed all the Saiyans. Vegeta, you know what? Your poor father, King Vegeta, couldn't even budge one of my fingers. Vegeta, stop getting carried away here. Because today is your day of death. Moreover, even in my childhood, my power already surpassed my father's. Is that so? Then open your dog eyes wide and see clearly. Don't get scared and faint. Frieza let out a loud shout, and then a dazzling light burst from his entire body. Immediately after, a vast and overwhelming power surged from within him, directly shattering the battle armor on his body. Vegeta sneered contemptuously, what kind of transformation is this? Don't make me laugh. You haven't even raised your ki a bit. If this counts as a transformation, then you're completely helpless today. Frieza, haha, Vegeta, you have truly disappointed me. I've always treated you well in the past. If you had obediently followed my orders, you wouldn't have to experience this terrifying feeling now. Vegeta, what the hell are you babbling about? In the past, I wasn't really obeying you. I was just pretending to obey you while looking for an opportunity to defeat you. Frieza, indeed. Saiyans are bad in this regard. This is your most fatal bad habit. Just like your father, King Vegeta, he also, like you, always fantasized about defeating me one day. But you really resemble your father, whether it's your eyes or your level of stupidity, they are almost identical. Back then, if King Vegeta hadn't attempted rebellion, why would I have personally killed a group of obedient lackeys? Vegeta, damn it. If you killed them, you killed them. Why must you insult them like this, eh? Do you really want me to humiliate you to deaths? Frieza sneered, humiliation. That depends on whether you have the strength. He then let out a sudden roar, and an even more intense aura erupted from his body. Immediately his body began to swell, visibly rapidly expanding to 3 or 4 times its original size, while his aura's intensity multiplied several-fold. The very air seemed to freeze. At that moment, not only Vegeta, but also Piccolo and the other Z fighters felt a chilling fear. Of course, except for Goku. Although this ki was formidable, Goku felt he could still overcome it, even without using the Kaioken. Having their potential unlocked by the Grand Elder Goku and Vegeta as Saiyans reaped the greatest benefits, while the other Z fighters were not as fortunate. Although they also possessed Saiyan blood, they were not true Saiyans. Their potential existed, but was not as terrifying. Moreover, before his potential was unlocked, Goku's power level had already exceeded 2 million, and after unlocking, though not precisely measured, it was at least 10 times that. Over 20 million. Furthermore, he could use the Kaioken, at least 10-fold Kaioken, to multiply his power, his ultimate trump card. As the Z fighters couldn't help but feel a surge of terror, Vegeta involuntarily stepped back, muttering this. How is this possible? Such a terrifying transformation. Tien said, Goku, I think we should all attack together, or we'll all be killed. Yamcha nodded and said, this is like a nightmare. Let's go all out. But Goku stopped them, saying, let's ask Vegeta's opinion first. Vegeta snapped back, what's there to ask? Of course we take him down together. However, Piccolo was equally confident. He said, Vegeta, if you can't handle it, step aside. I never agreed to be your ally. Although Piccolo's potential was inferior to Vegeta's before unlocking his potential, his base power already far surpassed Vegeta's. Thus, he was absolutely confident he could defeat Frieza in his current state. After transforming, Frieza chuckled at Vegeta, finally decided to gang up on me. Now I told you can't do it alone. And be careful, after transforming I won't be as gentle as before. But Vegeta remained defiant. Don't think that just because you transformed you'll win. You're only one person. However, despite his words, his aura had diminished and his former confidence was gone. Frieza said, Oh my Vegeta, where did your bravado go? You were so full of tough talk. No wonder you're scared. Everyone who sees my power reacts the same way he. With that, his tail rapidly lengthened and lashed heavily at Vegeta. Vegeta, quick-eyed and nimble, leaped aside, narrowly avoiding the attack. Tien wiped cold sweat from his forehead and said, What kind of monster is this? Frieza laughed. That's why I told you to be careful. My power is so immense that I might accidentally strike too hard. By the way, my current power level is definitely over 10 million. Wah. What? 10 million? Vegeta was utterly stunned. Although he had been confident earlier, his actual power level was only around 5 or 6 million. Thus he was no match for Frieza. Yamcha exclaimed, How did it come to this? No matter how strong he is, this is ridiculous. Frieza said, It seems you don't believe my power. How about I give you a demonstration? As he spoke, he raised a hand, and his entire aura exploded outward. Instantly, the land for dozens of miles evaporated while a tsunami surged. The entire planet felt the force as if struck by a nuclear blast. Fortunately, everyone possessed extraordinary combat power, so they scattered and avoided major harm. Frieza smiled, impressive. Your running skills are indeed top-notch, worthy of praise. But I was just greeting you, I haven't launched a real attack yet. Vegeta clenched his fists, trapped between advancing and retreating. Advance meant defeat by Frieza, retreat meant losing face. Because Piccolo and Kakarot were still standing by, and both seemed capable of facing Frieza alone. Yet Vegeta was the prince of the Saiyans. He was the finest warrior. Those two losers were once his defeated foes. Why had they become so strong? Could it be that guy named Dong Xian was really that amazing? Frieza said, Oh my Vegeta, you seem rather unconvinced. It seems my power has far exceeded your expectations. Now which one of you shall I send to hell first? With that, he swept his gaze across Vegeta and the Z fighters. Just then Piccolo sneered, Vegeta, it seems Frieza is right. You're no longer worthy of this battle. Let me handle this guy. Goku glanced at him and said, Piccolo, be careful. Then he said to Vegeta, Vegeta, don't be discouraged. Once you train under Master Roshi, you'll become strong too. Vegeta snorted. You fools, can't you stop being so overconfident? Frieza's power has reached a terrifying level. We should fight together, or if the situation gets out of control, it'll be too late. You earthlings, stop being so naive. He then glared at Piccolo. And you, the defeated one, what gives you the right to act superior? Piccolo, if it weren't for your good teacher, what qualifications would you have? Do you even deserve it? Facing Vegeta's taunt, Piccolo remained unfazed, sneering. That's right, I was indeed your defeated opponent before, but now I'd advise you to watch your tongue, because I have never considered you my ally. If it weren't for Son Goku holding me back, I wouldn't hesitate to kill you after I finish off Frieza. After getting rid of Frieza, you'll come for me. Vegeta burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I admit your power currently exceeds mine, but only temporarily. And you think you can kill Frieza? Don't be ridiculous. You Namekians don't have what it takes. On the other side, Frieza also looked at Piccolo with interest, and said, Although you seem different from other Namekians, you still can't defeat me, can you? Piccolo snorted coldly, enough talk. Let me just take action and clean up this piece of cosmic trash. With that, he turned to the others, and said, Leave this guy to me alone. None of the rest of you interfere, especially you, Son Goku. Tien gritted his teeth, and said, Piccolo, don't be reckless. How can you fight Frieza alone? Yamcha added, You don't be a hero. Only Son Goku nodded. Don't worry, unless you lose I won't interfere. Vegeta sneered, what a complete fool. Does he really think he's invincible? He doesn't even know the enemy's true strength, yet dares to boast. If he's not careful, he'll die horribly. At the same time, Frieza found it amusing. Instead of attacking together, each one was so arrogant, as if they were the strongest in the universe. He couldn't help but say, You Namekian, you remind me of Vegeta, full of confidence before the fight. But alas, you'll end up like him, losing faith in no time, and even begging for mercy on your knees. Haha. Go to hell. Die. Piccolo didn't waste a word and struck directly. With lightning speed, he threw a punch at Frieza. Frieza's face hardened, realizing that this Namekian wasn't bluffing. He truly had the strength to fight. Thus a fierce battle ensued. The two exchanged blows, punch for punch, kick for kick, locked in a stalemate. It was a draw. This continued for over 10 minutes. Yamcha muttered to himself, I never thought Piccolo would actually succeed. He can really handle Frieza. Tien shouted, Well done, Piccolo. Keep it up and finish him off. Meanwhile, Vegeta, though impressed, was still pessimistic. It's useless. No matter how fierce the attacks, they're all useless against Frieza. With that, he had some thoughts of his own. Although I hate to admit defeat, it seems these Earthlings can't beat Frieza, and neither can I. So I'll seize the opportunity to escape. If I lose my life here, it's all over. That's right. Running away is not shameful. The most foolish thing is to stay and die stupidly when you know you can't win. I'll just train hard and seek revenge another day. But at that moment, the battle suddenly turned. Enraged Frieza launched a series of fierce attacks, almost pinning Piccolo to the ground. After a brutal beating, the whole area was filled with smoke. Tien and the others were dumbfounded, beginning to worry about Piccolo again. Only son Goku remained unmoved. After his combo, Frieza flew into the sky, crossed his arms, and said to the ground, "All right. Stop hiding in the smoke. Your strength is surely more than this." As he spoke, Piccolo slowly rose from the smoke. Frieza praised, "Namekian, you're quite something. I never expected you to dodge my fatal blow at the last moment, and from such close range. You do have some skill." Piccolo gritted his teeth in silence. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly burst with energy and flew away at top speed. Seeing this, Frieza didn't hesitate. He abandoned Piccolo and chased after Vegeta, appearing before him in almost a second. Vegeta couldn't help trembling all over. Frieza asked with a grin, "Oh Vegeta, where do you think you're going? Don't tell me you're heading to the bathroom." "Ha ha ha, damn it." Vegeta gritted his teeth and burst with energy again, trying to escape faster. But the next second, Frieza appeared before him once more. Vegeta was almost in despair, his whole body trembling. Frieza said coldly, "Vegeta, you are the prince of the Saiyans. I never thought you would choose to flee with your tail between your legs. Have you no pride left at all?" He paused, then continued, "However do you think I'll let you leave? No matter how you resist or struggle today, you are doomed to die here. The reason is simple: you have angered me. Heh, so wait patiently. After I deal with that Namekian, you're next." As he spoke, Frieza suddenly punched Vegeta straight in the stomach. Vegeta's eyes bulged, his body stiffening. Frieza didn't hesitate and threw another punch, sending Vegeta crashing to the ground. The force shattered several mountains below before finally subsiding. It seemed Vegeta had lost his fighting ability. After that, Frieza returned to Piccolo and said with a smile, "Well, sorry to keep you waiting. Now show me all the power you're so confident about. I know you haven't unleashed your full strength, yet have you?" After hearing these words, Piccolo stared at Fu Lisa with a grave expression. The moment their gazes met, it seemed as if scorching sparks were faintly generated between them. It was like the confrontation of two powerful beings in that instant, neither willing to yield to the other. "You really are a fool who doesn't know what fear is. Have you forgotten what happened to Vegeta just now? It seems I truly must destroy you." Fu Lisa's expression grew increasingly cold and stern at this moment. Facing Piccolo, who feared neither heaven nor earth, a desire to teach him a lesson welled up in his heart. Piccolo looked at Fu Lisa hovering high in the sky, still standing calmly on the giant rock, without any trace of fear. The white cloak behind him fluttered slowly in the wind, and in that instant the atmosphere on the scene seemed to become increasingly tense. "Bastard." Fu Lisa's arrogant face let out a cold snort, then he fiercely dove from the hovering midair toward the stone cliff where Piccolo stood. Swoosh! Swoosh! A white light, accompanied by a sound of cutting through the air, continuously broke through from below upward. At this moment, Fu Lisa had already arrived beside Piccolo. Piccolo sneered at the sight, then with a slight bounce of his feet, he flew off the stone cliff and levitated into the air, leaping upward directly facing Fu Lisa. Swoosh! Fu Lisa did not expect Piccolo to change his tactics at this moment, directly floating and soaring upward. However, he did not hesitate either, and followed Piccolo's movement, also leaping upward. At this moment, the distance between Fu Lisa and Piccolo was about half a body length. It seemed as if they could grab each other just by reaching out. In the blink of an eye, it was unknown whether Fu Lisa or Piccolo threw the first punch. In that brief instant, the two began exchanging blows, neither giving an inch. Piccolo's fierce fist wind brutally attacked Fu Lisa's forehead, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. Fu Lisa, not to be outdone, tilted his head to dodge the attack, and also extended his right fist, striking Piccolo's chest. Swoosh! Bang! Seeing this, Piccolo immediately parried the attack, then threw another punch fiercely toward Fu Lisa's head. Bang! Sensing danger, Fu Lisa quickly used his left arm to block Piccolo's attack. Boom! After successfully blocking, Fu Lisa did not stop. Instead, he raised his leg and kicked Piccolo in the chest. But Piccolo would not let Fu Lisa succeed so easily. He slightly swayed his body backward and effortlessly dodged the lightning-fast attack. At this moment, Piccolo seemed to have seized absolute initiative, violently hammering Fu Lisa's head with his fists. Swoosh! Swoosh! The sharp sound of piercing air suddenly made a series of noises. However, it seemed that none of Piccolo's strikes directly hit Fu Lisa. Instead, to Piccolo's horrified eyes, Fu Lisa was dodging left and right with a look of helplessness, effortlessly evading his useless punches and kicks. However, Fu Lisa felt that constantly dodging Baiku's attacks was meaningless, so a sinister smile crept onto his lips. Boom! Boom! Fu Lisa extended his right arm, effortlessly blocking in front of his head, parrying Baiku's fierce blow. This blocking continued for many times, and Baiku seemed to have no intention of giving up. He still fiercely swung his fist, striking Fu Lisa's body. At this moment, Baiku felt as if he had exerted all his strength, even his eyes becoming somewhat unfocused. Yet he did not stop attacking or abandon his initiative. Obviously, the enemy before him was extremely powerful, so Baiku felt somewhat anxious, but he did not show it. At this moment, Yamcha, watching from the side, could not help but exclaim in surprise. I really didn't expect Baiku to be so powerful. He seems far stronger than we imagined. Perhaps we can place our hopes on Baiku. Let him fulfill our hopes. If that's the case, it would be best. I feel Baiku will definitely win. I believe his strength will give us enough room and opportunity for victory. After seeing Baiku's series of fierce attacks, Yamcha immediately felt that most of the victory was already secured. As for the rest, defeating Fu Lisa would be a simple and effortless matter. High in the distant sky, the power generated by the combat punches and kicks transformed into substantial white smoke spreading outward. Sometimes the white smoke resembled fireworks, sometimes it resembled balloons violently bursting from around Fu Lisa and Baiku. At this moment, Baiku's shouts became particularly shocking and intense, as if he had been putting in extraordinary effort. However, on Fu Lisa's side, he did not make any shouts. Instead, he silently endured all of Baiku's bombardment. Bang! 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 At this moment, Baiku gritted his teeth and drove a knee directly into Fu Lisa's chest. However, Fu Lisa reacted swiftly and retaliated with a knee of his own. At this moment, the air currents around them burst outward as if their battle had reached a point where even air could not exist. The battle situation unexpectedly fell into a rare stalemate. The two were locked in fierce combat, each gaining the upper hand in turns. Sometimes Baiku, sometimes Fu Lisa. For a moment, they fought inextricably. Around them, an oxygen-free space isolated by the air appeared, enveloping them as they continued their battle without interruption. Bang! 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 Just as everyone thought the battle would last a long time, Fu Lisa and Baiku's fists fiercely collided. The next moment, their feet also clashed together, and then they plummeted to the ground. Boom! It was like a star falling to the ground. In that brief moment, a violent explosion erupted, directly causing the ground to generate thick smoke. The sound of the explosion shook the entire ground, and the spreading smoke enveloped an area of dozens of miles. However, the battle did not end there. Instead, Fu Lisa and Baiku soared into the air again and continued their unfinished fight. Bang! 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 They fought on the left, on the right, above, and below, one after another. In the blink of an eye, they had opened up many battlefields. The explosive sounds and powerful shockwaves emanating from this battle drew everyone's intense attention at this moment. Perhaps because the power of the battle was too great, Tianjin fans standing behind a large rock was also affected by the dust and had to turn away to avoid it. The shattered rocks from the ground began to scatter toward the group. Fortunately, their bodies were strong enough, so they were not harmed and remained intact. In this battle, Baiku was clearly on the losing side. After receiving a fierce heavy punch, he retreated about 10 steps, and even the straw sandals on his feet were somewhat worn out. But even so, Baiku continued to fight fiercely, each punch aimed at Fu Lisa's forehead, hoping to end the battle quickly. He gritted his teeth, striving to finish it in the shortest time. However, the situation was not as simple as he imagined. Instead, Fu Lisa quickly regained the upper hand. No matter how he swung his fists, he could not defeat Fu Lisa. Instead, it made him fight even more fiercely. Baiku gritted his teeth, seemingly feeling immense pressure. He felt that all he could do was try his best to parry, unable to properly deal with the increasingly aggressive Fu Lisa. Fists as fast as lightning flew back and forth without any pause. Their innate combat instincts were fully displayed at this moment, but Baiku had already fallen into a disadvantage. At this moment, Baiku seemed to rely only on his will to continue fighting. He was already somewhat dazed, even seeing the punches coming at him as if they were illusions. Tianjin fan behind the large rock watched the battle between Baiku and Fu Lisa, sweating profusely with anxiety. However, such a powerful opponent seemed beyond his ability to participate.